Wang Xiaomei pulled Lin Yuzhu along the way, and when they reached the mountain and saw no one following, she sighed in relief and said, "Is Zhang Yinqiu out of her mind? She still wants to hang out with us after everything that happened before." Humph. Lin Yuzhu was out of breath from being pulled along and didn't want to respond to Wang Xiaomei. Seriously, was she so easily swayed that anyone could pull her in? But she really underestimated her. Wang Xiaomei was also panting. Now that they stopped to catch their breath, she looked back and said, "She can't be following us, right? You were almost running. How could she keep up?" Lin Yuzhu thought Wang Xiaomei was giving Zhang Yanqiu too much credit. That girl was not in good shape. She wondered how half a year of farm work had worn her down like this. One thing Lin Yuzhu admired was that Wang Xiaomei never got lost in the mountains. After winding their way around, they finally reached the beet field. Lin Yuzhu looked around the trees, but still couldn't remember the way, making her doubt her own intelligence. The beets had grown a lot, and it was time to dig them up for harvest. The two of them used small hoes to dig, as those were the only tools that fit in their baskets. Once they had enough, Lin Yuzhu told Wang Xiaomei to stop digging. Just getting enough for the day was enough. They didn't want to be caught. Wang Xiaomei had this one good quality. She listened well, just like their classmate Xiao Song, who had a bright future. Lin Yuzhu patted her shoulder and said encouragingly, "Comrade Xiaomei, you have a bright future ahead." Wang Xiaomei, after putting the harvested beets into the basket and washing off the dirt in the stream, they carried everything back to their little shabby house. Then they took the water bucket they had borrowed earlier and filled it with water from the stream. One bucket was for boiling the beets, and the other was to prevent any fire hazards since it was dry and windy. They needed to be prepared. After several trips back and forth, Lin Yuzhu sat at the door of the little house, panting, and said to Wang Xiaomei, "Sister Xiaomei, I can't do this anymore.
I'm exhausted."
Just thinking about boiling sugar made her feel overwhelmed. Wang Xiaomei, holding a kitchen knife, said slyly, "You've discovered my secret. So how can I let you go so easily?" Lin Yuzhu rolled her eyes. She had discovered many secrets. The two of them chatted and laughed while slicing the beets and boiling them in water. Once the beets were cooked, they had to strain the sugar water out. Lin Yuzhu found it hard to keep up with Wang Xiaomei's strength. That girl was really strong. It was quite a blow to her confidence. Boiling sugar wasn't particularly difficult. It was mostly about taking turns stirring the sugar water, which didn't require much skill. They had a simple meal of steamed buns cooked in their little house for lunch, as they didn't have time to go back to the youth station to eat. The beets didn't yield much sugar, and the pot was small, so they only produced a little sugar from a day's work. After a long day, they had only filled half a plastic bucket. Lin Yuzhu stared at the syrup they had made and thought it would be tough to get rich from this. Wang Xiaomei looked at the half bucket of syrup with sparkling eyes, already imagining the money she would have. With the beets harvested for the day, they estimated how many more they needed to dig tomorrow. They packed up the pots and knives and headed home. They placed the pots and syrup into the basket, covering them with a layer of twigs and pine cones they had picked up along the way, making it look like they were just gathering firewood. Once they left the mountain, they ran into some curious village women who greeted them and asked what was in their basket. When they saw there wasn't much, they wrinkled their noses in disdain. Lin Yuzhu glanced at their baskets, which were full of mushrooms. Okay, that was a bit better. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei returned to the youth station, looking a bit shabby. The other youth hadn't finished work yet, and the girls in the front and backyards were used to seeing them go up the mountain, so they didn't pay much attention. Once they got back to their room, they both sighed in relief. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. In the next 2 days, they followed the same routine, and since they were getting more skilled, they produced a third more syrup than before, which was a good result. For those 2 days, except for lunch, they returned to the youth station before the others finished work. In this quiet way, they managed to gather a couple of buckets of syrup. Since Li Xiangwan started eating with Zhao Xiangwan, her life had become much more relaxed. She spent her time either feeding pigs or sitting outside reading a book. Wang Xiaomei noticed right away that she was holding a high school textbook and asked Lin Yuzhu in surprise, "Why is she still studying high school material?" Is there news about a school being built here, and she's reviewing? Lin Yuzhu. She was just preparing for the future college entrance exams. Wang Xiaomei felt anxious. Should she also get a set of textbooks to review? What if a primary school was built in their village? She could stand out in the recruitment exams. Wang Xiaomei shared her thoughts with Lin Yuzhu, who nodded in agreement. It would be good to get a set of books and prepare more, and she even suggested buying middle school textbooks too. Wang Xiaomei nodded seriously, determined to make this a priority. Now, Li Xianglan waited for Zhao Xianglan to come back to cook. She was responsible for washing and preparing the vegetables. Did Zhao Xianglan mind? Of course not. With the cured meats hanging from Li Xianglan's roof, it was enough to make her willingly work as a diligent little cook. Every dinner, the smell of meat wafted from Li Xianglan's room. The dishes cooked over fire were already fragrant, and adding a few slices of meat made them even better. The aroma spread throughout the youth station, making Wang Xiaomei sniff the air and complain to Lin Yuzhu, "How come they're cooking meat again? Are they trying to tempt me? I never realized Zhao Xianglan was such a good cook." Lin Yuzhu sighed. She was also tempted. Tonight they had to have meat. While they were chatting, it seemed there was some commotion in the front yard. It sounded like Dong Mimi was saying something, but Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei were too exhausted to care. After a while, the front yard fell quiet again. Wang Xiaomei shook her head and said, "No wonder Zhang Yanqiu came looking for us that day. She must have been bullied here in the front yard. Haha." Lin Yuzhu. Us? Was there a misunderstanding? Wang Xiaomei put down the bowl of syrup and left. Lin Yuzhu looked at the large bowl of syrup, her mouth twitching. Wang Xiaomei really knew how to enjoy life. Just looking at that bowl of syrup was proof. After finishing the syrup, she would add some water to dissolve the remaining syrup and pour it out, never forgetting to bring Lin Yuzhu a bowl each time. Lin Yuzhu resigned herself and drank the syrup in one go, thinking it was different from the water used to wash pots. She realized that the longer she spent with Wang Xiaomei, the simpler her life became. Since we decided to eat meat, we should just do it. When night fell, Lin Yuzhu returned to the space and immediately ordered San Pang to kill a pig. As soon as the order was given, a light screen lit up, showing various pig slaughtering tools. Lin Yuzhu. In the end, she bought the cheapest set of tools. San Pang took the slaughter knife and went to the farm, while Lin Yuzhu checked how much soybean oil had been produced recently. It looked good. They had already pressed out several 100 pounds, enough for her to sell for a while. She considered planting soybeans long-term. While checking the soybeans, she noticed Pang also heading towards the farm, wondering what he was up to. He went to help tie up the pig, the system kindly explained. Lin Yuzhu. Why didn't they call Pang from the start? San Pang is a bit silly. The earlier models of the small robots did have some flaws in intelligence, but our latest model is great, both in appearance and intelligence, comparable to a real person. Would the host like to learn more? No, she wasn't interested. The system fell silent again. Lin Yuzhu got up and returned to her small wooden house to study. The main character was working hard, and as a bystander, she had to work even harder. The system was good at making money. After she finished reading her high school textbooks, it rewarded her with a big gift package complete with music effects. When she opened it, she found a set of test papers. Then the system started its familiar sales pitch, selling each set of papers for 5,000 contribution points. Lin Yuzhu felt quite impressed. After completing a set of papers, the system notified her that the pork had been placed in the warehouse. When she checked the warehouse system, she found that San Pang had done well, sorting the pork into different parts. She sold the pig's head and internal organs to the system, earning a lot of contribution points. Upon further inspection, she found there were 45 pounds of front and hind leg meat, 25 pounds of belly meat, 20 pounds of tenderloin, 35 pounds of ribs and spine, and 10 pounds of bones, plus the front and hind hocks and pig trotters. That was about all the yield from one pig. Lin Yuzhu roughly calculated that just the pure pork could sell for over $200. Thinking of the 8 hungry piglets in the farm, Lin Yuzhu felt she was about to get rich. Whether she would get rich or not was uncertain, but it was time for San Pang to show off his cooking skills. It was already evening and she couldn't eat much, so she decided to braise a pig trotter for a late-night snack. As soon as she gave the order, she saw San Peng slowly approaching from behind and entering the kitchen. De Peng paused at the door, then ran over to Lin Yuzhu, blinking blankly. Lin Yuzhu looked at him and said, "Why don't you go pick some strawberries?" After Wang Xiaomei showed her keen sense of smell once again, she rarely ate strawberries during the day. De Peng happily went to the fields after receiving the command. When the fragrant braised pig trotter was served, Lin Yuzhu's mouth watered. Forget about just having eaten a meal or a plate of strawberries. With the delicious aroma of the pig trotter, she could easily finish it all. Not to mention, the pork raised on pure grains was truly delicious, and San Peng's cooking skills were not bad at all. This braised pig trotter was much better than what she had in restaurants in her past life. However, compared to the braised pork from state-run restaurants, it still felt a bit lacking. It seemed something was missing. After finishing one pig trotter, Lin Yuzhu pondered if it lacked a bit of liveliness. That night, Lin Yuzhu slept very poorly. She had eaten too much. After boiling 2 buckets of syrup, Lin Yuzhu decided to sell it first. She didn't want to end up with a room full of syrup that could be taken away, and besides, she didn't have enough oil barrels to store it. Wang Xiaomei understood this well, and they agreed to go to town the next day to sell the syrup. In the morning, Wang Xiaomei came to knock on her door after getting ready, wondering why Lin Yuzhu hadn't opened the door yet like she usually did. Lin Yuzhu groggily got up to open the door. She had been worn out from the previous night, and it was only after spending a lot of contribution points on a digestive syrup from the system that she felt a bit better. Seeing Lin Yuzhu looking unwell, Wang Xiaomei curiously asked, "Are you sick?" Lin Yuzhu yawned widely and shook her head, quickly washing up before heading to town with Wang Xiaomei. Before leaving, Wang Xiaomei asked if she wanted to eat something to fill her stomach. Lin Yuzhu shook her head. She didn't need to eat anything. She still felt too full. Wang Xiaomei was prepared to take Lin Yuzhu along to deliver goods, so she subtly said, "Later, I'll disguise you a bit. I'll take you to a place where I usually deliver goods." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzhu imagined Wang Xiaomei's pockmarked disguise and quickly shook her head, saying, "Comrade Xiaomei, to be honest, I have a relative who moved here. Why don't you give me a barrel, and I'll see if they want it?" This sounded a bit ambiguous. Wang Xiaomei blinked, not too surprised. "You have connections over there?" After a few trips to town with Lin Yuzhu, she had sensed something, though she wasn't entirely sure. Lin Yuzhu planned to reveal a little, since she and Wang Xiaomei were now tied together. She couldn't hide her frequent trips to town from her. Even a fool would eventually figure it out. Her disguise skills were improving, so she wasn't afraid of others suspecting her motives for coming to town. After all, unless they caught her in the act, no one could do anything to her. Moreover, she understood Wang Xiaomei's character a bit. She wasn't a bad person and didn't blurt everything out. A subtle hint wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Yuzhu nodded, acknowledging it. Wang Xiaomei shook her head and asked, "Is it safe? If not, I can introduce you to my connection. We just need to buy goods and deliver them without being responsible for selling. Although we earn less, it's much safer." Lin Yuzhu tilted her head, becoming very curious about Wang Xiaomei's connection. She thought she would go to the black market to find her later. "Don't worry," Lin Yuzhu said confidently. Wang Xiaomei still wasn't very reassured and kept reminding her how to make herself look less attractive. She said it seriously, warning that a young and pretty girl could easily attract attention. But Lin Yuzhu suddenly burst into laughter, which annoyed Wang Xiaomei. It felt like all her good intentions were wasted. Lin Yuzhu straightened her face. She couldn't help but laugh. When they arrived in town, the two parted ways. Lin Yuzhu didn't rush to sell her goods but quietly followed Wang Xiaomei, noticing she was heading towards the train station, likely to go to the black market first. So she found a secluded spot, slipped into her space, disguised herself, and transformed into wood. Then she went to the black market to find Wang Xiaomei, as she needed to develop her own people too. Wang Xiaomei was surprised to see Lin Yuzhu again and asked, "Are you here to sell jujubes again?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head and waved for her to come outside. Wang Xiaomei noticed the basket behind her looked familiar and followed her out. Lin Yuzhu took her to a hidden spot, set down the basket, and politely said, "Sister, we really have a connection. As soon as I entered the black market, I saw you right away." Wang Xiaomei thought to herself that at least she wasn't being called auntie this time. She still spoke coldly. "What do you have in the basket this time? More jujubes?" "Not just that. There are 20 pounds of cooking oil and 30 pounds of jujubes. Do you think you can handle it?" Wang Xiaomei's eyes widened in surprise. "Cooking oil? That little bit of goods isn't enough for me. What's the price for the oil?" Hearing her boldness, Lin Yuzhu felt a bit curious and asked, "How much pork can you eat?" Wang Xiaomei hesitated and replied, "I'm not sure about the pork. I need to ask." Lin Yuzhu thought it made sense. Wang Xiaomei probably sold non-perishable goods to truck drivers, so she wasn't sure if they would buy pork, which spoils easily. Lin Yuzhu decided to sell her the cooking oil and jujubes first and said, "I'll sell you the oil for 1.3 yuan, and the jujubes are at the original price." This time, Wang Xiaomei didn't bargain. Cooking oil was hard to come by, and she didn't want to risk losing it, so she agreed, "Okay, it's a deal." After they settled the payment, Wang Xiaomei, without an oil container, shamelessly asked to borrow 2 from her. Lin Yuzhu wanted to show her the darker side of society. After securing the money, Lin Yuzhu said, "This time, ask if they will buy pork. Next time we meet, it will be easier to trade." Just as she was about to leave, Wang Xiaomei grabbed her and smiled. "Why don't you come with me? I'll take you to ask someone nearby." After thinking it over, Wang Xiaomei didn't want to miss out on the pork, believing it would sell well. Lin Yuzhu pretended to think for a moment and agreed. They walked to the east end of the bridge, where the houses were sparse and built far apart, some almost underground. It wasn't an exaggeration. You could easily step onto someone's roof. Lin Yuzhu found it puzzling. Wouldn't the rain flood the yards? They reached a rundown alley, and Wang Xiaomei told her to wait while she went inside. After a while, Wang Xiaomei came out, called her, and sneakily led her into a house. The wooden door of the house was old and creaked when opened. Inside the yard, there was a boy who looked truly young, with a weak frame, an old shirt, and a seemingly indifferent expression that still showed his youth. He looked about 12 or 13. Lin Yuzhu glanced at Wang Xiaomei, confused. There was no one else in the yard. She couldn't be doing business with just a child. Wang Xiaomei cleared her throat, having been in awkward situations before. "This is my younger brother. I handle the goods and he delivers them. Don't underestimate him. He's good at business." Wang Xiaomei had a cousin who drove a truck in Liaoning province. These drivers traveled everywhere, and their company had routes that came here. Her cousin's son contacted Wang Xiaomei, knowing she was struggling, and wanted to help her out. These truck drivers also traded goods on the side, and once they arrived, there were always buyers waiting. Wang Xiaomei's cousin had asked his colleagues to take care of her, so she gradually built this connection. In her spare time, she would come to town to buy goods and make a profit. Li Zili, the boy, had a sad background. His father had passed away, and his mother had been ill for 6 months, leaving him to care for his sister. Life was tough for them, but someone took pity on him and introduced him to truck drivers. At first, he had no money and helped load goods at night, slowly saving up to start trading in the black market. This was how he built his life step by step, facing many hardships. Li Zili was introduced by Wang Xiaomei's cousin. She brought goods to him, and he delivered them to the trucks at night, allowing both of them to make some profit. Over time, they became familiar and occasionally collaborated. Wang Xiaomei was kind-hearted. She knew that selling the pork would earn her more than 10 yuan, but she didn't care about the money. She wanted to help her young partner. Lin Yuzhu couldn't figure out their connection. She noticed that since she entered the yard, the boy seemed to be on guard, giving off a strange sense of hostility. This didn't feel right. She was the seller with the pork. Shouldn't he be welcoming her? Wang Xiaomei didn't notice the tension and started discussing the price of the pork. 1.3 yuan. "It can't get any cheaper," Lin Yuzhu said firmly. Wang Xiaomei looked at Li Zili, who gave a slight nod, and then said to Lin Yuzhu, "Okay, where's the pork?" Lin Yuzhu glanced at the boy, and then at Wang Xiaomei. She felt an unspoken understanding between them. Collecting her thoughts, she said, I need to go back to get it. He can wait here, right? I'll bring it over. Wang Xiaomei thought that was fine and nodded. As Lin Yuzhu left the yard, she reminded her, hurry back. If you're late, the boy will be back from school and it won't be a good time to trade. Lin Yuzhu thought, you seem very familiar with his situation. Outside the courtyard, Lin Yuzhu looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Wang Xiaomei now looked very much like a hidden beauty. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became about the relationship between these two. Wang Xiaomei better not get taken advantage of again. It was said that she was going to get pork. How could she not leave for a while? Taking the opportunity, Lin Yuzhu went to Aunt Lin's house nearby. Today, Uncle Lin happened to be there. When Lin Yuzhu knocked, he opened the door, looking serious as he led her into the courtyard. Lin Yuzhu noticed that she seemed to be unwelcome today. Aunt Lin was washing clothes, but when she saw Lin Yuzhu, she quickly wiped her hands and came over warmly. Uncle Lin watched from the side, snorting in disapproval. Lin Yuzhu. She seemed to understand why Uncle Lin was unhappy. Maybe he didn't like seeing his partner being friendly with another man? His jealousy was quite something. Did he really think a young guy could steal Aunt Lin away? Love, oh love, it can really confuse people. Uncle Lin's strange behavior annoyed Aunt Lin, who rudely sent him back inside. Lin Yuzhu touched her nose. This had nothing to do with her. Once Uncle Lin was in the house, he stood in the middle of the living room, staring intently at the two people in the courtyard. Feeling a lot of pressure, Lin Yuzhu chatted with Aunt Lin for a bit, dropped off 20 pounds of oil and jujubes, and quickly left, forgetting to take the oil can back. As Lin Yuzhu walked out of the courtyard, she heard Uncle Lin say in a low voice, Don't think everyone is a good person. That kid doesn't look innocent at all. Only you can't see it. Don't let someone take advantage of you one day. Go, go, go. You never hope for anything good. Why don't you enjoy the meat you bought with your hard-earned money? Who am I doing this for if not for this family? Look at you every day. Lin Yuzhu didn't listen any longer and shook her head as she left. After Aunt Lin finished delivering the goods, she carried 30 pounds of pork back to Li Zili's place. To her surprise, Wang Xiaomei was still there. Lin Yuzhu thought, isn't this girl in a hurry to make money? During the inspection, the young boy didn't let Wang Xiaomei handle it. He checked the pork himself and only paid when he confirmed it was good. After the transaction, Lin Yuzhu took the money and left. The courtyard door wasn't closed tightly when she heard Wang Xiaomei proudly say, Zili, same as usual. I want my share of 1 yuan this time. Lin Yuzhu almost stumbled. She had been overthinking. After all this back and forth, a lot of time had passed. Lin Yuzhu visited a few more aunts to sell some goods before stopping. She decided to take it slow. Taking big steps might not be a good thing. As for her previous plans, they were now just a memory. Women are meant to be changeable. In fact, she realized that after delivering the goods, the morning had passed quickly. If she expanded her network further, it would be impossible to finish quickly next time she went to town. Casting a wider net could lead to trouble. The educated youth at the station were not fools. Wang Xiaomei knew it wasn't a big deal. They were both in the same boat now. After returning to her space and removing her makeup, Lin Yuzhu didn't rush out as usual. She decided to eat in the space. Every time she went to the state-run restaurant, she ran into Fat Li and sometimes even the mailman. It was better to avoid contact with them due to their jobs. Now that she had pork, she had to steam a pot of pork buns, so it was time for San Pang to show off his cooking skills again. Lin Yuzhu lay on her soft bed with a newspaper, reading while shaking her feet. Looking back, she realized her wooden house upgrade was quite valuable. The following days returned to normal. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei went up the mountain in the morning and returned in the afternoon. After preparing a batch of syrup, they would head to town. Occasionally, Lin Yuzhu would take a bucket of syrup to sell at Aunt Lin's. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. During this time, Lin Yuzhu sold jujubes one day and oil the next. Sometimes, she could only use corn kernels to make up for it. On better days, she could sell some pork, and on even better days, she had some flour. Every time Aunt Jung saw Lin Yuzhu, her mood was like a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly. In this way, Lin Yuzhu saved quite a bit of money, over 1,600. She could be considered a proper 1,000 yuan household now. However, this 1,000 yuan household was a bit stingy. To this day, her place at the educated youth station was still bare, with no new items added. Lin Yuzhu lived by the principle of making do and refused to spend an extra penny. Wang Xiaomei once suspected she had been scammed in the black market, unable to make any money. During this time, Wang Xiaomei earned 60 yuan just from selling syrup. There was only a small patch of beets left in the field, enough for a couple of days. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei both sighed in relief, ready to work hard and finish it all at once. On their way to the mountain, they noticed someone sneaking behind them. Lin Yuzhu pulled Wang Xiaomei and said, "It seems someone is following us." Wang Xiaomei wanted to turn around but was stopped by Lin Yuzhu. The two of them played a circle game with the person behind them. Wang Xiaomei had a great sense of direction in the woods and managed to turn the follower to the front. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei hid in the bushes to see who was tracking them. Coincidentally, it was an old acquaintance, Aunt Li Si. Lin Yuzhu thought about it. There weren't many idle people in the village. Wang Xiaomei whispered, "What should we do? Do we still need to dig beets?" Lin Yuzhu watched Aunt Li Si, who was still searching for them. Such a free person might dig deeper into their business. Even if they shook her off now, she might still come looking for them later. Let's have her collect firewood for a while first. Aunt Li Si was indeed very idle. Even after losing them, she continued to wander in the woods, searching persistently. Sure enough, the heavens do not disappoint those who are determined. After a while, she found the two girls again. Recently, Aunt Li Si noticed that these two girls went up the mountain often. She heard from others that they were picking up some worthless twigs and leaves, which made her suspicious. As someone who is also idle, she couldn't believe that Lin Yuzhu would waste time picking up such junk. There must be something going on. Regardless of age, women have a keen intuition. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei spent the morning cutting firewood with Aunt Li Si, then returned to the educated youth station for lunch. Li Xiangwan was surprised to see them back so early, wondering why they returned so soon. With Aunt Li Si causing a stir, Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei changed their strategy, throwing all the pots and pans at home and heading straight to dig beets. With so few beets, they could finish them off in a few days at night. In the afternoon, the two girls went out with a basket, but Aunt Li Si followed them again. Wang Xiaomei gritted her teeth, feeling helpless, while Lin Yuzhu waved her sickle, contemplating whether to throw it like a flying knife for fun. Aunt Li Si followed them, and Lin Yuzhu had no choice since the mountain wasn't hers. Seeing the village kids go up the mountain every day to collect wild goods, she thought they might as well gather some too. Wang Xiaomei was very familiar with this area and led her along. It was impressive that Aunt Li Si managed to keep up. With her short legs, she moved quickly, and Lin Yuzhu struggled to keep up. Wang Xiaomei had found a patch of hazelnut trees last year, and when she returned this year, she was delighted to see no one had picked them yet. She pulled Lin Yuzhu to start collecting. They worked in that area for most of the afternoon, while Aunt Li Si squatted nearby, looking dissatisfied, feeling that the two girls might have noticed her. The hazelnut trees weren't very tall, but picking them required bending down, which made their backs sore after a while. On the way back, they realized they had picked quite a lot, and it weighed heavily. When they returned to the youth station, they dumped the hazelnuts at the door to dry. Li Xiangwan curiously walked over to see. She had never seen hazelnuts with shells before. At that moment, Li Xiangwan looked like a child who had never seen much of the world. Lin Yuzhu noticed that Li Xiangwan had definitely gained some weight. Her face was fuller. In contrast, Li Xiangbei looked thinner after more than half a month of road work. The difference was striking. Li Xiangwan felt uneasy under Lin Yuzhu's gaze and touched her face, asking, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head and smiled. "I just noticed you've gained a bit of weight. Your face is filled out." Li Xiangwan's expression fell. Had she really gained weight? She asked in shock, "Is it a lot?" Lin Yuzhu laughed, realizing the main character was also worried about gaining weight. No, you were already quite thin, so a little weight shows more. Li Xiangwan clearly thought this was just to comfort her, and went back inside to look in the mirror, looking dazed. Wang Xiaomei exclaimed softly, "Yesterday, I passed by the front yard and saw Li Xiangbei looking dazed, just sitting on a bench. Do you think they really broke up?" Lin Yuzhu shrugged, unable to remember how those two made up. The next day, they clearly underestimated Aunt Li Si, who was really bored and followed them up the mountain again, arriving right on time. Lin Yuzhu wondered if Aunt Li Si had been waiting for them since early morning. Lin Yuzhu sighed, realizing it was her fault. She told Wang Xiaomei, "You go dig for beets first. She's probably following me." Wang Xiaomei shook her head. "That's not very loyal. Let her come along. I know a place with mountain berries. Let's see if they're ripe." So the two of them took Aunt Li Si along to pick fruit for the morning. When they returned to the youth station for lunch, Lin Yuzhu found an old iron box and put some stones inside, planning to play a trick on Aunt Li Si. After lunch, they set off early, and as expected, Aunt Li Si followed them again. It seemed she hadn't gone home and had been watching them the whole time. Despite her age, she didn't seem tired. Walking every day clearly had its benefits, and she was in better spirits than Zhang Yanqiu. As soon as Wang Xiaomei entered the back mountain, it felt like she was in her own backyard, leading Lin Yuzhu to continue picking wild fruit. Along the way, they found a crooked tree that was perfect for filming. Seeing Lin Yuzhu staring at the crooked tree, Wang Xiaomei wondered what was so interesting about it. Lin Yuzhu squinted at the uniquely shaped tree and said, "Yep, this is the one." Wang Xiaomei looked confused, not understanding what she meant. Lin Yuzhu took out the small iron box and asked Wang Xiaomei to help her dig a hole. Aunt Li Si's eyes lit up, thinking these two girls were up to something. After they dug a deep hole and placed the iron box inside, they covered it up, making sure to pack it down to give Aunt Li Si a bit of a workout. Once they left, Aunt Li Si quietly approached and started digging. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei hid behind some bushes, stifling their laughter, wondering what Aunt Li Si would think when she dug up a box full of stones. They decided to leave, unsure if Aunt Li Si would still have the energy to follow them after this. When they found a patch of wild berries, Wang Xiaomei swallowed and said, "Don't underestimate these small fruits. They're deliciously sour." She even made a slurping sound. Lin Yuzhu replied, "Then let's pick some." She quickly picked a tiny wild fruit, popped it in her mouth, and the sourness spread instantly. It was surprisingly tasty. Just as they were picking, they heard Aunt Li Si scream in terror. The two exchanged glances, confused about what was happening. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei retraced their steps and heard a man threatening someone, which made them tread lightly as they approached. They also heard sounds that seemed like a fight, and there appeared to be quite a few people. Wang Xiaomei looked terrified and whispered, "Should we go over?" Lin Yuzhu frowned and said, "Put down the basket. Let's sneak around. If Aunt Li Si is in danger, we'll quickly go back to the village for help. Watch your step and don't step on any twigs." Wang Xiaomei nodded, knowing that if Aunt Li Si encountered bad people, they wouldn't be safe either. They circled around the crooked tree and saw Niu Ge and Shou Ho being beaten by several men, while Aunt Li Si sat there in a daze, blood at the corner of her mouth and a clear handprint on her face. The iron box they buried was scattered on the ground. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei were momentarily stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. What was going on? When they were at the police station giving their statements, they still couldn't understand how a simple prank with an iron box had led them here. It felt so unfair. The officer taking their statement asked, "What was your purpose in burying the iron box?" Wang Xiaomei looked nervous, like a frightened quail. Lin Yuzhu frowned, feeling a bit helpless, and said, "We were just playing a trick on Aunt Li Si." The officer asked, "Is there any reason for that?" Lin Yuzhu replied, "She's been following us up the mountain for the past few days. We had some past issues, which you can find out in the village. I don't know what Aunt Li Si was thinking, so we thought we'd have some fun." The officer nodded and asked, "According to Niu Ge and Shou Ho, they buried some money under the crooked tree. Did you see anything?" Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei both shook their heads. Lin Yuzhu thought that maybe Aunt Lisi was digging when Nyoge and Shouho saw her and assumed she had taken their money. She had to admit, Lin Yuzhu had figured it out. If it was really buried there, you should be able to find it if you look around. We didn't notice anything else when we buried it. Lin Yuzhu, Wang Xiaomei, and Aunt Lisi were brought back by the village chief. Lin Yuzhu would never forget the village chief's remarkable expression that day. Much later, she learned that he was the only village leader in the entire commune who had ever gone to the police station to bring back villagers. No one from any other village had ever ended up in jail during a festival. Although the incident wasn't the fault of the three, they returned to the village with great notoriety, and their story spread throughout. That night, Aunt Lisi fell ill after returning home, suffering from a high fever and talking nonsense, her cries disturbing the neighbors. In just one night, the story of the three catching a fugitive became well known. As the sun rose, the young people in the front yard continued their work on the road. Li Xiangwan approached Lin Yuzhu, who was sitting in the sun, and asked, "Aren't you going up the mountain today?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head weakly. "No, I want to rest." She mainly needed to ease her mood. Li Xiangwan chuckled, thinking how unlucky they were. "Do you want to go to town? I have some errands to run." Lin Yuzhu recalled Wang Xiaomei's words about being tied up by a few pigs and felt curious. "What about the pigs while you're in town?" Li Xiangwan, annoyed at the thought, replied, "I gave Aunt Wang 2 dimes to watch them." "That's a bit unfair. They're just taking advantage of us rootless young people. Do you want to go to town?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head lazily. "No, I just want to rest today." Recently, she had been busy with making sugar, selling goods, and dealing with the police. She felt a bit exhausted and needed to recharge. Everyone knew about Lin Yuzhu teasing Aunt Lisi with the iron box. Li Xiangwan always found it amusing, having never heard of someone getting into trouble for playing pranks. It was indeed quite unfortunate. "Well, I'm off then." Lin Yuzhu lazily nodded, soaking up the sun and feeling drowsy. Seeing that Li Xiangwan had left for town, Wang Xiaomei realized the youth center was empty and Aunt Lisi probably wouldn't follow, so she quickly came over with her basket and said, "Let's go dig up all the beets while no one is around." Lin Yuzhu admired Wang Xiaomei's energy. She truly was a spirited little worker. Lin Yuzhu shook her head. "I'm not going. I'm staying here to rest." Noticing Lin Yuzhu's tired expression, Wang Xiaomei thought she might still be shaken from yesterday's scare, so she didn't insist and left with her basket. Lin Yuzhu reflected that if she could do it all over again, she would definitely follow Wang Xiaomei up the mountain. The sun was particularly warm today, and as Lin Yuzhu sat on a small stool, she felt sleepiness creeping in just as she was about to take a nap. Suddenly, Comrade Xiao Song rushed over, anxiously saying, "Sister Lin, Sister Zhang has fallen ill again." Zhao Jia, and I brought her back, but she woke up halfway and started arguing with Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia got mad and left us. I tried to help Sister Zhang a bit, but she fainted again. I can't carry her alone without another woman around. Can you come with me to bring her back? Lin Yuzhu was momentarily confused by his mention of Sister Zhang and Sister Zhao, realizing it must be about Zhang Yanqiu fainting again and Xiao Song and Zhao Xianglan bringing her back. Curiously, she asked, "Did you leave Zhang Yanqiu halfway?" Xiao Song nodded sheepishly and said, "I was afraid of carrying her alone, and someone would talk." Lin Yuzhu thought of what Aunt Lin had said about older women being valuable and decided she couldn't just leave Zhang Yanqiu on the ground. She got up, locked the door, and prepared to go with Xiao Song to find Zhang Yanqiu. Song Zigao casually asked while looking at the other rooms in the backyard, "Sister Lin, where's Xiaomei?"
"She went up the mountain." "Oh."
Since teaming up with Li Xiangwan, Xiao Song had been calling her sister Wan sweetly, making it so sweet that Li Xiangbei almost wanted to throw a knife at him. Lin Yuzhu was still wondering why he only asked about Wang Xiaomei and not Li Xiangwan when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck, and everything went dark. Before fainting, Lin Yuzhu recalled why Li Xiangwan and Li Xiangbei had reconciled. It seemed that after Shouho and Nyogo escaped, they weren't satisfied and went after Li Xiangwan, only to be beaten down by Li Xiangbei again. The two had made up once more.
Now.
When Lin Yuzhu woke up again, her mouth was stuffed with a rag, her arms were tied behind her back, and her wrists and ankles were bound with hemp rope. Leaning against a pile of old newspapers, she looked around the small room filled with crumpled papers. This scene felt so familiar. Wasn't this a junkyard? Lin Yuzhu steadied her mind, checking her space and system. Thankfully, she could still enter the space, which eased her worries significantly. She pondered why Song Zhigao had brought her here. In an unfamiliar environment, it wasn't wise to hide in the space. If someone was always watching, disappearing would expose her uniqueness. If she managed to escape, she'd have to disguise herself and live incognito. She wouldn't take that step unless absolutely necessary. Lin Yuzhu closed her eyes and listened to the sounds outside. After a while, she heard Song Ziwan's voice outside the door. "Dad, the Zhao family really sold us out. That Lu is cunning. He wants to sell us now. Relying on us to get rich, and now that he's full, he wants to throw the bowl away. He should know his own strength. Are you sure the woman in the house is the one his nephew likes? It should be right. Although Lu insists Zhou Nan likes Li Xiangwan, I think it's not true. Zhou Nan seems more interested in the woman inside." Lin Yuzhu was left confused. Is there a misunderstanding here? Okay, let's wait a bit and see if this kid takes the bait. "Dad, will Zhou Nan know where the Lu family's money is hidden? The Lu family only has these two bloodlines left. Zhou Nan is his nephew and is still valued. What if he doesn't take the bait? If he doesn't come back before sunset, we'll deal with the woman inside." The sinister tone at the end made Lin Yuzhu guess their plan. She stared at the spider web on the beam, reminding herself to stay calm. After a long pause, Song Zhigao finally spoke. "All right, Dad, about Li Xiangwan. She has already been caught by your brother. Old Lu keeps saying she's suspicious. Have you noticed anything? All the treasures she collected are still at her room, and we can't trace the source. I've never seen her interact with anyone outside the village. When she came down, she had nothing, but when she got to the youth center, she suddenly had a bundle of firewood, as if it appeared out of nowhere. And if we can escape this time, we should take this woman with us." Hearing this, Lin Yuzhu thought helplessly that the protagonist really is the protagonist. Even when escaping, they think of bringing someone along. Why did it have to come to her being targeted instead? At that moment, a cheerful voice from the small system chimed in. Would the host like to spend 50,000 contribution points to activate a day's detection map? Lin Yuzhu was at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Then, a light screen appeared, introducing the detection map, which specifically noted that it could scan all creatures and buildings within a 500-meter radius. Lin Yuzhu's eyes lit up. After spending the contribution points to activate the map, she saw a map centered on her, showing moving red, yellow, and white dots, along with some buildings. She quickly noticed that the red dots in the bottom right corner represented humans. She observed that two people were standing at the entrance of the junkyard, likely Song Zhigao and his father. There was someone standing outside the window, probably to prevent her from escaping. Two more were stationed at the entrance of the junkyard. In a nearby alley, a red was moving back and forth, likely a lookout. They really underestimated her. There were 6 guards in total. How could they be so sure that Zhou would come? Song Zhigao's intelligence was lacking. If it were the female lead, she might actually show up. Relying on others was less effective than saving herself, so Lin Yuzhu patiently waited for an opportunity. Suddenly, the door opened, and Song Zhigao quietly entered, locking eyes with Lin Yuzhu. He still wore his usual innocent smile, approaching her like a naive young boy, and said, "Sister Lin, you're awake. Why didn't you call for me?" Lin Yuzhu rolled her eyes, wondering if he had forgotten about the dirty rag in her mouth. Song Zhigao's gaze fell on the rag as well, and he smiled apologetically. "Sister Lin, I'll take it out for you, but don't shout. It won't do you any good to yell right now." Lin Yuzhu nodded in resignation. Once the rag was finally removed, Lin Yuzhu took a deep breath, looking at the seemingly harmless Song Zhigao, thinking that appearances can be deceiving. He really didn't look like a bad person. After all, Bad people don't usually have their intentions written on their faces. Lin Yuzhu had many questions, but didn't know how to ask. She simply inquired, "Why did you capture me?" There was no past grievance or recent enmity. Song Zhigao frowned and said, "Didn't Sister Lin hear our conversation earlier?" Lin Yuzhu paused for a moment. She couldn't explain that she had no connection with Zhou Nan. If they thought she was of no use, danger would follow. Her mind raced, and she suddenly asked from another angle, "I heard something about Li Xiangwan?" Song Zhigao chuckled. "Sister Lin, you're still thinking about Li Xiangwan at a time like this? Seems you're interested in Zhou Nan too. Are you jealous that he eats with Li Xiangwan every day? Don't worry, his heart is all with you. As for Li Xiangwan, she's just someone he's watching for her secrets." Not getting much useful information, Lin Yuzhu thought about how she was currently in the junkyard. What connection could there be between Zhou Nan, who often visited the junkyard, and Li Xiangwan, who also frequented it? It seemed that Song Zhigao should know the most. What about the old man at the junkyard? What's his connection to Zhou Nan? Oh, so you care about Zhou Nan that much? He must have some deep feelings for you. He didn't even care that much about the Liu family sister back then. Lin Yuzhu. Oh, I got off topic. The old man at the junkyard is no ordinary person. Not to mention the whole province, he has connections in the black markets of several nearby cities. Who would have thought that a big gang's keeper would hide in such a remote little town? Zhou Nan is his nephew by blood. Don't be fooled by the old man's surname Liu. Zhou Nan's surname is Zhou. Years ago, the old Liu's brother was adopted by the Zhou family. The Zhou family is also capable. They used connections to take the child away. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and this lineage eventually returned to their roots. Lin Yuzhu was stunned. Zhou Nan had such a connection to the black market boss? What was his motive for always protecting the female lead in the original story? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Now that both she and Li Xiangwan had been captured, it was clear that the original plot had fallen apart. Lin Yuzhu truly didn't understand where things went wrong, leading to this outcome. She continued to curiously ask based on Song Zhigao's words, "Return to the roots?" Yeah, Zhou Nan's father contacted old Liu a long time ago, knowing he had a way out, wanting to send his son away like the Liu family sister. Lin Yuzhu's eyes flickered, and she asked, "Liu family sister?" Sister Lin, how much do you like Zhou Nan? You've mentioned her again. The Liu family sister and Zhou Nan are childhood sweethearts, but her family background isn't good. As a daughter of a wealthy family, she can only run away to have a better life. At first, I thought he would follow her, but… TSK men. Lin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow. Seeing her curiosity, Song Zhigao continued. According to old Liu, he plans to use Li Xiangwan's strange situation to stay here. I think that's probably a trick to deceive the old man. Coincidentally, Li Xiangwan looks quite a bit like the Liu family sister. Old Liu thinks he's fallen for Li Xiangwan. If it weren't for his interest in Li Xiangwan, he probably wouldn't have agreed to let Zhou Nan stay and just turned a blind eye for now. Lin Yuzhu lowered her head in thought, digesting the content of his words. Li Xiangwan must have caught the attention of old Liu's men while selling goods in the black market, and she often went to the junkyard to shop. In the original story, the female lead did find a few treasures. With someone like old Liu, Lin Yuzhu closed her eyes, realizing that Li Xiangwan was like a fat sheep entering a wolf's den. All those deep feelings and vows of lifelong celibacy might not be true. When she looked up again, Song Zhigao had taken on a carefree demeanor. She asked, "You speak so highly of old Liu. What about your Song family? Are you his subordinates? Have you been treated as pawns?" As soon as she finished speaking, Song Zhigao's expression turned cold and fierce. "I treat him like an elder, but he sees us as pawns. It's not so easy to stay out of it." After saying that, he suddenly grabbed Lin Yuzhu's face, admiring her. With a slick tone, he said, "Sister Lin, while you may not be as pretty as Li Xiangwan, you're not bad. Compared to a cold beauty, your lively nature is much more appealing." Lin Yuzhu broke free from his grip, glancing at Song Zhigao and said, It seems you captured me on a whim, not as if it was a long-planned scheme. Does Sister Lin still remember those two fugitives from yesterday? Lin Yuju's mind buzzed. Was she really caught up in this because of her own abilities? Song Zhigao smiled and slowly said, on the day those two fools were caught for the first time, you were all busy making a fuss. While Zhou Nan and I were walking slowly behind, we noticed a few strangers lurking in the shadows. Sister Lin, can you analyze why these strangers were hiding and quietly observing? Lin Yuju thought for a moment and guessed spies. Song Zhigao almost applauded her, clearly impressed. Sister Lin is really smart. Who do you think they're spying for? Lin Yuju. Guessing this could be confusing. Anyone could be a spy. That depends on how many people are interested in you. Song Zhigao tilted his head and nodded. Let me tell you, the entire black market is controlled by the Liu and Song families. The remaining small fries are not worth noticing. They must be undercover agents placed in the black market. Seeing that she seemed to have figured it out, Song Zhigao felt satisfied. Talking to this sister was always smooth and didn't require much effort. You probably guessed it. I went to warn old Liu, thinking he would handle the aftermath, but that old fox actually tried to sell us out. After the two fugitives were caught yesterday, they revealed Zhang San, who is one of the intermediaries. It was originally agreed that he would take the fall, but unexpectedly, he also implicated the Zhao family. Sister Lin, do you know the Zhao family? Lin Yuju. Did he think she was a fortune teller? Since he asked, it must be someone with the surname Zhao. Zhao Xianglan? Probably not. Lin Yuju tentatively said, Zhao Adong? Song Zhigao burst out laughing and applauded. That's a good match. Who would have thought a rural youth would be an intermediary in the black market? I thought it was well hidden. Song Zhigao sighed in regret. Then he suddenly became serious. Today, the police suddenly took Zhao Adong away. The Zhao family is connected to our Song family. You should understand, right, Sister Lin? Lin Yuju nodded, realizing that the Zhao family was suddenly pulled out. The situation was messy, and the Song family couldn't quickly clean it up. The first reaction was to escape, and escaping required money. Lin Yuju incredulously asked, Your family has no money? Song Zhigao's expression momentarily cracked. Of course, they had money, but it had all been secretly moved out. They had planned to do a few more deals before fleeing, but they miscalculated. Thinking about how old Liu had been delaying payment for this shipment, it seemed like he had already plotted to destroy the Song family. They had made a crucial mistake. After saying all this, what will you do, Sister Lin? If Zhou Nan doesn't come, these words would have to be kept quiet. Lin Yuju nodded, indicating she understood. In a casual tone, she asked, We have a good relationship at the youth point, right? Song Zhigao smiled. So? I need to use the restroom, Lin Yuju said seriously. Song Zhigao. You can't let me wet my pants, right? After all, we've harvested wheat and delivered grain together. Besides, Wang Xiaomei, you're the one I've taken care of the most among the youth. You should at least give me this dignity. Song Zhigao. Don't worry, I'm just a girl. I can't fly away. Lin Yuju looked at Song Zhigao, puzzled by his wariness. She was just a young girl after all. Song Zhigao looked at Lin Yuju warily. Sister Lin, you should know what you're like, right? Lin Yuju. I really need to use the restroom. Lin Yuju said weakly. Song Zhigao seemed to hesitate, but finally softened a bit. He squatted down beside Lin Yuju and said, Sister Lin, there are many people outside. I advise you not to try anything funny. I'm easy to talk to, but my dad isn't. If you dare to escape, he will definitely break your legs. Lin Yuju nodded, looking panicked on the outside but asking the system inside her mind. If my legs really get broken, is there any way to heal them without being disabled? As long as you're not turned to mush, the system can help the host recover, but you need to pay a certain amount of contribution points. With that reassurance, Lin Yuju felt relieved. Once untied, Lin Yuju stood up to stretch her limbs. Song Zhigao tilted his head and watched, saying, I told you, Sister Lin is much more interesting than those women like Li Xiangwan. Every time I see you so lively, it's really appealing. Lin Yuju licked her lips, feeling like a tiger being bullied in a low valley today. When she followed Song Zhigao out of the room, she saw a middle-aged man leisurely rocking in a chair at the door. This man looked very similar to Song Ziwan, sturdy and square-faced, and at first glance, he didn't seem like a bad person. Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but sigh again. You can't judge a book by its cover. The man listened to their conversation clearly. When Lin Yuzhu came out, he even glanced at her and smiled, prompting one of the guards at the door to follow her. Lin Yuzhu had the system scan these people for any dangerous weapons and breathed a sigh of relief when she learned they only had a dagger. The restroom at the junkyard was in the innermost corner. The yard was surrounded by brick walls, and Lin Yuzhu measured the height with her eyes, her heart racing. As the three walked to the center of the yard, Lin Yuzhu shyly pulled Song Zhigao aside and whispered, "You can't bring him along to listen, right? That would be so embarrassing." Song Zhigao was taken aback, glancing at the burly man behind him and then at the awkward Lin Yuzhu. "You don't need to follow me." The man obediently stood still. Lin Yuzhu looked at Song Zhigao, surprised that he was this kind of person. "Song Zhigao, I'm just a little girl. I can't climb over walls and run away. You shouldn't follow me to listen, right?" After all, he was still young and not as thick-skinned as others, so Song Zhigao also stood still. In his view, a girl from the city who couldn't carry a load or lift anything couldn't possibly climb walls. Lin Yuzhu took a few steps toward the restroom, and after getting a few meters away from Song Zhigao, she suddenly sped up and ran like the wind to the wall. She took a running start, jumped, pushed off the wall, grabbed the top, and flipped over effortlessly, landing smoothly. The whole action took less than half a minute. Song Zhigao stared in shock as Lin Yuzhu flew over the wall, his expression gradually freezing. After a long pause, he shouted to the man behind him, "What are you staring at? Go after her." Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhu landed and quickly steadied herself, looking at the red on her mini-map, and ran swiftly toward an empty area. Finally, she slipped into a deserted alley after turning a corner and entered her space. Once inside, her first reaction was to open the map. Great, the map was still usable. She then knelt on the floor, gasping for breath, trying to calm her still racing mind. In her prime, she was also a pro at climbing walls. Don't ask her why, that's a secret. After calming down completely, Lin Yuzhu realized that her old cloth shoes were already damaged. She might have run too hard earlier, and now there was a hole in the front. She hadn't noticed while running, but now it looked a bit shabby. While disguising herself as a wooden figure, Lin Yuzhu focused on the map. She checked the red dots moving back and forth several times before regrouping at the junkyard. A few minutes later, the red dots withdrew together again. Once Lin Yuzhu finished her disguise, she calmly stepped out of the space, using the mini-map to avoid crowded routes. At this moment, the safest place for her was naturally the police station. She slowly walked near the police station and noticed that there seemed to be people guarding the alleys around it. Lin Yuzhu quietly approached one of the reds and peeked from the side, just in time to see the man standing guard. Coincidentally, it was the strong man who had followed her earlier. Lin Yuzhu took a few steps back. These people were trying to play tricks right under her nose. The Zhao family probably had some leverage over the Song family and wouldn't betray them so quickly. If that were the case, their purpose in capturing her was clear. As long as they could hold her back, they could continue with their original escape plan. Lin Yuzhu pondered for a long time. Should she take the risk of going out in her wooden disguise? Just walk boldly past them. She took a step back, knowing that if these people caught her, it could lead to dire consequences. She could still gamble on Fat Li's identity. When she reached the grain station, Lin Yuzhu changed her outfit again, appearing before Fat Li in her tattered shoes, looking quite miserable. Fat Li looked at the panting and disheveled Lin Yuzhu and asked in surprise, "Sister, what happened to you?" "I escaped from Song Zhigao's men. They also captured Li Xiongwan," Lin Yuzhu said calmly, watching Fat Li's reaction. If he didn't understand what she was saying, she would have to hide quickly and think of another plan. Fat Li's expression grew serious as he lowered his voice. "I'll take you to the staff office. Don't worry, it's safe here. Once I settle you in, I'll head to the station." They had just uncovered the Zhao family and were busy dealing with them, aiming to expose the big snake behind them, not realizing that the snake had already come out of its hole. As Fat Li led Lin Yuzhu to the staff lounge, he said, "How could my aunt do this? You're already a grown girl, and she still hits you. You should be smart enough to run away. Otherwise, how will you hold your head high in front of the neighbors? Who would hit such a big girl? You rest here for now, I'll go talk to your mom." Fat Li's colleague looked at Lin Yuzhu in confusion. Lin Yuzhu pretended to be shy, lowering her head and awkwardly whispering, "Brother, please talk to my mom nicely. Don't make her angry again." "Why are you so timid?" "Fine, don't worry about it. I'll go find her." Fat Li sighed in frustration and then cheerfully told his colleague, "Zhao, cover for me. I'll be back soon. Please take care of my sister." The colleague, called Zhao, nodded and kindly went out to cover for Fat Li. At that moment, Lin Yuzhu remembered something and grabbed Fat Li as he was about to leave, saying, "Brother Fat Li, I was already near the police station, but I found them guarding the area. Also, when I just woke up from fainting, I heard them talking. It seems Li Xiangwan was captured by Song Zhigao's older brother." Fat Li nodded after hearing this, and hurriedly left. Lin Yuzhu sat alone in the empty room, slowly piecing together the entire event in her mind. The Lu family, the Song family, the Zhao family, and Zhou Nan. From the conversation between the Song father and son, it seemed the Song and Lu families had a cooperative relationship. From Song Zigao's words, it appeared that the Lu family had connections, while the Song family likely controlled the supply. Was it because their business was too bold that it attracted the police's attention? Or was there something else? Lin Yuzhu couldn't verify this. She began to analyze from another angle. Suddenly, she recalled what Song Zigao said about the Lu family's sister, escaping to live a good life? Without an introduction letter or household registration, where could she go to live well? A bold guess popped into her mind. The Lu family's sister went abroad. The border wasn't far, and since the Song family knew about the Lu family's sister, they must have helped in some way. This led Lin Yuzhu to think that the Song family likely had a way to facilitate crossing the border. Thus, their supply could also be. Continuing with her bold speculation, could the police have set up such a large operation to uncover this route? What else might the Song family have done? If she speculated further, could the Song family be spies, using this route to send out information? If that were the case, Mr. Lu might have sensed something and didn't want to continue dealing with the Song family. So, seizing this opportunity, he could shake off the Song family and catch them off guard. If this were true, had the Lu family already escaped? If the original plot held, and Nyoge and Shou Ho hadn't deviated but were captured in town, Zhou Nan and Song Zhigao wouldn't have realized the police were onto them. At this point, the ones caught off guard would be the Song and Lu families. Without any betrayal, the Song, Lu, and Zhao families would likely try to protect their younger generation. Zhou Nan's relationship with the Lu family might not have been uncovered, especially since he was adopted by his father. This connection had been buried for over 20 years, easily hidden. In the original text, Zhou Nan seemed to be an only child and logically, he could apply not to go to the countryside. Since the Zhou family sent their only child to the countryside, were they also planning to send him away like the Lu family? And since Zhou Nan stayed close to the protagonist, the author portrayed him as deeply in love with Li Xiangwan. Was this love genuine or not? Lin Yuzhu furrowed her brows, sitting on the stool and staring ahead for a long time. She wondered how Li Xiangwan was doing at that moment. Lin Yuzhu didn't realize she had pieced together most of the event's connections. The biggest deviation was that day when the bag thrown by Shou Ho and Nyoge hit her. The storyline continued with Shou Ho and Nyoge being captured, the police first targeting the Song family. Without any betrayal, the Song family didn't rush to expose the Lu family, giving them a chance to escape. During the escape, Song Zigao encountered Shin Bojun, got seriously injured while fleeing, and was captured again. This matter involved many people. To avoid causing panic among the villagers, Zhao Eidong and Song Zhigao made up a casual excuse for their departure, making them unwittingly become characters in a story that didn't even count as canon fodder. Naturally, Lin Yuzhu had no impression of these two. If one were to pinpoint the origin of the plot's collapse, it might just be that bag that fell from the sky. That day felt very long. When the office door opened, The first thing I saw was a hand with prominent knuckles and visible veins on the doorknob. Then I saw a pair of warm phoenix eyes. Lin Yuzhu thought it was amazing that someone could still feel attracted to beauty at this time. I relaxed my tense body and said, I thought it was Fatiga. Shun Bojun looked at the girl in front of him, her clothes wrinkled, hair messy, and shoes torn. She was clearly nervous but pretended to be relaxed while talking to him. He remembered how she always smiled when he saw her before, and his heart tightened unexpectedly. Suppressing his strange emotions, he said in a gentle, low voice, I need to take you to make a statement. Lin Yuzhu nodded and got up to follow Shun Bojun out. Shun Bojun's gaze fell on her shoes, and he asked, Do you want to buy a new pair of shoes first? Lin Yuzhu looked at her shoes, her toes playfully moving a bit, and helplessly said, Yeah, I need to buy a pair. Shun Bojun seemed to misunderstand and asked, Do you not have money or a ticket? He had those. Lin Yuzhu was taken aback, smiling as she shook her head. She thought these shoes could last a bit longer. Do you want to fix your hair? Shun Bojun said, staring at Lin Yuzhu's messy hair. Lin Yuzhu touched her hair, which she had intentionally messed up to show how desperate she was after escaping. Now, she didn't need to look so bad. She quickly let her hair down and, in front of the mirror in the office, braided it into 2 pigtails. Shun Bojun quietly stood by, waiting without any impatience. After buying cloth shoes from the supply and marketing cooperative, Lin Yuzhu hesitated for a moment and asked, Have those people been caught? She hoped they wouldn't come back for her. Shun Bojun nodded, pushing his bicycle as he said, Don't worry, they have been caught. I will ensure your safety. Lin Yuzhu tilted her head to look at him, not fully understanding what he meant. After making the statement, when Lin Yuzhu came out, Shun Bojun was still dressed as a postman, waiting for her at the entrance of the police station. Lin Yuzhu walked over and said, I'm done. Shun Bojun nodded and said clearly, I'll take you back to the village. Lin Yuzhu smiled sweetly at him. Thank you. Shun Bojun's heart skipped a beat, and his stern expression softened a bit. Even though he had a bicycle, they still walked back to the village. As the sunset cast a golden hue on the country road, they maintained a distance of an arm's length between them. Suddenly, the man asked, When did you find out our identities? Lin Yuzhu thought pretending to be clueless wouldn't work now, so she vaguely replied, I'm not really sure. Fatiga talks a lot, and I guess some things naturally. Haha. She awkwardly laughed at the end. Could she say she suspected them after being followed in the black market? Shun Bojun frowned slightly and chuckled, thinking it was fine if she didn't want to say more. Zhou Nan and you. Lin Yuzhu innocently said, It's purely a misunderstanding. We haven't even spoken much. Besides, he didn't come to save me. It was all just Song Jigao's wild guesses. Now that the Song family and the Lu family had fallen out, Zhou Nan's identity was also delicate. Lin Yuzhu didn't know what role he played in all this, so she couldn't connect herself to him. Besides, there wasn't really any connection. Although she was curious, Lin Yuzhu didn't want to ask. The more she asked, the more she feared being dragged into it, so she decided to just play the role of the unlucky one. But she still asked with concern, Has Li Xiangwan been found? Shun Bojun nodded. Yes, but she's not doing well. She's in the hospital. Lin Yuzhu's heart sank, and her expression turned serious. A beautiful girl like her falling into the hands of bad people wouldn't. Lin Yuzhu didn't voice her worries. Seeing her troubled expression, Shun Bojun seemed to sense something and said, She has a head injury, but nothing else. Lin Yuzhu sighed in relief. The youth station's luck was really bad. It hadn't been long since someone else got hurt. When they arrived at the youth station, Lin Yuzhu finally understood what Shun Bojun meant by protecting her. He went straight to find Wang Yang and they chatted like old friends. That night, Shun Bojun stayed at the youth station, and everyone realized that the postman and Wang Yang had a past. Lin Yuzhu looked around the front yard, but didn't see Li Xiangbei. He was probably at the town hospital with Li Xiangwan. As Lin Yuzhu headed to the backyard, she saw Wang Xiaomei running over, circling around her and quietly asking, Are you okay? Lin Yuzhu shook her head. Wang Xiaomei pulled her back into the house and began to explain. Coincidentally, when Lin Yuzhu was knocked out by Song Jigao, the son of Aunt Chen from the neighbor's house saw it. Although their houses were far apart and he couldn't see everything clearly, the little boy felt something was off. When Wang Xiaomei returned and found Lin Yuzhu missing, she was about to go look for her. Aunt Chen's son ran over and said, "I saw Brother Song hit Sister Lin and she fell down. Then Brother Song carried her away." Were Sister Lin and Brother Song dating? Wang Xiaomei blinked, going from confusion to seriousness as she asked a few more questions. What the child said still couldn't confirm anything. Wang Xiaomei dropped her basket and rushed out to check if Song Jigao was at work. Not far from there, she ran into Shin Bojun, who noticed her hurried and anxious demeanor and kindly asked what was wrong. Wang Xiaomei was anxious, feeling that something might have happened to Lin Yuzhu, but Song Jigao didn't seem like a bad person. Unsure of what to do, she explained the situation to Shin Bojun. The more Shin Bojun listened, the more uneasy he felt. He took Wang Xiaomei to the road construction site but found that Song Jigao and Zhou Nan were not there. He immediately headed to the police station. Before leaving, Shin Bojun advised Wang Xiaomei to wait for news in the village, worried that her anxious search might get her involved. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Wang Xiaomei if Li Xiangwan was at the youth station. When Wang Xiaomei shook her head, Shin Bojun looked at Li Xiangbei, who was also paying attention to them. He had been feeling uneasy all morning, his heart racing as Wang Xiaomei and Shin Bojun approached. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Li Xiangbei stepped forward to ask where Li Xiangwan had gone. From Wang Xiaomei, he learned she had gone to the town. Without even taking a day off, he went to the black market to look for her. Shin Bojun, worried about Lin Yuzhu, returned to the police station to check for leads on Song Jigao's usual hideouts. As soon as he arrived at the police station, he saw colleagues catching several suspicious individuals nearby. Since his undercover identity hadn't been exposed yet, he didn't approach. Just then, he bumped into Fatty, who was coming out of the station. Their eyes met, and Fatty walked over to quietly discuss what happened with Lin Yuzhu today. Upon learning that she had escaped, Shin Bojun finally felt relieved. After Song Jigao and the other members of the Song family were captured, they did not reveal the location of the Song family's eldest brother. While negotiating with them, Shin Bojun had the fat guy take Li Xiangbei to the small woods near the canning factory to find Su Daho. Su Daho was well-connected in this town and likely knew more inside information, including where the Song family's eldest brother might be hiding. Seeing that the Song family was in trouble, Su Daho pointed out several possible hiding spots for the eldest brother without hesitation, and the police quickly began their search to rescue him. Soon Li Xiangwan was found. It seemed like fate that Li Xiangbei's group found her first. The Song family's eldest brother was loving after Li Xiangwan's beauty, but just as he was about to act, Li Xiangwan regained consciousness at the right moment. After a struggle, the eldest brother, annoyed by her resistance, yanked her hair and slammed her against the wall, leaving her dazed. Fortunately, Li Xiangbei and the police arrived just in time. Once the criminals outside were captured, Li Xiangbei kicked the door open and saw the eldest brother holding a knife to Li Xiangwan as a hostage. What followed was a heroic rescue. Li Xiangwan was taken to the hospital immediately after being saved. Wang Xiaomei only knew part of the story and explained it to Lin Yuzhu, but she was still confused and didn't fully understand what happened. Lin Yuzhu didn't go into detail, as it was not suitable to spread the news and cause unnecessary panic. So Lin Yuzhu quietly told Wang Xiaomei, "It's better not to talk about this. It's best if you don't know." Wang Xiaomei pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously and asked Lin Yuzhu, "Have you seen Li Xiangwan? She hasn't come back yet. She has a head injury and is in the hospital now." Wang Xiaomei's expression became even more serious, and she stopped asking questions about it. Lin Yuzhu looked at Wang Xiaomei and suddenly realized that although she wasn't very sharp, she switched to self-protection mode when danger was near. This was truly a blessing. Although all the members of the Song family had been captured, the Liu family had not. They had long been prepared to flee while the police were still searching vigorously. As hidden personnel who had not been exposed, they still needed to remain concealed. Shin Bojun felt it was necessary to protect Lin Yuzhu, who had been inexplicably involved. Late at night, when everyone was asleep and no one was paying attention, he quietly knocked on Lin Yuju's door. A small voice from inside asked, "Who is it?" Shen Bojun chuckled softly and replied in a calm and reassuring tone, "It's me." Lin Yuju's ears perked up. She was sensitive to voices and recognized Shen Bojun's. She opened the door, puzzled about why he was there so late. Shen Bojun cleared his throat and said, "For your safety, would you like to sleep at Wang Xiaomei's place tonight? I'll guard your room." Lin Yuju blinked. Was he worried about any remaining threats seeking revenge? She nodded, fully opening the door. She went back to her room to gather her bedding, but once she had it in her arms, she froze. After hesitating for a long time, she said to Shen Bojun, who had already entered, "I have a thinner set of bedding I can use. Should I get it for you?" Shen Bojun pointed to the firewood outside and gently asked, "Can I use that firewood? It would warm the room up a bit. I don't plan to sleep tonight." Lin Yuju nodded sincerely, saying, "Feel free to use it. It's no trouble at all." Shen Bojun smiled, then quietly went to move the firewood. Lin Yuju carried her bedding to knock on Wang Xiaomei's door, waking her up. When Wang Xiaomei, looking confused and sleepy, finally turned to her with a hint of annoyance, Lin Yuju grinned and said, "Sister Xiaomei, I'm a bit scared. Can I crash here for the night?" That night passed peacefully. Before dawn, Shen Bojun quietly returned to the front yard. When Lin Yuju got up in the morning and entered her room, she found it looked as if no one had been there. "This Shun comrade is quite meticulous, very nice." The young people in the yard had no idea that Shen Bojun had actually rested in Lin Yuju's room that night. Li Xiangwan and Li Xiangbei returned by noon. As Li Xiangbei helped Li Xiangwan into the village, the older women were shocked, nearly dropping their jaws. Once they were out of earshot, the women who had come down the mountain together began to gossip. Did they reconcile? What happened to Li Xiangwan? Did the Dong sisters beat her up? That shouldn't be. It was so noisy. But we didn't hear anything. They must have fought inside the house. How would you know? TSK, those Dong sisters are really. Meanwhile, the Dong sisters were unaware of the storm brewing. When they saw Li Xiangbei carefully helping Li Xiangwan into the yard, Dong Tiantian dropped the vegetable basket she was holding. Dong Mimi stared blankly for a moment before stepping forward with concern, asking, "What happened to Sister Xiangwan?" "Brother Xiangbei, why do you look so worn out? You should go rest. I can help Sister Xiangwan back." Li Xiangwan pressed her lips tightly, her body tense. Li Xiangbei firmly replied, "No need, I can manage." Then he helped her into the backyard. Dong Mimi looked at the two in disbelief and glanced back at her sister. She saw Dong Tiantian standing stiffly, her face pale. After a long moment, she murmured, "What was it all for in the end?" After all the hard work from farming to dealing with gossip, they ended up with nothing. Dong Mimi comforted her sister, encouragingly saying, "Sister, there will still be opportunities." After all, they weren't married yet. Dong Tiantian scoffed bitterly and said coldly, "Even if there are opportunities, what good is it if I have to fight for him? You've seen it. His heart is elsewhere. I've been smiling and serving him, but have I ever received a kind word? How can I trust someone like that for life?" The more Dong Tiantian spoke, the colder she felt, her face weary. Dong Mimi fell silent, realizing that everyone wants to find someone with a good family background and looks, but if that person's heart is filled with other women, what's the point? Did she think her life was too easy? The thought of spending a lifetime with someone like that was terrifying. They had already done their best for their family's interests. Sometimes, fate just doesn't work out. If it's not meant to be, it won't be. While the sisters were feeling down, Wang Xiaomei looked at them with surprise, exchanging glances with Lin Yuju. Lin Yuju noticed how Li Xiangbei was carefully supporting Li Xiangwan, and she thought that Wang Xiaomei's earlier words weren't without reason. What should Wang Yang do now? Should he stand by his brother or forget his brother for his wife? It was a touching dilemma to consider. Wang Yang wasn't the one feeling awkward first. It was Zhao Xianglan who felt the embarrassment first. Li Xiangwan didn't know the full story. After all, it wasn't Song Zhigao who caught her, but his brother. She only knew that both she and Lin Yuju had been captured. Song Zhigao had caught Lin Yuju, while his brother had caught her. Zhou Nan's disappearance must be connected to this. Li Xiangwan couldn't figure it out, but if Zhao Xianglan hadn't insisted on bringing Zhou Nan along, Song Zhigao wouldn't have come either. Looking back, it seemed like everything was planned. Li Xiangwan had completely lost the desire to get close to Zhao Xianglan. Instead, she felt annoyed. When Zhao Xianglan returned from work and saw smoke coming from the chimney in the backyard, she knew someone was back. She hurried inside and, upon seeing Li Xiangwan with an injured forehead, anxiously asked, "I heard you got hurt by a bad person in town and had to go to the hospital. Did you hurt your head? Oh my, who would be so cruel to a young girl like you?" Li Xiangwan lowered her gaze, leaning against the bed, and coldly replied, "Don't you know who hurt me?" Zhao Xianglan was confused, her expression changing dramatically. She looked at Li Xiangwan and said, "Xiangwan, what do you mean by that? How could what happened in town have anything to do with me? If I had that kind of power, would I let those two sisters in the front yard bully me?" Li Xiangwan calmly stared at Zhao Xianglan, realizing that even if she hadn't been directly involved, some of this was still her fault. She still felt displeased. "Don't come to me anymore. You know where the food is, just take it yourself. I won't help you anymore." Zhao Xianglan stood there in shock, unable to believe the outcome. She never expected things to turn out this way, and with Zhou Nan still missing, her mind was a mess. Li Xiangbei happened to come in carrying a chicken he bought from a neighbor. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, he said to Li Xiangwan, "I got a chicken. I'll make soup for you later." Li Xiangwan felt very complicated about Li Xiangbei. She suddenly regretted being so impulsive before, but she hesitated about whether to reconcile. She had plenty of ways to deal with the two sisters in the front yard. She just didn't want to use them. Her biological father was a good father, but not a good husband. Since she could remember, she had never seen her mother truly happy. Her father was always surrounded by women in business, whether it was a young one today or a questionable one tomorrow. Her mother had fought against these people her whole life, and every time she got an explanation, it was always out of necessity. This kind of necessity forced the women behind him to swallow their bitterness and endure. After watching this for so many years, she was afraid of such a marriage and disgusted by it. When Dong Mimi was crying and begging Li Xiangbei for help that day, she felt a moment of sadness, as if she were her own mother. Should she gently let him go? Or should she sweetly confront the issue? Going along would only torture herself. There was no need to think. That day, even if Li Xiangbei was cold, he would still help. What woman could bear to see her man caring for another woman, especially a rival? Just thinking about such a scenario was irritating. She didn't want to play the good person and clean up this mess. What did her family's interests have to do with her? If marrying Li Xiangbei meant enduring all this, then she would rather not have him. There were plenty of men in the world. Why hang on to one tree? Then, seeing the two of them close together in the rain, Li Xiangwan felt a sharp pain in her heart. At that moment, a voice inside her told her that if there was a first time, there would be a second. She didn't want to live like her mother. That's why she became so decisive and ruthless in her actions.
Now, Li Xianwan siga.
How could she not see his lost expression? Her heart wasn't made of stone. She just hesitated about whether to continue. She was truly tired of this back-and-forth drama, and even more tired of dealing with the endless troubles that came with it. Li Xiangwan didn't know how to feel about Li Xiangbei, but she was clear about Zhao Xianglan. Seeing Zhao Xianglan still standing there, she said softly, "Sister Xianglan, I don't want to team up anymore. It's fine to eat alone." Being like Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei wasn't so bad. It just meant the food was a bit worse. What was there to complain about? Zhao Xianglan, being tough, glanced at Li Xiangbei and then at Li Xiangwan. Suddenly, she realized something, her expression shifting from cold to warm. She smiled and said, "I get it. You think I'm in the way. You could have just said so. You scared me. I'll take my share of food back." Li Xiangbei watched as the tension between the two women suddenly eased, realizing he really didn't understand women. Then Zhao Xianglan quickly took her food from Li Xiangwan, without any hesitation. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei happened to be outside washing and picking vegetables. They both thought about the commotion that would surely happen in the front yard when they saw Zhao Xianglan's heavy steps. After a moment, Wang Xiaomei suddenly brightened up. With Zhao Xianglan back in the front yard, Zhang Yanqiu would have company and probably wouldn't come looking for Lin Yuzhu anymore. While they were watching the drama unfold, Li Xiangwan said to Li Xiangbei, "You come in for a moment. I have something to say." Li Xiangbei entered the room, looking like a bullied little wife, anxious as he sat on the stool, waiting to hear what she had to say. Li Xiangwan took a long time to gather her thoughts before finally saying, "I'm a small-hearted person and not generous. If you're with me, don't get involved with other women. I don't care how complicated it is between you. I just don't want to see any entanglements." Li Xiangbei opened his mouth, thinking for a long time before helplessly saying, "You still don't trust me." At that moment, Li Xiangbei truly felt wronged. Li Xiangwan looked at him and suddenly felt a heavy pressure in her chest. The room fell silent. Li Xiangwan sighed and said, "You should go back to the front yard. I want to rest for a bit." After a long silence, Li Xiangbei finally got up to leave. Watching him leave with a forlorn expression, Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu exchanged glances, wondering what was going on. Well, Wang Yang seemed to have a buffer period. It was time to think about what was more important, brotherhood or a wife. After Li Xiangbei left, Li Xiangwan sat in silence for a moment, then suddenly got up, leaning against the wall as she stumbled out of the room. She saw Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu sitting at the door and walked straight over. Seeing her unsteady state, Lin Yuzhu thought she looked as beautiful as a goddess and offered her chair, asking, "Are you okay?" She suddenly felt luckier than the female lead. At least Song Jigao was just a chatterbox and didn't resort to violence. Wang Xiaomei also looked over with concern, thinking that it was sad to see such a pretty girl hurt. Li Xiangwan slowly sat down and asked, "Are you all right from yesterday? How much do you know about what happened?" Lin Yuzhu glanced at Li Xiangwan, realizing she seemed unaware that she was almost exposed and that someone was keeping an eye on her. As a fellow villager, during the interrogation, Lin Yuzhu didn't say much about Li Xiangwan, only mentioning that she heard a bit and that Li Xiangwan was also caught. As for why they captured Li Xiangwan, how could she, a victim, know? Now she couldn't directly tell Li Xiangwan that her secret was almost revealed. She could only hint, "I was knocked out at the time. When I woke up, I vaguely heard Song Jigao asking his dad if he had been caught. His dad said he had, and it sounded like they wanted to take you with them when they escaped. I was still dazed, so I didn't catch much more." After saying that, Lin Yuzhu seemed curious and asked, "Are they after you because of your looks?" That was all she could say. The rest was left for imagination. Wang Xiaomei's eyes widened in realization, thinking, so that's why they left her out. It was because she wasn't pretty enough? Li Xiangwan lowered her gaze, her long, thick eyelashes curling beautifully, making her expression quite pleasing to the eye. Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu exchanged several envious glances, lamenting the unfairness of it all. At that moment, Li Xiangwan wasn't in as good a mood as the other two. After Lin Yuzhu spoke, her first thought was whether her secret had been discovered by the Song family. Otherwise, what else could they possibly want from her?
Beauty?
Ha! Unless they were crazy, why would they want to take on extra baggage while escaping? Thinking this made her more certain that they might have discovered her secret. Li Xiangwan felt uneasy, holding her head as the pain intensified. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei watched her closely, hoping she wouldn't collapse. Fortunately, Li Xiangwan, being the female lead, sat up straight. She curiously asked, "Why did they capture you? Did Lin Yuzhu have a secret too?" She began to reassess Lin Yuzhu. Wang Xiaomei was also very curious. Lin Yuzhu suddenly said angrily, "I'm just really unlucky. They seem to want to use me to threaten Zhou Nan. I don't know if Song Jigao's brain was kicked by a donkey, thinking I have any connection with Zhou Nan. I mean, we barely exchanged a few words. How could there be any connection?" Li Xiangwan suddenly had a look of understanding, leaving Lin Yuzhu confused. That aside, Wang Xiaomei suddenly chimed in, "I knew it." Lin Yuzhu's expression froze slightly, wondering what she meant. Li Xiangwan suddenly smiled and asked, Haven't you noticed how Zhao Xianglan looks at you lately? Lin Yuzhu had been so busy that she hadn't noticed how others looked at her. Wang Xiaomei's eyes lit up as she said, during this time, whenever Zhou Nan sits in the backyard reading a newspaper, as soon as you show up, he can't help but look at you. Lin Yuzhu. That makes sense. Li Xiangwan slowly said, sometimes, Zhao Xianglan looks at you, as if she wants to eat you up. This thought made her dislike Zhao Xianglan even more. She felt a bit better knowing that Lin Yuzhu wasn't entirely wronged, unlike the person sitting in front of her who is truly unfairly treated. After talking for a while, Li Xiangwan felt a bit better and asked the two, do you think I overreacted back then? Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei blinked at her, struggling to keep up with the sudden topic change. Li Xiangwan suddenly coughed and, slightly blushing, explained, I mean about Li Xiangbei. Lin Yuzhu took a deep breath, realizing this could lead to a long discussion, but she couldn't say anything. Speaking out would be relieving, but could easily expose modern thoughts. She couldn't let her cover slip. As the saying goes, it's hard for a fair judge to settle family matters. Emotions between men and women are the most complicated. Lin Yuzhu felt it was best not to say anything. Wang Xiaomei, however, was different. Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly said, if that's the case, I'll be honest. It did get a bit out of hand.
Li Xianwan.
Lin Yuzhu remained quiet, acting like a transparent observer. Seeing that no one was speaking, Wang Xiaomei felt she had to keep the conversation going and continued, since we're all from the same place. If he didn't help that day, what were the Dong sisters supposed to do? Just lie there and suffer? We can't expect Wang Yang to take two people to town, right? Just think about it, one in front and one behind. If that really happened, what would the villagers think? Lin Yuzhu imagined the scene and thought, oh wow, that would be quite a spectacle. In fact, Lin Yuzhu wanted to suggest they could hire someone to take them to town. She had experience in that. Not much, just $10 would do the trick. To take it a step further, if Li Xiangbei really didn't help that day, how would that sound when it got back to his family? Lin Yuzhu glanced at Wang Xiaomei, thinking she was quite good at putting herself in others' shoes. Indeed, if Li Xiangbei had done nothing that day, both the Li and Dong families would feel a bit awkward. Would they really cut ties over something so trivial? Not likely. Interests come first, and how could they sever ties over a little romance? Li Xiangbei was quite straightforward and had made his stance clear, but what would happen between him and Li Xiangwan afterward? However, this issue was like a thorn stuck in the throat, occasionally causing discomfort. The Li family would inevitably blame Li Xiangwan for it. In the eyes of the older generation in the Li family, Li Xiangbei was simply foolish, not understanding human relationships, while Li Xiangwan was seen as a charming fox. How could they have any good feelings toward her? Wang Xiaomei simply thought it would be hard to live if they went back, but Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan had already thought of much more.
Li Xianwan.
If I were Li Xiangbei, I would have stepped in that day too.
But
Wang Xiaomei hesitated, saying softly, on a rainy day, besides taking a bike to town, there isn't much else to do. Wang Xiaomei thought that if she were Li Xiangbei, her approach wouldn't be much different. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Wang Xiaomei looked at the two of them in silence, wondering if what she said was wrong. Feeling more energized, she insisted, come on, tell me, what would you do if you were Li Xiangbei that day? This was directed at Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu suddenly thought of those male-oriented harem stories. She burst out laughing in a rather lewd way. Wang Xiaomei. What kind of expression is that? Beautiful cars and lovely women. How delightful. Lin Yuzhu thought that if this were a male harem story, they might already be embracing each other. Just thinking about it felt pretty good, haha. Li Xiangwan. Are you trying to cause trouble? Wang Xiaomei felt angry. This was a blatant disrespect towards her. So she asked Li Xiangwan, what would you do if you were Li Xiangbei that day? Would you ignore their lives? Li Xiangwan's first instinct was to say, of course, she wouldn't care, but the words got stuck in her throat. How many people in this world truly don't care about their reputation or what others think? You see, you can't even do something so ruthless yourself, yet you blame him. If Li Xiangbei really didn't care that day, and the Dong sisters didn't ask him for help, but went to the village chief instead, how would you feel then? He would earn a reputation for being selfish and cold-hearted, and who knows how the villagers would talk about him. Not to mention, the whole youth commune might end up with a reputation for being indifferent. Lin Yuzhu nodded and said calmly, even if Li Xiangbei didn't help that day, Wang Yang would. When Wang Yang helps others, Li Xiangbei would feel embarrassed. That would be quite a blow to a man's pride. They were all raised singing about being good examples like Lei Feng, let alone people from the 1970s. It's a matter of different values. Wang Xiaomei got more and more into it, defending Li Xiangbei. Although this situation is quite distressing, look at his attitude towards the sisters after he brought them back. He always had a cold expression. If it were her, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago. The Dong sisters really had too much patience. Li Xiangwan, already indecisive, felt a bit confused by Wang Xiaomei's words and said somewhat defiantly, he still ate with the people from the front yard. With just one stove, what do you expect him to do? It's one thing for him, but he also has Wang Yang with him. Would he dare to make them wait in line to cook? If you made him cook alone, Wang Yang would definitely follow. And do these two rich boys even know how to cook? Wang Xiaomei explained confidently, then added, besides, they're planning to build their own house, probably because they don't want to keep eating together. Lin Yuzhu looked at Wang Xiaomei, amazed. Her sister Xiaomei had her own ideas. Li Xiangwan felt a headache coming on, holding her head and said with a hint of resentment, he said I don't trust him. Wang Xiaomei blinked, puzzled, and said, that's not wrong. You really don't trust him. If she did, there wouldn't be so many issues. In the end, it was still about doubting whether he would change his mind in the future. Wang Xiaomei muttered, you even had Zhou Nan and Song Zhigao eating with you, and they didn't mind. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Li Xiangwan, feeling dizzy, stood up, realizing she had talked to Wang Xiaomei for so long. After the others entered the house, Lin Yuzhu shook her head at Wang Xiaomei and said, you're saying they've made up, but if they have another argument, won't Li Xiangwan blame you? Wang Xiaomei, fearless, said, I didn't say anything wrong, so why be afraid? Lin Yuzhu was left speechless. Li Xiangwan returned to the room, her mind filled with Wang Xiaomei's words, feeling tangled and unable to sort through her thoughts. Suddenly, she wondered if this was the dilemma of life. If you choose a man from a good family, do you have to consider his family background? Li Xiangwan held her forehead, feeling lost. As night fell and the moon appeared, Li Xiangbei brought a bowl of chicken soup to Li Xiangwan, placing it on the table and handing her a bowl, saying, Aunt Chen next door helped make this. You can drink it without worry. Li Xiangwan's face stiffened. Why did that sound so awkward? Li Xiangbei didn't understand why his words upset her again. After hesitating, he sighed and said helplessly, if you don't want to see me, I'll go. You should drink the soup. Your health is important. He placed the soup on the edge of the bed and left. Li Xiangwan clutched her chest, nearly suffocating from the frustration. A few minutes later, she heard footsteps again. Turning around, she saw Lin Yuzhu bringing a bowl of rice, and her stiff expression finally relaxed. Lin Yuzhu cheerfully said, Look, he brought a bowl over. He probably forgot the main dish. She glanced at the table and saw there was indeed only a bowl of chicken soup. They exchanged a look and suddenly burst into laughter. Should they blame him or not? Li Xiangwan was feeling quite dizzy. Lin Yuzhu helped her with the chicken soup a few times. When they finished eating, Lin Yuzhu was about to leave when Li Xiangwan said, We talked so much today, but I didn't hear what you thought. Lin Yuzhu thought for a moment and suddenly said, Li Xiangbei is almost skin and bones. Just that one sentence made Li Xiangwan's heart tighten, and her eyes began to water. Lin Yuzhu wasn't exaggerating. Li Xiangbei had indeed lost a lot of weight recently. He truly cared for Li Xiangwan, but was indifferent to others. If he were compared to a central air conditioner, that might be an exaggeration. He had never smiled at any other woman. His attitude was clear. He wasn't the type to flirt around. It could only be said that people from this era were more bound by morality than they were. But it was also obvious that their family backgrounds posed a problem without the female lead's halo. But the female lead was different. There aren't many who love deeply. No one knows if they will regret missing out. Lin Yuzhu didn't say much more and slipped away with her bowl. As soon as Lin Yuzhu came out, she saw Wang Xiaomei carrying a large bowl of porridge, looking at Lin Yuzhu with surprise. Did you finish eating? She had come out of kindness. Lin Yuzhu stared at the porridge in Wang Xiaomei's bowl and thought for a moment, saying, "Why don't you take it in and ask her if she wants more? We can't let her kindness go to waste." Wang Xiaomei, looking serious, thought for a moment and nodded, taking the porridge inside. Li Xiangwan thought it was Lin Yuzhu returning, but when she looked, it was actually Wang Xiaomei with the porridge. For some reason, tears suddenly started streaming down her face. Wang Xiaomei. She just kindly brought a bowl of porridge. Why is she crying? Li Xiangwan's crying left Wang Xiaomei feeling confused, unable to leave or stay. Fortunately, after a while, Li Xiangwan calmed down and, with tears in her eyes, smiled and said, "I just miss home." Wang Xiaomei sighed in relief, feeling sympathetic, and comforted her. "Don't be sad. It's normal to feel weak when you're hurt. Maybe one day we can all go back to the city. Can you still drink this porridge?" Li Xiangwan shook her head and softly replied, "Thank you, but I just ate and can't drink anymore." Wang Xiaomei nodded, worried that Li Xiangwan might cry again. She wasn't good at comforting people, so she quickly said, "You should sleep now. I'll close the door for you and head back." Li Xiangwan thanked her again, making Wang Xiaomei feel a bit embarrassed after being thanked so many times in such a short time. When Wang Xiaomei left Li Xiangwan's room and passed by Lin Yuzhu's door, she saw her washing dishes in the kitchen. She returned and whispered, Li Xiangwan was crying just now really loud. Lin Yuzhu, rinsing the clean dishes, looked at Wang Xiaomei with confusion and asked, "Why was she crying? Did you bully her?" Wang Xiaomei gave Lin Yuzhu a serious look, not saying anything, as that was just her nature. Lin Yuzhu chuckled and said, "Sister Xiaomei, humph. She said she misses home." Lin Yuzhu paused, a hint of sadness in her eyes as she sighed, thinking about home. She quickly added, "Well, it's a normal feeling." I wonder when we can go back to the city," Wang Xiaomei said with a forlorn expression. Lin Yuzhu stared at Wang Xiaomei for a long time and said firmly, "As long as you don't get married, we will definitely go back. But what if something unexpected happens in between?" Wang Xiaomei leaned against the doorframe, shaking her head and sighing, "What's so good about getting married? Lin Yuzhu, you're not the same person you used to be." That night, Li Xiangwan couldn't sleep for a long time. The next day, as the sun rose, Li Xiangbei hurried over to make porridge for Li Xiangwan. When he arrived at the backyard, he found she was already up and had started the fire herself. Li Xiangbei stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Li Xiangwan sighed and said, "Come in. I have something to talk about." Li Xiangbei followed her into the house. "Are you feeling better?" he asked, trying to show concern. Li Xiangwan touched the bandage on her forehead and nodded, saying, "I'm not dizzy anymore." They sat in silence for a long time. Finally, Li Xiangwan spoke, "I've thought a lot and realized that we're still young and a bit immature." This was mainly directed at Li Xiangbei. Li Xiangbei pressed his lips together, looking at her with clear disagreement. Li Xiangwan avoided his gaze, lowering her head and saying slowly, "How much control do you really have over your future? If you were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but you're not. Just like Wang Yang, you saw how quickly they arranged a marriage for him. Li Xiangbei, I don't want to lower myself to please anyone. I could live freely, so let's just be ordinary friends." They met too early, before either of them had grown strong enough. How far could such a love go? Li Xiangbei's expression grew more rigid, and he said stubbornly, "I can make my own decisions." Li Xiangwan looked at him quietly and asked, "You can make your own decisions, but what will your family think of me? Didn't you have any concerns that day? I feel like a burden. I don't want to be like this. What if your family doesn't agree with us?" Li Xiangbei was silent for a moment, suddenly feeling powerless. When you can truly make your own decisions, and if we both still have feelings for each other, then we can talk about it. Right now, we don't even know what the future holds. They had no right to talk about love. As Li Xiangwan spoke, she suddenly realized that she had been impulsive. She shouldn't have thought it would be so simple from the start. In the end, they were both too immature, and she felt too weak. If she were still the same person from her past life, maybe things would be different. At that moment, they were just too far apart. Li Xiangbei left in a daze, and no one knew what they had talked about. 3 young people suddenly disappeared from the youth station, and the village leaders only briefly mentioned that they had been transferred elsewhere. The villagers were somewhat happy, as fewer young people meant less grain to share. Some villagers privately speculated about what happened. After all, Zhao Adong had been taken away by the police that day, and now Song Zhigao and Zhou Nan had also vanished. It was puzzling, but there was no way to confirm anything, so the gossip eventually faded. Lin Yuzhu only knew that Zhao Adong and Song Zhigao had been arrested and had no idea what happened to Zhou Nan. The Liu family seemed to have vanished overnight without a trace. It was only much later that she learned about the large amount of smuggled gold from the Song family that helped spies escape abroad. The Liu family was merely a tool for them to make money and a cover for their activities. In the end, their cleverness backfired, and they fell into their own trap. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei's relationship with Li Xiangwan didn't develop into a friendship that day. When the 3 met, they were just a bit friendlier than usual, greeting each other more naturally and occasionally chatting. What puzzled Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei was the relationship between Li Xiangbei and Li Xiangwan. It seemed they were not back together, yet their relationship felt different, almost like they had returned to the beginning. Zhao Xiangwan returned to the front yard, expecting the Dong sisters to mock her, but instead, they just sneered when she walked in without any harsh words. Once everyone was gathered in the front yard, Dong Tiantian said, "Since everyone is here, I have something to say. My sister and I plan to eat separately and won't be joining you. You all come and go without any consistency, and we're afraid, so we won't be part of it anymore." Zhang Yanqiu felt extremely happy upon hearing this. She had endured ridicule under the 2 sisters' dominance for days, and now she was finally free. Zhao Xianglan secretly sighed in relief. At that moment, she wasn't in the mood to argue with the Dong sisters. She was more concerned about whether Zhou Nan would come back. Wang Yang felt awkward and didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Dong Tiantian spoke to her like an older sister, saying, "You and my sister are only engaged, so we don't need to eat together." It doesn't look good or sound right. Everyone in the room had different expressions, wondering what she meant. It felt like a veiled insult. And so, the front yard seemed to calm down. The daily routine at the youth station went on as usual, with some working hard and others slacking off. After 2 days, Lin Yuzhu felt lighter and her mood improved. She believed that bad luck wouldn't last forever. Energized, she followed Wang Xiaomei up the mountain to dig up the remaining beets. Li Xiangwan had opened a door in the backyard. The 2 of them worked hard to sneak the last batch of beets back through the back door. They were lucky. No one noticed them along the way. Not long after they returned, they heard the sound of a bicycle bell, followed by Shin Bojun calling her name. Lin Yuzhu quickly got up to see what the mailman wanted this time. Seeing Lin Yuzhu looking lively again, Shin Bojun smiled and handed her a letter and a remittance slip. Lin Yuzhu never expected to receive a remittance slip. Besides her family, there was no one else. Lin Ma was indeed clever. She could even estimate when to send money along with a letter. It was impressive that the letter and remittance slip arrived together. Lin Yuzhu tucked the letter and remittance slip into her pocket and curiously asked, "Shinge, why are you still a mailman?" Shin Bojun smiled and replied, "I'm just a mailman." Lin Yuzhu didn't believe him, frowning and anxiously asking, "Are there still bad people around?" Shin Bojun nodded and said, "It should be safe, but stay alert. By the way, the fat guy asked me to give Wang Xiaomei a message. Here, you pass it to her, but don't look." He handed Lin Yuzhu a folded note. "Your fat brother said not to look." Lin Yuzhu found his explanation amusing. "Shinge, is this something you were specifically told?" Shin Bojun raised an eyebrow and said seriously, "I don't have that habit." Then, as if recalling something, he added helplessly, "That day. It was just a coincidence. I really didn't see anything." Thinking about how a beautiful girl like her could be suspected, Lin Yuzhu felt upset. Shin Bojun, feeling uncomfortable, rode away on his bicycle. When Lin Yuzhu returned to the backyard, Wang Xiaomei was curious about who had sent her a letter, only to find she had received a small note too. After taking the note with a puzzled expression, she opened it, and her face grew serious. Lin Yuzhu was curious about what it said. "What does it say?" "The fat guy said not to go to the black market for now, and to wait until things settle down before writing to me," Wang Xiaomei whispered, looking around. Lin Yuzhu was taken aback but quickly understood. The aftermath of the Song and Liu family's issues hadn't completely settled. That fat guy has a good heart. But that didn't stop them from making the last batch of sugar. After finishing the last bowl of washing water, no, brown sugar water, the two finally relaxed. During the day, Lin Yuzhu secretly hid a large beet, and after everyone went to bed that night, she took it out, washed it clean, cut it into pieces, and roasted it on the stove, happily waiting for it to be ready for dessert. While waiting, she looked at the letter from her family. The remittance slip was for 30 yuan from Lin Ma, and the letter was from her older sister, which was a bit longer this time. It started by questioning whether she was dating the son of the neighbor, Qiu Ming. Lin Yuzhu's heart skipped a beat. How did Lin Ma know? Her sister explained that one day, Lin Ma received a letter from Qiu Ming, who expressed concern about Lin Yuzhu dating someone in the countryside, worried she might be deceived because of her age, and wanted Lin Ma to keep an eye on her. Lin Ma was furious upon hearing this. She had told her daughter not to be fooled in the countryside, and now even the neighbor's boy knew about it. What a shame. Her sister described how Lin Ma was in a bad mood that day, not liking anyone, and even scolded the youngest, Lin Liang. After dinner, Lin Ma grew more suspicious. How did Qiu Ming know about her daughter dating someone in the northeast? After rummaging through the house, she finally found a paper box hidden in an inconspicuous cupboard, filled with many letters. Seeing this, Lin Yuzhu sighed deeply. With so many letters, Lin Ma didn't need to read them to know what was going on. Lin Ma was so angry. Despite all her precautions, the neighbor's boy still found a way in. In just one night, Lin Ma developed several blisters on her mouth from all the shouting. Her sister also helplessly wrote to her, questioning why she was dating Qiu Ming when their families didn't get along. If the Qiu family found out, they might spread rumors about her trying to charm their son. Then she began to ask if she was really dating someone in the countryside, gently advising her to wait since she was still young. Lin Ma had given her money to save, not to spend all at once. She had planned to give it to her little by little. Don't think that just because life is hard, you can rely on others. This time she sent 30 yuan, reminding her to be careful with her spending. Lin Ma specifically mentioned that the next remittance would depend on her mood, and she might not send any more. Upon reading this, Lin Yuzhu smiled. It was just a way to scare her daughter. Then Lin Ma went on to remind her to be cautious, saying she must not secretly get married or do anything foolish. Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but facepalm. The misunderstanding was huge. The letter ended simply, stating that everyone at home was fine. Then Lin Ma went on to remind her to be cautious, saying she must not secretly get married or do anything foolish. Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but facepalm. The misunderstanding was huge. The letter ended simply, stating that everyone at home was fine, so she didn't need to worry. Lin Yuzhu's older brother had gotten engaged last week to the girl he had previously been criticized for being. She was so startled that she almost dropped the bowl. After opening the door to let the person in, Wang Xiaomei, holding a small stack of 1-cent coins, angrily said, "I knew it. You must have hidden my biggest beat. You even left some coins there to make sure I wouldn't notice." Staring at the coins in front of her, Lin Yuzhu felt embarrassed. It was a long story. From the very first day, Lin Yuzhu had suggested roasting a beet to eat, but Wang Xiaomei disagreed, saying they hadn't made any money yet, so why think about eating? Lin Yuzhu thought, fine, maybe they could roast one on the last day, but Wang Xiaomei still disagreed, saying the syrup was selling well and the city kids loved it. Why roast beets when they could make money from the syrup? So, Lin Yuzhu planned to secretly buy one and eat it herself. Unexpectedly, things didn't go as planned, and I got caught. Lin Yuzhu sniffed the air around her. It shouldn't be this strong. Wang Xiaomei crossed her arms and said proudly, "I knew you would sneak a snack at midnight." Lin Yuzhu. She actually thought about sharing some with her, but would she believe it? So, Wang Xiaomei brought over a small stool, and the two quietly enjoyed roasted beets by the stove. The sweet beets lifted their spirits. After finishing, Wang Xiaomei held her chest and said, "Ah, this food costs money." Lin Yuzhu didn't see her eat less. The next day, with nothing to do, Lin Yuzhu took a bag of red dates and some fruit candies to visit the little dog egg at Aunt Chen's house. The little dog egg, with a runny nose and big innocent eyes, looked at Lin Yuzhu and said, "Sister Lin, are you okay? Did you date the young man from the commune? If he hits you, you shouldn't date him. If you can't find someone, you can wait for me. I'll marry you when I grow up." Lin Yuzhu almost burst out laughing. Smiling, she asked the little dog egg, "Who have you told about this?" "Sister Xiaomei told me not to say anything, so I haven't told anyone." Lin Yuzhu nodded, gently coaxing the little dog egg. "You're such a good boy. Here, Sister Lin will give you a bag of red dates." The little dog egg's eyes lit up at the mention of red dates, and he grinned. Lin Yuzhu put all the red dates into the little dog egg's pocket, patted him, and continued, "Sister Lin isn't dating the young man from the commune, so don't spread that around, okay?" The little dog egg tilted his head, confused. If the young man wasn't dating, why would he carry Sister Lin? Lin Yuzhu didn't know what the little guy was thinking, so she kept coaxing him, "If you don't tell anyone, I'll give you a handful of fruit candies, all right?" The little dog egg understood this time and nodded eagerly. So Lin Yuzhu gave him a handful of fruit candies. The little dog egg smartly said, "Sister Lin, don't worry. I won't say anything. You didn't date the young man, he didn't come that day." Lin Yuzhu smiled and patted the little dog egg's head, nodding in satisfaction.
Good job.
"If you behave well, Sister Lin will give you more treats. But remember, if you spill the beans, you'll have to return these." The little dog egg immediately promised not to say anything, not even to his mom, because he didn't have money to buy candies to return to Sister Lin. He thought he shouldn't be in debt at such a young age. After dealing with the little dog egg, Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei continued to gather wild goods in the mountains. After a few days, they had a good haul and even found a walnut tree, though peeling the green skin left their hands black, making Li Xiangwan leave in disgust. Once the dried goods were mostly ready, Lin Yuzhu packed a small bag of walnuts, a small bag of hazelnuts, and a small bag of red dates, along with a large bag of millet, and headed to town. With not much syrup left and no news from Li Pengzi, Wang Xiaomei decided not to go to town. Seeing Lin Yuzhu was going, she kindly asked if she wanted her to accompany her. Lin Yuzhu thought about it. If something went wrong, having someone else there could complicate things, so she declined Wang Xiaomei's offer. When mailing the package, she slipped in a note that simply said, "All is well, don't worry, not dating anyone." She didn't explain anything further. She wondered how Lin's mom would feel when she saw the note. It wasn't that she had been delaying sending things home. It was just that sending items before the autumn harvest might raise suspicions. After the harvest, it would be easier to send things without it seeming odd, but she couldn't think about the postage costs. After careful consideration, Lin Yuzhu planned to wait until this situation calmed down before delivering goods to the older ladies. She sensed something was off in town. The whole street felt unusually quiet. With nothing to do, Lin Yuzhu decided to head back to the village. On the way, she happened to run into the hurried Li Pengzi. Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and called out to him. Li Pengzi stopped, a bit dazed. When he saw Lin Yuzhu, he snapped back to reality and said heavily, "Sister, why are you in town?" Seeing his expression, Lin Yuzhu asked, "Is everything okay, Pengzi?" Li Pengzi sighed and said, "It's nothing, just my brother got hurt and is in the hospital now." Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but feel surprised and asked, "Is he okay?" Li Pengzi shook his head. "He was stabilized last night and woke up this morning. The doctors said he would be fine. I'm just taking some porridge to him while he's asleep." Lin Yuzhu thought for a moment and said, "Pengzi, let me go with you to see Brother Shin." Li Pengzi didn't have the energy to think much and nodded, leading Lin Yuzhu to the hospital. On the way, Lin Yuzhu subtly asked a few questions and got a rough idea of the situation. There were still a few minor leaders left from the Song and Liu families, and they had ongoing cases against them for their wrongdoings. These people had fled to the countryside, and recently, Shin Bojun had started searching for them. In the midst of the police's efforts, he got injured. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time. Although it was a bit dangerous during the rescue, he was ultimately saved. When Lin Yuzhu entered the hospital room, Shin Bojun had just woken up. He looked pale, likely having lost a lot of blood. When he saw her, his dark eyes seemed to brighten a little, and he smiled weakly at her. This frail beauty made Lin Yuzhu's heart skip a beat. Shin Bojun tried to sit up, but winced in pain, causing his mouth to twitch. Li Pengzi quickly set the porridge on the table and helped him lean back. Lin Yuzhu stood there empty-handed, thinking about what a poor young woman like her could offer. She figured he wouldn't expect much from her. Feeling inexplicably shy, Lin Yuzhu quietly slipped in, sat in a chair by the bed, and rummaged through her bag. She pulled out a handful of red dates and placed them in front of Shin Bojun, smiling. "Here, eat these to replenish your blood." Shin Bojun coughed lightly and said, "You should take them back for yourself. I have enough here." Lin Yuzhu laughed and awkwardly said, "Just a little gesture, just a little gesture." After taking a few red dates, Shin Bojun asked Lin Yuzhu to take the rest back with her. Lin Yuzhu felt she couldn't refuse his kindness, so she put the red dates back in her bag. In reality, she wasn't very poor and didn't need to be so polite. She looked Shin Bojun up and down. He didn't seem well, but his spirit wasn't too bad. She murmured, "Your job seems a bit risky." Shin Bojun seemed to remember something, smiled helplessly, and asked her, "What brings you to town today? Not scared anymore? Just sending some mountain goods home, haha." For some reason, she always struggled to find the right words when she was with Shin Bojun. The fat guy beside them chuckled and said, "Sister, you usually talk a lot, but today you seem a bit shy." Lin Yuzhu smiled at Li Fatty, thinking that when she was trying to get information, she had to be more talkative. Shin Bojun glanced at Li Fatty, thought of something, and suddenly turned to Lin Yuzhu, saying, "You probably heard from Li Fatty how I got injured, right?" Lin Yuzhu froze for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and said, "Isn't it just concern? Haha." Shin Bojun stared at Lin Yuzhu for a moment, then helplessly took a bite of the date in his hand and found it quite sweet. Li Fatty, looking a bit awkward, carefully poured a bowl of porridge and handed it to Shin Bojun, saying, "Bro, have some porridge." Shin Bojun had already given up on expecting much from Li Fatty. He took the porridge and started drinking slowly. Lin Yuzhu watched from the side, thinking his hands looked really nice. Noticing the girl beside him was silent, Shin Bojun turned to her and asked, "Did you skip breakfast?" Lin Yuzhu snapped back to reality, shook her head, and said, "No, I just noticed that Fatty is quite capable. This porridge smells good." Shin Bojun frowned and said, "It's not even cooked." Lin Yuzhu. Li Fatty scratched his nose awkwardly and said, "I thought it was done, but no one was watching it. I was just worried." Lin Yuzhu tilted her head curiously and asked, "What about your family, Brother Shin? Are they gone, or just not here?" Li Fatty replied, "My brother's family is all in the capital." Lin Yuzhu was taken aback. So, was Shin Bojun the injured undercover from the original text? Was he going back to the capital soon? Suddenly, Lin Yuzhu slapped her forehead. Of course, Shin Bojun must know Li Xiangbei. He and Wang Yang were old acquaintances, so how could he not know Li Xiangbei? Shin Bojun coughed lightly and said to Lin Yuzhu, "If you have any questions, just ask me directly." Lin Yuzhu played dumb, giggling. She hadn't asked anything too serious. Since he said that, she might as well ask. "I heard from Fatty that you two have known each other since childhood. I thought you were a local." Fatty was about to chime in but was interrupted by Shin Bojun. "I lived here for 2 years with my uncle when I was little. Once, a big kid in the alley bullied me, and it was my brother who saved me. After that, I was never bullied again. You don't know, back then my brother was unbeatable." Shin Bojun rubbed his forehead. Lin Yuzhu looked at the weak, injured Shin Bojun lying in the hospital bed, thinking that maybe he could fight a bit when he was younger. After listening to Li Fatty brag for a while, Lin Yuzhu decided to leave. At least they were somewhat acquainted, and she had come to check on him, which was polite enough. Staying longer would just disturb his rest. With a cheerful smile, Lin Yuzhu said, "Brother Shin, take care. I'm heading back now." Shin Bojun smiled gently and nodded, reminding her, "Be careful on the way." Then he suddenly remembered something and quickly added, "I asked some friends about what you wanted to know. It should be settled soon, and I'll help you follow up on it." Lin Yuzhu's smile became more genuine. "Thank you so much, Brother Shin." After saying that, she took the red dates she had brought back and placed them on the table, cheerfully saying, "Keep these for your health. I'm leaving now." Then she dashed out. Li Fati blinked and said, "This little Lin girl seems fine now. I thought she would be scared for a while." Shin Bojun stared blankly at the empty doorway for a moment. Li Fati sat in the chair Lin Yuzhu had just vacated and said, "Bro, Annie called today. She sounded like she had just finished crying." Shin Bojun sighed and said, "When she calls, just tell her I'm fine. Those doctors are just trying to scare her. I told her you woke up and are okay, but she still seems to blame your uncle. It sounds like she wants to use connections to get you a job." Shin Bojun nodded and said, "Got it." Then he lowered his eyes, deep in thought. Li Fati wisely fell silent. Today, the higher-up said he should continue to stay at the granary, but he didn't know what that meant. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhu left the hospital and headed straight back to the village. Life outside the village was too exciting. On the way back, she was lucky enough to catch a ride on a tractor, though it was a bumpy ride that almost shook her apart. When she got off, Lin Yuzhu was a bit unsteady on her feet. As soon as she entered the village, she ran into an old acquaintance, Aunt Li Si, who stumbled over. She grabbed Lin Yuzhu and said, "Lin Jiqing, you've really caused me trouble. Look at my teeth." She opened her mouth to reveal a missing tooth on the right side. Lin Yuzhu glanced and said, "Aunt Si, you really went to great lengths to frame someone. You even lost a tooth." Aunt Li Si said angrily, "It was those two scoundrels who knocked it out." Lin Yuzhu nodded, surprised that it had happened that day. She kindly offered, "How about I go with you to the police station and see if we can get those two to compensate you?" Aunt Li Si's expression changed as she remembered the fierce, bloodshot eyes of Nyogo. She shook her head, refusing to go. If they were released and came after her, her whole family would suffer. Aunt Li Si suddenly realized she had come to find Lin Yuzhu. "I'll handle them myself. You just tell me what to do about my tooth." Lin Yuzhu shrugged, "Just eat cold dishes."
Aunt Li Si
was momentarily speechless. "You should show some concern. If it weren't for you playing tricks on me, I wouldn't have to suffer like this." Lin Yuzhu was also displeased and said, "And if you say that, then we need to sort this out. If you hadn't followed us, would we have played tricks on you? You brought this on yourself. Besides, I even went to the station with you. Just think about how my reputation has been affected because of you. I didn't come looking for you, you came looking for me. Seriously, Aunt, if it weren't for us being from the same village, I would have to say we can't just let this go regarding my reputation. Now, let's talk about how you're going to compensate me for my reputation. Oh, and what about the eggs from last time? When are you going to pay me back?" Today, Aunt Li Si finally understood what it meant to be unreasonable. She pointed at Lin Yuzhu with a fierce expression but couldn't say anything in response. In the end, she just said, "I won't argue with a little girl like you." As she tried to leave, Lin Yuzhu wouldn't let her go. She pulled Aunt Li Si back and said, "Wait, Aunt Si, we finally met, so we need to clear things up." After some back and forth, they ended up parting ways in confusion. Aunt Li Si held her chest, feeling so frustrated she almost fainted. That little girl was not easy to bully. Just when they were enjoying a peaceful life, it was time for the harvest. The corn in the village was ready to be picked. After finishing the corn, they also had to harvest potatoes, cabbage, and radishes from their private plots, leading to another busy period. Lin Yuzhu's reputation had spread widely, and no one dared to provoke her anymore, mainly because the people in Team 3 were too kind. Zhang Yanqiu had a bit of bad luck. She got into an argument with an ant in the village while picking corn. Lin Yuzhu wasn't in the same team as her, but while working in the fields, she heard that someone from Team 2 had gotten into a fight, though she didn't know who it was. When she returned to the youth point, she found out that Zhang Yanqiu had fought with an unknown ant in the fields, and her face and neck were covered in scratches, bleeding. Lin Yuzhu gasped at the sight. She didn't know if it hurt, but it looked gruesome. The ants from Team 2 were definitely tougher than those in Team 3. Lin Yuzhu thought to herself that it was a good thing she was in Team 3. Compared to them, her teammates were much more civilized, mostly arguing instead of fighting. Even comrade Xiao Song had this style. If only Xiao Song weren't a bad person. Feeling a bit melancholic, Lin Yuzhu found herself grouped with Aunt Li again. The two resumed their clever battles at work. In the front yard, Lin Yuzhu couldn't ask what happened, but in the backyard, Wang Xiaomei had already found out. The situation was quite strange. The aunt who fought with Zhang Yanqiu was known in the village as Aunt Su, and since they called her Big Mouth, it meant she could talk a lot. Aunt Su loved to chat while working. She started talking to Zhang Yanqiu, but when Zhang didn't respond, Aunt Su lost interest and began chatting with another aunt while picking corn. The more they chatted, the louder Aunt Su got, and she started sharing some inappropriate jokes. Eventually, Zhang Yanqiu found her annoying and made some sarcastic remarks. Aunt Su thought, she's just a little girl, and ignored her. She continued chatting with the other aunt, while Zhang Yanqiu quietly grumbled. Aunt Su got upset and asked what she was mumbling about, eventually accusing Zhang Yanqiu of looking down on her and insulting her. Zhang Yanqiu, perhaps feeling pent up, joined in the insults, and soon they were fighting. Aunt Su, who had years of farming experience, easily overpowered Zhang Yanqiu, who was clumsy and unsteady on her feet. It was only when onlookers couldn't stand it anymore that they pulled them apart. Otherwise, it was hard to say what Zhang Yanqiu would have turned into. Lin Yuzhu listened in shock. Fights often involved the weak fearing the strong, and the strong fearing those who were reckless. The key was the momentum. Zhang Yanqiu's defeat was inevitable. Not only Zhang Yanqiu, but even if she and Wang Xiaomei teamed up, they might not win. Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but applaud Zhang Yanqiu's courage. By the afternoon, the news of the fight had spread throughout the village. On the way home, the aunts pulled Aunt Su aside and said, "You really dare to provoke anyone. Aren't you afraid that Zhang, in a fit of despair, might do something drastic?" Why should I be afraid of her? I doubt it was even Wang Xiaomei who bullied her. With her personality, who knows what trouble she might cause? After saying this, Aunt Su felt a bit uneasy, genuinely worried that Zhang might do something drastic. "Well, we can find out if there's trouble here," she said, and started looking around for a youth to ask. By coincidence, she spotted the main character. Aunt Su grabbed Wang Xiaomei, smiling as she asked, "Wang, back then, you and Zhang had a misunderstanding. Can you tell us what happened?" Wang Xiaomei's eyes flickered, suddenly recalling what Lin Yuzhu had told her. She realized her reputation still carried the stain of being responsible for someone's death. This was a great opportunity to restore her name, and she couldn't let it slip away. So, she sighed and said, "Oh, Auntie, just thinking about it makes me feel terrible." Zhang Yanqiu, sigh, "I don't even know what to say about her." Aunt Su gasped, eager to hear more. "Come on, just tell us. Why are you just sighing? Are you trying to cover for her?" With Wang Xiaomei teasing their curiosity, Aunt Su and another aunt paused their rush home to cook. They chimed in, "Exactly. If you have something difficult to say, just tell us. We'll support you." Wang Xiaomei was grateful and began to elaborate on the incident. Wang Xiaomei was in the right, and the aunts soon learned the full story. They were left speechless, as they had only heard that Wang Xiaomei had bullied someone into jumping into the river, without knowing the details. It turned out that Wang Xiaomei had forced the new youths to share their food, being quite domineering and unreasonable. Some passing aunts and older women joined in the conversation, surprised, saying, "So it was Zhang who was unreasonable. We thought it was Wang who was bullying her. Wang, you must have been wronged." Thinking back to the humiliation she faced, Wang Xiaomei felt genuinely wronged, and her eyes began to water. Wang Xiaomei said, not only that, later she bragged about saving someone from the river and receiving a reward. "That's when I found out she could swim." "What? She can swim? So, she intentionally jumped into the river to play dead and trick us? Aunt Sue exclaimed angrily, then shouted, I've never seen such a heartless person. At this point, the crowd grew larger. Some initially thought Aunt Sue and Wang Xiaomei were fighting again and came to watch. Those who didn't know what was happening excitedly asked for details, and kind-hearted people explained the situation, leaving everyone astonished. Aunt Sue felt this matter needed to be taken seriously to prevent that little girl from pulling the same stunt again. She didn't want to be associated with such a reputation. How would her children find partners otherwise? Soon, the village chief had just settled down when a large group of villagers surrounded Wang Xiaomei and entered the yard. The village chief's eyelids twitched. He had just dealt with Zhang Yanqiu in the morning, and now he was faced with Wang Xiaomei again. The village chief's wife was also stunned, noticing the commotion and wondering where Lin Yuzhu was. Usually, if Wang Xiaomei was around, Lin Yuzhu would be too. These two were inseparable. It was strange they had split up this time. She didn't know what Wang Xiaomei had done to provoke these people, and she worried if the girl could handle it. When Lin Yuzhu heard the news and rushed to the village chief's house, the commotion had already escalated. The aunties demanded that the village chief take a stand, insisting that Zhang Jiqing should not be allowed to fool the community and treat everyone like fools. This was clearly an exploitation of their sympathy, intentionally undermining the unity of the people, and it was morally unacceptable. Such behavior must not be tolerated. Not only was she harming the people around her, but she also looked down on these hard-working and honest farmers, always acting superior. What did that mean? Lin Yuzhu moved closer to Wang Xiaomei, watching Aunt Sue passionately point out Zhang Yanqiu's various wrongdoings. She sincerely admired Aunt Sue's eloquence. Zhang Yanqiu was indeed quite unfortunate, provoking someone so difficult to deal with. While shaking her head in disbelief, Lin Yuzhu asked Wang Xiaomei what had happened. Wang Xiaomei explained the situation, and Lin Yuzhu nodded. By this point, Wang Xiaomei had little involvement. It was all Aunt Sue taking charge. The village chief was confused by Aunt Sue's arguments, and as the accusations grew more serious, he had no choice but to go to the youth station to confront Zhang Yanqiu. When everyone arrived at the youth station, Zhang Yanqiu still had no idea what was going on. The youth looked at Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei standing in the crowd, thinking they must have done something wrong. The Dong sisters had no issues with them and were just spectators, while Zhao Xianglan and Zhang Yanqiu were eager to gloat. Especially Zhang Yanqiu, who had just been bullied and was now hoping someone else would be in a worse situation. But when she noticed everyone staring at her, she realized something was off. The village chief stepped forward, looking serious, and asked, Zhang Jiqing, I heard you can swim. Is that true? Zhang Yanqiu's mind exploded with realization. She glared at Wang Xiaomei in the crowd, wishing she could devour her. There was no need for her to admit it. Aunt Sue shouted, just look at her expression. She definitely knows how to swim. How shameless. She's treating us like fools. Village chief, this cannot be overlooked. As soon as Aunt Sue finished speaking, the villagers erupted in loud chatter, some just joining in for fun, while others were angry at being played. The small courtyard became a noisy scene. Under the pressure of the crowd, the village chief had no choice but to call a meeting at the wheat field. Later, in front of the whole village, Zhang Yanqiu apologized to Wang Xiaomei and Aunt Sue. Then she apologized to all the villagers. At this point, Wang Xiaomei was vindicated. Zhang Yanqiu stood in the wheat field, pale and cold, feeling humiliated. Tears welled in her eyes, and the hatred in her gaze was striking. When the village chief dismissed the crowd, she immediately ran back to the youth station. When Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu returned to the youth station, they could still hear her wailing. Lin Yuzhu frowned and said to Wang Xiaomei, "Stay away from her from now on." Wang Xiaomei, having won the battle, nodded eagerly. "Don't worry, I won't pay her any attention." Lin Yuzhu thought that someone like her wouldn't keep targeting a minor character. If anything happened, she could handle it. So she didn't worry about her anymore. The next day, it seemed like Zhang Yanqiu had turned into a pitiful figure, lingering around Li Xiangbei. However, Li Xiangbei showed no reaction, feeling miserable himself and having no interest in others, especially a woman. Li Xiangbei and Li Xiangwan's relationship was becoming clearer, and Dong Tiantian was too tired to compete, so she decided to ignore Li Xiangbei. But Zhang Yanqiu saw this as her chance, so she paid extra attention to Li Xiangbei, wanting to gain his sympathy after her misfortune. She thought that once she had his sympathy, everything would fall into place. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to her feelings. She blamed Li Xiangwan, thinking it was wrong to keep him hanging without a clear decision. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she ended up resenting all three of them. But all she could do was harbor her resentment quietly, knowing none of them were people she could confront. After all the crops were harvested and the weather turned cold, stepping outside required wearing a sweater and thermal pants. Lin Yuzhu even felt tempted to spend the night in the space, unsure how to get through the winter without enough firewood. After a long time, she heard the sound of a bicycle bell again, but the mailman had changed. Lin Yuzhu remembered there was an injured mailman in the hospital. She wondered if he had recovered, or if he had returned to Beijing as the story went. Wang Xiaomei, the mailman, called from the front yard, his voice different from Shun Bojunt's. This one was deeper. The new mailman was a middle-aged man with dark skin, clearly weathered by years of exposure. As Wang Xiaomei opened the letter while walking back, Lin Yuzhu curiously asked, "Is it a letter from home?" It was unusual for the Wang family to write often. Wang Xiaomei nodded, looking a bit troubled. "My brother is getting engaged. They want 3 dowries and 1 ring. My mom is asking if I can help with the money. 3 dowries and a ring would cost at least 500 or 600. And that didn't include other expenses. Are you going to help your family with money?" Lin Yuzhu asked quietly. Wang Xiaomei shook her head and bravely said, "I can't. I need to save for myself. I don't know what will happen when I return to the city. Both my brothers have married, and now my younger brother wants to marry too. If I ever go back, I need a place to stay. If I don't have a job, I'll need money to find my way." Lin Yuzhu nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. You have to take care of yourself first before worrying about others." Wang Xiaomei seemed encouraged and nodded firmly. Then she wrote back to her family, complaining about their financial situation and asking her mother to send some money, saying that life was getting tough, and suggesting her brother delay his marriage for 2 years since she, a 20-year-old sister, still had no prospects. Until the first heavy snow covered Shanshui village in a blanket of white, Wang Xiaomei's family had not sent a single letter. The mountains were covered in white snow, looking like a fairyland, with snowflakes occasionally drifting down from the sky. The village was filled with the laughter of children, their little faces red from the cold as they had snowball fights. Parents watched their kids get covered in snow, laughing and scolding them at the same time, feeling helpless. At this moment, even if you chased them with a broom, they wouldn't come home. Lin Yuzhu was bundled up in thick cotton clothes, looking quite bulky but warm. Wearing her new cotton shoes and the mittens made by her mother, she was almost ready. She stepped outside with a broom to sweep the snow, joining others in clearing the snow in front of their homes. When Lin Yuzhu came out, Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan were also outside, ready to sweep the snow. After clearing the snow in front of their houses, the 3 of them looked up at the snow on the roof. Lin Yuzhu said to Wang Xiaomei, "It's strange that you don't know the process either, even though we're new here." Wang Xiaomei rubbed her nose and replied, "In previous years, this was always done by the male youth." So, the 3 of them worked together to clear the snow from the roof, using a bamboo rake for the larger areas and brooms for the rest. They were so busy that they didn't even feel cold. Once the snow was cleared, Lin Yuzhu looked at the snow in the yard and suddenly wanted to build a snowman. Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes, wondering if Lin Yuzhu wasn't cold. Li Xiangwan, standing nearby, was eager to join in. As a girl from the south, she was still fascinated by snow. The 2 of them set to work building a snowman together. Wang Xiaomei called it childish, but eventually joined in. The backyard became lively. The front yard, however, had a different atmosphere. Wang Yang and Li Xiangbei's house couldn't be built until next year when they had time, so they had to make do in the front yard. The Dong sisters didn't treat them well, and Wang Yang felt the most awkward. He felt like nothing he did was right. Zhao Xionglan was fierce, glaring at the Dong sisters with hostility. But when others were around, she quickly changed to a gentle and harmless demeanor, which made the male youth in the front yard feel uneasy. Everyone felt a chill in the air. As for Zhang Yanqiu, her expression was already quite sour. He Yuanfang, an older bachelor, watched these beautiful girls, his desire growing stronger. Sometimes, Lin Yuzhu would avoid him. The female youth in the front yard weren't naive. They kept their distance from He Yuanfang. Zhang Aigua felt awkward. The female youth didn't like him, and he didn't like He Yuanfang either. He got along well with Zhao Adong, but he was taken away. Thus, the relationships and atmosphere among the youth in the front yard were quite complicated. Hearing the laughter from the backyard felt jarring. When there's a comparison, it's easy to feel unbalanced. As the saying goes, joy turns to sorrow. That night, Lin Yuzhu suddenly developed a fever. After spending a lot of money on a bottle of fever medicine from the system, she took it and fell into a deep sleep. Before sleeping, Lin Yuzhu thought that the feng shui of the youth center must be bad, considering how many people were getting sick. She was awakened by persistent knocking on the door. When illness strikes, it hits hard, and when it leaves, it goes slowly. Although Lin Yuzhu's fever was gone, she felt weak and limp, like a rubber doll with no bones. After getting dressed, she slowly opened the door, and a cold wind rushed in, making her sneeze. Her face was slightly flushed, and she looked tired at the door, confused as to why Wang Xiaomei and Shin Bojun were standing there. Had she missed something? If only her sister Xiaomei were a bit fairer, she and Shin Bojun would make a lovely pair. Lin Yuzhu's mind was a jumble of thoughts. Seeing her like this, Wang Xiaomei asked with concern, "I've knocked several times this morning. Are you sick?" Lin Yuzhu leaned against the door, weakly nodding. She realized these two were quite kind, their worried expressions focused on her. She wasn't sure how she let them in, but when she turned to lie back on the bed, one was already sitting on the edge, and the other on a chair. Lin Yuzhu stared blankly at them. Wang Xiaomei touched her forehead and sighed in relief, saying, "It's good you're okay. I'll make you some millet porridge." With that, she got up to start a fire in the kitchen. The room had long lost its warmth, and Wang Xiaomei complained, "You should have called me if you were sick. You just froze all morning." Lin Yuzhu didn't feel cold. She had slept soundly. Shin Bojun frowned slightly, wanting to check her forehead but hesitating, thinking it might not be proper. He gently asked, "Do you have a thermometer?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head. She definitely didn't have one. "Do you have any medicine at home?" Lin Yuzhu blinked, unsure if she should have some or not. Seeing her confused expression, Shin Bojun furrowed his brow even more and asked, "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Remembering the strong wind outside, Lin Yuzhu shook her head and hoarsely said, "No need. I'll be fine after some sleep. Are you better now?" At that moment, Lin Yuzhu felt a bit more energetic, her thoughts becoming clearer. Shin Bojun nodded gently, saying, "I'm almost better. I came to deliver a message from Fatty to Wang Ziyuth, and I wanted to tell you that the village elementary school is likely to be approved. Your village should be recognized as advanced this year, and once that's confirmed, they'll probably build the school there." Lin Yuzhu felt a surge of energy, her previously hazy eyes brightening. This made Shin Bojun chuckle softly. Wang Xiaomei rushed in and asked, "Is that true?" Shin Bojun nodded and took out a few bags of brown sugar from his pocket, placing them on the table. "I received a lot of brown sugar while I was sick, so I brought some for you. You can share it with Wang Ziyuth." Lin Yuzhu stared at the brown sugar, wondering if it was just brown sugar or if it had red dates too. "That's too generous. You should take it back, Shin Ge." Shin Bojun smiled and said, "I don't really like it. Fatty is on a diet and won't drink it either. You girls like it, so keep it." He then looked at Wang Xiaomei and asked, "Do you want to check her forehead again to see if she still has a fever?" Wang Xiaomei obediently touched Lin Yuzhu's forehead and compared it to her own, saying, "It's not hot. It feels normal." Shin Bojun nodded, stood up, and said, "I'll step out for a moment." He left, And Wang Xiaomei watched him go, then turned back to ask, will he come back? Lin Yuzhu shook her head in confusion, then nodded slightly. I think that's what it means. She wasn't very sure. The two exchanged glances. While Wang Xiaomei was cooking porridge, Lin Yuzhu dozed off for a bit. When the porridge was ready, Lin Yuzhu asked while drinking, Sister Xiaomei, what did Brother Fat say to you? Wang Xiaomei replied with a happy expression, Brother Fat said the black market is basically stable now, but I should still be careful. Lin Yuzhu nodded. In fact, there were many safe ways for someone like Wang Xiaomei to do business. Her not-so-great disguise was actually an advantage because it was unremarkable and didn't attract attention. After finishing the porridge, Lin Yuzhu smiled at Wang Xiaomei and said, Thank you, Sister Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei chuckled. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Yuzhu smiled back. Maybe it was just her habit from her past life? Feeling a bit drowsy again, she fell asleep and seemed to hear the sound of Wang Xiaomei leaving and closing the door. After that, she fell into a deep sleep, dreaming one dream after another. She seemed to dream of her past self at a company, being bullied by younger colleagues. This startled Lin Yuzhu, making her break out in a cold sweat. When she woke up and realized it was just a dream, she let out a sigh of relief. Looking around her bare room, she thought the dream was unnecessary. Glancing at the table, she noticed several new items. Getting up to check, she found 2 jars of canned fruit and a few small packets of medicine. Lin Yuzhu picked them up and saw they included cold medicine, fever medicine, and some miscellaneous packets, all labeled with their uses and dosages. Putting down the items, Lin Yuzhu turned to find Wang Xiaomei. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a bicycle in front of Wang Xiaomei's house, which stood out. Once inside, she didn't see any outsiders and curiously asked, Sister Xiaomei, where did that bicycle come from? It didn't look new, so she wondered where it came from. In just one morning, a bicycle appeared. Sister Xiaomei was impressive. Brother Fat came by earlier. He said I should go to the town and borrow Brother Shin's bicycle for now. He'll return it when he comes back after the new year. Lin Yuzhu was slightly confused. Where's Brother Shin? He said he had to go home early for something. All the things in your room were delivered by Brother Fat. You have to admit, Brother Shen is really nice. He brought some medicine for you since he heard you were sick. Lin Yuzhu frowned, wondering how she would repay this kindness later. Wang Xiaomei smiled at her. I initially wanted to help you return the cans, but Brother Fat said since Brother Shen is gone, who would he give them back to? So they stayed here. Lin Yuzhu nodded, thinking she would find a chance to repay this kindness later. After taking the medicine, Lin Yuzhu slept for the entire afternoon and finally felt better, realizing she couldn't afford to be reckless anymore. Once she recovered, Li Xiangwan fell ill again. The young women in the front yard learned that these two had fallen sick one after the other and almost laughed out loud, thinking it served them right for being reckless and building snowmen. Li Xiangwan had medicine in her space, but it couldn't be brought out into the open. After taking the medicine and resting for 2 days, she got better, leaving no room for Li Xiangbei to act. Her illness wasn't severe. She even cooked for herself, which made Li Xiangbei a bit sad. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei wondered privately whether he wanted Li Xiangwan to be more sick or not. The addition of a bicycle at the youth station made the villagers curious for a while. Groups of older women came to check it out, touching and examining it just for fun. No one actually asked to borrow it, which Lin Yuzhu thought was a bit unusual compared to the stories and novels. It seemed everyone was slowly settling down. The bicycle in their backyard almost turned into a gossip hub for the older women. However, due to the cold weather, they couldn't last long and soon moved on to someone else's house. The neighbor's little dog, Dog Dan, had become friendly with Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei and came over to see the bicycle, looking eager. Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but laugh at his little arms and legs and said, Dog Dan, you're still too small. You'll be able to ride it when you grow up. Dog Dan reluctantly turned his gaze away from the bicycle and asked, Sister Lin, my mom said you can't lick bicycles in winter because they're bitter. Is that true? Lin Yuzhu was taken aback, wondering what that was about. She was puzzled for a while when Wang Xiaomei came out and heard, bursting into laughter as she patted Dog Dan's head. Dog Dan, Are you being greedy again? You can't lick the bicycle. You might stick your tongue to it. Dogdan looked confused at the two of them but really wanted to try. Wang Xiaomei, holding back her laughter, said every winter, kids lick the frost on the windows and the adults have to warn them not to do silly things. I guess Aunt Chun is just worried about you doing the same. Just as Lin Yuzhu was about to laugh, she saw Dogdan sneakily sticking out his tongue to lick the bicycle. It was too late to stop him. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei. Borrowing. It's sticky. Lin Yuzhu face-bombed. It all happened in an instant. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei were momentarily stunned, trying to stop him. They poured warm water on the bicycle for a while. Dogdan, scared, pulled his tongue back, probably hurt a bit, and ran home crying. Aunt Chen found out what happened and scolded him. Dogdan added another embarrassing story to his childhood. But he wasn't alone. That day, several kids in the village also licked the frost on the windows, with some getting their whole tongue stuck. The adults were both angry and worried, pouring hot water from the other side. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhu was busy in her space, investing in a food dehydrator to start making dried fruits. She had sampang sliced bananas to dry, made some peach preserves, and prepared a batch of candied dates. These items would sell well before the new year, making some quick money, but weren't suitable for selling at other times. After upgrading, her space unlocked a few new seeds, including oranges, hazelnut trees, loofahs, and grapes. These wouldn't help much with cashing out, but they could earn contribution points, so Lin Yuzhu planted some. After harvesting a batch of ripe grapes, Lin Yuzhu stared at them for a while, wondering if she could try making some raisins. Not only that, she also made some chili powder. Looking at her harvest, Sanpeng's status in Lin Yuzhu's mind had surpassed that of Dapeng by a long shot. She didn't make a lot of these dried fruits and preserves, planning to sell them for a higher price, packaging them nicely with oil paper and adding a red paper with a good luck character. Wouldn't that be impressive to give as gifts to leaders before the new year? After these busy days, she suddenly discovered bees in her space and asked the system what was going on. The system replied gently, "Our system needs to have some private property too, or else other systems will laugh at us." Lin Yuzhu. Since getting a bicycle, Wang Xiaomei has been running to town without a care. She's clever, sneaking out through the back door every day and quietly returning. Sometimes no one even knows she has been out. Li Xiangwan watches coldly, feeling a bit envious. After all, besides sending pigs to the food station, 2 pigs are kept for slaughter to share with the villagers. She is still a woman tied down by pigs. When it comes to raising pigs, Wang Xiaomei is truly envious. The commune encourages pig farming without limits. As long as you meet the standards, you can send them to the food station for money. Not only do you get money, but also cloth tickets as a reward. When the villagers carry the tied-up live pigs to the food station, Wang Xiaomei's eyes almost turn red with envy, but she can't do anything about it. Raising pigs at the youth station is unrealistic due to too many responsibilities. Lin Yuzhu has been resting for a while and has started her money-making venture, hitching a ride on Wang Xiaomei's back seat. To be honest, Wang Xiaomei is much better at riding than her. After knocking on Aunt Zheng's door, Aunt Zheng was so happy she almost hugged her, clearly excited. While wiping her sweat, Lin Yuzhu heard Aunt Zheng whisper, "I thought something happened to you since you haven't come by for a while."
You worried me to death.
Lin Yuzhu smiled sheepishly and didn't say much. It was cold, and for the first time, Aunt Zheng invited her inside. Her home was very clean and felt particularly bright. With a smile, Lin Yuzhu said to Aunt Zheng, "Annie, I've brought some good stuff, though it's a bit pricey."
Can you take it?
Aunt Zheng looked curious. When Lin Yuzhu took out 2 pounds of dried bananas, 2 pounds of peach preserves, 2 pounds of honey dates, and 2 pounds of raisins, Aunt Zheng blinked and asked, "Is that all?" Lin Yuzhu chuckled. "Getting these good things is all about luck. I also got some chili powder and cornmeal." Aunt Zheng looked at the dried fruits with delight and said, "It's a bit less, but it can sell a little before the new year. Usually no one is willing to buy this." She glanced at the dried bananas and admired. Who thought of making bananas into dried fruit? Lin Yuzhu played dumb, since it wasn't her idea. The candied fruits made with sugar are definitely sold at a higher price. Lin Yuzhu set a price of 2 yuan and 50 cents per pound for the preserves and 2 yuan per pound for the dried fruits. Aunt Zheng haggled for a while, but after Lin Yuzhu stood firm, she accepted the price. The chili powder was cheaper at 20 cents per pound, and Lin Yuzhu sold 30 pounds at once. At this time, the black market price for grain had already risen, with cornmeal at 30 cents per pound, and without tickets, it sold for 40 cents. Both Lin Yuzhu and Aunt Zheng calculated based on the price without tickets, as tickets were tight for everyone before the new year. After dropping off 20 pounds of cornmeal, Lin Yuzhu took out a few sheets of square oil paper and red paper to give to Aunt Zheng. Aunt Zheng praised Lin Yuzhu for being good at business, and with 32 yuan in hand, Lin Yuzhu slipped away. The remaining few families followed suit, earning over 60 more. When she arrived at Aunt Lin's house, she was warmly welcomed again. Uncle Lin was not home, but Aunt Lin's son was there, and his gaze was, well, quite subtle. As soon as she sat down, Aunt Lin said, "Yuzhu, you'll be 18 for the new year, right?" Lin Yuzhu nodded. Aunt Lin continued, "A few days ago, my youngest son went on a blind date, but the girl didn't like him because she thought he was ugly. How about I introduce you to a girl? She's quite pretty." Lin Yuzhu's smile froze a bit as she glanced at Aunt Lin's youngest son, who looked a bit displeased. Lin Yuzhu awkwardly laughed. "Aunt, no need. I may not be ugly, but I'm short." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Aunt Lin's youngest son nod slightly, making Lin Yuzhu's smile even stiffer. Aunt Lin insisted, "Boys can still grow taller for a couple more years. You can't tell height now." Lin Yuzhu smiled, unsure if boys could grow taller, but she knew she wouldn't. When she took out the dried fruits and preserves, Aunt Lin didn't show much surprise and whispered to her, "Yuzhu, do you have relatives in the countryside?" Lin Yuzhu nodded, as her character does have some relatives. Recently, fresh leeks are being sold in the market, a small bunch for 30 cents. It's quite profitable. I heard they built a warm shed with plastic in the countryside and planted a small patch of land, cutting it repeatedly. They can sell a lot all winter. At this point, Aunt Lin's youngest son also spoke up. "They're also growing garlic and selling garlic sprouts, a handful for a dime, and many people buy them." Lin Yuzhu thought to herself, no matter the era, there are always people who can think ahead. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Aunt, I'll think about it when I get back." She wouldn't sell this year, but next year she might go with the flow, though she expected many families would be doing the same, so she would see how things go. When she reached Li Zili's place, Wang Xiaomei happened to be coming over with a basket of goods. They exchanged glances, but didn't see anything. Once Lin Yuzhu entered and took out the preserves, Wang Xiaomei's opportunistic nature kicked in again. She tried a piece and said it was just okay. Lin Yuzhu shot her a glare. She then took out 20 pounds of pork and 30 pounds of chili powder. After settling the payment, she ignored the two and turned to leave. Wang Xiaomei stared at Lin Yuzhu's back for a long time and said, "You should have brought more preserves." She then turned to Li Zili, saying, "Zili, the pork counts as yours, and the rest is mine." Li Zili nodded, having always seen Wang Xiaomei as an older sister, always agreeing with whatever she said. After they met up, Lin Yuzhu's basket had 10 pounds of white flour, while Wang Xiaomei's basket had a piece of pork and a bunch of leeks. However, Wang Xiaomei covered hers with straw, so Lin Yuzhu couldn't see what it was until she opened it to show off. Wang Xiaomei cheerfully said, "Let's make dumplings today." Lin Yuzhu, sitting on the back seat with 2 stacked bamboo baskets, smiled and replied, "Sure, I'll bring the flour and oil, and we'll have pure white dumplings." Wang Xiaomei nodded vigorously, riding through the cold wind, her heart warm. When they reached the backyard, they saw Li Xiangwan standing at the door, looking indifferent. They exchanged glances, unsure of what the other was thinking. Li Xiangwan leaned against the door, hands in her sleeves, and said lightly, "You two have been using this door for free for a while. May I ask how you find it?" Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei. The female lead is always the female lead. How can the supporting character and the bystander resist? That night, the three of them made dumplings together and enjoyed a warm meal, their mouths full and smiles bright. Li Xiangwan was very satisfied with the dumplings and gave each of them a key to the back gate. This meant they had the right to use it. In total, only they had the key to the back gate. At first, it was hard to notice, but over time, the youth group began to feel divided. It seemed the backyard had formed a small group, while the front yard had another. Even when the little dog came to play with Lin Yuzhu, it entered through the back door, even though the front door was closer for him. In the following days, Wang Xiaomei was extremely busy, and sometimes Lin Yuzhu couldn't find her. The little dog became her little friend. With nothing much to do, Lin Yuzhu started doing laundry. Winter had its downsides. Clothes hung outside would turn into ice blocks when brought back in. Though it was a bit troublesome, this step was necessary. Usually, clothes would dry outside for a day, and the next day, she would bring them inside to dry by the fire. After using the washing machine, Lin Yuzhu would rinse the clothes in a basin and wring them out by hand to make them look like they were hand-washed. When she brought back the ice-like clothes, it felt like they would break if she pulled them. The village was still lively in winter, with children chasing each other, playing sliding games to see who could slide the farthest. The adults at home would scold them, worried about ruining their shoes. The naughty kids would stick out their tongues after being scolded but continued to play happily. The neighbor's little dog was different. He didn't like sliding games. He followed his older brother everywhere. One day, he ran over with a sparrow in hand and said to Lin Yuzhu, "Sister Lin, my brother and I caught a lot of sparrows. Can I trade 2 sparrows for some candy?" At that time, sparrows were not protected animals. They were considered pests. Village kids would often sneak out to catch them in winter. Lin Yuzhu looked down at the sparrow in the little dog's hand, which was almost rolling its eyes, and felt both amused and helpless. Seeing that Lin Yuzhu didn't seem interested in the sparrow, the little dog eagerly said, "Sister Lin, sparrows are really tasty, especially when fried with meat sauce." Lin Yuzhu squatted down, patted the little dog's head, and smiled. "Sister doesn't like this. You should take it back." After saying this, she noticed the little dog looked a bit disappointed. She took a piece of rock candy from her pocket and gave it to him, saying, "Here, next time, bring something else to trade for candy." The little dog tilted his head as if thinking, then ran home with the candy and sparrow. Not long after Lin Yuzhu went inside, she heard a knock on the door. When she opened it, the little dog was there, dragging a hen, and seriously said, "Sister Lin, I can't just take your candy. I'm giving you this chicken. Can you give me more candy? Otherwise, it feels unfair." Lin Yuzhu was stunned, her eyelids twitching. This little rascal. She quickly took the little dog back home and explained the situation to Aunt Chen. She was worried about any misunderstandings. Aunt Chen looked at her son, both amused and helpless. She had never seen such a greedy child. This incident was just a small episode in life, but soon after, rumors spread in the village that Lin Yuzhu was tricking children into stealing chickens for candy. It caused quite a stir, and Lin Yuzhu's reputation almost fell to the level of Aunt Li. Fortunately, Aunt Chen was kind. When people came to ask, she explained everything clearly. As the rumors grew more outrageous, Aunt Chen, while visiting others, specifically mentioned, "Who is so heartless to slander Lin Jiqing? She treats my dog well and would never trick children." Thus, the rumors came quickly and faded just as fast. Before Lin Yuzhu even heard about it, they had almost disappeared. She only learned about it because Aunt Chen came to tell her. Hearing this made her frown. The gossip likely came from people in the front yard, as only they had time to watch the backyard. This trend couldn't continue. Lin Yuzhu traced back to a few gossiping aunties through Aunt Chen and went to ask each of them who had spread the rumors. The aunties didn't think much of it while gossiping behind people's backs, but they felt awkward when confronted by the person involved. With a smile, Lin Yuzhu told them she didn't mean to blame anyone. She just wanted to know who started the rumors. After all, this could escalate, and it would be serious if it got out of hand. The aunties realized that it wasn't good for a nice girl like Lin Yuzhu to be labeled as a thief or a trickster. Seeing that Lin Yuzhu wasn't there to pick a fight, the aunties volunteered to help find the source of the rumors. Thus, Lin Yuzhu's little investigation team gradually grew. With each visit, more aunties joined her. After visiting several homes, the group became quite large. In less than a morning, the truth was uncovered. It turned out that a few days ago, Zhang Yanqiu and Zhao Xionglan had returned from town and happened to overhear villagers chatting. Zhang Yanqiu loudly claimed Lin Yuzhu really attracts kids, but unfortunately, she has a bad heart. The other day, I saw her tricking Aunt Chen's dog into giving her a chicken for candy. The little dog didn't understand and really brought her a chicken. Just one sentence led to the rumors piling up against Lin Yuzhu. After hearing the whole story, Aunt Chen immediately spat, saying it was completely untrue and that Zhang Yanqiu was just making things up. The aunties were outraged. What was wrong with this Zhang Jiqing? Didn't she learn from her previous mistakes and was now causing trouble again? Did she think she could use them as pawns? Some straightforward aunties shouted, "This can't just end here. Lin Jiqing, let's take her to the village chief to set things right." This was becoming an endless cycle. Lin Yuzhu didn't hesitate and told the aunties present, "Ladies, I need your support. If I didn't trust you, we might have ended up fighting. We can't let someone who disrupts our community go unpunished. We must root out this troublemaker." The aunties agreed, realizing that Lin Yuzhu was too kind to hold a grudge. If it were someone else with a damaged reputation, they would have already confronted them. Just as Lin Yuzhu was about to roll up her sleeves, she thought about the winter chill and decided against it. The atmosphere had built up nicely, and Lin Yuzhu took the lead, charging ahead with the aunties like a band of warriors heading toward the youth group. Zhao Xionglan watched as Lin Yuzhu charged in with a group of aunties. Her first instinct was to hide in a corner, trying to be invisible. She felt something big was about to happen. Zhang Yanqiu's eyelids twitched, sensing that Lin Yuzhu was coming for her. As soon as Lin entered the room, she headed straight for her and coldly said, "Zhang Jiqing, let's go." Zhang Yanqiu shrank back, startled, and asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Yuzhu didn't waste time talking. She stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and pulled her outside. It didn't even seem to take much effort. The forceful action made the aunties automatically clear a path. As they walked ahead, the aunties followed, exchanging glances. Hadn't they just said Lin Jiqing had a pretty good temper? This seemed to be a misunderstanding. The male youth at the Knowledge Youth Station stared in shock as Zhang Yanqiu was dragged away like a chick, unsure how to react. Wang Yang, still dazed, asked, "Should we go see?" After all, he used to handle all the issues at the Knowledge Youth Station. Dong Mimi scoffed and turned back into the house.
Wang Yang.
Li Xiangbei sighed, looking numb. The village chief was sitting at home, sipping tea and humming a tune when he heard a commotion outside. His eyelids twitched. The noise seemed to be getting closer. The village chief's wife also heard it and curiously opened the door to see what was happening. As soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. Goodness, how did Zhang Jiqing get dragged over again? The village chief leisurely walked outside with his teacup, looking quite relaxed. He quickly spotted Lin Yuzhu dragging Zhang Yanqiu along with a group of aunties and almost spat out his tea. Coughing for a while after choking on his drink, the village chief finally asked, "What's going on now?" Just as Lin Yuzhu was about to speak, Aunt Su jumped in, saying, "What else? This Zhang Jiqing really can't change her ways. She tried to frame Wang Jiqing and now wants to harm Lin Jiqing. We were smart enough not to let her succeed. A person like the village chief can't be allowed to stay. Right? People like her shouldn't stay. Let's kick her out of the village and let her go wherever she wants." Exactly. I've never seen such a deceitful girl at such a young age. Isn't she just a troublemaker? Right. She can't stay any longer. Let's drive her out. The aunties chimed in, making the scene noisy. The village chief's yard became lively again. The aunties were getting more and more worked up, and some had already started to push Zhang Yanqiu, eager to throw her out of the village. Lin Yuzhu. Was she a bit unnecessary now? Lin Yuzhu glanced at the village chief, who looked back at her. Leaving aside their silent exchange, Zhang Yanqiu was genuinely scared now, her lips trembling, panic evident on her face. If she was sent back, she might end up at the farm. Thinking of this, Zhang Yanqiu quickly said, "I didn't do anything. You can't just slander a good person." "You're a good person? You pretended to jump into the river to trick us, and made us misunderstand Wang Jiqing. Good person? You always look at us with disdain. Come on, tell us if it was Zhang Leo's daughter who was gossiping at the village entrance that day. Oh, and wasn't Zhao Jiqing there too? Let's call her over and ask how Lin Jiqing tricked the kids. Aunt Su defended her reputation fiercely. Lin Yuzhu finally understood why Wang Xiaomei had turned things around so easily that day. She didn't even need to do anything. The aunties were genuinely backing her up, and their words were completely honest. Zhang Yanqiu wanted to argue, but Aunt Su wouldn't give her a chance, retorting, "Enough. Stop with your pitiful act. Let's confront this openly and see who's good and who's bad. It'll be clear, and you can't deny it." Zhang Yanqiu was clearly panicking. When Xiaoguden stared blankly at the village chief took a moment to smile kindly and asked, "Xiaoguden, did Lin Jiqing trade you candy for chicken?" Xiaoguden shook his head and said clearly, "I wanted to trade a sparrow for candy with Sister Lin. She didn't want it and gave me a piece of candy instead. My mom said I shouldn't take advantage of others, so I went home to get a chicken for Sister Lin, but she didn't want it, so I ended up getting candy for free." Hearing her son speak so clearly, Aunt Chen felt a surge of pride, her spirits lifting. After Xiaoguden finished, Aunt Su turned to the crowd in the yard and said, "See? Kids are the worst liars." Xiaoguden's words are clear. Lin Jiqing didn't deceive him. It's just that someone with bad intentions is making things up. The aunties had spread rumors before, warning their children to stay away from Lin Jiqing and using some harsh words. Now, they felt a bit ashamed, realizing they had been manipulated by a young girl, and their anger turned towards Zhang Yanqiu. Their glares were sharp as knives directed at her. Aunt Su seized the moment and pulled Zhao Xionglan out, asking, "Zhao Jiqing, we've always said you're a good person. Didn't Zhang Jiqing clearly say that Lin Jiqing tricked Xiaoguden into stealing chickens?" Zhao Xionglan awkwardly smiled and, in front of the villagers, felt she had to choose sides. Nodding, she explained, "I don't know what happened. I believed her when she said that." Aunt Su gave her a meaningful look and then turned back to Zhang Yanqiu, saying, "Zhang Jiqing, what else do you have to argue about?" Zhang Yanqiu shrank back, suddenly lowering her head and crying without saying a word. Aunt Su huffed and told the village chief, "Zhang Jiqing can't stay. Crying won't help this time." The village chief, unable to interject, coughed and asked, "So, are you sending her back to the commune?" Aunt Su deflated, shrugged her shoulders and muttered, "If I could send her, I wouldn't need you as village chief." The village chief. The scene fell silent for a moment. The village chief's wife finally stepped in to ease the tension, saying, "It's not realistic to kick a young girl out of the village. Let's discuss this. Lin Jiqing, you've been the most wronged here. What do you want to do?" Lin Yuzhu, almost shifting from victim to spectator, was finally given the floor and was about to speak. Aunt Su interrupted again. "She's just a little girl, soft-hearted like Wang Jiqing. A simple apology will do. This is nothing serious. In a few days, she'll forget the pain and won't know who to harm next." While the aunties agreed with this, saying Lin Jiqing was soft-hearted, that didn't seem likely. Aunt Su was determined not to let Zhang Yanqiu off this time. The village chief's wife glanced at the trembling Zhang Yanqiu, showing little sympathy. She stepped forward for her husband's sake. Sending someone back to the commune wouldn't guarantee her husband would benefit from it. This was clearly just a hassle for the leaders. So, the village chief's wife kindly advised, "After all, she's just a girl. Killing someone is a serious matter. Let's give her a little grace." Aunt Su fell silent, and the other women did too. The village chief cleared his throat and asked Lin Yuzhu, "Lin, do you have anything to say? You have the most say in this matter." It was impossible to actually drive Zhang Yanqiu out of the village. Lin Yuzhu thought for a moment and said, "In the end, this is all because of a chicken. How about Aunt Chen gives Zhang a chicken as an apology? She shouldn't just take the blame without getting anything in return." The village chief thought this was quite bold. Lin Yuzhu's idea was simple. If people didn't feel some pain, how would they understand the consequences? Aunt Chen happened to have an old hen that didn't lay eggs. Hearing this, she readily agreed, saying, "I think that's fair." Zhang Yanqiu looked up at Lin Yuzhu, who returned her gaze with disdain. Not sure if she was really scared, Zhang Yanqiu muttered, I don't have any money. Aunt Sue spoke again, what money? You can't buy or sell right now. Just trade your work points for it. Stop thinking about harming others. Zhang Yanqiu lowered her head, quietly sobbing without a word. Crying won't help. If you don't want to, then just go back where you came from, Aunt Sue said impatiently. I agree. Is that okay? She said, starting to cry. It sounds like someone is bullying you. When you were so eager before, did you think about the consequences?
Onsu Mokget.
Seeing that staying silent might not benefit him, the village chief patted the little boy and said, Dog Egg, go find the scorekeeper. Aunt Chen knew this meant they were going to calculate work points, so she quickly sent Dog Egg to find him. When the scorekeeper arrived with his notebook, he looked at the group of women and then at the sobbing Zhang Yanqiu, raising an eyebrow as if watching a show. The village chief was a bit annoyed with his nephew and hurriedly had the points calculated. And so, this matter was settled. Lin Yuzhu then said, Thank you all for supporting me today. Once the chicken is cooked, I'll bring some over for you to share. The women laughed, thinking it was just a joke about how much chicken could be shared. But Lin Yuzhu wasn't joking. She wanted to ensure everyone stood together against wrongdoing so that in a few years, it wouldn't turn into her being the one who bullied others for a chicken. If rumors spread about bullying, it should be that everyone was involved. One chicken wouldn't be enough to share, but they could add potatoes and noodles as long as the pot was big enough. That was easy, but the hard part was killing the chicken. This definitely couldn't be left to the chubby one. It had to be done openly. Kids are good at reading the room. Just then, Dog Egg came over and whispered, Sister Lin, what's wrong? Lin Yuzhu replied, I'm thinking about how to kill the chicken. Dog Egg's eyes twinkled as he said, Sister Lin, just give me 3 pieces of rock candy, and I'll help you. Lin Yuzhu laughed and didn't dismiss his childish words. She nodded seriously, okay. Dog Egg happily went to find his brother, sharing 2 pieces of candy with him, and they rushed to the chicken coop. If Aunt Chen had known her son's nature and hurried back, the chicken that would have been killed today might have been a laying hen. Aunt Chen playfully scolded her son for being in the chicken coop, catching the non-laying hen and letting her second son do the killing. When the boy brought over a plucked and ready-to-cook chicken, Lin Yuzhu quickly thanked him. The shy boy blushed and left, leaving behind the bolder Dog Egg. Lin Yuzhu's old pot was no good anymore, and since Wang Xiaomei hadn't returned yet, she had to go to Li Xiangwan's. As expected, she got a share of the meal. Chopping the chicken, stir-frying and braising, Dog Egg stayed nearby, eagerly sniffing and swallowing. Lin Yuzhu playfully teased him to pass the time. Once the chicken was ready, she said to Dog Egg, I'll give you a piece of candy if you think of a way to help me deliver the food to the ants' houses. Dog Egg looked at Lin Yuzhu and replied cheerfully, Sister Lin, just wait. Then he dashed off. After a while, he returned with his brother to help deliver the food. Lin Yuzhu smiled as she served the dishes and directed them on where to take each one. As the 2 boys left with the food, Lin Yuzhu reminded them not to forget to bring the bowls back.
Li Xiangwan.
You're quite handy with child labor. Lin Yuzhu thought with a smile, isn't this a taste of what it's like to have kids? Thanks to Zhang Yanqiu, Lin Yuzhu met many ants today. After delivering the food, she had the boys take a bowl to the village chief's house. Although the village chief hadn't contributed much, she couldn't leave him out. Once everything was delivered, Lin Yuzhu made sure to give the boys a bowl with extra meat, making them skip happily. When Dog Egg returned with the bowls, Lin Yuzhu kept her promise and gave him a piece of rock candy, watching him bounce away. Li Xiangwan looked at the pot. Okay, there was enough for 3 people. She reluctantly accepted it. However, they waited for Wang Xiaomei for quite a while, and when she didn't return, they decided to leave a bowl for her and eat first. As night fell and she still hadn't come back, Lin Yuzhu wondered if something had happened to her. Just as she thought that, the back door creaked open. Lin Yuzhu stepped outside and saw Wang Xiaomei returning, looking winded with a red face but bright eyes. Lin Yuzhu thought, did she strike it rich? Seeing someone come back late, Lin Yuzhu asked about it and found out that the person hadn't even eaten. They seemed very impressed, but she had no idea where they had gone to make money that day. Lin Yuzhu kindly went back to the house to heat up some food for her. When she brought it over, Wang Xiaomei had already started the fire and was boiling water. Seeing Lin Yuzhu come in, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the dishes Lin Yuzhu was carrying, chicken stew with potatoes and her favorite vermicelli. She immediately forgot everything else and couldn't stop smiling. Without saying a word, she took the bowl into the room and started eating, taking big bites of corn cake and chicken, enjoying every bite. Lin Yuzhu, puzzled by her ravenous eating, asked, "What did you do today?" Wang Xiaomei swallowed her food and said mysteriously, "I really learned a lot today." Lin Yuzhu tilted her head, waiting for more. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaomei waved her hand, indicating she would explain later, and went back to eating. By the time she finished, the water was boiling. Wang Xiaomei hurriedly washed the bowl and brought a basin of hot water to soak her feet. When she took off her shoes and socks, Lin Yuzhu noticed her feet were red and cold. She frowned and couldn't help but say, "You can earn money slowly, but your health is more important. Don't just focus on making money. When you're young, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but when you get sick later, all the money you earn will go to medical bills." Wang Xiaomei nodded dismissively, her attitude very casual. Lin Yuzhu rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore it. Wang Xiaomei put her feet in the hot water and sighed in comfort, looking completely relaxed. Lin Yuzhu tapped her fingers on the table, realizing that Wang Xiaomei had become quite good at keeping people in suspense lately. After waiting for a while, she felt like she was just waiting in vain. Wang Xiaomei suddenly sensed something was off and turned to see Lin Yuzhu calmly staring at her. She quickly smiled and pretended to be clueless, saying, "Today, I went hunting in the mountains with Brother Zhang. You wouldn't believe it, I made this much money in just one day." She held up 3 fingers. Lin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow, unsure. 30? Wang Xiaomei nodded vigorously, her excitement nearly overflowing. Lin Yuzhu took a deep breath. Did they catch a wild boar? With her small frame, she could get hurt. Wait, who is Brother Zhang? Lin Yuzhu sensed something unusual. Wang Xiaomei remembered that Lin Yuzhu didn't know Zhang Cheng and explained simply, "He's my little brother's cousin from the town. His name is Zhang Cheng, and he's really impressive." When Wang Xiaomei talked about Zhang Cheng, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Yuzhu looked away, unable to watch. "Little brother? Is that Li Zili?" "Oh, he's a little brother I met a couple of years ago. His parents passed away, and he's been taking care of his sister alone. If it weren't for his cousin helping him these past 2 years, his sister might have been sent to be adopted by someone else. It's really sad." Lin Yuzhu figured out that the little brother she mentioned was indeed Li Zili. She knew a bit about Li Zili's background. Realizing the conversation had drifted, Lin Yuzhu brought it back, asking, "What makes your brother Zhang so impressive that you're so smitten?" Wang Xiaomei shook her head in awe, saying, "He's really amazing." Lin Yuzhu felt speechless and had the urge to face-bomb. She wanted her to get to the point and not keep her in suspense. Seeing Lin Yuzhu silent, Wang Xiaomei touched her nose and said, "Today, Brother Zhang took me and Li Zili, oh, that's my little brother, up the mountain to hunt wild chickens. You wouldn't believe it. He can find the traces of wild chicken flocks, scatter food, and we set up nets. Oh my goodness." She trailed off, lost in her memories. Lin Yuzhu felt a strong urge to scratch her palms. When Wang Xiaomei came back to reality, she laughed at Lin Yuzhu's indifferent expression and continued, "Guess what?" Lin Yuzhu thought, "Enough already, really enough. Haha, you should have seen it. A whole flock, no, not just one, but a whole flock of wild chickens came running over. When we pulled back the bamboo poles and dropped the net, they were still pecking at the food, completely unguarded. Just like that, we caught dozens of wild chickens." Wang Xiaomei was so excited, it was as if she had won the lottery. Lin Yuzhu stared blankly for a while and asked, "Did something exciting happen to you today?" She felt like this girl was talking nonsense. Wang Xiaomei, still laughing, suddenly looked serious and said, "Why don't you believe me? If you don't, I'll take you to experience it in a couple of days. You don't know, when Li Zili was pulling in the net, he almost got swept away by the flock of wild chickens.
Haha.
Lin Yuzhu. It sounded so surreal. Brother Zhang is really impressive. After catching them, he could even recognize the leader of the wild chickens and let the male and female go, saying that this way, we could catch more wild chickens next winter. Oh, he's amazing. Wang Xiaomei's mind was completely filled with thoughts of the bags of wild chickens they caught today. Lin Yuzhu. Brother Zhang said he would take us again in a couple of days. That'll be another big payday. Haha, we're going to get rich. She nearly fell off her chair laughing. Lin Yuzhu remained silent, then heard Wang Xiaomei say, "Will you come with me then?" Feeling a bit tempted, she thought about how difficult it was to get into the mountains with the heavy snow. Some places had snow up to their waists, and they could only slowly trudge through. But then she thought of the flocks of wild chickens. So tempting. Haha, I'll go to the town tomorrow and ask if I can bring you along. By the way, I also know a guy in town named Mudo. He's about your height and quite handsome, but he's a bit stingy. Every time I eat something of his, he glares at me, unlike Brother Zhang, who is kind-hearted. The difference between people can be so huge. Lin Yuzhu chuckled, looking at Wang Xiaomei, and said casually, "That's probably because you don't know how to get along with people. If I go, he'll definitely treat me well, haha." Wang Xiaomei's expression instantly turned cold, and she pouted, saying, "You really think too highly of yourself." Lin Yuzhu walked away proudly, not forgetting to take her bowl back. They were too poor to have more than 2 bowls. The next day, when Wang Xiaomei returned from town, she hesitated and said to Lin Yuzhu, "Brother Zhang doesn't want me to take you with me." Lin Yuzhu was taken aback for a moment, then understood. Nowadays, hunting was done quietly, and few people were willing to take strangers. But then Wang Xiaomei continued, "He thinks it's a hassle to bring a girl into the mountains." Lin Yuzhu looked at Wang Xiaomei, wondering why she wasn't considered a girl. Wang Xiaomei said pitifully, "He prefers capable girls. I told him you're pretty and sweet-talking, and he just dislikes you even more." Lin Yuzhu popped a hazelnut into her mouth, and with a crunch, it cracked open. She spat out the shell and chewed the nut, coldly saying, "I don't care to go anyway." Not all men lose their minds when they see a beautiful woman. When you can't even guarantee a full stomach, who cares about looks? Lin Yuzhu felt very convinced, especially impressed. She had no chance with wild chickens. Late at night, she returned to her space to make date cakes with Sampang, and finally, Dapeng could join in, looking a bit happier. Even though it was just a robot, it didn't stop it from showing simple emotions. In winter, the kids had few snacks, just baked potatoes and baked potato chips. Baked potatoes are whole potatoes buried in the stove until cooked, coming out like small black eggs, and peeling them leaves your hands dirty. Potato chips can be sliced and baked on the stove until crispy, sprinkled with salt or chili powder, a little snack with a vintage touch. Considering this, Lin Yuzhu researched and decided to make some spicy and non-spicy salt. Thinking of it, she got to work. The next day, she became a delivery person, carrying 10 pounds of date cakes and salt to knock on Aunt Zheng's door. When Aunt Zheng opened the door and saw her, she seemed even happier than usual, as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Lin Yuzhu found this a bit puzzling. Once inside, she noticed a young girl sitting there, around 17 or 18, with thick black braids and bangs, round face and big eyes, quite a distinctive girl, though her skin was a bit rough and dark. Lin Yuzhu glanced at her, and the girl shyly lowered her head, looking a bit awkward. Lin Yuzhu quickly looked away, thinking she must be an easily embarrassed girl. Seeing someone else in the room, Lin Yuzhu glanced at Aunt Zheng, wondering how to proceed. After all, this was a secret deal not meant for outsiders. Aunt Zheng smiled warmly at her, giving a reassuring look, then said to the girl, "Juanzi, you go to the back room for a bit. I have something to discuss with your aunt." The girl named Juanzi nodded and shyly walked into the back room. Only then did Lin Yuzhu quietly say, "Aunt, is this your niece? Is everything okay?" "Don't worry, she's family. They often get supplies from me," Aunt Zheng replied. Lin Yuzhu nodded and took out the goods, 5 pounds of spicy salt, 5 pounds of non-spicy, and the date cakes. Aunt Zheng peered into the basket, not satisfied. Is this all? Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, I don't know who came up with the idea that selling snacks is better than selling grains. So, I only provide date cakes. Do you want some? Hearing this, Aunt Zheng had to take a closer look at the date cakes, mumbling the craftsmanship is good. It looks better than the egg cakes from the supply store. This is perfect for gifts. How much? Lin Yuzhu cheerfully replied, 2 yuan a pound. Aunt Zheng thought it was expensive and started to haggle. They couldn't agree. Aunt Zheng then looked at the salt, which she had never tried before. After tasting it, she frowned and said, I don't see anything special about it. Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, you can use it as a dip for fried meatballs or baked potatoes. Aunt Zheng shook her head, impressed by her eating skills. After some bargaining, the spicy salt was 30 cents a pound, and the non-spicy was 25 cents. After Lin Yuzhu collected the money, Aunt Zheng reluctantly asked, when will there be grain? Soon everyone will want steam buns and dumplings. Grain will definitely sell well. Lin Yuzhu scratched her head and said, Aunt, I can't be too sure. Aunt Zheng helplessly walked her out of the yard. Once Lin Yuzhu left and closed the door, Aunt Zheng hurried back inside, seeing her niece who had come out from the back room. She asked, so, what do you think? Did you catch his eye? I noticed that guy looked at you as soon as he entered. Wang blushed and hesitantly said, Aunt, he just looked a couple of times. He might not even like me. I think he's not very tall and a bit thin. My mom would definitely disapprove. Aunt Zheng frowned and said, don't listen to your mom. She always focuses on which guy is strong and can work. What's the use of that? Besides farming, what else can he do? It's better to find someone smart. Back when I wanted you to marry the son of the Qin family, your mom refused, saying he was too thin and wouldn't work hard. Well, you married your dad, who could work, but how much money did he save in a year? Look at the Qin family. They got their son into the commune, and now his kids are working in town.
Who doesn't envy them?
You didn't listen to my advice back then, and now it's too late to regret. Don't listen to your mom. Your aunt won't harm you. That guy can make money, which is better than anything else. Hearing her father being belittled made Wang feel stiff, but she had to admit that her aunt had a point. Who wants to spend their life struggling in the fields? Wang felt a bit shy and said, Aunt, do you think he likes me? Aunt Zheng thought for a moment and confidently said, just show up in front of him a few more times. Eventually, you'll find a moment when you both notice each other. Our Juanzi is so pretty, he won't be able to resist. Aunt Zheng remembered how the guy looked at her niece as soon as he entered the room, his gaze lingering for a while. Maybe he was already thinking about her. Walking on the snow, Lin Yuzhu sneezed, wondering who was talking about her behind her back. After delivering to a few other aunts, Lin Yuzhu hesitated about whether to visit Li Zili. What if he was out in the mountains? It would be a wasted trip. After thinking it over, she decided to go check. Walking was the least valuable thing now. She was no longer the same person she used to be. If it turned out to be a wasted trip, so be it. When she arrived at Li Zili's house, the door was unlocked. Lin Yuzhu pushed the door open and entered, finding no one in the yard. She knocked on the door. Before long, a stranger opened the door. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a diamond-shaped face, and a wheat-colored complexion, giving off a very handsome vibe. Lin Yuzhu was taken aback and asked, is Li Zili here? Did she come to the wrong place? To confirm, Lin Yuzhu turned to look around the yard. No, this was definitely Li Zili's house. She even saw Shenbo Jun's bicycle in the yard. The man said clearly, yes, come in. Lin Yuzhu's eyes darted around as she followed him in, thinking, could this be the brother that Wang Xiaomei admires so much? She couldn't help but look him up and down. From the back, he seemed tall and strong, walking steadily, like a good farmer.
Not bad.
The first person Lin Yuzhu noticed wasn't Li Zili, but a shy little girl with 2 braids, around 8 or 9 years old. She had a doll-like face, beautifully made up, and was very cute, likely Li Zili's sister. It was clear the little girl was well taken care of, showing that her brother was attentive. The girl sat in the corner, occasionally stealing glances at her, full of curiosity. Lin Yuzhu smiled kindly at her. Just then, Li Zili came over, wearing an apron, probably just from the kitchen. Seeing her, he nodded and said to his sister, Hwanla, go do your homework in the back room. The little girl obediently went to the back room. While she closed the door, Lin Yuzhu looked around but didn't see Wang Xiaomei, guessing she was at the black market. She set down her basket and took out 10 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of date cake. She thought to herself that it was good Wang Xiaomei wasn't there, otherwise, she would have insisted on taking a piece of date cake. The unfamiliar man showed interest in the date cake and asked, Did you make this yourself? Lin Yuzhu nodded, not offering any further explanation. As the saying goes, what you fear will come to pass. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a rush of cold air came in as Wang Xiaomei entered with a basket. Seeing Lin Yuzhu, she casually said, You're here early this time. She thought it would take a few more days for her to come. Lin Yuzhu smiled politely. As expected, Wang Xiaomei set down her basket and came over to see what she had brought. When she saw the date cake, she exclaimed, You're not selling dates anymore but date cakes. That's smart. You can make more this way. After saying that, she took a piece of date cake, broke it into 3 parts, and handed one to Zhang Cheng and one to Li Zili. She naturally said, Here, try it and see if it's good. If it's not, we can't sell it, so don't let it go to waste. Lin Yuzhu thought only she would dare to do this. The others were too busy flattering her, afraid of upsetting her. The key was that Wang Xiaomei not only ate her food but also criticized her behind her back. How unreasonable. After Wang Xiaomei finished eating, she smacked her lips and said, Not bad. How much? Lin Yuzhu glanced at the 2 silent men behind her, and it seemed they wanted Wang Xiaomei to take the lead. $2.50 a pound. Women need to be a bit flexible. Unexpectedly, the unfamiliar man frowned and said, That's too expensive. Lin Yuzhu nodded and replied, Yes, it is a bit pricey. The 3 of them. Wang Xiaomei's eyes darted around, and she sweetly said, Brother Mu, can you make it a bit cheaper? Lin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow, feeling flattered, and nodded. I'll lower it by 10 cents. Brother Mu, can you lower it a bit more? Wang Xiaomei looked at her with starry eyes, trying to charm her. Lin Yuzhu felt goosebumps, recalling how Wang Xiaomei had called her stingy the other night. Humph, that woman. $2.30, that's the lowest I can go. Brother Mu. Wang Xiaomei continued to plead. The 3 of them in the room shuddered. Lin Yuzhu was puzzled. Where did Wang Xiaomei learn this? She cleared her throat and said, Seriously, $2, not a cent less. Wang Xiaomei immediately smiled happily. Lin Yuzhu observed the reactions of the 2 men behind her. Li Zili pressed his lips together, looking a bit unhappy. The unfamiliar man maintained a neutral expression, but he seemed to notice her gaze and looked back. Their eyes met, and Lin Yuzhu smiled briefly before looking away. Her mind flashed with a dramatic scene. The main characters were naturally Wang Xiaomei and her brother Zhang. Thinking of Wang Xiaomei's infatuated expression that day, she wondered if it was a case of a girl chasing a boy chasing a girl, or mutual affection. As Lin Yuzhu pondered, Wang Xiaomei seemed to make up her mind and said, $2 is fine. I don't know how well it will sell, or if we can make a profit. Lin Yuzhu smiled but remained silent. She wasn't sure either. What she had been doing lately was just an experiment. If it worked out, she could indeed earn more than selling loose goods. With San Pang's help, she could make more money. If it didn't sell well, she could always switch to something else. In a few years, she planned to invest in real estate, and thinking about it made her feel a bit short on cash. Seeing they had settled on a price, Li Zili stepped forward to inspect the pork. Nowadays, it's easy to get contaminated pork, so he was particularly careful every time. Lin Yuzhu watched Li Zili and couldn't help but sigh. This boy looked young, but was already 14. He may seem small, but his maturity was evident. He had been shaped by life's pressures. Wang Xiaomei kindly stood by to help check the meat. Lin Yuzhu looked at the 2 of them, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the unfamiliar man. Unfortunately, he caught her looking again, so she continued to smile politely. After all, she was just a boy. What was wrong with looking a little longer? After they settled the payment, Lin Yuzhu didn't want to waste any more energy and picked up her basket to leave. Wang Xiaomei seemed to remember something and suddenly reached out to grab her. In a moment of clumsiness, she accidentally held her hand. The air in the room froze. Lin Yuzhu was caught off guard, staring at Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei was also stunned, then squeezed her hand and looked down, saying, "Brother Mu, your hands are quite soft. You can tell you don't do much farm work." Lin Yuzhu, how shameless. Shouldn't you let go of my hand? Compared to her delicate hands in her past life, these hands were indeed rougher. Wang Xiaomei suddenly realized, quickly letting go and pretending to be clueless. "Brother Mu, when can you get another batch of oil?" "I'll bring it to you, if I have it," Lin Yuzhu said, not looking back as she left. She noticed Li Zili was about to pull out a knife. After Lin Yuzhu left, Li Huanle ran out of the small room, bouncing over to hug Wang Xiaomei, sweetly calling, "Sister Xiaomei." Wang Xiaomei immediately hugged the little girl, and they started playing together, laughing and giggling. Li Zili and Zhang Cheng went into the kitchen, one continuing to clean fish while the other kneaded dough. Suddenly, a voice with the awkwardness of a boy going through puberty broke the silence. "Bro, you need to hurry up. If you don't, Sister Xiaomei will be taken away by someone else." Zhang Cheng paused his kneading and looked at Li Zili, confused. "Taken away? What are you talking about? What else? Didn't we agree that Sister Xiaomei would be my sister-in-law?" "Zhang Cheng, did we ever agree on that?" When they parted ways in town, Wang Xiaomei specifically asked Lin Yuzhu to go to the state-run restaurant together for lunch. It was still a bit early, so Lin Yuzhu found a quiet spot to remove her makeup and warm up a little. The Northeast is cold, and while wearing thicker clothes keeps her warm while walking, her face still felt frozen. Once she warmed up enough, Lin Yuzhu left her space and headed to the state-run restaurant. She thought she had arrived quite early, but to her surprise, Wang Xiaomei was already there. Seeing Lin Yuzhu, Wang Xiaomei waved happily at her. Lin Yuzhu walked over, and Wang Xiaomei took out a paper-wrapped package from her pocket and handed it to her, saying excitedly, "Here, I got this today. It tastes much better than the ones from the supply and marketing cooperative." Lin Yuzhu opened it to find a piece of date cake and couldn't help but laugh. In this era, gifts like pastries are usually given in half-pound portions, so Lin Yuzhu had cut the date cake into small pieces to make it look like more. Wang Xiaomei was generous enough to give her a whole piece. After Lin Yuzhu finished it in a few bites, she noticed Wang Xiaomei still hadn't gone inside and asked, "Aren't you going in?" Wang Xiaomei looked towards the street and replied, "You go in first. I'm waiting for someone. I'm treating today." Lin Yuzhu tilted her head, looking curious. "You're treating?" She thought she must have misheard. "Can I fool you?"
Go on in.
"Once everyone is here, we'll order." "Who else is coming?" Lin Yuzhu asked curiously, and just then, she saw Li Pengzi walking over. She smiled and greeted him, saying, "Brother Fatty, back for another meal?" Li Pengzi paused for a moment, glancing at Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei had been looking the other way, but turned around when she heard Lin Yuzhu's words and greeted Li Pengzi warmly. "Brother Fatty, you're here." Lin Yuzhu was a bit stunned.
Wait.
Is she treating Li Pengzi to a meal? Li Pengzi smiled and nodded, saying, "Have you been waiting long? I was a bit busy at work today." Once the three of them entered the restaurant, Wang Xiaomei took the initiative to order at the window while Lin Yuzhu and Li Pengzi sat in a corner waiting. The two chatted casually and Li Pengzi curiously asked, "Sister, why haven't I seen you at the restaurant lately?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head and sighed. "I'm just a poor, educated youth. How can I afford to eat out all the time? I still need to get by." Li Pengzi was taken aback, realizing he had misunderstood. Wang Xiaomei often went to the black market to trade and had made some money, but Lin Yuzhu hadn't. Just then, Wang Xiaomei finished ordering and ran back, looking frustrated. "Now that winter is here, it's just cabbage and potatoes. I saw celery on the board and thought about ordering a plate, but it was sold out. For a girl from the south, winter in the Northeast is tough. Occasionally, fresh vegetables can be found in town, but in the village, it's just cabbage and potatoes, then pickled vegetables and noodles." If she wanted to improve her meals, she could stir-fry carrots with potatoes. If she got tired of that, it was dried beans stewed with potatoes. Potatoes, potatoes, all potatoes. Even when stewing chicken, you have to add some potatoes. You might ask what else can be done with potatoes. Boiled potato strips can be tossed with cold noodles and a layer of chili oil for a cold dish. If the family runs low on grain, they can steam potatoes and eat them with sauce. For Wang Xiaomei, this was a nightmare. If Lin Yuzhu didn't have her space, she would probably feel hopeless too. When the dishes were ready, Lin Yuzhu helped Wang Xiaomei carry them and noticed that Wang Xiaomei was being very generous today. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, braised white catfish, sauerkraut with pork and noodles, and cold potato strips. This sudden generosity puzzled Lin Yuzhu. Once all the food was on the table, the host naturally had to give a little speech first. Wang Xiaomei sat up straight, looking very serious, which made Lin Yuzhu want to laugh. Thinking she should give her some face, Lin Yuzhu also sat there with a serious expression. This made Li Pengzi a bit nervous. It was just a meal. Why did it feel like a meeting? Wang Xiaomei sincerely said to Li Pengzi, I really want to thank you, Brother Fatty. Not only did you lend me your bike, but you also helped me out in the black market.
You've done a lot for me.
I won't say much more. Treating you to this meal is my way of showing gratitude. Lin Yuzhu's eyes flicked around, realizing that Wang Xiaomei must have encountered some trouble in the black market. Li Pengzi felt a bit awkward being thanked by Wang Xiaomei and said, It's nothing. It's not easy for a girl like you out there. Since we know each other, how could I just stand by and watch you get bullied? Wang Xiaomei smiled and then turned to Lin Yuzhu, saying sincerely, Yuzhu, I also want to thank you for taking care of me these past 6 months. Without you. At this point, Wang Xiaomei's voice began to choke up. Lin Yuzhu hurriedly patted her and smiled, saying, Sister Xiaomei, don't be so formal. We help each other out. There's no need for thanks. You used to tell me not to be polite, but now you're being polite? In a way, they were both companions who provided each other with emotional support, not really needing to thank one another. What Wang Xiaomei offered Lin Yuzhu was invaluable companionship, preventing her from feeling too lonely in this strange world. In this special era, Wang Xiaomei held a unique place in Lin Yuzhu's heart. Li Pengzi, sitting across from them, felt a bit lost. He was not used to this kind of atmosphere. Wang Xiaomei collected herself and said, All right, let's eat. I won't say much. My gratitude is all in the food. The three, usually quite talkative, had an unusually polite meal. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Lin Yuzhu felt that the food made by the state-run chefs was indeed a bit better than that of Sanpeng. After they parted ways, on the way back to the village, Lin Yuzhu learned that Wang Xiaomei had been frequenting the black market lately and had caught the attention of some local thugs. Once, a few thugs surrounded her, trying to collect protection money, and Li Pengzi happened to be there to help her out. This reminded Lin Yuzhu to be cautious. The security situation tends to get chaotic before the new year, with all sorts of troublemakers appearing, making it unsafe to walk around. Just as she thought this, a flash of light appeared before her, showcasing various self-defense weapons. Lin Yuzhu. Once she got home, she considered that researching self-defense weapons might not be a bad idea. It would be best if they were small and easy to hide. If only there were something like hidden weapons from ancient times. The system immediately recommended a very compact device that looked like a small cylinder with a button on top. Lin Yuzhu looked at the description on the screen and was impressed. It turned out to be a tranquilizer gun, containing 6 tranquilizer darts that could quickly dissolve in the body, rendering someone unconscious instantly. It was an excellent tool for self-defense, not for harm. Looking at the price, she thought, well, I'll think about it when I need it. Hopefully, she would never have to use it. After some time of idleness, Lin Yuzhu started selling grains and oils seriously again. Aunt Zheng was so happy she was jumping around. What puzzled Lin Yuzhu was that she kept seeing Aunt Zheng's niece during her visits. She wondered if it was awkward for her to stay there for so long, especially with the new year approaching. Wasn't that a bit inconsiderate? In the end, it didn't really concern her, so she just complained a little and moved on. Surprisingly, her chili powder was very popular. The reason was simple. Her chili powder had a richer flavor because of the chili oil she made, and most customers returned to buy more. In the vegetable-scarce winter, many families relied on chili powder. The chili salt, however, was not as popular. It had become more of a snack for kids. Usually, only families who spoiled their children bought it, using it to dip roasted potatoes, which was a sustainable choice. Candied fruits were also quite popular. They made for a nice gift. Lin Yuzhu didn't make too many, selling them every couple of times, and the aunties bought them every time. She also had another pig in her space that she had slaughtered. Now, she planned to sell the pork to Li Zili and the grains to the aunties, trying to keep the meat and grains separate. Before she knew it, it was the 12th month, and the village started distributing grains and money, with the educated youth naturally being last in line. At this time, the gap between urban and rural residents became clear. The villagers had worked all year, calculating whether to sell their fine grains or keep them for the new year. Meanwhile, families in town had already started spending money on expensive grains, making steamed buns and frozen dumplings. Lin Yuzhu earned just the right amount of work points this year, trading her grains and work points for sorghum rice, planning to take it back to make wine. The older educated youth had received some money. Even Zhao Xianglan got 15 yuan. The new educated youth this year didn't even get enough basic grains. The team leader specifically told a few of them to wait for the returned grains. Except for Zhang Yanqiu, the others didn't have much to say about it. Since the rumor incident, Zhang Yanqiu's reputation in the village had completely fallen. The team leader didn't even look at her and just turned to leave. To put it bluntly, he was just there to inform these educated youth. Zhang Yanqiu looked upset and turned to see Lin Yuzhu, quickly looking away as if burned. Lin Yuzhu stood there lazily, completely unaware. Wang Xiaomei had been so busy lately that she didn't know about the situation between Lin Yuzhu and Zhang Yanqiu. Seeing this, she curiously said, "What's wrong with Zhang Yanqiu? Why do I feel like she's scared of you?" Lin Yuzhu glanced at Zhang Yanqiu, who seemed to sense her gaze and tensed up, looking like she wanted to see but didn't dare, as if Lin Yuzhu were a tiger. Lin Yuzhu casually replied, "I just dealt with her a bit, and that's how it is." Wang Xiaomei looked confused, wondering if she missed something. Since the conflict, Lin Yuzhu had not given Zhang Yanqiu a good look, ignoring her completely. Whenever they met at the educated youth point, she pretended not to see her and didn't even want to greet her. At this moment, Lin Yuzhu began to understand Zhao Xianglan better. She was almost becoming like her, being polite to others, but changing her face the moment she saw Zhang Yanqiu, making the male educated youth sweat. Women, you can't mess with them. On the way back to the educated youth point, Lin Yuzhu briefly explained what happened to Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei shook her head, not understanding. What's wrong with her? Last time she got slapped for slandering Li Xiangwan, and now she still wants to spread rumors? This time she almost got kicked out of the village. Speaking of which, since elementary school, Zhang Yanqiu had a habit of slandering anyone she didn't like. Later, she found that spreading rumors was quite effective. The girls in her class gradually distanced themselves from her, even isolating those she slandered. After a few times, it became a habit. When she got to middle school, she did the same to a few girls she disliked, never failing. This only made her bolder. After coming to the countryside, she thought this tactic would still work, but she kept hitting a wall. Because of Zhang Yanqiu, Lin Yuzhu's relationship with Aunt Chen improved. Sometimes, when she felt bored at home, she would visit Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen was closest to Aunt Su, and through them, Lin Yuzhu also grew closer to Aunt Su. Thanks to Aunt Su, Lin Yuzhu's relationship with the village aunties gradually warmed up. Even on the day of the Laba festival, several aunties sent a small bowl of Laba porridge to her. Lin Yuzhu hurriedly asked Sanpang to make more porridge to send back. Then, Dog Dan happily came over to do some odd jobs. As a result, whenever the aunties mentioned Lin Yuzhu, they would say, "Little Lin is quite nice, a friendly person, as long as you don't provoke her." Quietly, Lin Yuzhu's reputation in the village suddenly improved. Lin Yuzhu could only say it was thanks to Zhang Yanqiu. When she thought about it this way, she noticed Zhang Yanqiu seemed even more nervous. This puzzled Lin Yuzhu.
Why?
She hoped Zhang Yanqiu would remain cold and distant. That was fine too. After the Laba festival, The village head and several leaders discussed slaughtering pigs and distributing the meat. The village became lively again, especially the bold children, giggling and joining in, but when it was time to slaughter the pigs, they all covered their eyes, peeking through their fingers. When it came time to distribute the pork, the educated youth were still last in line, receiving only the lean meat that the aunties didn't want. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan were quite satisfied. They loved lean meat. The villagers happily carried their pork home, and Li Xiangwan was even happier than them. She was finally no longer the woman tied to a pig. The next day, Li Xiangwan rode back from town on a bicycle, followed by a bunch of kids, making quite a commotion. The backyard of the educated youth point became lively, attracting even the aunties. Lin Yuzhu, who was lying in the house reading a newspaper, came out to see the shiny new bicycle almost blinded her. The female lead truly was impressive. She managed to get a bicycle. Lin Yuzhu admired her. She still hadn't received a single bicycle ticket. People can really make you feel inferior. Li Xiangwan resumed her business, and soon a batch of grains and pork flooded the black market. Lin Yuzhu's small dealings seemed like child's play in comparison. When Lin Yuzhu once again carried grains to Aunt Zheng's house, Aunt Zheng pulled her aside with a wronged expression and said, "Wood, do you not like your aunt?" Lin Yuzhu was stunned. "Aunt, where is this coming from?" Aunt Zheng suddenly spoke in a somewhat spoiled tone. "You're still trying to fool me. Grains are plentiful in the black market now, so why do you still come with just a few dozen pounds like before? Have you sold all the grains to someone else?" Lin Yuzhu blinked in disbelief and said, "Aunt, you really have wronged me. If I could get so much grain, I would definitely sell it, not keep it. Who would turn down money? We've known each other for so long. If I had it, I'd share it with you." Aunt Zheng sighed with relief, believing Lin Yuzhu's words were genuine. At that moment, Wang Wan brought over a cup of hot water and placed it on the table beside Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu thanked her. Wang Wan smiled shyly, thinking how polite this guy was, speaking so elegantly, much better than the boys in the village. Her aunt was right. Just knowing how to farm wasn't enough. Making money was what mattered most. She felt increasingly attracted to him. Aunt Zheng glanced at her niece and said, "Oh, my one is so thoughtful. You've been sitting here for a while, and I forgot to get you a drink." Good thing Wan remembered. She added, "Having a daughter is truly better. My niece is much more caring than my son. Just the other day, I sneezed, and she immediately made me ginger tea to warm my heart. If I relied on my son, I wouldn't even get a cup of hot water." Lin Yuzhu found this hard to believe. No niece could compare to a daughter. He thought it was just flattery. You can't trust the words of the elderly. Lin Yuzhu smiled politely, took a sip of water, and winced. It was a bit hot. Seeing Lin Yuzhu not respond, Aunt Zheng felt a bit awkward and glanced at Wan, signaling her that everything was fine. Then she turned back to Lin Yuzhu and asked, "So, have your family found a girl for you?" Lin Yuzhu's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up, saying, "Yes, I was thinking of getting married once my mother feels better and the burden is lighter." After all this time, he realized Aunt Zheng seemed to want to introduce her niece to him. He shivered. Why do older women love to play matchmaker? Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Aunt Zheng felt a bit embarrassed, thinking she had been too direct today. The atmosphere in the room became awkward. Wang Wan's expression dimmed, and slowly, she looked a bit upset and ran back into the house. Aunt Zheng rubbed her nose, feeling shy to look at Lin Yuzhu, thinking she shouldn't have hinted so directly. Aunt Zheng laughed awkwardly, opened her mouth, but was at a loss for words. After a while, she said, "Well, Wan probably remembered something urgent and rushed off. Don't take it personally. It wasn't aimed at you. So, what goods did you bring this time?" Lin Yuzhu played along, pretending to believe her, then took out the goods and placed them on the table, eager to collect the money and leave. Aunt Zheng stood at the door, watching Lin Yuzhu's retreating figure with regret. As she closed the door and turned back, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. When she returned to the inner room, she found her niece sitting on the kong, looking distressed and about to cry. She said irritably, "Don't be so down. There's nothing to be upset about. It's not like there aren't other opportunities. Wangwon felt a bit resentful towards her aunt for rushing to play matchmaker without checking things out first, making it seem like no one wanted her. Pouting, she said, they made it pretty clear they already have someone. Do I really want to embarrass myself by chasing after them? Aunt Jing shot her a glare, thinking how much she took after her mother, not being very sharp. You stubborn girl, let me ask you this. Is he married? Wangwon looked at her aunt in disbelief and said, Aunt, are you asking me to steal someone else's partner? That can't be right. What if it gets out? I'd lose face. Aunt Jing frowned, wondering why her niece was so naive. She sat down on the edge of the Kong and muttered, if you manage to win him over, you'll be the one benefiting. Why do you care about others? Wangwon hesitated, but she felt her aunt had a point. Everyone should live for themselves. She asked timidly, Aunt, what should I do? Aunt Jing grabbed her hand and said, it's simple. Next time he comes, you just... While the two were scheming, Lin Yuzhu, walking through the snow, suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill on his back. He couldn't tell if it was a good omen or bad luck. When Lin Yuzhu arrived at Aunt Jing's place, he happened to interrupt her son's blind date. Already inside, Lin Yuzhu felt awkward as he noticed Aunt Jing's younger son looking a bit uncomfortable and stiff. The matchmaker and the girl looked puzzled at Lin Yuzhu's entrance. Aunt Jing smiled and said, this is my nephew. He came to bring me some things before the new year.
You all chat.
After that, she pulled Lin Yuzhu into a small room and whispered, Yuzhu, put your things down here. Your brother's blind date doesn't seem promising. The girl looked a bit put off when she saw him. Perfect timing. You should sit down too. What if she likes you instead? This girl comes from a good family. Her parents are from the town, and I heard they want to help her get a job at the supply and marketing cooperative. If she likes you, your life will be a bit easier.
Come on.
Aunt Jing dragged Lin Yuzhu toward the living room. Lin Yuzhu's face changed, and he quickly stopped her, whispering, Aunt, I was looking at a girl a few days ago. I think she's nice, and I'm planning to marry her when the time is right. Aunt Jing examined Lin Yuzhu closely, pondering his words, then said, No, why wait for the right time? She's just keeping you hanging, afraid of hardship in marriage. She wants to see how it goes first. Lin Yuzhu, if she kept nitpicking. That's not it. The girl also wants to get married, but we aren't of age to get a license yet. Well, that's just young people being misled. How many young couples are truly of age when they marry? They just get married first and get the license later. They know you're kind-hearted and are taking advantage of that. Come on, let's go to the front room. It's not like you have to end up with this girl. We can just enjoy the moment. Lin Yuzhu. When Lin's son saw his mother bringing Lin Yuzhu into the room, he looked resentful. Lin Yuzhu sat on a wooden bench by the wall, keeping quiet and pretending to be a wooden person. The girl on the blind date looked over, and upon seeing his face, her eyes sparkled. The matchmaker, who was about the same age as Aunt Jing, sized Lin Yuzhu up and asked with a smile, Miss, your nephew is quite handsome. Where does he live? This question made Aunt Jing a bit awkward. She glanced at Lin Yuzhu and asked, Yuzhu, which village do you live in? Aunt, I'm not from around here. I'm staying at my grandmother's house, Lin Yuzhu said honestly. Upon hearing this, the matchmaker immediately showed a look of disdain. Seeing her reaction, Aunt Lin felt a bit unhappy. Although her son seemed to have poor conditions, he was capable and could earn money. The old matchmaker just didn't recognize his worth. Lin's son suddenly sat up straight, feeling a bit superior. The girl on the blind date looked at Lin Yuzhu with a hint of regret, thinking that even if his conditions were average, it would be better if he were from the town. Then she could go back and charm her parents into agreeing. But he was from the village and didn't even have a house. What a pity. Lin Yuzhu felt the disdain and thought this was the most embarrassing moment of her life. Feeling guilty about the situation, Aunt Lin forced a smile and said to the matchmaker, You all chat for a bit. I need to talk to my nephew outside. The matchmaker nodded, wanting to give the young people some space, but just as she was about to say something, she saw Aunt Lin pulling her nephew out. The matchmaker thought, Does your son still want to pursue this? Aunt Lin ignored the reactions inside and figured that since the girl wasn't interested in her son, it wasn't worth the trouble to marry her. Pulling Lin Yuzhu to the storage room, she comforted her with a hint of guilt. Don't be sad. These people just don't know your abilities. If they did, they would definitely like you. Lin Yuzhu nodded and replied casually, Aunt, I know. How about the girl you met a few days ago? Is she from the town or the village? Aunt Lin asked in detail, and Lin Yuzhu struggled to keep up. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been misled. After a round of questions, Aunt Lin nodded and said lightly, Let's just see how it goes. If she's one of those who only likes the rich, we can't accept her. Lin Yuzhu nodded absent-mindedly. Aunt Lin, feeling a bit reluctant, said, If that girl has a bad character, let me know, and I'll help you find someone better. Marriage is a big deal. You shouldn't settle just because times are tough. You boys aren't in a hurry to marry. You can wait another 2 years. Lin Yuzhu nodded, thinking Aunt Lin should really be more concerned about Lin's son, who clearly needed to find a wife more urgently. After Aunt Lin sadly sent her out the door, Lin Yuzhu sighed quietly. This unsolicited care felt a bit overwhelming at times. When she arrived at Li Zili's house, she found Zhang Cheng had opened the door. Lin Yuzhu wondered if he wouldn't be going home for the new year. It felt like she was almost living at Li Zili's place. Once inside, she realized there was no one there except for Zhang Cheng. Lin Yuzhu was taken aback and asked, Is Zili not here? If she had known, she wouldn't have come in. Zhang Cheng nodded and said calmly, I can make decisions too. Lin Yuzhu nodded, then took out the oil and pork, asking, I have an old sow. Do you want to buy it? Old sows have tough meat and don't taste as good as boars. Some families avoid them, while others don't mind. If the price is low, someone will still buy it. Where did you get it? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. Lin Yuzhu smiled and casually replied, From a neighbor's house. Zhang Cheng scrutinized her for a moment, then nodded, We can buy it, but the price won't be very high. Lin Yuzhu nodded, thinking about getting a cart to transport the pork, unsure if she could manage it. How old are you this year? Lin Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden conversation. Turning 18 this new year. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, You don't look that old. Haha, Li Zili looks even younger. That's just how it is. Why did you choose this path? Zhang Cheng seemed genuinely curious. His question made it sound like she had taken a wrong turn in life. Everyone knew Lin Yuzhu's background, so she easily shared her story of being bullied. Zhang Cheng looked at her with a hint of apology. I didn't mean to bring up old wounds. Lin Yuzhu smiled nonchalantly and said, It's okay. Life will get better. Zhang Cheng paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, life will get better. Can I have the payment? Zhang Cheng was momentarily surprised, then chuckled as he took out the money and handed it to Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu accepted the money and didn't plan to continue chatting with Zhang Cheng. Just as she was about to leave, she heard him say, My brother has always seen Wang Xiaomei as an older sister and is worried about her getting hurt, so he might not be very friendly towards you. Don't take it to heart. Lin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow. After all, they were all just using each other for their own benefit. She didn't really care about friendliness. She turned back to take a closer look at him. Standing straight and polite, he was quite good at handling people. She smiled and said, I'm easygoing. I really didn't notice. Kids will always have their moments of confusion. Zhang Cheng smiled and watched her leave, his gaze thoughtful. Recently, Wang Xiaomei had made some money and was clearly feeling good about herself. She said she was going to a state-run restaurant for lunch and invited Lin Yuzhu to join her or to wait at the supply and marketing cooperative. Of course, this time, she wasn't treating. After changing into her female attire, Lin Yuzhu leisurely walked to the state-run restaurant. Upon entering, she was momentarily stunned. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan were sitting at the same table. Lin Yuzhu. Was this a coincidence? As she approached, Li Xiangwan, who had been trying to hold back laughter, suddenly burst out laughing. Wang Xiaomei frowned, her expression dark, and said through gritted teeth, What's so funny? You don't look that great either. Lin Yuzhu glanced at both of them, then sat down and asked, Have you ordered yet? Both nodded. Lin Yuzhu got up to order, thinking that as a poor youth, she shouldn't be too extravagant, so she ordered a bowl of fried sauce noodles. When she returned to the table, Li Xiangwan had stopped laughing, but the amusement in her eyes was still evident. Lin Yuzhu stared at Wang Xiaomei, silently asking her how much Li Xiangwan knew. Wang Xiaomei was too annoyed to notice Lin Yuzhu's signal. Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu were not in sync. Lin Yuzhu was deep in thought, unsure if Li Xiangwan knew she was also involved in buying and selling. She wondered how these two had crossed paths. Not wanting to say too much and make mistakes, Lin Yuzhu silently watched the two without speaking. Just then, someone at the window called out, "The pork dumplings are ready." The two got up to get their dumplings. When they returned with a plate, Lin Yuzhu felt a bit angry. She didn't want to be left out. While the two enjoyed their dumplings, Lin Yuzhu sipped plain water, suddenly feeling that time was dragging. A lot had happened today, and she realized she needed to check the calendar before going out in the future. When her fried sauce noodles were ready and she brought them to the table, Li Xiangwan glanced over and jokingly asked, "Why didn't you order dumplings?" Lin Yuzhu replied coldly, "I have no money and no meat tickets." Wang Xiaomei looked up at her and then quietly continued eating. Li Xiangwan tilted her head and said with a laugh, "Come on, stop pretending." Lin Yuzhu mixed her noodles and glanced at Wang Xiaomei, who also looked over and subtly shook her head, indicating she hadn't said anything. Li Xiangwan huffed and said, "Hey, do you think I'm blind?" Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei. The restaurant was crowded, so Li Xiangwan didn't say much but whispered, "She knows where to go, and you do too. You come to town for no reason. You really must have relatives here." Lin Yuzhu felt numb, picked up a chopstick full of noodles, and started eating. Wang Xiaomei pushed her dumplings and asked, "Want me to get you some?" Li Xiangwan huffed, took a pair of chopsticks from the holder, grabbed a few dumplings from her plate, and put them in Lin Yuzhu's bowl. Then she looked at Wang Xiaomei, took some from her plate too, and added them. Lin Yuzhu stared at her big bowl and quickly said, "That's enough, really." Only then did Li Xiangwan set her chopsticks aside and said coldly, "You don't need to be so guarded around me. We're all in the same boat, so what are you afraid of?" Lin Yuzhu slurped her noodles without answering. The meal felt a bit awkward. After leaving the state-run restaurant, the three of them stacked their baskets together, transferring everything into one basket, which was then tied to the back of Li Xiangwan's seat. Lin Yuzhu sat behind Wang Xiaomei, swinging her legs, thinking it wasn't so bad since she didn't have to carry the basket anymore. Wang Xiaomei pedaled her bike laboriously and suddenly said, "You must have gained weight. It's hard to ride." Lin Yuzhu. No, she hadn't gained weight. Definitely not. It must be an illusion. When she got home and asked Wang Xiaomei, she learned the details. The two had coincidentally bumped into each other in the black market, and only when they were about to scold each other for not being careful did they realize who they had run into. Wang Xiaomei's disguise was simple and easy to see through. Li Xiangwan had a long black wig in her space, but had cut it into a messy short style, pretending to be a boy from a less wealthy family. In winter, her hat and scarf covered her well, but her striking peach blossom eyes were hard to miss. With thick, curled lashes, Wang Xiaomei recognized her immediately. Seeing Li Xiangwan's skin tone had darkened a lot, she couldn't help but poke her finger at it, saying, "This stuff is pretty good." Li Xiangwan didn't hesitate to slap her hand away. Lin Yuzhu rubbed her forehead, thinking how life brings unexpected encounters. Later, she realized it made sense. Both of them had made their fortunes in the black market, so running into each other was normal. In fact, Lin Yuzhu had prepared for Li Xiangwan to discover her secret dealings. Anyone who went to town as often as she did would naturally have suspicions. To make money, one had to take risks, but it wasn't a big deal. Her identity hadn't been exposed yet. Anyone wanting to deal with her would first need solid evidence. Lin Yuzhu stayed quietly in the village for another 2 days. Aunt Sue invited Aunt Chen to her house to cut window flowers, and Aunt Chen sent her son dog Dan to ask Lin Yuzhu if she wanted to join. With nothing else to do, Lin Yuzhu bought some red paper from her space and went to find Aunt Chen. She noticed the village kids were having fun, They found a big slope, poured dirty water on it, and once it froze, they slid down on a sled. They were tirelessly enjoying themselves, not minding the effort. The slope was interesting. Only a few families lived at the top, including Aunt Li's. As Aunt Chun and Lin Yuzhu passed by Aunt Sue's house, they saw a few kids laughing and playing. Coincidentally, Aunt Li came out of her house, cursing as she walked down the slope, trying to avoid the icy spots. What bad intentions could the kids have? They slid a bit off course and crashed right into Aunt Li's legs. She almost twisted her back, kneeling in the snow and bowing, covered in snow. Lin Yuzhu blinked and smiled at Aunt Li, saying, "Aunt Si, it's not even New Year yet." Aunt Chun chuckled beside her. Aunt Li's face turned red, and she turned to scold the kids, but they had already run off with their sled. "Every time I see you, it's trouble," Aunt Li said to Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu nodded in agreement, saying, "Isn't that true? There's always something going on when we meet." By the time Aunt Li slowly stood up, Lin Yuzhu and Aunt Chun had already walked away. When they reached Aunt Sue's house, they saw Aunt Sue's daughter, Su Hong, sitting on the Kong making lanterns. Lin Yuzhu watched for a while and admired. "You have such skill." Aunt Su beamed and said, "What skill? All the village girls can do this. Don't praise her too much, or she'll really think she's something special." Su Hong pouted. Whenever someone praised her, her mother would tease her. Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "Aunt, it's not just praise. Hong is really talented. Look at how well she shapes them. With such a thoughtful and capable girl, you should be happy. Are you afraid the villagers will find out how good Hong is and try to steal her away?" Aunt Sue's face instantly lit up with joy, saying, "Look at her age. How can she talk so well? She's truly a treasure." Lin Yuzhu grinned, feeling quite cheeky. Once everyone was on the Kong and placed the red paper on the table, Aunt Chun started talking about Aunt Li bowing earlier. Aunt Su laughed heartily and said, "That old lady, at her age, who doesn't get annoyed with her. Every year, the kids splash water on her slope, and she never thinks about why." Aunt Chun couldn't help but say, "It's the neighbors who suffer because of her. They're all dragged down by her," Aunt Su said with annoyance. Lin Yuzhu really didn't know how to cut paper decorations. She learned a little in elementary school, but she had forgotten it all. Lin Yuzhu was mainly there to join in the fun. Aunt Chun was cutting red paper and asked, "Has Xiaoshan from her family not come back for 2 or 3 years? Why would he come back? He's not her real father or mother," Aunt Su said casually. Lin Yuzhu was taken aback, sensing a hint of gossip. Curiously, she asked, "Isn't Aunt Li's youngest son her biological child?" Aunt Chun thought Lin Yuzhu was new to the village and didn't know the old stories, so she explained, "You see, Li Laosi is Xiaoshan's 4th uncle. His real father died during the Korean War, and his mother couldn't cope with it and passed away 2 years later. So, Xiaoshan was left all alone, and Li Laosi took him in." While cutting the red paper, Lin Yuzhu asked in confusion, "What about the other uncles? Why did Li Laosi adopt him?" Li Laosi didn't have a good reputation. He was known for being a troublemaker. People wondered if he genuinely cared for his nephew, or if he was after the compensation money. They initially decided to take turns keeping him at each uncle's house for 3 months, which made a year. The family that had him would get the compensation money. At first, it was fine, but gradually, the aunts started to have their own ideas, cutting back on food to support their own children. By the time it was Li Laosi's turn, the boy was just skin and bones. When Li Laosi brought him home, his wife noticed something was off. When they took off the boy's clothes, they saw he barely had any meat on him. Li Laosi immediately got angry and went to confront the others. "Really?" Lin Yuzhu was surprised. It seemed Li Laosi cared about the boy. "You're surprised, right?" Aunt Chun said, looking as if she expected this reaction. Lin Yuzhu nodded, not wanting to be pretentious. No one in the village considered them a good family. Aunt Su put down her scissors and said excitedly, "Don't be fooled by Li Laosi's behavior towards outsiders. He's very loving towards his brother. The two of them have been inseparable since childhood. Even when Li Laosi found a bird's egg in a tree, he would share it with his brother. Seeing his younger brother suffer like this was too much for him to bear. Because of this, the whole Li family lost face, and Xiaoshan ended up staying with Li Laosi. Li Laosi was also known for being tough on his wife, who didn't dare to act out. She treated Xiaoshan well, and eventually, they developed real feelings, so Xiaoshan started calling them mom and dad. Lin Yuzhu was amazed. It seemed Li Laosi wasn't too heartless after all. Well, this couple is quite puzzling. They take good care of the child, but once he joined the army, things changed. They made Xiaoshan send back his allowance, and any money he earned went to them. They could have had a decent reputation, but now… Aunt Su shook her head, clearly not understanding Li Laosi. Lin Yuzhu. Aunt Chen shook her head and said, his brother has been gone for many years. Feelings naturally fade. Once feelings fade, people become more realistic. Aunt Su thought about it and understood the meaning of her words, nodding in agreement. Then she remembered something and smiled, saying, speaking of which, Li Laosi's wife has had quite a few mishaps with you, girl. Aunt Chen seemed to recall it too, and the two laughed heartily. Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, flattery, flattery. After learning from Aunt Chen and Aunt Su for a while and wasting a few sheets of red paper, Lin Yuzhu finally cut out a simple paper decoration. Once they finished, Aunt Chen and Aunt Su took out colorful paper to make hanging money. This time, Lin Yuzhu didn't help. She sat aside and watched. The afternoon passed with laughter and chatter. Before leaving, Aunt Su gave her a few sheets of hanging money. Lin Yuzhu smiled and expressed her gratitude. Aunt Su joked with Aunt Chen, look at her, in a couple of years, my reputation for talking too much will be replaced. Aunt Chen looked at Lin Yuzhu kindly, thinking she was a good child. Life was simple and plain. The next day was sunny, and Lin Yuzhu received a package. It was sent from home. This time, the package wasn't very big and felt light. Lin Yuzhu hurried to her room with it. It was unusually cold that day. When she opened the package, she found 2 sweaters. She took off her cotton coat and tried them on. They fit perfectly. She felt warm inside. This time, Lin Yuzhu's older sister even included a note in the package. The note said she had received the things Lin Yuzhu sent home and told her not to worry. Lin Mom was no longer angry and advised her not to look for a partner just yet, to wait until she was older. She also asked Lin Yuzhu not to send food home anymore and to keep it for herself. Now, the family had enough food. Lin Yuzhu's brother's girlfriend's father was a small leader at the grain station and could get some internal supplies for them. The main point of the note was to ask if Lin Yuzhu wanted to take time off to visit home for the new year. If she was coming back, she should send a telegram with her return date so they could pick her up at the station. The note also mentioned that Lin Yuzhu's brother's wedding was approaching, and they would choose a good date next year. At the end of the letter, Lin Yuzhu's sister casually mentioned that her own marriage had also been arranged. Everything at home was fine, no major events. After reading the letter, Lin Yuzhu thought for a long time before writing a reply. She wrote that the round-trip fare would be quite expensive, so she wouldn't be coming back. If they needed anything, they could tell her, and she would help if she could. She also mentioned that she had managed to get some sugar tickets for the family's wedding. Everything was fine on her side, so they shouldn't worry. Looking at the brief reply, Lin Yuzhu was slightly stunned. After all, she folded the letter and thought about mailing it while also going to the town to sell some goods. Business was really brisk before the new year. For the past few days, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei had been leaving at dawn and returning at dusk. The urge to make money was strong, making her feel like a salted fish, losing face as a time traveler. If it weren't for her thick skin, she might be digging a hole to jump into right now. The next morning, she caught a ride with Wang Xiaomei to the town. Lin Yuzhu stuffed all her industrial coupons and sugar tickets into an envelope. These tickets were not hard for her to obtain. Lin Mom asked her to exchange them for something useful. She might as well help out where she could. After mailing the letter, Lin Yuzhu went to Aunt Zheng's house first, only to find Wang Wan still there. This time, Lin Yuzhu didn't even dare to look at her. She quietly followed Aunt Zheng, thinking she would drop off the goods, collect the money, and leave without staying a second longer. Aunt Zheng brought her into the house and said to her niece, "Wan, quickly bring a glass of water for your brother." Lin Yuzhu hurriedly shook her head and said, "No need, no need, aunt. I have urgent matters to attend to. I just need to drop off the goods and leave." Aunt Zheng's eyes flickered as she said, "How long can it take to drink a glass of water? Just take out the goods first." Lin Yuzhu put the basket down and was about to take out the goods when she caught a glimpse of Wang Wan coming over with a cup of hot water. As she crossed the threshold, she tripped on the door frame and stumbled forward. Lin Yuzhu quickly stepped back 2 paces, thinking, "That's a cup of hot water. I hope it doesn't spill on me." Anyone with a kind heart would never just watch someone fall without helping. Aunt Zheng and Wang Wan had planned a good show for the morning, hoping for a romantic moment. If someone embraced and their eyes met, it might just work out. Even if it didn't, it was said that a woman chasing a man is like a thin veil. As long as she takes the initiative, there's no corner that can't be turned. They never expected Lin Yuzhu's first reaction would be to dodge. Wang Wan was already in midair, about to fall, and in her panic, she spilled a cup of hot water all over Aunt Zheng. The whole room was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Seeing the result, Lin Yuzhu thought to herself, "What did she say?" She didn't want water but insisted on pouring it. "Look at this mess. Aunt, are you okay?" Lin Yuzhu asked with concern. At that moment, Aunt Zheng's clothes were still steaming. "I'm fine, just need to change," she replied. Lin Yuzhu nodded, realizing she should wear thicker clothes in winter, or she might get burned. Wang Wan's face turned red and then purple. She was too embarrassed to face anyone and quickly ran to the back room, covering her face. Lin Yuzhu focused on herself, trying to act as if she wasn't there. Aunt Zheng thought about saying something to lighten the mood when she saw Wang Wan come out of the back room with a package, rushing past them and leaving without looking back. "Where are you going?" Aunt Zheng called out. Wang Wan shouted angrily, "Home," and slammed the door behind her as she walked out. Lin Yuzhu looked out the window, thinking that her temper was quite something. Just a little tumble, and she left without even closing the door. Aunt Zheng looked embarrassed. Then she laughed awkwardly. "This child usually isn't like this." Lin Yuzhu politely smiled. After collecting her payment, she decided to leave quickly. With such an incident, she planned to distance herself from Aunt Zheng. She guessed Aunt Zheng's intentions. She just wanted to strengthen their relationship for more stable supplies in the future. Having a family connection would be ideal. Without Wang Wan today, there might be another tomorrow. It was no longer possible to continue the collaboration. Aunt Zheng watched the departing figure, feeling frustrated, never expecting him to be so clueless. The other aunts had smooth deliveries without any issues. Aunt Lin was frying nuts at home and insisted that Lin Yuzhu try them when she arrived. Under the resentful gazes of Uncle Lin and Lin's son, Lin Yuzhu tasted one and was surprised at how good it was. She enthusiastically praised it. Aunt Lin smiled widely. "If it's good, have a few more." Lin's son looked even more resentful. He had just been scolded for taking one. Lin Yuzhu noticed that as she became thicker-skinned, she cared less about others' opinions. Now, in front of Uncle Lin and Lin's son, she felt more at ease, enjoying Aunt Lin's affection. Not far from Li Zili's house, after spending some contribution points to ensure no one was around, Lin Yuzhu took out a cart, placed the butchered pig meat on it, and covered it securely with dry grass. At first, it was a bit tough to push, but it got easier later. The slippery snow helped her save energy. When she arrived at Li Zili's place, Zhang Cheng and Wang Xiaomei were not there, just him and his sister. Li Zili told his sister to go inside and do her homework, and then they began their transaction in the yard. Hearing footsteps, it seemed a group of people passed by outside, but since the sound faded away, Lin Yuzhu didn't think much of it. Zhang Cheng seemed to have said something to Li Zili, as Li Zili's attitude was much friendlier this time, unlike before when he was so cold and stiff. Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but think that Li Zili seemed to listen to Zhang Cheng. After leaving Li Zili's house and turning a corner, a few men followed behind. Lin Yuzhu felt a bit wary, thinking they might just be passers-by, even if they looked a bit rough. After walking for a while and noticing they were still following her, she frowned and quickened her pace while checking with the system for any danger. No weapons detected, but based on their micro-expressions, they seem to be targeting you. It's recommended to buy self-defense weapons. That tranquilizer gun you saw last time would be very effective. Lin Yuzhu ignored the chatter, emptied her contribution points to buy one, feeling a sting in her heart. She quickened her pace, and the men behind her did the same. Once they saw there were no other pedestrians around, they rushed in front of Lin Yuzhu, blocking her path. One young man with a sharp face said in a cocky tone, "Hey, little brother, we've been following you for a few days. You look capable, and protecting you has been quite a hassle. How about giving us a little something for our trouble?" "A few days?" They must be joking. Lin Yuzhu calmly looked at the group of thugs, not in a hurry to use her tranquilizer. She asked calmly, "How much do you want?" The leader replied casually, "With so many of us, how about $20 each? That's $100 in total." Was this really a protection fee? It felt more like trouble. Lin Yuzhu nodded and said, "Okay, I don't have that much on me. Want to come with me to get it?" The leader nodded, threateningly saying, "Don't think about pulling a fast one. We're not easy to mess with." Lin Yuzhu nodded, pretending to be a bit scared. "So, are you coming with me?"
Sure.
As they stepped out of the alley, they ran into Zhang Cheng. Lin Yuzhu thought to herself, "Just as I expected." The previously arrogant thugs changed their tune upon seeing him, immediately bowing and saying, "Brother Zhang, what a coincidence to run into you here." Lin Yuzhu thought, "Yes, how coincidental."
Come on, keep acting.
Zhang Cheng glanced at the timid Lin Yuzhu and coldly asked the thugs, "What are you doing?" The leader chuckled, "Brother, we're a bit short on cash, just thought we'd." "He's my friend," Zhang Cheng said coldly, his gaze turning icy. Lin Yuzhu. They really thought she was a fool. Upon hearing this, the thugs quickly turned to Lin Yuzhu, bowing in unison. "Brother, we didn't recognize you. Please don't take it to heart." Lin Yuzhu hurriedly played along, looking a bit confused at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng glanced at her, seeming to reassure her, then coldly told the thugs, "Leave. Don't come back here." The thugs quickly nodded, promising not to return, and left in a hurry. Lin Yuzhu pretended to be grateful, saying, "Thank you so much, Brother Zhang." Zhang Cheng smiled slightly. "It's nothing. Just a few words. You're about the same age as Zili. I see you like a younger brother, so no need to be so polite." Lin Yuzhu scratched her head, looking at Zhang Cheng with admiration. "Brother Zhang, you're really impressive. Those thugs seemed scared of you." Zhang Cheng smirked and said lightly, "I've beaten them a few times. They learn to be afraid, and don't dare to mess with me anymore." Lin Yuzhu nodded in understanding. After exchanging a few more words of gratitude, Zhang Cheng invited her to lunch at Li Zili's, but Lin Yuzhu declined. The two parted ways. When Lin Yuzhu walked onto the street and stood for a moment, she quietly returned, peeking around a wall corner. Sure enough, she saw those few thugs back in the same spot. The thugs were now proudly chatting with Zhang Cheng. Lin Yuzhu didn't dare to get too close and couldn't hear what they were saying. But she had a system. "Host, you need to sell some goods. You have no contribution points left." Lin Yuzhu. After selling a batch of crops, the system finally translated online. As Lin Yuzhu suspected, these people were acting together to put on a show for her. She thought to herself, when she was a girl, she didn't get to see a heroic rescue, but now as a boy, she was witnessing a grand scene of gathering followers. What a clever plan. This was just the beginning. Recalling that Li Zili seemed to respect Zhang Cheng a lot, and Wang Xiaomei admired him greatly. Lin Yuzhu shook her head. This person was not good. It wasn't safe to stay here, so Lin Yuzhu turned and left. When she arrived at the state-run restaurant, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei were already eating. They were enjoying themselves, having red-braised pork and carp. After finishing their meal, Wang Xiaomei handed her the bike and said, "You ride back first. Xiangwan and I will return later." Lin Yuzhu scoffed inwardly. What about Xiangwan? Look at them, TSK. This was quite something. The side character and the main character were getting close. She wanted to ask the author if it hurt. Riding her bike unsteadily, Lin Yuzhu began to ponder about Zhang Cheng. Was he just using Wang Xiaomei, or did he have some genuine feelings and just wanted to make a friend? After a few meetings, her understanding of him was limited, and she couldn't see any special feelings he had for Wang Xiaomei. What was his purpose in recruiting her as a follower? Was it for resources, to have a capable subordinate, or both? Aunt Zheng's family was already in chaos, and now Li Zili had introduced such a character. Lin Yuzhu felt Aunt Lin's feelings for him were growing deeper. Looking ahead into the white expanse, she realized it was no longer suitable for her to appear. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall. By the time she reached Shanshui village, it was snowing heavily, swirling all around. As she neared the youth point, Lin Yuzhu saw a man in a military coat, holding a backpack, standing straight in front of their backyard door. The man seemed to hear the noise and turned to look at her. The falling snowflakes landed on his short hair, playfully resembling little cotton balls. When his sharp eyes met hers, they were warm. Lin Yuzhu's heart skipped a beat. He was truly handsome. Pushing her bike over, Lin Yuzhu smiled and asked, "Brother Shen, weren't you going home for the new year? Why are you back? Here to pick up the bike?" Shun Bojun paused, surprised by the bike. It was indeed that girl who always surprised him with her words. "My family isn't home for the new year, so I just came back." Lin Yuzhu nodded. It sounded quite pitiful. "Won't you invite me in for a bit?" Shin Bojun asked gently. Noticing he wasn't wearing gloves and his hands were red, Lin Yuzhu hurriedly welcomed him inside and let him sit while she started the fire. After getting the stove going, she noticed there were 2 military coats and some pastries on the table. Lin Yuzhu blinked and asked, "Brother Shin, what's this? Could it be a gift for her?" She couldn't accept that. Shin Bojun thought for a moment and said, "I have 2 women's military coats at home. Do you and Wang Xiaomei want them? No need for fabric tickets, just a little money." Lin Yuzhu looked at the coats and nodded. "Yes, I'll ask Wang Xiaomei." These knee-length military coats were incredibly warm. Wondering if Shin Bojun was in some trouble and needed money, she thought he seemed to come from a decent family. Lin Yuzhu felt a bit confused. Seeing her expression, Shin Bojun understood her thoughts and said, "My family doesn't really approve of my job. When I went back, they took all my money. I left in a hurry, only brought these 2 coats." Then he cleared his throat, seemingly to hide his embarrassment, and said, "The coats are new. You can wear them with confidence." Lin Yuzhu glanced at the pastries on the table. Shin Bojun followed her gaze and smiled. "They're also from home. Keep them to eat. I won't charge you." Lin Yuzhu quickly reached for her pocket, but Shin Bojun said, 10 yuan each is fine. You can pay me when you get your salary." 20 seemed too little. A finished fabric shirt costs 6 or 7 yuan. Just as Lin Yuzhu was about to speak, he said, "I'm not trying to make money off this. If you pay me the market price, I might as well let Fatty sell them to someone else." Lin Yuzhu thought for a moment, handed Shin Bojun 20, and curiously asked, "Brother Shin, wasn't this job arranged by your family?" "It was arranged by my uncle. I've been hiding it from my family, but this time my injury gave it away." Lin Yuzhu nodded. Shin Bojun's job was indeed risky. "Have you faced any difficulties lately?" Shin Bojun asked casually, like an old friend. Lin Yuzhu shook her head. After chatting for a bit, Shin Bojun got up to leave. Lin Yuzhu walked him out and returned the bike key to him. Shin Bojun hesitated for a moment, but took it, looking at the girl in front of him with a complex expression. If he didn't understand his feelings now, he'd have wasted over 20 years of his life, suppressing his emotions. Given the current situation, he couldn't provide her with stability, so why stir things up? He gently said to Lin Yuzhu, "Go back inside." Lin Yuzhu nodded but didn't seem inclined to go back. Shin Bojun chuckled, mounted his bike, and rode away. As Lin Yuzhu watched Shin Bojun's figure fade into the distance, she thought about how Wang Xiaomei's substitute rider had left. They would have to walk to town again. Well, it would help them lose weight. What a melancholic situation. When Wang Xiaomei returned that evening and learned that Shin Bojun had taken the bike, she nodded in surprise, thought for a moment, and said, "Should we buy one? But what about the bike when we go back to the city?" She laughed and suggested, "You could ride your bike from northeast to Hunan, haha." Wang Xiaomei immediately lost interest in buying a bike. However, she was thrilled about the military coat. giving Lin Yuzhu 10 yuan and happily putting it on. As they stepped outside, they ran into Li Xiangwan, who was carrying firewood. Li Xiangwan's eyes lit up when she saw the coat and said, 50, are you selling it? Wang Xiaomei. Lin Yuzhu opened the door. I sell. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei couldn't bear to sell it, and Li Xiangwan didn't buy it from Lin Yuzhu either. Lin Yuzhu felt isolated and rejected. That evening, Lin Yuzhu returned to her space, enjoying strawberries while reading the newspaper. Her little feet occasionally shook with delight, and she felt incredibly content. Sampang was brewing tea nearby, while Dapeng served her tea and water. Life couldn't be better. Lin Yuzhu thought that people in ancient times really knew how to enjoy life. Look at those wealthy families. Which master isn't served like this? It's undeniably comfortable. Her mood improved significantly. While Lin Yuzhu was enjoying her life, she was unaware that her actions had caused a rift in Aunt Zheng's family. Wang Wan stormed home, feeling increasingly foolish as she walked. Her aunt clearly wanted her to tie down that blockhead. The idea that a girl chasing a boy is like a layer of gauze was nonsense. She had been foolish to listen to her. In the village, she was considered quite attractive. When had anyone ever looked down on her so obviously? That blockhead just watched her fall without a hint of sympathy. It was clear he disliked her. Thinking about how her proactive approach led to such a result filled her with shame. She even began to doubt her worth. As soon as she entered her house, her feelings of grievance erupted, and she collapsed onto the bed, crying loudly. Old Wang was confused by her behavior and hurried in to ask what happened. Did she have a bad time at her aunt's? Through her sobs, Wang Wan recounted the recent events. Just then, Old Wang also came in to see what was going on and got the gist of the situation. Wang Wan was furious with her aunt and repeated every hurtful thing Aunt Zheng had said about Old Wang. Old Wang's face darkened. Her sister had improved her own life, but was now meddling in theirs. Old Wang was furious. He took pride in farming and had never let his wife and children starve. How could he be treated as worthless? So, the whole family went to confront them. Mainly, the old couple felt Aunt Zheng was harming their daughter by not guiding her properly. Aunt Zheng was dizzy with anger. Her heart felt like it had been fed to the dogs. The two families argued fiercely, threatening to sever ties. In the end, the Wang family stormed out, leaving chaos behind. Once the house quieted down, Old Zheng began to make snide comments. I told you not to get involved with Wan. Matchmaking isn't easy. If it fails, everyone will blame you. Now look, you've ruined family ties. Are you happy? Aunt Zheng, already furious, felt even more agitated by her husband's lack of support. They truly didn't take her seriously. She directed her anger at Old Zheng and gave him a good scolding. In the end, Old Zheng sat on a stool, slumped and dejected. And so, this farce came to an end. At this moment, Aunt Zheng had no idea that today was the last time she would see that blockhead. When she realized he was just pretending to be simple-minded while actually understanding everything, she felt deep regret. Meanwhile, after finishing the newspaper, Lin Yuzhu felt inspired to organize her belongings. The more she counted, the happier she became. She now had over 3,000. The 1,000 yuan household had checked in successfully, while the 10,000 yuan household still needed effort. Putting aside the 10,000 yuan household matter, Lin Yuzhu had something important to do: return an item to the system. She hadn't used the anesthesia launcher. Could she return it? So, she asked the system if there was a 7-day no-reason return policy. System. Since we're partners, let's not be so rigid in business. If you really don't want to return it, how about a pawn? I'll leave the item with you as collateral. What do you think? Lin Yuzhu couldn't see the system's expression and had no idea what it was thinking. After waiting for a response, she asked again, System, can you please answer? Feedback received. You can pawn it, but only 80% of the contribution value will be returned. Okay, I'll redeem it when I have money. All right. After gaining some contribution value, Lin Yuzhu opened the disguise interface and searched for items. Her gaze landed on a synthetic skin mask. From the description, it looked very realistic, but she wondered how it would feel in real life. So, Lin Yuzhu started negotiating with the system. Could she get a sample to try out, with a return policy, if she wasn't satisfied? The system was silent for a long time. Lin Yuzhu assumed it was processing her request. Sure enough, after a while, the system replied, "You can try it out, but you must pay a 500 trial fee. If you don't agree, you can't return it." Lin Yuzhu nodded. The system was in charge. She spent 500 contribution points and took out the synthetic skin mask. At first glance, it looked quite scary. After tying her hair up, Lin Yuzhu put it on her head. The scene was quite chaotic. Dapeng and Sampeng quickly turned to leave. The scientists in the Caesar continent really researched everything. Even this was made so realistically. Once she put it on, looking in the mirror, she transformed into an average-looking middle-aged man. Lin Yuzhu looked around, noticing even the neck wrinkles were very realistic. Touching her face, she found the texture quite convincing. She decided to name the man in the mirror Old E. Looking at her hands, she realized they could easily give her away, so she spent the remaining contribution points on synthetic skin gloves. Once she put them on, they fit perfectly. At that moment, everyone was as thin as a skeleton, with similar body shapes and heights not differing as much as she had imagined. Lin Yuzhu also bought height-increasing insoles to put in her cotton shoes, making her slightly taller. That was about all she could do. Now, the world had gained another honest person named Old E. The next day, Lin Yuzhu woke up early, dressed in her beloved military coat, and went out to meet up. Wang Xiaomei was different. She hesitated to wear her new clothes. She still wore her old, shabby cotton jacket. The three of them shared a bicycle. You might wonder how they fit. Well, as long as they were sincere, for people could ride. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan didn't trust Lin Yuzhu's cycling skills, so in the end, Li Xiangwan rode, with short Wang Xiaomei sitting on the front bar while Lin Yuzhu held onto their basket in the back. At that moment, everyone in the village was at home, some sleeping, others busy with chores. The three of them wobbled their way out of the village. If Wang Xiaomei hadn't been afraid of being seen, she would have screamed in fright. Lin Yuzhu remained calm, always ready to jump off if needed. By the time they reached town, she was covered in a thin layer of sweat. During this time, following the older women around, she not only earned money from selling goods, but also gathered a lot of information. She had practically inquired about every household in the alleys she often visited. She noted who needed help, which families were too poor to buy grain, and which women were gossipy and not worth associating with. Lin Yuzhu recorded everything in her notebook, checking it from time to time, preparing for the day when the blockhead might not be able to continue, so she could switch to a new persona. She initially thought she could maintain this for a year, but she never expected it to happen so quickly. After getting to know every household in these areas, Lin Yuzhu became much bolder when knocking on doors. The supplies she provided to a few aunties were always limited, and their customer base was quite small. Lin Yuzhu was lucky. After knocking, 9 out of 10 families made a purchase. Seeing her selling oil and grain, they even warmly invited her inside. Old E had a serious expression and was quite reserved, rarely speaking, as he usually conducted simple transactions in the courtyard. If someone showed even a hint of curiosity, she would pick up her basket and leave, making the aunties too scared to say another word. Reluctantly, they bought her goods, and as she exited, Lin Yuzhu noted this household in her book, placing them on her blacklist. When she encountered honest and generous families, Lin Yuzhu would mention that she had a small supply of dates and brown sugar, and if they needed any, she could bring it next time. After a trip through the alley, Lin Yuzhu restocked and, without realizing it, sold 200 pounds of white flour, 300 pounds of cornmeal, and 100 pounds of soybean oil. The black market price for white flour had risen to about $1.20 to $1.30 per pound, but due to Li Xiangwan's price war, it dropped to $1.00 per pound. Lin Yuzhu had to follow suit. Cornmeal saw a slight increase, selling for 40 cents, while soybean oil rose to $2. With this round of sales, Lin Yuzhu earned nearly $500. She was so happy that her spirits soared. It's said that this is a good time to make money, as families are willing to spend. Aside from being a bit tired, she had no other complaints. However, it was time-consuming. By noon, Lin Yuzhu had only visited 2 familiar areas. She decided to eat at the state-run restaurant first and see how the afternoon went. If all went as expected, this would be her last busy day before the new year. Old E would make his comeback after the holiday. With a spring in her step, she arrived at the state-run restaurant. She decided to indulge a little and ordered a plate of braised pork. She hadn't realized how good the chef's skills were until she had eaten too much of the food made by San Pang, making her miss the restaurant's braised pork even more. After placing her order, she saw the fatty and Wang Xiaomei walk in together. Lin Yuzhu waved at them, thinking that Wang Xiaomei and Fatty seemed to be getting closer. These people came to town every day, and their relationships had grown significantly without her noticing. After the 2 finished ordering, Shun Bojun also entered. The 4 of them sat at a table, chatting casually. Suddenly, Wang Xiaomei excitedly grabbed her arm. Lin Yuzhu looked over in confusion and saw her signaling toward the door with her eyes wide. Lin Yuzhu glanced over and was shocked to see an unexpected pair. Li Xiangwan and Zhang Cheng walked in together. Li Xiangwan waved at their group and then went to the window with Zhang Cheng to place their order. Lin Yuzhu pretended to be curious, but felt confused inside. She turned to Wang Xiaomei and asked, "Do you know that guy? That guy next to Li Xiangwan is Brother Zhang. I don't know how they met, but they seemed quite familiar by the time I found out," Wang Xiaomei whispered. Lin Yuzhu's heart raced, and she quietly asked, "Haven't you always liked your brother Zhang? Aren't you sad seeing them together?" Wang Xiaomei tilted her head, puzzled, and replied, "Huh? I just admire Brother Zhang for being capable and making money. I'm not thinking too much about it." "You're mistaken. I think Li Xiangbei might really be out of the picture." Speaking of which, Li Xiangbei, Wang Yang, and the Dong sisters had all taken family leave to return to Beijing for the new year. Even Zhang Aigua had taken family leave to go home for the holiday. Before leaving, Li Xiangbei specifically came to the backyard to ask if Li Xiangwan needed anything. She shook her head and smiled, wishing him a safe journey. He left feeling dejected, while Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei exchanged glances, realizing the timing was a bit off. Lin Yuzhu didn't know if Li Xiangbei still had a chance. She turned to look at Li Xiangwan and Zhang Cheng, thinking everything was in disarray. If it weren't for Wang Xiaomei knowing Zhang Cheng and seeing him with Li Xiangwan, these 3 would be strangely connected. Lin Yuzhu almost forgot there was a male supporting character in the mix. Zhang Cheng was completely devoted to someone else, ultimately gaining nothing. In the original text, Li Xiangwan and Zhang Cheng had a complicated relationship that started in the black market, initially not being a good one, with a bit of rivalry between them. To put it another way, it was Zhang Cheng's one-sided love and conflict, evolving from opposition to affection and later obsession. Wang Xiaomei, on the other hand, was a true supporting character, deeply in love with Zhang Cheng. She targeted Li Xiangwan at the youth station and later used a scheme with Li Zili to sleep with Zhang Cheng. Afterward, she even bragged to Li Xiangwan, who then congratulated Zhang Cheng and Wang Xiaomei on their supposed happiness. This led Zhang Cheng to believe that Wang Xiaomei ruined his love life. Although they eventually married, Zhang Cheng treated Wang Xiaomei poorly, leading to a miserable life for her. Looking back, Lin Yuzhu remembered the comments praising the story at that time. People criticized Wang Xiaomei for her deserved fate. Li Xiangwan's relationship with Zhang Cheng later became just a friendship based on mutual benefit. Due to Li Xiangbei's presence, Zhang Cheng's family background was not impressive, and he was somewhat looked down upon. After the college entrance exam, they lost contact. Later, the only time Zhang Cheng was mentioned in the story was when he met Li Xiangwan years later, recalling Wang Xiaomei. He couldn't stand domestic violence and, along with Zhang Cheng's brother, fed him a packet of rat poison, resulting in a triple kill by the author. Li Xiangwan listened, feeling a mix of emotions. As a reader, Lin Yuzhu, after following the story to the end, lost patience with it, skimming through quickly, barely remembering who Wang Xiaomei was. Now, Zhonan had disappeared, The male supporting character had risen, and even the female supporting character, Wang Xiaomei, had changed. The plot seemed to become increasingly confusing. Across the table, Fatty and Shin Bojun watched the two girls whispering, unsure of what they were discussing. They both looked at Li Xiangwan and Zhang Cheng. Shin Bojun frowned. Fatty looked surprised and said, "Bro, isn't that someone's partner?" He seemed to see a green aura above old Li's head. When Li Xiangwan and Zhang Cheng came over and sat down, Li Xiangwan noticed Shin Bojun wasn't too surprised. She had already guessed that Lin Yuju's military coat was brought by him. She had a somewhat limited understanding of Shin Bojun's background, only knowing he was acquainted with Li Xiangbei and came from a good family. Before the situation escalated, the Shin family had sent him here, seemingly having some connections, and arranged for him to work. By the time the Li family realized what was happening, Li Xiangbei had to go to the countryside. Li Xiangwan thought this guy must have some feelings for Lin Yuju. Otherwise, why would he be so persistent in pursuing her? That silly guy was still thinking about selling coats. It was truly incredible. "Lin Maisie, do you think I have a chance?" Thinking about sitting with someone unfamiliar, Li Xiangwan introduced, "This is a friend of mine named Zhang Cheng." The few unfamiliar faces nodded at Zhang Cheng as a greeting. Wang Xiaomei happily called out, "Brother Zhang." Zhang Cheng first smiled gently at Wang Xiaomei, who had greeted him, with a hint of affection in his eyes, like an older brother doting on his younger sister. Then he turned to the others present. He politely nodded to Shin Bojun and Li Pengzi. When he looked at Lin Yuju, he paused, thinking that while Li Xiangwan was already very pretty, this girl was not far behind. It was surprising how many handsome men and beautiful women had come from such a small village. What puzzled him was that Lin Yuju gave off a sense of familiarity, which he found confusing. Someone so attractive should have left an impression on him. After observing her a few more times, that sense of familiarity faded a bit. When Lin Yuju noticed Zhang Cheng's gaze on her, she wore a cold expression, not expecting him to keep staring. This was not right. She believed that as long as she stayed calm, no one would recognize her as Mu Tu. "Stay composed." So she frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. Li Xiangwan tilted her head to look at Zhang Cheng, thinking his behavior was a bit rude. This was quite different from his earlier polite demeanor, and her mind quickly raced through several thoughts. After all, he was someone she brought along, so Li Xiangwan lightly coughed to remind him. Zhang Cheng happened to catch Lin Yuju's deep and cold gaze directed at him, which made him uneasy. He was slightly surprised. She looked like a soft and sweet girl, but her temper seemed to be quite sharp. Thanks to Li Xiangwan's cough, he snapped back to reality, realizing his earlier behavior was inappropriate. He quickly explained, "I thought I saw my sister in you. You look so much alike that I couldn't help but stare." Lin Yuju coldly nodded and said, "I look better than most. 9 out of 10 who stare are just repeating what you said." Zhang Cheng. Shin Bo-jun also looked at Zhang Cheng with a cold expression. Li Pengzi glanced around. Remembering the first time he saw Lin Maisie eating braised pork, her gaze had been as sharp as a knife. Feeling a chill, he forgot about the past and now thought Lin Maisie was quite a soft-hearted person. Wang Xiaomei quickly lowered her head. Although she respected Brother Zhang, she found Lin Yuju's words amusing. After stifling a laugh, she was a bit surprised. Was Brother Zhang speaking the truth, or just covering up? If he had feelings for Lin Yuju, what did that mean for Li Xiangwan? Thinking about it made Brother Zhang seem a bit. Since Li Xiangwan brought him, she had to ease the atmosphere and said, "Let me pour you some hot water. It's really cold today." Seeing Li Xiangwan getting up, Zhang Cheng enthusiastically said, "I'll do it." Li Xiangwan nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you." Li Pengzi noticed Zhang Cheng getting up to pour water and thought that since his brother didn't seem to like this guy, they might as well pour their own water. He also stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Zhang Cheng nodded, looking at Li Pengzi with curiosity. "While going to get the thermos?" he asked. "What do you do for work? You look somewhat familiar." Li Pengzi thought that they had probably crossed paths in the black market, so it wasn't surprising he looked familiar. He laughed it off and said, I just hang around at the grain station. What about you? You look familiar too. With your looks, I should have some impression of you. Zhang Qing smiled and said, I'm just a primary school teacher, managing to support myself, but not quite enough for a family. Li Pengzi sighed and said, we're all in the same boat. We can't compare to those big factory workers who earn more and have better benefits. They can support 4 or 5 kids. The two chatted as they returned to their seats. With 6 people and 6 dishes, they decided to share a table and eat together. Everyone had their own thoughts, except for Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei, who were enjoying their meal the most. For Lin Yuzhu, it was simple. No matter what was going on, eating was the most important thing. Otherwise, why would she come to a state-run restaurant? For Wang Xiaomei, they were all familiar faces, so she felt comfortable. After the meal, Zhang Cheng, Li Xiangwan, and Wang Xiaomei left first. Lin Yuzhu looked at Li Pengzi and Shen Bojun and said with a smile, Brother Pengzi, Brother Shen, I'm heading back to the village. She planned to continue selling goods after parting ways with them. Unexpectedly, Shen Bojun said, Are you going back to the village? Lin Yuzhu looked up at Shen Bojun, thinking she had already said she was going back, so she nodded. Shen Bojun nodded back and said, Perfect timing. I just got some coal tickets back. I have plenty for me and Pengzi, so I can bring 2 baskets for you and Wang Xiaomei. Lin Yuzhu felt embarrassed to accept and quickly said, No, we've collected enough firewood. It's sufficient. You'll have to start a fire again when you get home, which is quite a hassle. Taking 2 baskets back to help with the stove is fine. Lin Yuzhu was still thinking of refusing when she heard Shen Bojun chuckle lightly and say, You're just a bonus. Mainly, your brother Pengzi wants to send a basket of coal to Xiaomei. Li Pengzi, who was called out, was taken aback. How did he not know about this? He glanced at his brother, thinking how impressive he was to figure out his little thoughts after just a few days back. Shen Bojun shot him a sideways glance, thinking, with this attitude, how could he pursue a girl? Even borrowing a bicycle was still using his. Lin Yuzhu looked at Li Pengzi, sizing him up from head to toe, and said, Brother Pengzi, do you have feelings for my sister Xiaomei? It wasn't that Lin Yuzhu looked down on Brother Pengzi, but in the original text, her sister Xiaomei liked Zhang Cheng. Although that was resolved later, it was hard to say if this guy was a bit superficial. Brother Pengzi was a good person, had a stable job, and was better than those from the countryside. Thinking this way, the chances of them getting together seemed quite high. Sister Xiaomei was usually very practical. With this in mind, Lin Yuzhu paused, wondering if Xiaomei had feelings for Zhang Cheng and whether there was any intention behind it. Li Pengzi felt nervous under Lin Yuzhu's scrutiny, fearing she might say something to discourage him. After waiting for a while, he didn't hear anything from her. Instead, he asked Lin Meizi, Do you think I have a chance? That was hard to say. Lin Yuzhu shook her head and said, Brother Pengzi, one shouldn't underestimate themselves. Whether you have a chance or not isn't something others can decide. She actually hoped that Wang Xiaomei and Brother Pengzi would be together. With 3 years until the college entrance exam, she couldn't tell Wang Xiaomei to wait a few years before finding someone. Wang Xiaomei's age was a factor. Who knew what could happen in 3 years? If she really ended up with Brother Pengzi, she could still take the college entrance exam. Many young people took the exam while pregnant. Getting into a university in their province would be great. When it came time for job placement, they could choose to come back, balancing family and career. The key was escaping the plot and avoiding a tragic fate. But both Brother Pengzi and Wang Xiaomei were real people. Lin Yuzhu felt it was best to let things happen naturally. She couldn't guarantee that Li Pengzi would be a good person in the future or that Wang Xiaomei would truly care for him. Thinking about it, since Xiaomei didn't seem to have feelings for Zhang Cheng, there was no need to be overly cautious and disrupt the situation. For now, they could just wait and see. Li Fati suddenly leaned close to Lin Yuzhu with a sneaky expression. Shen Bojun's eyes turned cold, but neither of them looked at him. It was just a lonely coldness. Li Fati asked, Sister, I've been sincere every morning as you said, so why haven't I lost weight yet? Lin Yuzhu was dumbfounded. Fati, are you being too honest? Shin Bojun raised an eyebrow and asked her in disbelief. Did you teach him this? Lin Yuzhu licked her lips and said bravely, maybe his heart isn't sincere enough? Anyway, our neighbor's sister told me this. She wasn't taking the blame for that. Shun Bojun. Why not try exercising? Run a bit, eat less, drink more water? I heard walking after meals helps prevent weight gain. Lin Yuzhu thought she shouldn't keep misleading him. After all, Fatty was nice to her, so she should give some serious advice. Mainly, she wanted to avoid any misunderstandings. Who would have thought that in the tough 1970s, she would be discussing weight loss with someone? Li Fatty sighed and said, Sister, don't tell Xiaomei yet. I don't want to lose a friend over this. Shun Bojun sneered nearby, recalling who said to boldly express feelings to pursue a girl. Fatty had to go to work in the afternoon, so after helping Shin Bojun load 2 baskets of coal, he left. Lin Yuzhu wanted to give her share of money to the two, but Shun Bojun said, You're just a cover. If you ask for money, it would embarrass Fatty. Lin Yuzhu immediately smiled and flattered. Thanks to Sister Xiaomei for this. Thank you both, big brothers. Her smile made Shin Bojun's heart flutter, and he instinctively looked away, tightening his grip on the bicycle. The bicycle had 2 baskets of coal tied to the back, and they continued walking back to Shanshui village. On the way, Shun Bojun casually said, That guy named Zhang Cheng has a good relationship with Wang Xiaomei. Lin Yuzhu nodded and replied, Yeah, he's capable. He took Sister Xiaomei hunting in the mountains and made a lot of money. She respects him, but I don't think she has any other feelings. They both probably knew about Wang Xiaomei's dealings in the black market, so there was no need to hide it. Since Fatty was interested in pursuing her, it was better to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Shun Bojun pondered this in his heart. The wind was a bit strong, and Lin Yuzhu pulled her scarf up. It was old and had some loose threads, so she tied them and used fire to prevent further unraveling. But there was a hole in the scarf. Most people on the street were like this, wearing patched clothes without shame. Lin Yuzhu didn't mind wearing a scarf with a hole. Shin Bojun glanced at her scarf, but said nothing, keeping it in mind. Suddenly, Shin Bojun smiled, and Lin Yuzhu looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was smiling about. Shin Bojun said, You were trying to trick Fatty into losing weight, weren't you? If that's the case, it wasn't entirely true. There was a tiny reason, mainly because Fatty had called her short before. But she definitely couldn't take the blame. So Lin Yuzhu seriously said, I really didn't trick Fatty. My neighbor's chubby sister told me this. Who would make up such nonsense? It takes a big brain to think of that. Shin Bojun shook his head, looking ahead. Whatever she said was fine. They chatted idly until they got close to Shanshui village, when Shin Bojun suddenly stopped, seemingly contemplating how to speak. Lin Yuzhu was puzzled, wondering why he was hesitating, as if he was about to confess. Why was she thinking like that? Lin Yuzhu suddenly felt she might be a bit too self-absorbed lately. Then she heard his clear voice ask, Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan are involved in the black market. Are you also? Lin Yuzhu was taken aback. Was that a confirmation or a denial? Shin Bojun coughed lightly and said, I mean no harm. It's just that it's not safe for a girl like you. Lin Yuzhu nodded and replied, Brother Shin, I just come to town occasionally. I don't wander around the black market. She wasn't sure if he believed her, but he continued walking ahead. They fell silent for a moment. Shun Bojun thought that since this girl could escape from robbers, she must be clever, which gave him a slight headache. Nowadays, girls seemed less likely to listen to advice. If Fatty hadn't told him that Wang Xiaomei was also involved in the black market, Shin Bojun wouldn't have guessed that these young women were so capable. Fatty wasn't sure if Lin Yuzhu was in that business, but Shin Bojun suspected she probably was. After helping Lin Yuzhu move all the coal inside, Shin Bojun still felt uneasy and said, If you need money, you can ask me. It's better to avoid the black market as much as possible. Lin Yuzhu giggled and said, Got it, Brother Shin. Her carefree response made him even more worried. This girl. Lin Yuzhu had calmed down a lot. As long as she didn't admit anything, the police couldn't do anything to her. When Shin Bojun returned to town, he initially wanted to ask Fatty some questions, but after thinking, He turned into the supply and marketing cooperative and found a familiar small leader. When he came out, he had a lot of red yarn in his bag. Thinking that Li Fatty would be back later, he pedaled home with long strides. When Li Fatty returned home and saw Shin Bojun seemingly knitting a scarf, he was a bit startled. "Bro, have you been possessed?" Shin Bojun shot him a cold glance and said, "I like to keep my hands busy when I'm thinking."
Li Fatty.
Seeing how well he was knitting, he curiously asked, "Bro, you can do this too?" Not difficult. When he was young, he didn't understand and insisted on learning from his mother and later.
Li Fatty.
Li Fatty found it strange. While in a daze, Shin Bojun tossed him a few balls of red yarn and said, "Why don't you knit one too? If you want to pursue a girl, you have to show some talent, right? If your figure isn't great, then show off your skills." Li Fatty was a bit confused. Can it really be done this way? He clumsily followed Shin Bojun's lead. Surprisingly, even though his hands were a bit clumsy, he was quite nimble and soon got the hang of it. Li Fatty was probably a meticulous chubby guy. Noticing that his initial stitches weren't even, he unraveled and started over. After a while, he suddenly realized something was off and turned to Shin Bojun, asking, "Bro, who are you knitting this for?" Shin Bojun paused and said lightly, "Giving a scarf to someone is too obvious. Just say your mom knitted it for your Lin sister." Li Fatty's eyes suddenly sparkled mischievously as he looked at Shin Bojun. "Bro, do you have feelings for my Lin sister?" Shin Bojun paused his work after hearing Fatty Li's words, then continued, "I just want her to have a better life." Fatty Li was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Shin Bojun put down what he was doing and asked, "You say you like Wang Xiaomei, but what happens after that?" Fatty Li, still puzzled, replied, "If she agrees, I will marry her." "How will you marry her?" "She is a young intellectual. Even if she marries you, her household registration will still be in Shanshui village. She is not from the village, so she will always be seen as an outsider. Have you thought about that? As long as her household registration is in the countryside, there is still a basic grain allocation, without work points. How can the villagers just watch someone else get free grain? Even if they don't want the grain, they might get jealous and report Wang Xiaomei for marrying a villager from the town. When the time comes, it will be hard to explain. This world is full of misunderstandings." Fatty Li thought about Shin Bojun's words and slapped his thigh, saying, "Bro, if Xiaomei marries me, she will still have to live in the village. Not only will she have to live there, but Wang Xiaomei will also need to continue working in the fields to earn work points, so others won't gossip."
What will you do after that?
Fatty Li scratched his head and said uncertainly, "Bro, should I get a house in the village?" Shin Bojun nodded, thinking he wasn't too foolish. He said, "You can't just talk about pursuing her without doing anything. When the girl asks how you plan to marry her, you won't have any answers. You need to build connections in the village. If you can't build a house, renting one is fine. And about your family, don't let them know what's happening here while you have no news from there. Otherwise, you might end up in a difficult situation. They need to be mentally prepared for her identity as a young intellectual. Similarly, if nothing is certain, how can you even ask her? You can't make her feel uncomfortable." Fatty Li was still thinking about what to do next based on these words. Shin Bojun changed the topic and asked, "Does Wang Xiaomei have a way to sell goods?" Fatty Li nodded and said, "I heard she has relatives who deal in bulk goods." Shin Bojun's gaze became thoughtful. Wang Xiaomei had a sales channel, and there was a strong connection between her and Zhang Cheng. Was there something suspicious about this? In the past, with the Liu and Song families suppressing them, many couldn't rise up, but now it was different. "Keep an eye on this person in the black market and have Dio investigate." Shin Bojun frowned, feeling that this person was not simple. Fatty Li nodded, sensing that Zhang Cheng was quite cunning. Thinking about how Wang Xiaomei admired this person, his round face almost wrinkled up in worry. While they were deep in thought, Lin Yuzhu was organizing the warehouse in her space, keeping what was needed and selling what wasn't. Finally, she earned some contribution points and felt much more at ease. Looking around, she realized she had unknowingly saved up several £1,000s of apples. After staring at the apples for a while, a thought crossed Lin Yuzhu's mind. Should she make a big profit from this? When Wang Xiaomei returned that evening, Lin Yuzhu asked her to bring some coal. Wang Xiaomei, confused, asked, "What coal?" Fatty said they have enough coal and can spare some for us. After saying this much, she wondered if Wang Xiaomei would catch on. Lin Yuzhu didn't realize that Wang Xiaomei hadn't thought of this. She only heard her mumbling about treating Fatty to noodles someday, happily dragging a basket of coal back inside. Li Xiangwan leaned over and asked, "Does that little Fatty have feelings for Wang Xiaomei?" Lin Yuzhu nodded nonchalantly. It was dark, so she wasn't sure if the other party could see clearly. Wang Xiaomei put the coal away and came out to the two, saying, "I brought back some rice noodles today. Do you want to come eat?" "Yes," Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan replied in unison. They were surprisingly in sync. While Wang Xiaomei was making the rice noodles, she looked at her jar of pickles and said angrily, "If you two don't help me plant vegetables next year, don't even think about eating my pickles. Just look at how I can make it last until next year." Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan pretended not to hear. Wang Xiaomei looked pained. When it was time to eat the rice noodles, Wang Xiaomei carefully took out her secret chili sauce, afraid the others would take some. Lin Yuzhu happily scooped a bite, while Li Xiangwan, who didn't eat spicy food, made Wang Xiaomei breathe a sigh of relief. Li Xiangwan then asked, "Did Zhongqing ask you to go hunting tomorrow?" Lin Yuzhu slurped her noodles and looked at Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei nodded, surprised, and said, "He invited you too?" Not long ago, she complained that pretty girls couldn't work, so why now? Wang Xiaomei suddenly smiled mischievously. "Is Brother Zhang trying to show you his strong side?" Lin Yuzhu chuckled. Li Xiangwan frowned and said, "I wasn't planning to go, but he said it would be interesting, so I might as well see what's happening." Wang Xiaomei thought for a moment and said, "It does sound interesting, but it would be tiring." Lin Yuzhu continued slurping her noodles, her thoughts drifting away. She considered that if these people went hunting in the mountains, they would likely return very late. Should she take advantage of this time to do something? When she returned to her room that night, Lin Yuzhu checked her contribution points. Not too many, but they needed to be used wisely. "System, do you have any overdraft services? Can you apply for a limit for me?" The next day, Lin Yuzhu heard the sound of doors opening and closing next door. Peeking through the curtain, she saw it was still dark outside. TSK, TSK, TSK. She turned over and went back to sleep. When she woke up again, it was still dim outside, and the white snow reflected a bright light. Lin Yuzhu got up, washed up, and hurriedly ate a bowl of wontons made by Sanpeng, then called to Peng to stay home. After leaving the house, she had to Peng lock the door from the inside and bought a super intercom so she could talk to anyone who knocked. Hopefully, Dog Dan wouldn't come looking for her today. Quietly leaving Shanshui village, the road was empty. At this time, Lin Yuzhu had changed her appearance to look like old Yi. Yesterday, she rented a bouncing car in her space, which was said to be able to move freely in the woods. Seeing no one around, she decided to use it early. On this misty little road, a figure was hopping along, and thankfully, no one saw her. Otherwise, it might have scared someone. Arriving in town, Lin Yuzhu first went to the house she visited yesterday to deliver the pre-ordered jujubes, brown sugar, and other assorted goods. After delivering everything, she had a few extra bucks in her pocket and felt satisfied as she explored other places. After finishing the familiar spots, the whole morning passed just like that. In just 2 days, she earned nearly 2,000 bucks. Making money before the new year was too easy. Lin Yuzhu happily entered her space, and when she came out again, she transformed back into the honest-looking wooden figure. When Lin Yuzhu knocked on Li Zili's door again, it was his cute little sister, Li Huanla, who opened it. With her round eyes blinking, she said softly, "Big brother, my brother is not home today." Lin Yuzhu nodded and asked, "Can I come in to leave a note? Please give it to your brother or Brother Zhang later." The little girl hesitated for a moment, then seeing Lin's gentle and harmless demeanor, she nodded. Lin Yuzhu went inside, borrowed some paper and a pen, and wrote a note expressing gratitude to Brother Zhang for his help, which saved him from being robbed. He mentioned that he had news of a batch of apples arriving around 6 p.m. in a nearby forest, and urged him to come quickly, as it was first come, first served, with a minimum order of 1,000 pounds at 1 yuan per pound, no bargaining. He couldn't eat the apples himself, but could act as a middleman. If Brother Zhang was interested, they could meet on the road that evening. After finishing the note, Lin Yuzhu looked at his handwriting, which resembled a worm crawling across the page, and sighed, thinking how talented he was. After folding the note, Lin Yuzhu took out 2 apples and handed one to Li Huanla, saying gently, "Huanla, remember to give this note to your brother or Brother Zhang. You can eat 1 apple and keep the other. Your brothers will understand." Li Huanla nodded obediently. Lin Yuzhu smiled, patted her fluffy little head, and added, "Don't let strangers into the house in the future, okay?" Li Huanla tilted her head, thought for a moment, and replied, "You don't look like a bad person." Lin Yuzhu chuckled and said, "Silly girl. Where do you find bad people with their intentions written on their faces?" He then thought of Xiao's song and shook his head helplessly. "All right," the little girl nodded, a bit confused. At noon, Lin Yuzhu returned to his space, had a simple meal, and counted the money he had earned over the past 2 days, 2,050 yuan. He was getting closer to becoming a wealthy person. With more courage from his earnings, Lin Yuzhu continued to walk through the streets in the afternoon. As he pondered where to start, he saw an elderly couple knocking on doors. Once they entered a yard, the sound of clapping quickly followed. Lin Yuzhu perked up his ears and jogged over with his basket of goods. Peeking inside, he saw the old man clapping while saying auspicious words for wealth. The old lady handed a red paper to the homeowner. The homeowner, looking indifferent, gave them 20 cents. Lin Yuzhu blinked, wondering what was happening. When the elderly couple turned around and saw Lin's head peeking in, they were startled. The old man looked at Lin Yuzhu warily and pulled his wife out of the gate. The homeowner, seeing an ordinary middle-aged man, asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "Sister, would you like to buy some grain?" The sister quickly pulled him into the yard. Lin Yuzhu then saw that the red paper was a painted image of the god of wealth. Indeed, skilled artists are bold. They were still delivering the god of wealth. Impressive. Riding on the couple's coattails, Lin Yuzhu sold his goods all afternoon. He disappeared a few times to restock, but still managed to keep up with the couple delivering the god of wealth. He earned a lot that afternoon, leaving him very happy. The old man's eyes twitched nervously. Lin Yuzhu, thick-skinned, pretended not to notice. As dusk fell, the old man cleared his throat, his voice a bit hoarse, and turned to Lin Yuzhu, saying, "Young man, don't follow us anymore. We need to head back." Lin Yuzhu nodded, took a bag of millet from his basket, stepped forward, placed it in the old lady's arms, and turned to leave. The old lady tried to stop him, but the old man pulled her back, coughed again, and said, "At least this kid has a conscience. Let's go." When it was completely dark, Lin Yuzhu was busy in the depths of the forest by the road. He cleared a patch of ground and laid down a thick layer of straw. He also called out Sanpeng to guard it. He returned to his space at the town's entrance to monitor the situation with the system. If anyone came, he could come out later. In this cold weather, he was afraid of freezing outside. While waiting in the space, he did some practice questions. After finishing a set, the system informed him that people had arrived. Lin Yuzhu quietly came out to see a group of people walking along the dark road, with one in front holding a flashlight, shining it around. These people had not seen anyone for a while, and one cautiously asked, "Brother, do you think that kid is fooling us?" Zhang Cheng frowned, but didn't respond. The question fell flat, and they continued walking, just as the flashlight illuminated a figure running toward them. Before they could see who it was, the figure snatched the flashlight from the man's hand and whispered, "Brother Zhang, you're here. Someone has already taken a batch away. If you come any later, you might miss out." Zhang Qing couldn't see the figure clearly, but recognized the voice as Lin Yuzhu's. After a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice, "How much is left?" 2,000. Zhang Cheng's expression tightened. He had to get this batch of goods no matter what. "Is there anything we need to be careful about?" Zhang Cheng asked about precautions for the meeting. "Brother Zhang, I mentioned in the letter that it's 1 yuan per pound, no bargaining. Someone tried to negotiate earlier and was chased away. That person brought some brothers and wanted to cause trouble, and those people. Lin Yuzhu glanced back at the others and whispered, "They pulled out this." He made a gesture like a gun. Zhang Qing paused slightly, but quickly hid it and continued walking. Lin Yuzhu wasn't sure if he believed him but continued to whisper, "Brother, you can't bring so many people in because of what happened earlier. They only let me bring people in to check the goods, and I'll handle the payment with them."
You see.
Just then, a gunshot rang out from the forest. Immediately after, a rough voice shouted, "Lao San, what are you doing?" Lao Er set off a firecracker for cover. "Don't attract the cops." Then, a loud bang echoed from deep in the woods, lighting up a point in the starry night sky before quickly turning into smoke. The small-time thugs behind Zhang Cheng were already restless, no longer interested in hearing another firecracker. Zhang Cheng's face was serious as he frowned and said, "I'll go in with you to check the goods." Lin Yuzhu nodded. At this moment, San Pang had already brought the apples from the space and placed them on the grass, kindly covering them with a layer of cotton. Zhang Cheng brought a few brothers with him into the woods. He casually picked an apple, shone the flashlight on it, and after confirming its quality, he said to Lin Yuzhu, "I'll take the 2,000 pounds. You take the money to them. Be careful." In the dark, Zhang Qing couldn't see the other person's expression, only seeing Lin Yuzhu take the bag and walk in. One of the younger brothers whispered, "Brother, should we?" Zhang Qing shook his head, lowering his voice. "With that, we shouldn't take risks." Just as they were about to say something, they saw a round object flying toward them. One of the men shouted, "Not good. It's a trap." Suddenly, thick smoke erupted, and the brothers outside the woods rushed in without knowing what was happening. Lin Yuzhu quietly ran to the outskirts, letting the system check. There were no stragglers. They all went in. After the smoke cleared, Lin Yuzhu slowly walked in and saw a scene of chaos.
Not bad.
After finding Zhang Cheng, Lin Yuzhu kicked him, thinking, how dare he play tricks on her and try to rob her? Did he really think she was an easy target? He had the system record the faces of Zhang Cheng's little brothers for future reference, then looked at the fallen people around. Since he was selling apples, he might as well do it thoroughly. He emptied everyone's pockets, especially Zhang Cheng's, who had quite a bit of money on him. 600 yuan. The others, a mix of small-time thugs, added up to 200 or 300. Lin Yuzhu stuffed it all into his pockets, recalled San Pang to the space, and put away the cotton blanket. He then took out several hundred pounds of apples. He was a very serious businessman. Just as he was about to leave on his bouncing vehicle, he felt unsatisfied and ran back to Zhang Cheng, giving him a kick while muttering, "Let you bully others." Then he hopped away, disappearing into the deep forest. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the main road. The snow would make it hard to hide his tracks. The smoke would only keep the others unconscious for a while, so Lin Yuzhu decided to take the mountain path. With the system on his side, Lin Yuzhu staged a hard journey home. After coming out of the mountains, Lin Yuzhu let out a long breath. It was so thrilling, with howls of wolves and cries of wild boars. The worst part was stumbling and hitting a tree branch, ending up with snow all over her head and face. Whoever said you could move freely in the woods deserves a bad review. This trip really wore her out. She planned to head back to the youth station, but the more she looked at the back door, the less it seemed locked. Lin Yuzhu squinted and quietly approached. Sure enough, it wasn't locked. There was even a small gap. Gently opening the door to the backyard, Lin Yuzhu first passed by Li Xiangwan's house and felt something was off. Wang Xiaomei had no sense of security. How could Li Xiangwan not have one? She took out her flashlight and shone it around. Li Xiangwan's door had a big iron lock, while Wang Xiaomei's door was tightly secured. Where could those two have gone? They couldn't have left Zhang Qing alone in the mountains, could they? Wang Xiaomei might, but Li Xiangwan shouldn't have. She was supposed to have some backup. Lin Yuzhu was puzzled and decided to head back inside. This highlighted the downsides of living in a time with poor communication. Once inside, Lin Yuzhu threw herself onto the heated bed to warm up. Depang was great. He even knew how to burn coal to heat the house. He had a bright future. Just when she was worried about Wang Xiaomei, she fell asleep. It had been quite an eventful day. Depeng blinked for a long time before thinking to cover his owner with a blanket. After doing so, he happily turned around twice, thinking his owner would like him even more now. When she woke up again, the bright blue sky was almost blinding. Lin Yuzhu quickly got up to check if Wang Xiaomei and the others were back, but the door was still tightly locked. After a hurried wash, Lin Yuzhu decided to go to town to find Li Pengzi. It was time for him to show his worth. It couldn't be worse than Zhang Cheng. On her way, Lin Yuzhu saw Wang Xiaomei riding back with Li Xiangwan. Surprised, Wang Xiaomei asked, "Where are you going?" Lin Yuzhu glanced at Li Xiangwan's foot, which was noticeably wrapped up in a small quilt. Confused, she asked, "Did you get hurt?" "I stepped on a trap," Wang Xiaomei explained. Lin Yuzhu gasped, shivering at the thought. It must have hurt. Looking at Li Xiangwan's foot, Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but wonder how it happened. Li Xiangwan stepping on a trap must mean Zhang Qing carried her back to town. Who knows what feelings might develop between them? Thinking along those lines felt strange, but how could a trap be buried in the snow and be stepped on just right? That would require a lot of planning. If it was intentional, then Zhang Qing was truly frightening. Lin Yuzhu quickly shook off her thoughts and explained to Wang Xiaomei, "I saw you didn't come back all night, so I came out to look for you. If you didn't return soon, I was going to ask for help to find you." Wang Xiaomei felt warm inside. She knew someone was thinking of her. "Come on, sit in front," Wang Xiaomei said confidently. Looking at her little arms, Lin Yuzhu decided against it. "You two go ahead. I'll walk back slowly." Given Li Xiangwan's condition, it wasn't suitable for her to stay outside for long. Wang Xiaomei nodded and rode off. When Lin Yuzhu returned to the backyard, she saw He Yuanfang sneaking glances toward the back. She stood there, coldly staring at him. Sure enough, he quickly backed away, returning to the front yard. Lin Yuzhu frowned. Now he was the only man left at the youth station. Honestly, it would be better if he weren't around. She wondered if Zhang Yanqiu and Zhao Xianglan were scared. Once inside Li Xiangwan's room, she found her lying on the bed, the quilt removed, and a thick layer of gauze wrapped around her ankle. She must have really suffered. Fortunately, the others didn't want her to go up the mountain, and Lin Yuzhu felt grateful to comrade Zhang Cheng. "Did you stay at the hospital last night?" "No, the doctor bandaged it and said we could go. It was already dark, and we didn't dare ride back with an injured person. We ended up staying at Zili for the night," Wang Xiaomei explained briefly. Lin Yuzhu nodded, pretending to be curious. "So Zhang Cheng stayed there too?" Wang Xiaomei got up to start the stove and said, "Zhang said he had something to do last night, so he didn't come back until this morning. He brought back a truckload of frozen apples. You'd think he'd be happy about it, but he didn't look pleased at all. It was strange." Lin Yuzhu feigned confusion, but laughed inside. She removed the quilt. Those apples had been frozen outside all day and would be spoiled by now. The smart thing to do would be to leave them outside to freeze completely and sell them as frozen apples. The price wouldn't compare to fresh ones. Unexpectedly, Zhang Cheng was quite clever and salvaged some losses. What a talent. Knowing he wasn't happy was enough for Lin Yuzhu. She didn't ask further and said seriously, "I just saw He Yuanfang staring at us. He doesn't look like a good person." Li Xiangwan frowned, her expression growing serious. With her foot in such bad shape, if he barged in. Lin Yuzhu noticed her leg and realized the key point. With Wang Yang and Li Xiangbei gone, this guy might have some strange ideas. Looking at Li Xiangwan's increasingly beautiful face, she felt worried. Wang Xiaomei also entered the room, her expression darkening. "I think He Yuanfang's gaze is getting creepier. How about I stay here for a few days?" She wanted Lin Yuzhu to stay with her, fearing they might both get into trouble. Li Xiangwan nodded and thanked her. Lin Yuzhu's eyes shifted. Wait, didn't they just size her up? They thought she was weak and useless. They underestimated her. She had just made a big deal. Lin Yuzhu's thoughts were almost written on her face. Li Xiangwan cleared her throat, pretending not to notice. If compared to Wang Xiaomei, the latter seemed more reliable. Seeing that nothing major was happening, Lin Yuzhu stood up to return to her room, closed the door, and entered her space. Her money was here. After consolidating all her assets, Lin Yuzhu felt like rolling on the ground with joy. 10,050. She had quickly become a wealthy person.
Ha ha ha.
That extra 50 felt awkward. Lin Yuzhu took out 50 and put the 10,000 in a metal box. When people have money, they tend to get carried away. She felt like spending that extra 50.
Ha ha ha.
After enjoying herself for a while, Lin Yuzhu took out the portable player she bought yesterday, pressed a button, and heard a loud bang. It wasn't a gunshot. It was a firecracker she had recorded earlier. She didn't expect Zhang Cheng's little brothers to be so naive, actually thinking it was a gunshot. The rough voice in the background was also her doing. Now it was no longer needed. Lin Yuzhu smiled and asked the system, "Can I mortgage this?" Just as Lin Yuzhu was wondering why little dog Dan hadn't come to play lately, she heard a knock on the door. After setting out red paper, a brush, and ink on the table, Lin Yuzhu went to open the door. Little dog Dan, still sniffling, blinked and said, "Sister Lin, I'm here to play. I hope I'm not bothering you?" That sounded a bit formal all of a sudden. Lin Yuzhu smiled warmly and said, "Not at all. Our dog Dan is so well-behaved. How could you bother me? Come in, I could use your help." After bringing dog Dan inside, Lin Yuzhu rolled up her thick cotton coat. Then she poured a small dish of ink. Little dog Dan covered his nose and said, "Sister Lin, it smells bad." "Yes, that's right. It's supposed to smell bad." In ancient times, when people got sleepy reading, they would pour some ink to practice writing. They say the smell would wake them up. "Don't you feel more awake now?" Lin Yuzhu said seriously. Little dog Dan nodded, feeling he had learned something. Sister Lin was really amazing. She knew everything. After laying out the red paper, Lin Yuzhu took a deep breath and began to write on it with her brush. Soon, a couplet appeared. Lin Yuzhu and Little Dog Dan placed the couplet on the Kong to dry. Little Dog Dan couldn't read it, but that didn't stop him from complimenting her. "Sister Lin, your writing is really good, even better than the village clerk's." Lin Yuzhu playfully tapped his little nose, pleased, and rewarded him with a big white rabbit candy. When Dog Dan left, he had a couplet in his hands. Aunt Chen looked at the couplet her son brought back and said, "You went to bother Sister Lin again. Didn't I tell you to go less often and not annoy her?" Little Dog Dan said in a sweet voice, "Sister Lin praised me for being good, so I didn't bother her at all." Aunt Chen tapped her son's forehead, smiling helplessly. When she unfolded the couplet, she exclaimed, "Wow, this girl has great handwriting." Uncle Chen came over to take a look and said, "This is really nice. City girls are impressive. If we had a daughter, we would make sure she studies hard." Aunt Chen shot him a glance. With their age, they shouldn't be thinking about daughters anymore. They both sighed, wishing they had the good fortune of families with both sons and daughters. Soon, Aunt Sue heard that Lin Yuzhu could write with a brush and came over with red paper to ask her to write a couplet. Lin Yuzhu didn't hesitate and quickly wrote a couplet with flair. Aunt Sue saw it and thought it was much better than the village chief's nephew's writing. She couldn't stop smiling and praised Lin Yuzhu. Even Lin Yuzhu, who had thick skin, felt a bit shy and blushed. Her brushwork was only average compared to professionals. With Aunt Sue's enthusiasm, Lin Yuzhu's house quickly became lively as many familiar aunts came over asking her to write couplets. Since she had nothing else to do, Lin Yuzhu welcomed everyone and helped them all. To her surprise, Aunt Li Si also came to see her. Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "Aunt Si, did you bring red paper? We need it." Aunt Li Si pouted and pulled out a roll of red paper from her sleeve, saying, "You underestimated me, Lin girl. Help me write something nice, preferably something that brings in wealth." Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and nodded, "Okay." She wrote, "Heaven and earth in harmony brings wealth to the family, and peace and good fortune bring blessings to many," with the horizontal inscription, "For seasons of peace." After finishing, she read it to Aunt Li Si. Aunt Li Si thought this year had been unlucky, but wealth and peace sounded great, so she happily took the couplet and left. Of course, not everyone came to Lin Yuzhu for couplets. Most were familiar and easygoing people. In just a couple of days, Lin Yuju's reputation for her writing spread. Among the educated youth, everyone knew Lin Yuju was the most talented, her brushwork far surpassing that of the villagers. Li Xiangwan stared at Lin Yuju for a long time and couldn't help but ask, "What trick are you up to?" Lin Yuju calmly sipped her water, shaking her head, "Unmentionable, unmentionable." They were all in competition. How could she reveal her plans? Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes and frowned, saying, "Last night, I heard footsteps, like someone was trying to push my door." Lin Yuju raised an eyebrow. "The front yard?" Li Xiangwan shook her head, unsure. "It was probably him." Lin Yuju said darkly, "Let's see if he comes again tonight." Li Xiangwan nodded, unable to think of a good plan. That night, the person tried to push Li Xiangwan's door again and then came to Lin Yuju's side to try. Lin Yuju shouted, "Who is so shameless, pushing doors in the middle of the night? Do you think you can mess with me?" As soon as she said that, the system informed her that the person had run away. In the dark room, only Lin Yuju's eyes shone brightly, showing her boldness. The next day, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei both had panda eyes, looking gloomy. Lin Yuju laughed. "You two didn't sleep well last night." "We were afraid he would come back," Wang Xiaomei yawned. "How can there be such disgusting people?" Li Xiangwan said, gritting her teeth and frowning. Lin Yuju thought the old man must be going crazy. But this couldn't go on. Lin Yuju carefully considered her options. She went out to find Aunt Chun and Aunt Sue. Lin Yuju didn't name names about who was pushing the doors at night, but mentioned that someone had been trying to push their doors for 2 nights in a row. Aunt Chun looked worried and asked, "Are you all okay?" Lin Yuju shook her head and said seriously, "Aunt Chun, Aunt Sue, I need your help. It might be a bit tough." Aunt Sue, who had grown closer to Lin Yuju, quickly said, "What do you need?"
Just tell us.
"We may not be able to help in other ways, but we can lend a hand." Lin Yuju smiled. "With your support, I feel much more at ease." So, under Aunt Sue's encouragement, they gathered a few familiar ants to listen to Lin Yuju's plan. Lin Yuju had no bad intentions. She just wanted to catch the intruder and have the ants as witnesses. That night, if the thief dared to come again, they would make sure he faced justice right there. While the thief was unaware, Aunt Sue and several other ants hurried to Aunt Chen's house after dinner, sneaking in quietly to avoid being discovered. They weren't foolish. They knew the youth center was locked at night. Although it was unlikely that someone had climbed in, the ants suspected it was a male youth.
Who else could it be?
It was obvious. The ants at Aunt Chen's house were eager and excited, waiting for the show to begin. When it got dark, Lin Yuju and Wang Xiaomei secretly helped Li Xiangwan into Lin Yuju's room and told her to lock the door from the inside, so the injured person wouldn't get involved. Wang Xiaomei's room was still locked. The only difference was that Li Xiangwan's room door could be pushed open. Earlier that morning, Lin Yuju had boarded up the only window in that room with wooden planks. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. As Lin Yuju and Wang Xiaomei waited in a dark corner, nearly frozen with anticipation, they began to doubt whether the person would show up. Suddenly, they saw a shadow sneaking over. The figure first approached Li Xiangwan's room, probably thinking the door was still locked. After standing at the door for a while, he finally went in. Lin Yuju quickly ran over, closed the door, locked it, and held her pounding heart.
Perfect.
Inside, the person reacted, trying to pull the door open. When it wouldn't budge, he kicked it in frustration. Lin Yuju, annoyed, kicked the door back, and the person inside quieted down. Wang Xiaomei followed behind, locked the door, and banged her rolling pin against a basin, shouting, "Catch the pervert! Help! There's a pervert!" The other ants heard the signal and rushed over. When the group of ants burst in, Lin Yuju unlocked the door, and the ants charged in like tigers, pinning the person down. Aunt Chen and Aunt Sue's husbands also came over, wiping sweat from their foreheads. They had planned to catch the person themselves, but were surprised to find they couldn't even squeeze in at the crucial moment. The person inside was clearly panicked, dropping whatever he was holding when the ants rushed in. Aunt Sue, with her sharp ears, heard the noise. When Lin Yuju lit the kerosene lamp, everyone regained their sight, and Aunt Sue immediately looked down to see what had fallen. She saw a shiny dagger, picked it up, and said angrily, "Well, this person even brought a knife." In the crowded room, the person being caught was surrounded, making it hard to see his face. The ants shone flashlights on him and were all stunned. Lin Yuzhu noticed the ants' strange reactions and quickly looked too. It wasn't He Yuanfang, it was Aunt Li's eldest son, Li Dashan.
This.
Lin Yuzhu immediately asked the system. The person detected last night was indeed Li Dashan. Due to the low level of the space, the system could only detect human shapes. Luckily, Li Dashan was much thinner than He Yuanfang. The system replied that the person who came last night was not Li Dashan. Lin Yuzhu was speechless. If you're going to do bad things, at least line up properly. No matter who it was, they needed to take the person to the village chief. Uncle Chen and Uncle Su stepped forward, grabbed him by the arms, and took him to the village chief's house. At that moment, the village chief was dreaming of delicious pork and sauerkraut dumplings when suddenly a group of old women burst into his house, staring wide-eyed at the table full of dumplings. The village chief's least favorite, Aunt Sue, was the first to speak. "Village chief, you really live well. These dumplings smell amazing. Old sisters, let's grab some to taste." Then the group of old women rushed over and devoured his dumplings, leaving them all greasy. The village chief was instantly awakened in anger, still muttering curses as he looked around the dark room, only to realize it had all been a dream. His wife also woke up and said, "Did I hear noise outside?" It sounded like Aunt Sue. The village chief listened closely and realized it was true. There was a lot of commotion outside, with Aunt Sue's voice standing out. Grumbling about his ancestors, he put on his cotton clothes and stepped outside. When he opened the door, he was shocked to see everyone crowding at his doorstep. The village chief slowly made his way to the gate. Once he opened it, he shouted, "What are you old folks up to now?" Lin Yuzhu was about to speak when Aunt Sue jumped in. "As the village chief, you should be leading today's event. We didn't want to bother you since you're older, but we caught a pervert and came to you for justice. What should we do with him?" The village chief thought he should thank Aunt Sue and the others. Hearing they caught a pervert, he had to take it seriously and called everyone inside. Li Dashan had also regained his senses and immediately said to the village chief, "I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong." He felt wronged. If you didn't do anything wrong, then why were you in a female youth's room at midnight, especially with a knife? Aunt Sue said, placing the dagger on the village chief's table. The village chief's expression grew serious as he considered what to do. A pervert was no joke. Sending him in could lead to serious consequences. Although it was a personal issue, it was still their village's problem. Sending him to the police might affect their chances of being recognized this year. The key question was whether Li Dashan had really done anything wrong. After all, he grew up in the village. He could believe he might steal, but being a pervert? It was hard to say, especially since he denied it. He hesitated. Li Dashan, fearing being convicted, quickly spoke up, "I really didn't do anything wrong. Everyone says Li Xiangwan is wealthy, with cured meat hanging in her room. I thought I could sneak in during the day when no one was around, but everyone was home these past few days. I figured I'd wait until night when everyone was asleep to quietly go in with a knife. I had no other intentions, I just wanted to steal something." Everyone was silent. Aunt Sue snorted and asked, "Then what were you doing pushing the door open a couple of nights ago?" Li Dashan clearly froze, shook his head, and said, "I only went tonight. Last night, I drank all night with Err Xiazi. If you don't believe me, ask him." Everyone exchanged glances. Did they catch the wrong person? Lin Yuzhu glanced at the village chief and quickly realized he didn't want to escalate the situation. Aunt Sue was about to say something when the village chief coughed and said, "Think carefully. Do you want to report this or let it go? Besides, he denies being a pervert. If a pervert was found in Shanshui village, it would reflect poorly on the community." Aunt Sue opened her mouth but fell silent. The others also looked uneasy. Lin Yuzhu had asked them for help, not to make things difficult for anyone. She understood how important recognition was for the villagers. To be blunt, She hoped Shanshui village would be recognized this year. She stepped forward and said, "Village chief, what should we do about the theft?" The village chief sighed in relief, and so did the ants. Normally, he should be punished by sleeping in the cow shed.
Li deixant visible clinxa.
But sleeping in the cow shed in this cold winter
Could be deadly.
Li Laoxi's family is tough to deal with, and the village chief wanted a good year. Lin Yuzhu nodded and said, "Let's call Li Xiangwan." After all, Li Dashan came for her. The village chief nodded, seeing that Lin, the youth, didn't seem intent on pushing the issue. If they could resolve this smoothly, that would be best. Thinking of Li Xiangwan, the village chief couldn't help but feel a headache. The village chief nodded, and Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei immediately went back to the youth station to bring Li Xiangwan over. The commotion in the backyard was loud, so it was impossible for those in the front yard not to hear it. A few people inside were standing by the front window looking outside. When they saw the two return, Zhao Xianglan was the first to come over, asking what happened. She looked tense, as if she genuinely cared about them. If she really cared, she wouldn't have waited until now to ask. Lin Yuzhu glanced past her at Huan Feng, who was clearly nervously avoiding her gaze. Lin Yuzhu sneered and said, "It's nothing serious, just caught a thief." "You caught one? They must have come when our men were away. Are you both okay?" "We're fine. What's there to fear with fewer men? Even if all the men in our yard were gone, I wouldn't be scared. If one comes, I'll catch him. If two come, I'll catch both. No one gets away." Lin Yuzhu was almost ready to shout with a kitchen knife in hand. Hearing this, Huan Feng hurriedly went back inside. Zhao Xianglan and Zhang Yanqiu immediately looked uneasy. They weren't fools. Lin Yuzhu's words were clearly directed at Huan Feng. The two women living in the same house began to feel anxious. Lin Yuzhu didn't say anything baseless and, seeing the expressions on their faces, went straight back to the village chief. Back with the village chief, Li Xiangwan looked at Li Dashan in surprise and asked, "Who told you I have money?" The expressions of the ants around them became subtly awkward. Lin Yuzhu tilted her head, wondering what she didn't know. It was only a few days later that Lin Yuzhu learned from Aunt Chen that the smell of meat often wafted from Li Xiangwan's house, along with the strings of cured meat, which had already spread around. Zhao Xiangwan must have played a part in this. When Li Xiangwan arrived, her clothes were in tatters, but before coming to the countryside, she had changed into a new batch. The village ants had studied her new clothes, and before long, the rumor spread that Li Xiangwan was wealthy. It was hard to tell how long this rumor had been circulating, making it difficult to find the source. Lin Yuzhu thought to herself that building her own house was also risky. She might attract thieves one day. Aunt Chen smiled, and Lin Yuzhu realized that by helping the ants ask for spring festival couplets, she had essentially given them a tour of her empty house. People said that young Lin Yuzhu had been too naive, spending all her money on building a house. It looked good from the outside, but inside it was bare. But that was all in the past. When Li Xiangwan asked, Li Dashan stammered, "Who needs to say anything special?"
Li Xiangwan.
In the end, it was decided that Li Dashan would be locked in a small dark room. The small dark room was an empty room in the village committee, usually used for storing miscellaneous items. The next day, Aunt Li Si heard the news and specifically came to Li Xiangwan, crying and wailing. Lin Yuzhu, seeing the commotion, happily joined in. To her surprise, Aunt Li Si, in the middle of her crying, saw her and suddenly choked up, staring at her and saying, "What are you doing here?" Lin Yuzhu, holding her large water jar in one hand and lifting the lid with the other, took a big sip of water and said casually, "Just came to see the excitement." Li Xiangwan held her forehead, nearly fainting. Lin Yuzhu walked in as if nothing was wrong, pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed her legs, and looked at Aunt Li Si with surprise, saying, "Aunt Si, keep going. Am I interrupting your performance?" Aunt Li Si gathered her emotions and started crying again. "My Dashan is so pitiful, stuck in that small, cold room while you all are living so well." Lin Yuzhu took another sip of warm water, feeling much better.
Aunt Li Si.
"There's no justice left, you heartless people." "Aunt Si, I remember your younger son is still in the army, right? Li Xiangwan said, looking at her. Lin Yuzhu continued sipping her water on the side. Aunt Li Si and Li Xiangwan. Why are you bringing up my little Shan? Aunt Li Si looked at Li Xiangwan warily. If his brother's theft at midnight gets reported to the leaders, what do you think will happen? Li Xiangwan threatened, word by word. Aunt Li Si didn't know what the outcome would be, but she vaguely understood the concept of political review. If it weren't for little Shan's father being a martyr, whether he could even join the army was uncertain. Her heart raced with anxiety. Right now, he's just being held in the village for a few days. If you keep crying, we'll go to the bureau. I imagine Aunt C is quite familiar with that place. Whatever happens next, even if you cry to death in my house, I can't control it, Li Xiangwan said quietly.
Aunt Lizzie fell silent.
Great, no more excitement to watch. Lin Yuzhu finished the water in her jar and got up to leave slowly. Li Xiangwan held back her laughter for a long time. Later, Lin Yuzhu didn't know what the two of them talked about, but she no longer heard Aunt Li Si's pig-like wailing. After a while, they finally left. The system had compared He Yuanfang's figure with that of the thief who came that night, finding a 99% similarity. Not catching the thief made Lin Yuzhu a bit unhappy. She had carefully planned a scene, and in the end, someone else was caught. It felt unsatisfying. After yesterday's commotion, Lin Yuzhu guessed that the person in the front yard wouldn't dare to come back. Perhaps their attention had shifted to the other two. She decided to light a candle for them. But to be safe, Lin Yuzhu borrowed a bicycle and went to town. When she returned, she had several mouse traps in her pocket. She shared a few with Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan, then went back to work on her big project. After sawing a few pieces of wood, Lin Yuzhu examined them and thought, the thickness is just right, usable. Then she took out a handful of nails and began to hammer them straight in. After a while, the other side of the board was covered with sharp nails. Looking at the sharp and thick nail board, Lin Yuzhu nodded in satisfaction. She decided not to share these boards with the other two. The operation was a bit tricky. They had to be set out at midnight and collected before dawn to avoid hurting anyone else. She had the system to monitor things at any time, but the other two did not. If Li Xiangbei came back unexpectedly during the New Year and stepped on them in the middle of the night, that would be. Good people shouldn't act recklessly. 2 days passed without any horrific screams. Lin Yuzhu felt a bit lonely. After waiting for a long time, the day of the pre-New Year finally arrived. Wang Xiaomei mentioned that her cousin's brother would be passing through this area one last time before the New Year, and she wanted to buy some New Year goods. She asked Lin Yuzhu if she needed anything. Lin Yuzhu rummaged through her pockets and found some loose change. She asked Wang Xiaomei to buy a few pounds of pork for her. You can't celebrate the New Year looking too shabby. Wang Xiaomei nodded and borrowed Li Xiangwan's bicycle to go to the town. That day, the whole village was bustling, with every household busy with spring cleaning. The children stopped playing outside and focused on causing trouble at home, making the adults wish they could hit them with a feather duster to vent their frustration. Lin Yuzhu tidied up her room. With just a few pieces of furniture, it took her less than an hour to clean everything.
So lonely, so lonely.
While she was feeling lonely, she heard shouting from the front yard. Lin Yuzhu perked up her ears to listen. It seemed like Zhao Xianglan and Zhang Yanqiu were arguing. This was surprising. To put it bluntly, they were the only two people left in the yard, and they were still fighting. They were not very united or friendly. Their argument wasn't entertaining. They liked to drag others into it. Lin Yuzhu lost interest in watching and continued to think about what else to clean in her house. However, she didn't realize that sometimes not watching can still lead to being affected. At that moment, Zhao Xianglan in the front yard was very angry. If it weren't for the circumstances, she wouldn't want to be paired with Zhang Yanqiu at all. Zhang Yanqiu had no brains to be useful, and she really had no good qualities. She was useless at work, couldn't earn points, and when it came to cooking, she was either in pain or too tired to do anything. Wang Xiaomei was never this lazy. Winter was almost half over, and there was hardly any firewood collected, and as for food, better not to mention it. Even with her clever mind, She was at a loss with someone like this. She had wanted to shake this person off for quite some time. Unfortunately, the people in the backyard were not easy to fool. Ever since she returned from Li Xiangwan's, there had been a barrier between them. With her efforts to maintain a friendly relationship, they managed to keep it somewhat cordial. After the rumors were exposed, instead of hating the main culprit, this person directed her anger at Zhao Xianglan. As if others couldn't see through it. Zhao Xianglan held back her anger on the surface, but was sneering inside, thinking she was foolish to expect others to accompany her in her stupidity. It would be one thing if she only harbored resentment in her heart. She wasn't afraid of that. If she hated, so be it. It wouldn't take a piece of her flesh. But unexpectedly, this person decided to give up completely. From then on, she refused to do any work. Whenever a task was mentioned, she would just lie down on the bed and say she was tired. Zhao Xianglan really wanted to hit her with a rolling pin. Today, it was just a suggestion to clean the house, and she sarcastically said Zhao Xianglan was being too particular, warning her not to let the people in the backyard see her as superstitious. Zhao Xianglan had really reached her breaking point after enduring this for so long. She snapped and insulted her a couple of times. Zhang Yanqiu immediately retorted sarcastically, "If you like cleaning so much, why not go to the backyard and show off?" Li Xiangwan hurt her foot and can't move. "If you help her, maybe you can stay there, and then you'll have fish and meat to eat, which is better than being with me." The Dong sisters had already split off to eat separately. She didn't have to cling to Zhao Xianglan. In fact, she would prefer Zhao Xianglan to go out, so she could be the only woman eating with the men, making it easier for her to take advantage. So she said it nonchalantly. Zhao Xianglan looked at her smug face, gritting her teeth in anger. "So you finally said that? Just because I spent some time over at Xiangwan's? Why don't you think about how the Dong sisters treated me back then? If you could help me a little, would I leave you behind to seek help from others?" Zhang Yanqiu rolled her eyes and coldly replied, "Come on, I figured it out. Help you?
Did you help me?
When Su Dazue questioned you, you threw me under the bus. You never thought of me at all. Let's not pretend. If we can get along, great. If not, then forget it." After all, she didn't have a partner either, so in the end, she would still have to put up with Zhao Xianglan. What was there to be afraid of? Zhao Xianglan now realized how shameless this person could be. Truly foolish. At this point, continuing the argument was pointless. This youth station wasn't a place for her to act tough. If they kept arguing, it would only make the backyard laugh at them. She didn't even need to look to know that they were definitely eavesdropping. Zhao Xianglan angrily slammed the door and went to the kitchen, sitting there, growing more furious as she thought. Before long, she lifted her head, staring at the room with a venomous gaze. "This is what you brought upon yourself." After calming down for a moment, she finally spoke, "I'm going to the town to buy some things. Do you want to come?" The other person was as broke as her face, and Zhao Xianglan knew it all too well. She looked at her with cold sarcasm. Zhang Yanqiu's face turned pale, and she turned her head away, saying irritably no. Zhao Xianglan shot her a cold glance, grabbed her bag, and stormed out. On her way back, she just happened to run into Wang Xiaomei on her bicycle. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. Zhao Xianglan was still seen as a good person in Wang Xiaomei's eyes. They had come together and spent nearly 2 years side by side. Although they each had their own thoughts, there was still some bond between them. Now that they met alone, Wang Xiaomei felt a bit nostalgic. Zhao Xianglan suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes, almost crying. Wang Xiaomei asked innocently, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you in town?" Thinking about how the local thugs had been rampant lately, she wondered if Zhao Xianglan had indeed been bullied. Zhao Xianglan sighed deeply and said, "No. Who could bully me in town? It's just that person, not working properly, always acting like a rogue, bullying others without limits. Seeing that there's hardly any food left, I can't imagine how tough things will be in the future, and she has a bad heart." Wang Xiaomei immediately knew she was talking about Zhang Yanqiu. She completely related to that. She let Zhao Xianglan get on the bike, and they chatted while riding. They both complained about Zhang Yanqiu along the way. Zhao Xianglan kept playing the victim, prompting Wang Xiaomei to say, "You're just too soft-hearted. Next time she doesn't know what's good for her, just hit her." Think about how the Dong sisters handled things back then. She didn't say that part out loud, suddenly realizing that it was Zhao Xianglan who had been beaten back then. It was better not to mention it. As soon as it was brought up, Zhao Xianglan glared at Wang Xiaomei's back. After all this time, she had watched her get beaten without stepping in to help. After all these years, she had always accommodated her. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Zhao Xianglan sighed and said, "I don't know when this will end. That Huan Feng has been acting strange lately. Stay away from him. He probably has bad intentions," Wang Xiaomei kindly warned. Zhao Xianglan's expression darkened. Indeed. Wang Xiaomei shook her head and sighed. There's no saving her now. As they neared the youth station, Zhao Xianglan shouted to get off, then cheerfully said, "I won't go in with you. Who knows what trouble that person will cause." Wang Xiaomei frowned and, feeling frustrated, said, "You're too lenient with her. You need to be a bit tougher. Everyone in the village knows what kind of person she is, so why are you afraid?" Zhao Xianglan nodded and smiled. "You should go in quickly." Wang Xiaomei shook her head and sighed again. It's hopeless. When she handed a piece of meat to Lin Yuzhu, she didn't mention Zhao Xianglan. Even if she did, Lin Yuzhu couldn't guess what Zhao Xianglan was up to. Families with good fortunes would have a nice meal on this day, usually just dumplings. Families with less fortune would tidy up their homes and eat as usual. Lin Yuzhu thought her life was ordinary, so she decided to make do with just one meal today. But the other two clearly disagreed. On this day, they had to have a good meal. Li Xiangwan was one thing, but Wang Xiaomei thought the same, which made Lin Yuzhu feel like she was getting carried away. So, the two decided to make dumplings. Wang Xiaomei brought some fresh garlic sprouts. Lin Yuzhu stared at the garlic sprouts, wondering if someone couldn't grow chives and switch to garlic instead. Li Xiangwan spoke up. Then both of them looked at Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu wanted to express her frustration but was momentarily stunned. It turned out they were waiting for her. In the end, she reluctantly cut a piece of meat. She felt a bit pained about it. Li Xiangwan even suspected that Lin Yuzhu hadn't made any money in town. Otherwise, why was she being stingier than Wang Xiaomei? Since Li Xiangwan had trouble moving, the dumplings were made at her place. By the time they finished eating, it was dark. When Li Xiangwan bounced to the door, she said, "I put a trap outside, so be careful when you come to find me." Then she sat at the door setting up a mouse trap. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei nodded, thinking they shouldn't wander around at night anymore. When night fell completely, Lin Yuzhu was ready to open the door to put up a wooden board when she saw Zhao Xianglan slowly approaching with a bag. She quickly hid the wooden board behind the door and curiously asked, "Sister Zhao, what's this?" I'm just here to catch up with Wang Xiaomei."
Oh.
Lin Yuzhu nodded, wondering what this was all about. Before she could figure it out, Zhao Xianglan was already inside Wang Xiaomei's room. Lin Yuzhu shook her head and murmured, "What a pity. Wang Xiaomei hadn't even set up the mouse trap." Thinking about it, Zhao Xianglan wasn't a good person either. While pondering this, Lin Yuzhu tossed the wooden board at the door and set up the mouse trap. After arranging everything, she went back inside and entered her space. She continued reading books and newspapers. Speaking of newspapers, it made her a bit anxious. Once bitten by a snake, she was afraid of ropes for 10 years. She didn't dare go to the recycling station anymore. Now she only bought new newspapers, sometimes wondering if she should go back to buy some old ones. Not only Lin Yuzhu, but even Li Xiangwan avoided the recycling station, feeling it was a bit unlucky. Putting aside the recycling station, Wang Xiaomei's room was quite lively. Zhao Xianglan surprisingly brought out a bottle of white liquor. If we talk about the liquor, it had some history. When Wang Xiaomei learned that the commune intended to build a primary school, she told Zhao Xianglan about it. Zhao Xianglan cursed the other person for being foolish, sharing everything while secretly thinking about the liquor tickets. She thought about buying a bottle of liquor to give to the village chief, hoping to secure a teaching position at the primary school. After much effort, she managed to get a liquor ticket for 20 or 30 yuan, bought a bottle, and hid it away, but she waited in vain for the school to be built. Frustrated, Zhao Xianglan scolded herself for believing Wang Xiaomei. If it weren't for He Yuanfang watching closely and Zhang Yanqiu wanting to make trouble for her, she wouldn't have given Wang Xiaomei a bottle of liquor. When she took it out, Zhao Xianglan hoped He Yuanfang would be supportive. Wang Xiaomei was puzzled when Zhao Xianglan brought out the liquor and an oil paper bag. The sun was setting, and Zhao Xianglan was inviting her to drink? She smiled and said, "Since it's the small year, we should celebrate. You know those two in the front yard. I wouldn't want to share this good stuff with them. Come, let's catch up." Then she opened the oil paper bag, revealing a package of braised pig's head meat. Wang Xiaomei, who had already eaten well, thought it wouldn't hurt to eat a little more. As for her drinking capacity, she wasn't bragging. She had never lost when drinking at home. So they moved a small table and sat on the kong, slowly enjoying their drinks. With liquor and food, it was quite cozy. By the time they finished the bottle, Zhao Xianglan had already collapsed on the table, unconscious. Wang Xiaomei's face was flushed as she wanted to wake her up to continue drinking, but when she couldn't, she leaned against the wall and dozed off herself. She thought Zhao Xianglan's drinking capacity wasn't impressive. She was already down after just a little. Meanwhile, in the front yard, Zhang Yanqiu grew anxious when Zhao Xianglan hadn't returned after a long time. It was dark outside, and she couldn't see anything. Thinking about He Yuanfang's piercing gaze these past few days made her even more uneasy. She scolded Zhao Xianglan for wandering out at night. But at this late hour, she had nowhere to go. The more she feared, the more restless she became, and her eyelids started twitching. Eventually, she was so scared that she decided to go look for Zhao Xianglan. As soon as she opened the door, she nearly screamed in fright. He Yuanfang was standing at the door, his bloodshot eyes staring at her. Then he glanced inside, suddenly grinning with a sinister smile, and asked, "Yanqiu, isn't Xiao Zhao here?" Zhang Yanqiu's heart raced, and she hurriedly replied, "Sister Zhao said she went out to use the bathroom and would be back soon." Just as she spoke, He Yuanfang had already moved closer. Zhang Yanqiu backed away, trembling, and said, "Don't come in here. This is the girl's room. If you come in, I'll tell the village chief you're being a pervert." He Yuanfang stood still, but with a mocking smile. He asked, "Who in the village would believe you now?" Zhang Yanqiu was taken aback, realizing what he meant. He Yuanfang had always been a quiet and hard-working person in the village, earning a good reputation. Some women even wanted to marry their daughters to him, thinking he was a city person, educated and capable. But they didn't know that He Yuanfang had little interest in village girls. Now that the honest man had turned untrustworthy, who would believe Zhang Yanqiu's words? Seeing her completely stunned, He Yuanfang suddenly grew angry and said, "You all keep staring at Li Xiangbei, but don't you think you're not worthy? You've all come to the countryside, and you're worse than the village girls. What right do you have to look down on me? If it were Li Xiangbei knocking at the door, you'd be eager to let him in. You're all shameless." As he spoke, He Yuanfang's face was terrifyingly grim, and his words seemed to target Zhang Yanqiu, but also implied others. Zhang Yanqiu felt trapped, and a hint of despair showed in her eyes. She thought of Li Xiangbei and wished he could appear to save her. No, anyone could come to save her at this moment. He Yuanfang looked at Zhang Yanqiu with madness and said, "Yanqiu, stop thinking about Li Xiangbei. He has never looked at you. Why don't we just enjoy our lives together? I can take care of you too." Zhang Yanqiu shook her head and shouted, "No. Even if it's not Li Xiangbei, it won't be you. Don't even think about it." With that, she tried to run out, screaming for help. This action was undoubtedly putting herself in danger and deeply provoked him. He Yuanfang pulled her into his arms and covered her mouth. The softness of her lips and the unique fragrance of a girl overwhelmed him. His last bit of rationality vanished in an instant. He dragged Zhang Yanqiu to the bed, intending to take advantage of her, but she was about to scream again. He Yuanfang's eyes darkened, and he slapped her hard, growling, "If you scream again, I'll knock you out first." Zhang Yanqiu trembled in fear and dared not scream anymore, her eyes slowly dimming. He Yuanfang roughly tore her clothes, his gaze becoming hazy as he murmured, Xiangwan. Zhang Yanqiu's body, which had been shaking, suddenly froze. An idea flashed in her mind, and she grabbed his wandering hand, trembling as she said, Brother Yuanfang, do you want Li Xiangwan? She thought this might be her chance to escape. In his loveful state, He Yuanfang had no rationality left, his mind already imagining Li Xiangwan. He was instantly filled with desire. Zhang Yanqiu slowly calmed down and said in a still trembling voice, I'll help you open the door. You hide behind me and wait for the right moment. Once the door is open, she's an unguarded girl who's hurt. She's much prettier than I am. With love clouding his judgment, He Yuanfang said eagerly, Don't try any tricks. If I can't get the door open, I'll just take you back. You'll marry me whether you want to or not. His last words were filled with threats. Zhang Yanqiu nodded in fear, her eyes almost overflowing with hatred. She walked cautiously in front, with He Yuanfang following closely behind. The cold winter wind seemed to clear his mind a bit. He thought of Lin Yuzhu's bold words from that day. He struggled internally, thinking that if he acted quickly, the neighbors might not notice. If he could succeed, his reckless thoughts took over. At this moment, Zhang Yanqiu was terrified. She had genuinely wanted to lead him to Li Xiangwan. The cold air made her shiver. Did she really want to do this? Like Zhao Xianglan, harming another girl's innocence? What if Li Xiangwan didn't open the door? As she walked, she suddenly screamed for help and quickly ran to Lin Yuzhu's door, feeling that only Lin Yuzhu could save her. At that moment, Lin Yuzhu was stretching in her space when she heard the system alert her that a woman was running toward her door. Lin Yuzhu exclaimed, What the? It's true that practice is better than theory. She never expected someone would run to her door. By the time Lin Yuzhu stepped out of her space and opened the door to say something, it was too late. Zhang Yanqiu, in a panic, felt overwhelming joy when she saw the door open, and then there was no after. She stepped hard onto a wooden board covered with nails, and for a moment, she was stunned. Her tragic scream echoed through the quiet village. The village chief, sleeping soundly, suddenly dreamt of a female ghost screaming at her, startling her awake. The village chief's wife scolded, Are you a ghost? Then she mumbled, Whose house is in trouble, screaming like that? Many families heard the noise and were startled. Those who had already gone to bed lit their oil lamps again and put on their clothes to go outside. He Yuanfang was momentarily panicked and rushed to cover her mouth. Just as he stepped forward, he heard a crack, felt a pain in his foot, and a vein in his forehead throbbed. He hopped around, trying to stifle his cries. He whispered to ease the pain. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanqiu's foot was pierced with nails, and she rolled into Lin Yuzhu's room, screaming in agony. Lin Yuzhu saw He Yuanfang chasing after Zhang Yanqiu and realized it was bad. He seemed not to have stepped on her nail board. Zhang Yanqiu, quick-witted despite her pain, rolled toward the room, knowing He Yuanfang intended to rush in. Lin Yuzhu calmly picked up a wooden board and threw it. He Yuanfang, sensing danger, quickly stepped back. As he retreated, Lin Yuzhu slammed the door shut. Zhao Xianglan had deliberately removed the lock from the front gate, hoping for an unexpected surprise. For instance, if Zhang Yanqiu screamed loudly, curious villagers would come to see. Her main goal was to drive He Yuanfang out of the youth station completely. Having such a menace nearby made her uneasy. Zhang Yanqiu's screams were pitiful, waking Wang Xiaomei, who looked at the drunken Zhao Xianglan, still confused. Once she regained her senses, she sensed something was wrong. Grabbing a flashlight, she stepped outside to see what was happening, hearing that something was wrong at Lin Yuzhu's place. When she opened the door and shined her flashlight, she saw the grim-faced He Yuanfang. At the same time, she heard the door slam next door. Wang Xiaomei realized Lin Yuzhu was likely fine and quickly shut her door. Li Xiangwan jumped up and opened a crack in her door. She had guessed someone had stepped on the mouse trap in front of Lin Yuzhu's door. When Wang Xiaomei shone her flashlight on the two, she saw it clearly. Hearing the door slam, she quickly closed her door. She patted her chest, feeling too excited. He Yuanfang's earlier demeanor was simply insane. Now safe, Zhang Yanqiu looked at the mouse trap she had inadvertently brought in, trembling in a corner. Should she have asked Wang Xiaomei for help? On the other hand, Zhao Xianglan, seeing Wang Xiaomei open and close her door, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" But her heart raced with excitement. Was her plan successful? Meanwhile, outside, He Yuanfang was in a panic. He knew the noise would surely attract villagers and spoke in a low voice to Lin Yuju's door. "Lin Jiqing, think about why I came to your door with this woman. She wants to harm you." Some things didn't need to be said. She would understand. Lin Yuju glanced at Zhang Yanqiu, who had a pale face, shaking her head helplessly. "I didn't, he's lying. Zhang Yanqiu has become what she is because of you. You know it well. Can my words about her harming you be false?" "Lin Jiqing, you're smart. Think carefully." After saying this, he fell silent, and the system informed her that he had run back to the front yard. Soon, the system notified her that he had returned. At the same time, Aunt Chen, hearing noises from the backyard, climbed out of bed and woke her husband, Uncle Chen, saying, "It seems something happened in the backyard of the youth station. Come with me to check it out." Uncle Chen, still half asleep, got up and put on his winter clothes. Meanwhile, a group of villagers also rushed over, some concerned, some just curious. As more people gathered in the yard, Lin Yuju finally dared to open the door. She shrank beside Aunt Chen and Uncle Chen, letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Yuju looked over the crowd at Zhao Xianglan, still unsure of her intentions. She must be foolish. She was more curious about how much Zhao Xianglan was involved in this incident. Zhao Xianglan's heart trembled. Did the other parties see through her thoughts? She had never intended to harm anyone, yet she appeared completely innocent. Wang Xiaomei, having spent some time with Lin Yuju, understood her to some extent. Her mind started to turn, and she turned to Zhao Xianglan in disbelief, as if seeing her for the first time. In an instant, she realized she was likely the biggest fool in the yard. "You used me," Wang Xiaomei said firmly. Zhao Xianglan replied calmly, "You drank the wine and ate the meat. You took advantage of everything. So, what if I used you a little? Didn't you tell me not to be afraid of her?" Wang Xiaomei, frustrated, said, "I told you to resist, not to ruin her reputation." Zhao Xianglan scoffed. He Yuanfang was almost going crazy thinking about his wife. Since they didn't live in the same house, it was easy for her to say such things. It was easy to talk when you weren't the one suffering.
People only look out for themselves.
Since Zhang Yanqiu couldn't see the situation clearly and was still acting up, what was wrong with her hiding for a while? "It wasn't me who ruined her reputation. You've misunderstood me," she said. Even if she had thoughts, she needed someone to cooperate. Wang Xiaomei was left speechless. Angrily, she stepped back 2 paces, realizing that sometimes people's hearts can be cruel, and Zhao Xianglan was one of those people. Zhang Yanqiu's screams attracted many villagers, including the village chief and other leaders. Counting, nearly half the village had come over, and the situation had escalated. Almost everyone brought oil lamps or flashlights, lighting up the small backyard. The village chief saw Zhang Yanqiu standing on a wooden board full of nails and gasped, asking, "Zhang, what happened?" Zhang Yanqiu was sweating and shivering from the cold. She trembled as she said, "He Yuanfang tried to do something to me. I ran away to seek help but accidentally stepped on the board at Lin Yuju's door." Tried to do something? The village chief processed this in his mind. Was she saying he was being inappropriate? There had been rumors in the village lately, and Li Dashan denied ever visiting the youth station. So, who were the people visiting a few nights ago? The most suspicious was He Yuanfang, who lived at the youth station. But thinking about He Yuanfang's usual honest demeanor made everyone hesitant. Thus, these rumors felt more like speculation and didn't gain much traction. The village chief recalled these rumors and glanced at He Yuanfang standing nearby, sizing him up. He Yuanfang, quick on his feet, had rehearsed his lines in his mind countless times. Feigning panic, he pointed at Zhang Yanqiu and said, "You clearly told me you felt guilty towards Lin, wanted to apologize, and asked me to come along to discuss our marriage. saying you wanted to bring food to exchange for money to help with our wedding. Now, what do you mean by saying this? He finished with a look of disbelief. The villagers looked down and saw a bag of grain lying on the ground, with some flour spilled out. The villagers, who had initially doubted He Yuanfang, were now slightly swayed. Zhang Yanqiu stared at the bag of grain, dumbfounded, wondering when he had moved it. He Yuanfang glared at Zhang Yanqiu, suddenly seeming to realize something, and shouted, "Oh, I get it. You want to break off the engagement? After taking so much grain from me, you want me to be the scapegoat, so you can fool around with Zhao Jinjie?" He then glanced at Zhao Jinjie, who was watching the commotion, looking wronged, and shouted, "A few days ago, I saw you two sneaking around in the haystack. When I asked, you lied and said she twisted her ankle. I can't believe I fell for your trick. Now I think about it, did you let someone in at midnight? You wanted to frame me." He Yuanfang's words were unclear, but the villagers felt they understood. Zhang Yanqiu and He Yuanfang were supposed to get married? Zhang Yanqiu suddenly backed out and got involved with the scorekeeper, and they almost got caught in the haystack, so they decided to frame He Yuanfang. Was the scorekeeper the one who pushed the girl's door open at midnight? Then they could blame He Yuanfang for being inappropriate. Thinking about Zhang Yanqiu's past actions, the villagers quickly believed it. They looked at Zhang Yanqiu with shocked expressions. She was ruthless. Zhao Jinjie never expected to be dragged into this, while just watching. His first reaction was to look at the village chief, who had a dark expression and was also looking at him. He hurriedly shook his head, denying nonsense. "I never went into the haystack with Zhang Yanqiu. You're slandering me." He Yuanfang, acting like an honest man, pointed at Zhao Jinjie, unable to speak from anger. At that moment, an older woman whispered, "Oh, I think I saw Zhao Jinjie and Zhang Yanqiu being close before." Though her voice was soft, it stood out at a critical moment. Zhao Jinjie felt overwhelmed. If this was brought up, it was from a long time ago. He knew Zhang Yanqiu was timid and wouldn't resist when teased. For a while, he would take advantage of her, but as her reputation worsened and she became more haggard, he lost interest in teasing her. Now, it had become a weapon against him. "I didn't," Zhao Jinjie weakly protested. The village chief's eyebrows were nearly furrowed off his face. This disgraceful act had brought shame to the Zhao family. Zhang Yanqiu was furious, her chest heaving, and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. Do you think I would deliberately place this board in front of Lin Yuzhu's door to harm myself? If it were like you said, how could I bring you here without harming you? That board must have been set up by you in advance. Your mind is truly wicked. To harm me, you would think of such tricks," He Yuanfang said, his voice trembling with anger. "I know this tactic. It's a pity play," another older woman chimed in. Lin Yuzhu. No, her board didn't interfere with the framing. This logic was flawed. Also, she didn't place that board there. She really wanted to see what else He Yuanfang could come up with. Suddenly, the scorekeeper shouted, "You wicked woman! You were trying to get me to record more points for you. When I refused, you held a grudge and waited for this moment. If you didn't want to marry He Yuanfang, you could have just said so. Why drag me into your act? I wondered why you pulled me into the haystack that day. If I hadn't been honest, I would have fallen for your trick. Village chief, this woman is using me. I never even came to the youth station or pushed any doors. You two are trying to frame me." The villagers exchanged glances. What did this mean? Were Zhang Yanqiu and He Yuanfang putting on a show? What was their goal? Oh, it was likely that Zhang Yanqiu was playing both sides. This woman was truly cunning, the villagers thought. Lin Yuzhu looked at the scorekeeper with exasperation. "You really are quite clever." He Yuanfang quickly changed the subject, looking at Zhang Yanqiu. He suddenly squatted down and said, "I'll give you all the money I have, and you can have all the grain. I'll tighten my belt just to eat less. Is that not enough for you?" After saying this, a big man covered his face and began to sob. The villagers exchanged glances, realizing that this youth had taken everything and wanted to abandon the person. The villagers were immediately enraged. How could they bully an honest person like this? At this moment, Not only was Zhang Yanqiu caught off guard, but even Lin Yuzhu was left speechless. Li Xiangwan was equally stunned. The two exchanged glances and remained silent for a long time. This was a person who usually appeared honest and simple, yet here he was, twisting the truth. Zhang Yanqiu's mind went blank. With He Yuanfang's accusation, she was already at a loss for words. Now, with Zhao Jianxia's baseless claims, she thought to herself, it's over. She shook her head in a daze, mumbling, I didn't do it. They are lying. They just want to take advantage of me. Zhao Jianxia spat in disdain. With your miserable appearance, who would want to take advantage of you? You really know how to flatter yourself. He Yuanfang squinted in the dark, having caught a glimpse of the hidden motives between Zhang Yanqiu and Zhao Jianxia. Now that the blame was being shifted, he didn't care much. If it weren't for Zhang Yanqiu being from the capital, he wouldn't bother with this mess. Thinking back to how clean and tidy Zhang Yanqiu looked when she first arrived in the countryside, she was much better than the girls in Shanshui village. Now that she had become so thin, it didn't matter. She could recover with some care. Swallowing hard, she resolved to secure her marriage today. Considering Lin Yuzhu's relationship with Zhang Yanqiu, he felt much calmer. Lin Yuzhu would never help her. The village chief frowned, looking at the eager captain beside him, and immediately asked Zhao Xianglan, who lived in the same house, Zhao, how much do you know about these two? Zhao Xianglan wished both of them would leave the youth station. Her eyes darkened as she said, I don't know much. When cooking, He Yuanfang always took more grain, pointing at Zhang Yanqiu's little bit. It was never enough. Today, these two even specifically asked me to go out for a while. I didn't think much of it then, but now. Wang Xiaomei looked at He Yuanfang, then at Zhang Yanqiu, and finally at Zhao Xianglan, suddenly questioning her life choices. Zhang Yanqiu suddenly lunged at Zhao Xianglan, wanting to tear her apart, but stumbled on the wooden board under her feet. Lin Yuzhu. Some people's hearts are truly dark. Zhang Yanqiu seemed to think of something and turned to Lin Yuzhu, pleading, Yuzhu, tell them, this board clearly belongs to you. Lin Yuzhu coldly looked at her and admitted, the board is mine. The villagers. Lin, the educated youth, was still not to be trifled with. This board was clearly meant for catching thieves. Thinking about it, He Yuanfang's claims seemed a bit off. If the board belonged to Lin, then Zhang couldn't be pretending to be a victim. He Yuanfang stared in shock at Lin Yuzhu. Wasn't she supposed to stomp on Zhang Yanqiu like Zhao Jianxia and Zhao Xianglan? Lin Yuzhu looked at him coldly, fully aware of the key point. Regardless of her past grievances with Zhang Yanqiu, the priority now was to eliminate the current threat. With Zhang Yanqiu's bad luck, there was no need for her to retaliate. Temporary lies will eventually fall apart. Village chief, call the police. This is beyond what the village can handle, Lin Yuzhu said quietly to the village chief. The village chief. Li Xiangwan jumped up and said, the person who pushed our door at night was a man, not Zhang Yanqiu. We have evidence. Although the evidence was weak, convincing the village chief to call the police was the priority. He Yuanfang, this troublemaker, must not be allowed to stay. Once the police were mentioned, the villagers felt uneasy. The situation was already so clear, perhaps they shouldn't involve the police. I want to call the police. You can't just mess with me like this, Zhang Yanqiu said, her eyes wide open. Yes, call the police. The villagers didn't believe her, but the police might. Lin Yuzhu thought, at least she's not so foolish now. Seeing that the village chief still seemed hesitant, Lin Yuzhu calmly said, in the end, this is all about the youth station. The village chief gradually understood that the main issue was with these educated youths, not the villagers. As for Zhao Jianxia, the village chief was starting to realize that his not-so-smart nephew seemed to have been led around by the nose. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Suddenly, the village chief had a bright idea and ordered several strong men from the village to separate Zhao Jianxia, Zhang Yanqiu, and He Yuanfang into different rooms. He then instructed a few trustworthy villagers to guard the front door, not allowing anyone to enter. After giving these orders, Lin Yuzhu looked at the village chief with newfound respect. Under Lin Yuzhu's admiring gaze, The village chief straightened his back. After all, he was the village chief. He should know some common sense. Can anyone be the village chief? What surprised Lin Yuzhu was that Shanshui village actually had a landline phone. Lin Yuzhu. She truly didn't know this. She hadn't been to the village committee office in the 6 months she had been there. As Lin Yuzhu had said, temporary lies would eventually fall apart. The village chief privately asked Zhao Jianxia if he was involved, and Zhao Jianxia immediately denied it, claiming even the straw pile was a false accusation against him. The village chief's expression darkened. If he wanted to drag his nephew into this, he needed to see if he had the ability. He didn't say much more, but Zhao Jianxia calmed down and began to think carefully. The police were different from the villagers. They needed evidence for everything. If there was none, then there was none. When the police arrived, they questioned everyone one by one, repeatedly asking He Yuanfang. For example, they asked whether the straw pile incident happened in the morning or afternoon, where it took place, and the date of the incident. After going over the details of the day multiple times, a panicked He Yuanfang began to slip up. Moreover, the scene in front of the youth station showed clear signs of a struggle, which He Yuanfang could not refute. Additionally, the slap mark on Zhang Yanqiu's face was undeniable. The excuses that had worked on the villagers were clearly no longer valid. The day after He Yuanfang pushed the door, Lin Yuzhu had checked for traces outside the house and had noted all the footprints. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei confirmed that they saw a figure from the side window, and although it wasn't very clear, it was definitely a man. The figure was much more similar to He Yuanfang than to the thin and small Zhao Jianxia, clearly not Zhao Jianxia. Zhao Jianxia also suddenly changed his story, claiming he was falsely accused by He Yuanfang and had been rambling in panic. Now, in front of the police, he wanted to confess and clarify that he had never hidden in any straw pile and was completely innocent with Zhang Yanqiu. At that time, because the villagers didn't trust Zhang Yanqiu, he had no choice but to say those things. Zhao Xianglan was also questioned about the relationship between He Yuanfang and Zhang Yanqiu. Zhao Xianglan stammered and couldn't explain. The police sternly asked her, based on the villagers' accounts, if she was implying something. Zhao Xianglan was flow-veered and confused, and when she finally came out, she didn't even know what she had said. When some evidence was presented to He Yuanfang, the police questioned him again, and he instantly broke down. There's a saying, confessing leads to leniency, resisting leads to strictness. He Yuanfang recounted everything in detail. He explained that Zhang Yanqiu had escaped using Li Xiangwan as an excuse, and Zhang Yanqiu admitted it on the spot, but she said it was just a panic-driven excuse. She never intended to harm anyone. Moreover, the person she sought help from was the capable Lin Yuzhu. Then the police asked Lin Yuzhu about the wooden board. Lin Yuzhu, to catch mice? In the end, the wooden board hurt someone, so Lin Yuzhu and Zhang Yanqiu needed to settle things privately. Lin Yuzhu looked at Zhang Yanqiu's foot and thought, I should compensate her. Zhang Yanqiu trembled and weakly said, how about you just consider it a loan? It's enough to cover my hospital expenses. Lin Yuzhu, in front of the police, please don't act like this, as if she were a bully. Let's not talk about them for now. He Yuanfang actually revealed Zhao Xianglan's involvement. Just as Lin Yuzhu suspected, Zhao Xianglan played a significant role in this incident. She had hinted to He Yuanfang and even seemed to encourage his actions that night. Then Wang Xiaomei was asked about some details. Wang Xiaomei was quite familiar with this process and said whatever came to mind. From her, the police gained some subtle clues. In the end, Zhao Xianglan, He Yuanfang, and Zhang Yanqiu were all taken away. Zhang Yanqiu mainly went to the town for treatment. Her injury couldn't be delayed any longer. If there hadn't been so many people in the car, Lin Yuzhu might have needed to go too. Later, she had to give Zhang Yanqiu some compensation. Lin Yuzhu sadly took out money from her pocket and handed it to Zhang Yanqiu. Zhang Yanqiu weakly said, if I can spare some later, I'll pay you back. Her expression was sincere, looking like she wasn't pretending. This was quite awkward. The police officer gave Lin Yuzhu a meaningful glance. Lin Yuzhu smiled, no need, keep it to buy some meat and nourish yourself. Zhang Yanqiu nodded obediently. Her health was really deteriorating. From then on, Lin Yuzhu became somewhat of a topic at the local police station. It was said that there was a remarkable young woman in Shanshui village who had dealt with robbers, amused the village aunties, and even caught mice. Although the first half of the night was thrilling, justice was served. Looking at the dark, deserted front yard, Lin Yuzhu felt satisfied. Finally, she could enjoy a peaceful new year. The villagers returned home, each with a look of excitement, expressing their satisfaction. They had thoroughly enjoyed the show. Some villagers had a peculiar way of thinking. Since Zhang Yanqiu got compensation for her injury, they thought they could pretend to be hurt by a mouse trap too, hoping to get some compensation. If not money, at least some eggs would be nice. But then again, thinking about being caught in a mouse trap. Maybe not. However, there was one person who dared to act. Aunt Li Si saw the police leave and quietly moved to the door of Li Xiangwan's house when no one was watching. Li Xiangwan was limping, using a flashlight to look for the remaining mouse traps, but she was a step too late. Aunt Li Si found one and, with determination, stepped on it. With a loud yelp, Li Xiangwan jumped in shock, and her injured foot hit the ground, causing sharp pain. Lin Yuzhu quickly ran over, recognizing the familiar sound. Some villagers who hadn't left yet also rushed back to see what was happening. Li Xiangwan looked at Aunt Li Si in disbelief, wondering what she was doing. Ouch, my foot! It must be broken. You have to compensate me. I don't need money, just get the village chief to release my son. Lin Yuzhu licked her lips. The village chief had already quietly sent Li Dashan home, and Aunt Li Si was still unaware. If it weren't for the fear that the old lady couldn't handle it, she would have laughed at her.
Li Xiangwan.
Later, Aunt Li Si became the subject of laughter among the villagers for a while. Some even said she had suddenly become shy, knowing to feel embarrassed, and was too ashamed to go out. Lin Yuzhu thought the aunties might have forgotten that Aunt Li Si had also been caught in a trap. Staying home was probably just for healing. That night, everyone slept soundly, except for Wang Xiaomei, who tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. In the morning, she opened the curtains to see snowflakes falling outside. Lin Yuzhu got dressed and prepared to go out and clear the snow in front of her house. When she opened the door and took a quick glance, she saw Shun Bojun standing straight at the back door. His originally stern expression softened immediately upon hearing the noise and seeing her. Lin Yuzhu swallowed hard. To be honest, she had seen handsome guys before, but he was the first to truly touch her heart. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to stay calm. With a smile, she took out her keys and opened the back door, cheerfully saying, "Brother Shin, what brings you here? Are you alone?" After saying that, she looked back to see that Fatty hadn't followed him. Lin Yuzhu didn't know that Shin Bojun had been there for a while. After hearing about the capture of the thug in Shanshui village, he hurried over, even though he already had a rough idea of what happened. He still wanted to see her in person,
to see if she was really safe.
He thought that such a petite girl would probably be scared by such events. Later, he wasn't so sure. Maybe after a night, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. His desire to see her remained strong. He thought about her being a lonely girl living in a rural area, needing protection even more. His feelings surged within him. But what about the future? After the impulsive moment, what then? Bringing her back to the city, no one would dare say anything in front of him, but what about when he wasn't around? He couldn't bear to let her risk everything to follow him, facing others' judgment and potential grievances. Some people's words could be as sharp as knives. He had seen it before. Thinking of this, he smiled wryly. All his thoughts were just one-sided fantasies. He didn't want to put her in a difficult position, and she probably wouldn't want to end up in such a situation either. When he arrived at the youth station and saw the locked backyard, he chuckled softly and sighed. He was so flow-veered. That reckless impulse was still lurking, but he had been suppressing it. Lin Yuzhu noticed he had been standing outside for a while, with a layer of snow accumulating on his shoulders. She hurriedly invited him inside to warm up. Shin Bojun regained his composure and said, "I heard about what happened last night and thought I'd come to check on you.
Are you
okay?" Lin Yuju's heart skipped a beat.
Did he?
Suppressing her suspicions, she thought she shouldn't be too vain. Although she knew she was attractive, old Shin didn't seem like the type to be swayed by looks. She began to analyze his purpose for coming over, thinking she hadn't done anything wrong. What was there to be afraid of? Laughing, she said, "Actually, I just did a simple little craft to defend myself, but I didn't expect to get caught up in it." She definitely didn't intend to hurt anyone. No, that wasn't her intention at all. It was purely self-defense. Shun Bojun's thoughts were a bit chaotic, and he didn't notice Lin Yuju's subtle feelings. He suddenly asked, "How old will you be this new year, Lin?" After asking, he felt he had been too abrupt. Instantly, it became a bit awkward. Lin Yuju's heart skipped a beat. Could she have misunderstood? Suddenly asking about her age. Was there some hidden meaning? Surely, he wasn't trying to set her up like the aunties do. "I'm turning 17 during the new year," she said, feeling anxious. If she were to explain why she felt anxious, it was because she feared that Comrade Shin might say, "I have a colleague with good conditions." Just thinking about it made her shiver. She noticed him nod slightly, his expression momentarily stiffening. Did he think she was too young? It seemed Lin Yuju's guess wasn't entirely wrong. Shin Bojun thought to himself that the girl was too clever, her way of speaking and handling things didn't match her age, and he had overlooked how young she was until now. So young that it would take years to get a marriage certificate. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, instantly waking him up. It was a sin to provoke someone so young. "If you run into any trouble in the future, come find Fatty or me. At your age, you're easily bullied. Since you call me Brother Shin, I can't let you do that for nothing." Lin Yuju tilted her head, looking at him with a gentle demeanor. But why did she feel like she was being rejected after confessing? Maybe something was off with her today. After chatting casually for a bit, Shin Bojun stood up to leave. To Lin Yuju, it felt like he was escaping. As she walked him to the door, he said, "The school matters should be settled soon. When your village head goes to the town meeting, you should get the news." Lin Yuju's eyes widened, and all her mixed emotions vanished. Her first reaction was to smile and say, "Thank you, Brother Shen. You're so kind, you've helped me a lot with this." Looking at the cute girl, he thought she resembled a fluffy little fox. Suppressing his feelings, Shin Bojun asked, "Do you want me to help you make connections in town?" Lin Yuju thought for a moment and replied, "If I can't manage it here, I might need to trouble you, Brother Shin. Please don't mind." Shin Bojun chuckled lightly and said, "I won't." "Well, I should be going." Watching his figure fade away, Lin Yuju felt a mix of emotions. She had a strange feeling like a duck that had almost been caught but flew away. Maybe it was because she had been single for too long, and suddenly her heart was fluttering? As the saying goes, everything is empty. Lin Yuju returned to her space, opened the iron box, and after seeing the pile of money, she thought, "What man? It's all just clouds." Her mind cleared up again.
She was quite carefree about it.
Shen Bojun rode his bike through the falling snow, struggling with his thoughts. Is it normal for a man in his 20s to like a girl in her teens? When he got home, Li Fatty was looking in the mirror, checking himself from every angle, and he still looked fat. Seeing his brother walk in with a serious face, Fatty blinked. "Bro, where did you go this morning?" Shun Bojun didn't answer, but recounted what had happened in Shanshui village last night. Fatty's expression changed to panic. "I need to go to Shanshui village." He hurriedly stuffed the knitted scarf into his bag. Before leaving, he turned back and asked, "Bro, should I help you deliver the scarf to Miss Lin?" It was a good chance to deliver it. He couldn't just send it in 2 trips. That would seem a bit strange. Shin Bojun shook his head. "No need." Fatty nodded, a bit dazed, thinking about Wang Xiaomei, and then he left. Halfway to his destination, he wondered why his brother suddenly didn't want to deliver it anymore. Did he go to Shanshui village this morning? Did he deliver the scarf himself? After Fatty left, Shun Bojun pulled out the knitted scarf and buried it at the bottom of the box. Then he stood there, silent for a long time. If it's abnormal, then so be it. He just didn't want her to think he was a fraud. When she grows up, when he stabilizes, he can truly help her. If by then she is still alone,
He sighed.
5 years older. She shouldn't think he was an old cow eating tender grass. Lin Yuzhu never expected that in this day and age, someone would specifically look for a third wheel. When Li Fati knocked on the door with a friendly smile, Lin Yuzhu saw the big coward written all over his face. Fati fidgeted and stammered, "Sister, could you accompany me next door?" Lin Yuzhu. Then the two of them knocked on Wang Xiaomei's door. They were greeted by Wang Xiaomei's huge dark circles and her dazed eyes. Fati felt a bit guilty and said, "Xiaomei, I hope we're not bothering you?" Wang Xiaomei yawned and shook her head. Once the three of them were seated, Li Fati, feeling a bit more comfortable, said, "I heard from Miss Lin about what happened last night, so I came to check on you. Are you okay?" Seeing her look so tired, he wondered if she was scared. Lin Yuzhu. Wang Xiaomei yawned again and said, "I'm fine. The main victim yesterday was another girl from our courtyard."
I'm okay.
Li Fati nodded, feeling relieved, but his fingers nervously fidgeted with his bag, unsure how to give her the scarf. He had only thought about knitting it, not how to deliver it. An awkward atmosphere filled the room. Except for Wang Xiaomei, the other two could feel it. In the end, Li Fati didn't have the courage to take out the scarf. When he left with Lin Yuzhu, he walked with his head down, feeling a bit downcast. Lin Yuzhu shook her head and said to Li Fati, "Fati, you're too cowardly." She felt anxious just watching him. Li Fati scratched his forehead and said, "Sister, do you think I should wait until I lose some weight before I say anything?" He thought that guy was quite handsome, and he felt he couldn't compete. Lin Yuzhu shrugged helplessly. "Fati, I think the most important thing for a man is to have that kind of blind confidence that makes everyone else seem like a backdrop. A man can't be cowardly. Even if you have a bit more weight, what does it mean in this era? What does it mean? It means you have the ability. Looks are just smoke and mirrors. Fati, you need to be more confident." Lin Yuzhu encouraged him. No matter if he could win her over or not, their morale couldn't drop first. Lin Yuzhu felt it was necessary to give him a little boost. Li Fati suddenly puffed out his round belly. He did have some good points. And then there was nothing more to say. When Fati got home, he took out the red scarf from his bag and sat on the Kong, sighing heavily. Shun Bojun. In Wang Xiaomei's eyes, Fati Li came in a daze and left in a strange manner. After taking a nap, she went to Lin Yuzhu and asked, "What did Fati come for today? It feels odd." Lin Yuzhu was taken aback by the question. Fati didn't dare to speak, and out of respect, she didn't want to expose him. Now, she had to come up with an excuse for Fati Li. Lin Yuzhu thought for a moment and quietly said, "He said the school matters are settled, and the village chief will get the news after attending a meeting at the commune." Wang Xiaomei was so surprised she almost jumped up. "So, do we need to give the village chief a gift before the new year?" Lin Yuzhu nodded seriously and said, "We've been together for a while, so I won't hide anything from you. I'm not just giving a gift. I'm also preparing to give some money. I heard that private teachers get a subsidy every quarter, at least 10 yuan. Getting a teaching position might be like getting a job in the town. You need to spend some money to secure it. Of course, this is just my analysis." Lin Yuzhu spoke openly. To be honest, with a newly established village primary school, there wouldn't be many teachers hired, and both of them wanted to be teachers, which created some competition. But a position as a private teacher wasn't worth getting into a rivalry over. If they could get the job, great. If not, it was fine. Wang Xiaomei hadn't slept all night. She was not only thinking about Zhao Xianglan but also about Li Xiangwan, Zhang Yanqiu, and others in the town. She reflected on her scattered life over the years. She secretly analyzed everyone she knew. She realized she seemed to know very little about anyone. Some people appeared friendly, but in reality, they might have other intentions. Just like Brother Zhang. He took care of her, probably out of respect for her cousin. If it weren't for their business dealings, he wouldn't have bothered with her. When she suggested bringing Lin Yuzhu along for hunting, he politely declined. Looking back, she felt a bit. If it weren't for her cousin, Brother Zhang might have looked down on her. Thinking about how she considered him like an older brother now seemed a bit ridiculous. In contrast, Fati was genuinely helping her. Yes, Fati was a good person. Her self-reliant younger brother had always been accommodating to her, so he probably cared for her sincerely. As for Li Xiangwan, it was hard to say. Maybe she was just too familiar, and perhaps Li was annoyed by her. When she thought of Lin Yuzhu, she fell asleep immediately. Now, hearing Lin Yuzhu's candid words warmed Wang Xiaomei's heart. She knew that Yuzhu was truly sincere with her. After spending so much time together, she had always trusted Yuzhu's analysis and thought, so how much should we give? Lin Yuzhu pondered for a moment. Based on the annual salary of a private teacher, it was about 40 yuan, so they might as well give a year's salary. But she wasn't sure if the old man was reliable. Let's start with 30. We can't go to the village chief this time. Then who should we go to? Wang Xiaomei asked curiously. Prepare the money, and just follow my lead, Lin Yuzhu replied. Wang Xiaomei nodded. As the saying goes, sometimes giving gifts is about getting inside the enemy's circle. Lin Yuzhu noticed that the village chief was a bit slow-witted compared to his wife. A long time ago, he even returned a gift of eggs. Given this, it was better to go directly to the village chief's wife. Once they received the money, they needed to get things done. Just taking money without doing anything would cause trouble in the village. Having made her plans, Lin Yuzhu enlisted the help of her little worker, Dog Dan. She gave him a small bag of hard candy and asked him and his friends to keep an eye on the village chief. If they saw him leave the village, they should let her know. Afterward, there would be more candy as a reward. Dog Dan blinked his big, watery eyes and promised to get it done. Lin Yuzhu patted his cute little head, satisfied. By noon, Zhang Yanqiu was sent back by the police. After Li Xiangwan, their youth group had gained another member with a disability. As Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei had a past with her, they naturally wouldn't take care of her. They could only say it was time to rely on herself. Fortunately, she still had another leg. She could hop. He Yuanfang was sentenced for a crime and was completely imprisoned. Zhao Xiangwan couldn't return to the youth group either. The female officers from the police helped carry their luggage. With that, the two of them had completely left the youth group. The villagers sighed. The two who once seemed the most honest turned out to have the darkest thoughts. As the biggest victim, Zhang Yanqiu suddenly came into some money. The grain from He Yuanfang and Zhao Xianglan was all given to her, while the rest was confiscated. She could say she would have a good new year, plus she inherited their firewood, so she could burn it well this winter. With such a result, the villagers remarked, "Wait a minute, who said Zhang is unlucky? She's clearly seeking wealth in danger. Look, she's picking up everything for free." Suddenly, some sour remarks started to circulate. Lin Yuzhu noticed that after this incident, Zhang Yanqiu sometimes deliberately avoided her. When they met, she would shrink back, as if she wanted to escape. This left Lin Yuzhu feeling confused. Was it really necessary? She hadn't done anything. Why was Zhang so scared? In reality, Zhang Yanqiu was afraid Lin Yuzhu would ask for money, as she still had some left after her injury. She had promised to return it, but now that the money was in her hands, she was reluctant to give it away. Lin Yuzhu hadn't noticed her little thoughts. Even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. She never intended to ask for it back after giving it. Under the careful watch of Dog Dan and his friends, as soon as the village chief left for the town, they rushed to report. After giving each of the kids a few pieces of rock candy, Lin Yuzhu pulled Wang Xiaomei to go chat with the village chief's wife. When they returned to the house to grab the brown sugar, they suddenly realized they seemed to be missing something. They exchanged glances and asked each other, "Did you tell Li Xiangwan?" The atmosphere instantly fell silent. This was a test of character. Was the teacher's position more important, or was Li Xiangwan more important? After a moment, they found Li Xiangwan and explained the situation. They thought it would be good to at least give her a heads up. Li Xiangwan looked at the two of them, who had prepared gifts, and rolled her eyes. 3 people, 2 groups. In the end, she was excluded. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei. "Hey, if you could just say something, it wouldn't be like we never met before." "I'm not going. The way you two are hopping around, it's like you're afraid others won't see you delivering gifts to the village chief. Besides, because of Zhao Jianxi, I had a disagreement with the village chief, and I haven't reconciled with him. I'm thinking of other ways. Even if I can't become a teacher, I still have pig-feeding work, so I'm not in a hurry, Li Xiangwan said clearly. Lin Yuzhu guessed that Li Xiangwan might be trying to go through the team leader. Thinking about it, that might be better. Who knows how things would go with the teachers at the primary school? It might be easier to find different paths. It was quite a coincidence. The past 2 days had been sunny, but today was gloomy. Only the children wanted to come out and play. The adults preferred to stay indoors. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei did not meet any villagers on their way. When they arrived at the village chief's house, the chief's wife looked at the items they were carrying and exclaimed, "You two girls haven't visited me in a while. I was just thinking about when to come see what you've been up to." Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "What can we be busy with? Just being lazy at home." The village chief's wife chuckled and welcomed them inside. As soon as Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei placed the brown sugar and pastries on the table, the chief's wife frowned and said, "What's this? Take it back. You come here to play, not to bring gifts. Hurry, take it back. It's not necessary." Lin Yuzhu smiled and replied, "Aunt, this is just a small token of our appreciation. You and the village chief have taken good care of us. With the new year coming, we can't come empty-handed. If you insist we take it back, I'll think you don't like us and want us to leave." She pretended to look very sad. With that, the village chief's wife stopped being polite and felt a bit puzzled about why the girls had come. "Stop standing there. Sit down, sit down." Once they were seated, the chief's wife continued, "Speaking of which, you girls have had a lot going on before the new year. It must have been tough for you. I never expected Huan Fong to be like that. Did he scare you?" The chief's wife spoke with a hint of concern. Wang Xiaomei was no longer the naive girl she used to be. She didn't believe the chief's wife was genuinely concerned about them. In the past, she might have complained about her troubles, but today she remained quiet and just played along. Lin Yuzhu felt touched and said, "That day, we really owe it to Uncle Chief. If he hadn't acted quickly and called the police, Huan Fong might have gotten away with it, and the scorekeeper would have been blamed. Not everyone can be a village chief. Our Uncle Chief never falters in critical moments." Hearing this, the chief's wife laughed happily. She was growing fonder of Lin Yuzhu, who was such a clever girl. She knew exactly what had happened that day. After discussing it with her husband, they realized that if they had foolishly believed Huan Fong that night, Zhang Yanqiu might have been forced to marry him. Just thinking about it made her feel scared. If Zhang Yanqiu had made a fuss at the commune, her husband's position as village chief would have been in jeopardy. Fortunately, the girl had offered some advice. Now, hearing Lin Yuzhu not take credit but instead praise her husband for being fair and wise, the chief's wife cherished her even more. With genuine warmth, she said, "It's not easy for you girls to live out here alone. If you need anything, just tell me. If I can help, I definitely will." Lin Yuzhu had been waiting for this moment. Her eyes sparkled as she cheerfully said, "Actually, we do have a request. Aunt, you know we're girls and working in the fields with the men is a bit much for us. When Uncle comes back, could you ask him to arrange some lighter work for us next year?"
Well,
"Okay. When your uncle returns, I'll mention it. Don't worry. I'll keep this in mind and let you know whether it works out." The chief's wife hesitated but eventually agreed, thinking if it didn't work, she could just return the gifts. Lin Yuzhu immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt. If this works out, we'll come back to thank you properly. Please don't be annoyed with us then." The chief's wife paused, realizing this meant they would offer a reward later. This girl was something else. The four of them chatted and laughed, feeling as close as old friends. After a while, Lin Yuzhu found an excuse to leave with Wang Xiaomei. Once outside, Wang Xiaomei whispered, "Zhuzi, we didn't say it outright. Let's hope it doesn't go wrong." "Maisie, you have to trust me," Lin Yuzhu replied softly. Wang Xiaomei paused and murmured, "I've always trusted you. Let's go home." After sending the two girls off, the chief's wife went inside to lock up the pastries and brown sugar to prevent the children from sneaking a taste. As she reached for them, she noticed 2 red envelopes tied to the pastries. At first, she hadn't seen them, but now her heart raced as she looked around. Her eldest daughter-in-law was still out, and her grandson was off playing, with no sign of returning. She quickly pulled out the envelopes and opened them, gasping as she saw there was 60 yuan inside. Her throat tightened, and she hurriedly tucked the envelopes away. Once everything was sorted, the chief's wife lost her motivation to do housework. Her mind was racing with thoughts.
She found it hard to understand.
When she thought about asking her husband to arrange lighter work for them, she started to doubt. What kind of work could be worth that much money? The more she thought about it, the more she felt the money was too hot to handle, but she couldn't bear to return it. As for being greedy for the money, she didn't even consider it. She couldn't lose her dignity over a small amount. Until the village chief returned from town, the chief's wife's heart was restless. When the chief entered the house, she pulled him into the back room, closed the door, and began to whisper. The chief was exhausted from the journey and was looking forward to a drink of water. But before he could get a sip, he was pulled into the room, feeling a bit annoyed. However, when he heard about Lin Yuzhu bringing gifts, he immediately lost his thirst. He looked surprised. The chief's wife was puzzled by her husband's reaction and asked, "What's wrong?" "These two girls are not simple," the chief said seriously. "What do you mean?" The chief's wife became interested. "The commune announced today that they will build a primary school in our village, meaning they'll start construction in the spring. Why would these girls bring so much money for no reason?" The chief's wife, being sharp-minded, realized that the chief's success had a bit to do with her. After a moment of thought, she understood. "Do they have connections in town? They knew about the school before you did. That's impressive. They must have someone on the inside." Thinking about how the girls didn't seek help from insiders, but instead brought money to them, the couple exchanged glances. The chief's wife clicked her tongue and said, "Lin Yuzhu is so young but knows how to navigate relationships. She's really flattering you." The chief smiled with a hint of pride. Being a village chief wasn't for nothing. The chief's wife felt reassured, knowing the girls wanted to be teachers. She sighed in relief and said, "I'll go check if the hens have laid any eggs. I don't know what's going on. They haven't laid any for days." The chief. His wife was so reckless, not even asking if he could help, just accepting money. The author has something to say. Recently, many readers have asked why the female lead needs to earn money. Well, it's easy to understand. Imagine having only a few thousand in your bank account. Wouldn't you feel anxious? The female lead is broke, so she definitely needs to make money. Some say that with a system space, she won't lack money anymore. But readers, you can't wait until something happens to cash in. You need to have some money set aside. Some say money depreciates, and keeping things is the way to go. But you need money for it to depreciate. Initially, you need money to make money. By the time things appreciate, she'll be too old to enjoy it. In 2013, Lin Yuzhu will be 56. Isn't it a bit late to get rich then? After sending out the gifts, Lin Yuzhu remained calm and focused, without any distractions. Wang Xiaomei, on the other hand, felt a bit uneasy. Once the village chief's wife understood what Lin Yuzhu wanted, she felt very secure. That 60 yuan didn't need to be returned. In a good mood, she fried a pot of snacks and arranged for her grandson to deliver some to Lin, the young intellectual. After giving him a few instructions, she sent her grandson on his way. Li Xiuxiu, the village chief's daughter-in-law, looked at her mother-in-law in confusion. Why was she suddenly so generous, sending half a basin of fried snacks? When had her mother-in-law ever been this kind? Once her son left, Li Xiuxiu said, "Mom, yesterday Jijuan and Jidong were asking for fried snacks. Should we send some to them too?" The village chief's wife had a serious expression. Hearing her daughter-in-law's suggestion, her face immediately darkened, looking like a strict mother-in-law. "There's only this much fried food. Are you going to let your two nephews eat it while your own son goes without? I've never seen someone so heartless, thinking of outsiders instead of your own child." The village chief's wife scolded her. There have always been conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, and the village chief's family was no exception. The village chief had one son and one daughter. His son married Li Xiuxiu, a girl from the village. At first, It seemed good to know each other well, but over time, problems arose. This daughter-in-law didn't understand boundaries and always wanted to take food back to her family. What kind of life are families living these days? The village chief's wife increasingly looked down on her daughter-in-law and seized every opportunity to criticize her. Li Xiuxiu felt frustrated, but didn't dare show it. She was angry that her mother-in-law sent so many fried snacks to a young intellectual who had no connection to them. Despite her anger, Li Xiuxiu's mind was still sharp. She sensed something was off. Calming herself, she forced a smile and asked, "Mom, why did you suddenly decide to send something to Lin, the young intellectual?" "Humph, those two girls know how to behave. They know your dad treats them well and specially brought gifts before the new year. Gifts don't come for free. You have to give something back. It's not like some families who have been taken care of for years and can't even get a sunflower seed. Do you think I'm foolish for not saving this delicious food for your son and giving it to outsiders instead?"
Li Xiuxiu.
Talking to her mother-in-law was really exhausting. One wrong word could lead to a jab. While the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were arguing, Xiao Hongbin stepped outside and immediately smelled the delicious snacks. The little guy walked all the way, smelling the aroma, and when he reached Lin Yuzhu's door, he couldn't resist and secretly took a small piece to eat. When he knocked on the door, he was still chewing. When Lin Yuzhu opened the door, she saw the village chief's grandson seemingly in a hurry to swallow his food. With a warm smile, Lin Yuzhu welcomed him inside. Once inside, and with his mouth empty, Xiao Hongbin cheerfully said, "Sister Lin, my grandma sent me to bring this to you and Wang, the young intellectual. She said there's plenty at home, so you can eat as much as you want." Lin Yuzhu patted Xiao Hongbin's round head and praised him. She thought the village chief's wife was just trying to help. Taking the basin from the little guy, she poured it into her own bowl. Seeing that the little guy's eyes were glued to the fried snacks, she playfully grabbed him a handful. Xiao Hongbin hesitated and said, "Grandma said I shouldn't take back what I give to others." Lin Yuzhu smiled and gently replied, "But this is my gift to you. How can it be taking it back?" Xiao Hongbin looked confused and asked, "Is it really okay to do that?" Lin Yuzhu nodded and gave him a piece of rock candy, saying, "Just don't tell your grandma." Xiao Hongbin pouted, then nodded happily after a moment. He thought if he didn't tell his grandma, how would she know? Lin Yuzhu chuckled and asked him to convey her thanks before letting him leave. She sent half of the fried snacks to Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei looked at the snacks, and her heart finally settled. Thinking back, she realized that without Lin Yuzhu, she might not have been able to send the gifts at all. So, she waved her hand generously and said, "Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant." Lin Yuzhu tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with laughter, and teased, "How big is your mouth to eat at the state-run restaurant? Sister Xiaomei, you're truly something else." Wang Xiaomei.
Haha.
Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei laughed and chatted. Meanwhile, in the village chief's house, Li Xiuxiu was pulling her son aside in the back room, quietly asking him questions. She wanted to know what his grandma had told him to say to Lin, and if Lin had sent any messages back. Xiao Hongbin repeated everything he had learned. Li Xiuxiu was not satisfied and pressed on. "Is that all? Think carefully, is there anything else?" Xiao Hongbin grew impatient. Every time his grandma asked him to do something, his mom would pry into it, and even after he told her, she wouldn't believe him. "That's all." Li Xiuxiu tapped her son's head, displeased, and said, "What kind of expression is that? Why are you so foolish? Other kids your age can explain everything clearly. Look at you, you never learn. You're so silly. Your grandma sent things out, and you don't complain but happily help deliver them. Shouldn't that stuff be saved for yourself? Besides, you could have secretly taken it to your grandma's house. You're her only grandson. She wouldn't dare hit you. You're really dumb." Xiao Hongbin pouted. He knew he had understood everything, but his mom didn't believe him. She preferred her brother-in-law's kids and always compared him to them. Feeling defiant, he shouted, "I studied hard, but you don't believe me. You just call me stupid. Are you my mom, or are you Li Jijuan and Li Jidong's mom?" I don't want to go to my grandma's house." I gave it to Sister Lin, and she even gave me candy and fried snacks. If I went to my grandma's, I'd get nothing. As he spoke, he felt wronged. Finally, unable to hold back, he burst into tears and turned to find his grandma for comfort, running and crying out. Grandma Li Xiuxiu immediately felt a pang of regret and tried to grab him, but Xiao Hongbin slipped away.
Ah, son.
Li Xiuxiu watched helplessly as her son sought comfort from his grandma. Her face darkened. Having a son was nothing but trouble. The village chief's wife felt her temples throbbing, holding her precious grandson while cursing her daughter-in-law in her heart. She regretted bringing such a foolish person into the family. Xiao Hongbin felt his mom didn't love him and sadly imitated his grandma. Now, the village chief's wife looked even more down on her daughter-in-law. From Xiao Hongbin, she learned that Lin Yuzhu had also given him a piece of rock candy and fried snacks. She pinched the little guy's nose and coaxed him, "Don't cry anymore. You're already a little man. Boys don't cry. You little glutton, just because someone gave you a treat, you forget your grandma. From now on, don't speak ill of your grandma and uncle. We know what's going on in our hearts. Saying it out loud will just make people think you're ungrateful, understand?" Xiao Hongbin, feeling wronged, stuffed a piece of rock candy into his mouth and nodded. The village chief's wife looked at her grandson's puffed cheeks and couldn't help but smile.
He was still just a child.
That young intellectual Lin was very warm towards children. They should have someone like her as a teacher in their village. Lin Yuzhu had no idea that by casually giving a piece of rock candy, she had gained another wave of goodwill. With the new year approaching in just a few days, the families in the village started to get busy. If they couldn't steam white flour buns or mantu, they could still make mixed flour ones. If they couldn't make frozen dumplings with white flour, they could still make them with mixed flour. At this time, every household's little chimney was working hard, and the thin white smoke created a lively atmosphere. The misty little village of Shanshui added a festive touch for the new year. Lin Yuzhu didn't expect Wang Xiaomei to be serious about inviting her to dinner. Early in the morning, she came knocking on the door, asking Lin Yuzhu to get ready. As the saying goes, a fool doesn't take advantage of a good deal. Lin Yuzhu quickly got cheerful, tidied herself up, and braided her hair loosely. Looking in the mirror, she thought to herself how pretty she looked. What a shame for such a beautiful girl. No one is pursuing her. This era is truly misleading. When the two met up, there was a moment of silence between them. You didn't tell Li Xiangwan? You invited her, so you should be the one to ask. So, the two of them dressed up and went to find Li Xiangwan. Li Xiangwan looked at the well-dressed pair and snorted coldly. Lin Yuzhu touched her nose and said, "Hey, Xiao Xiangwan, don't be mad. Are you coming or not? Wang Xiaomei can't take the lead, but I can ride my bike and take both of you." Li Xiangwan immediately shook her head, looking at Lin Yuzhu with a blank expression. "No, my foot is still healing, and will be fine soon." She was really afraid that if she went out, she'd have to lie down again when she got back. Lin Yuzhu. Her biking skills had improved a lot, okay? What about trust between people? Encouraged by Li Xiangwan's reaction, Lin Yuzhu put on her gloves and firmly said, "I'll ride." Wang Xiaomei took a deep breath and thought, "Fine, I'll trust her this once." So Lin Yuzhu got on the bike first, and Wang Xiaomei jogged a bit before jumping onto the back seat. Hey, Lin Yuzhu could only say she was trying her best to hold the handlebars, but it seemed a bit unsteady. The bike slipped, and they both fell into a snowbank. Lin Yuzhu's leg was pinned under the bicycle. If it weren't for the thick snow by the roadside, she would have been seriously hurt. Shaking the snow off her head, Lin Yuzhu looked at Wang Xiaomei, who was covered in snow, and seriously said, "Sister Xiaomei, you've gained weight." I couldn't hold the handlebars. Wang Xiaomei wiped the snow off her face and took a deep breath. "I shouldn't have trusted you." Lin Yuzhu, moving out of the snow, shook her head and sighed. "A woman's words are like a ghost's. Just the day before yesterday you said you believed me. TSK, how quickly things change." Wang Xiaomei. Li Xiangwan, who was limping outside to gather firewood, saw the two struggling to get up from the snow and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Good thing she was smart and decisively refused. Let them go out and fall into the snow, haha. It wasn't that Li Xiangwan had good eyesight, it was just that at this time, the only two who could ride a bike were these two. If Lin Yuzhu rode with someone else, Wang Xiaomei would be in trouble. When the two finally made it to town, it felt like they had traveled to another world. With the new year approaching, the whole town was bustling with activity. People were everywhere, carrying New Year goods, all with cheerful faces. Children in the alleys were laughing and chasing each other. A mischievous little boy lit a firecracker and threw it at someone, scaring the girls who screamed and ran home crying. Lin Yuzhu estimated that the naughty child would probably get a beating. The two arrived early and planned to browse the supply store, but when they got to the entrance, they were shocked. Wow, it was truly packed with people. Wang Xiaomei, who had been living in the countryside, felt almost isolated and now just wanted to join in the fun. She pulled Lin Yuzhu inside to enjoy the excitement. Once inside, they found the supply store buzzing with noise. The salespeople were shouting, but their voices quickly drowned in the crowd's enthusiasm. The goods on the shelves were visibly decreasing. Despite the noise, Lin Yuzhu didn't find it bothersome. In fact, she loved it because she felt the vibrant energy of life. There was no pressure of a fast-paced life here, no coldness between people. Though this era was tough, everyone lived with great energy and positivity. As Lin Yuzhu stared at the bustling crowd, feeling the different atmosphere, someone gently tapped her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw a pair of gentle phoenix eyes and immediately smiled, calling out, "Brother Shin." He nodded and leaned over, asking loudly, "Are you here to buy something?" Just browsing. What about you?" When Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei left the supply store, they were joined by Li Pengzi and Shin Bojun. They were carrying a lot of things, and Li Pengzi even had some red paper with him. Wang Xiaomei curiously asked, "Brother Pengzi, why did you buy so much red paper?" "Haha, I'm preparing to make a lantern. We can't let others hang them while our place is empty." "Brother Pengzi, aren't you going home for the new year?" Lin Yuzhu asked curiously. Li Pengzi scratched his head and sighed. "Well, you know my relationship with my stepmother. Going back is just asking for trouble, so I decided not to." After saying that, Li Pengzi noticed the strange expressions on the two girls' faces. Lin Yuzhu had a rough idea of what was going on. But Wang Xiaomei didn't know and was conflicted, wondering if Brother Pengzi was a good person or not. Shen Bojun raised an eyebrow, wondering if there was something he didn't know. When he learned that Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei were going to the state-run restaurant for dinner, Li Pengzi immediately decided to go too. Of course, Shen Bojun followed along. However, the state-run restaurant was also crowded. When they entered, they heard the waiter at the counter shout, "All the dishes are ordered. We are not taking any more orders." Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei froze at the door. Did they come for nothing? "Sister Xiaomei, you were right. We came to eat at the state-run restaurant, but it's over now." Li Pengzi looked confused. Didn't they say there were no dishes? How could they eat? Wang Xiaomei. Seeing Wang Xiaomei looking a bit disappointed, Li Pengzi quickly said, "No worries, since you two sisters are here, why not come to my place and try my cooking? I'm not bragging. My cooking is just as good as the chefs at the state-run restaurant." Shen Bojun cleared his throat. Wang Xiaomei hesitated, feeling it might not be right to just go to someone else's house for a meal. Lin Yuzhu understood Li Pengzi's intentions but felt a bit uncertain. It was said that girls shouldn't take too much advantage of boys when dating. Shin Bojun sighed lightly, thinking about this little girl. The unit has given out a lot of benefits. We don't cook much, and the food just sits there and might spoil. If you really feel uncomfortable, just give Pengzi a little labor fee, Shin Bojun said calmly. Li Pengzi shot him a look, thinking, bro, how can you ask them for money? Shin Bojun glanced at him and ignored him. Lin Yuzhu looked at Shin Bojun, realizing he was really worried about his brother. After all, they had received a basket of coal from him. Otherwise, maybe they should just sell Wang Xiaomei. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Pengzi, Lin Yuzhu said boldly. Wang Xiaomei was left speechless, feeling something was off. The place where the chubby guy and Shin Bojun lived was a row of bungalows behind the police station, which had the best security in the entire town. Well, it was also the place where Lin Yuzhu would least likely wander around. After all, 8 out of 10 police officers lived here. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't come here to sell goods. As the group walked, they passed by an Andy who smiled and greeted Shin Bojun and Li Pengzi from a distance, saying, "Pengzi, Xiaoshin, are you bringing your girlfriend back to play?" Li Pengzi stammered, feeling a bit awkward. Usually quite clever, today he seemed a bit dazed and confused. The Annie looked curiously at Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu, wondering who was with whom. When she saw Lin Yuzhu, her eyes lit up, and she was about to say something when she was interrupted. Shin Bojun calmly said, "Aunt's son, they're friends of ours, just visiting from the countryside. It's not easy for them, so we're looking after them." Wang Xiaomei felt a bit uneasy and whispered to Lin Yuzhu, "Should we just leave?" "Stay calm." Lin Yuzhu, with her thick skin, couldn't be scared off by a few words from the auntie. For Wang Xiaomei's future, they had to stick it out. Aunt Sun quickly stopped her scrutinizing gaze, hiding her disbelief, and said, "Oh, I misunderstood. I'm going to buy some things. Come visit me when you have time." Li Pengzi and Shin Bojun quickly nodded and smiled. Once Aunt Sun left, Pengzi let out a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Aunt Sun would scare the girls away if she kept talking. Once inside the yard, Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei began to look around. The yard is tidy, with only 2 bicycles and nothing else. Oh, and a shed for storing coal. It was clear that this was a yard neglected by its owner, lacking any signs of life. Going further in, there was a small brick house with 1 room and 1 kitchen. The door opened to the kitchen, and the back room served as both the living room and bedroom, with a neatly arranged Kong bed. Next to the Kong, against the wall, was a cabinet with some miscellaneous items on top, but it was organized and not messy. By the window was a round table with a thermos and a tray that held a teapot and a few upside-down cups. There were also a few stools tucked under the table. Well, that was about all the furniture, simple and straightforward. The room wasn't large, but it was bright and airy, making it quite comfortable. Lin Yuzhu was pleasantly surprised. It was rare for a boy's place to be this clean and tidy. Her fondness for the 2 of them increased even more. Wang Xiaomei felt a bit envious, thinking about the small mud house at the youth station, wondering when she could have her own brick house. Li Pengzi, relieved to see the room tidy, was glad his brother made him clean up every day. He placed the things they bought on the floor and called to the girls, "Sit down. The unit just gave us some pork and ribbon fish. Wait, I'll fry the fish for you and make some braised pork. Is there anything else you want to eat?" Wang Xiaomei, who usually took advantage of others, felt a bit shy. As soon as Li Pengzi finished speaking, she quickly said, "That's enough. We can't eat all that." "Ha, that's not too much. Shaolin can finish a whole plate of braised pork by herself," Pengzi joked. Shin Bojun shot a cool glance at Pengzi and kicked him lightly, saying, "Stop talking so much. I heard the police station gave out live chickens to families a few days ago. Go get one." Pengzi, noticing Lin Yuzhu's sharp gaze, realized he had offended her and quickly ran off. Wang Xiaomei felt uneasy, not knowing why, but she felt strange inside. However, with Lin Yuzhu there, she felt braver. Shin Bojun walked over to the cabinet, took out a tea canister, returned to the table, put some tea leaves in the teapot, and poured water from the thermos. Lin Yuzhu stole a glance or two, thinking how even pouring water looked so good. Her gaze fell on his long, slender fingers, and she found herself staring. As Shin Bojun poured water, he casually glanced at Lin Yuzhu. Noticing she was staring at his hands, he wondered what was so special about them. Wang Xiaomei looked up at Shin Bojun, opened her mouth, but couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Shin, the water is full." Shin Bojun snapped back to reality, stopping the flow of water, quickly hiding his embarrassment with a light cough, and said, "Sorry, I got distracted thinking about something." He quickly covered the teapot and continued pouring water for the 2 girls. Wang Xiaomei stared intensely at her teacup, worried he might pour too much. Not because she cared about the water, but because she was afraid it would spill and burn her. When it was Shin Bojun's turn to pour water for Lin Yuzhu, She touched her nose, thinking to herself, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Perhaps her self-hypnosis was working. Once the water was poured, Lin Yuzhu smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Brother Shin." Shin Bojun pressed his lips together, slightly stiffly saying, "I'll find you something to eat." He turned around and rummaged through the drawer in the cabinet. In no time, the table was filled with peanuts, sunflower seeds, milk candies, and preserved fruits. When Shen Bojun placed the preserved fruits on the table, both Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu exclaimed in surprise. Shen Bojun raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "Nothing," they said together. Shen Bojun looked at them with some helplessness. He had bought the preserved fruits from someone else, and judging by their reaction, they must have had some experience with them. He sighed deeply, suddenly understanding that away from home, they had no one else to rely on. His gaze softened toward Lin Yuzhu, mixed with a bit of sympathy. Lin Yuzhu popped a preserved fruit into her mouth. It was sweet and sour, unmistakably made by her family's senpang. Unconsciously, she looked up and locked eyes with Shen Bojun. Their gazes met, sparking an unspoken connection. Before Lin Yuzhu could process her racing heart, Li Pengzi burst into the room, carrying a squawking live chicken and a gust of cold air. He cheerfully announced, "I got a hen from old Du's place. It's so fat. Their unit has great benefits." Wang Xiaomei immediately turned to look, chiming in, "That chicken is really fat. Pengzi, why don't you keep it for New Year's and kill it then? We can just stir-fry a couple of vegetable dishes." "Xiaomei, don't be shy." "Don't worry, I can handle cooking a chicken," Pengzi replied confidently. Wang Xiaomei thought to herself, "I know you can cook, but this meal will cost a lot. How will we ever repay that?" Wang Xiaomei turned to exchange glances with Lin Yuzhu. But she found Lin Yuzhu focused on munching sunflower seeds, not paying her any attention. Also, the room wasn't cold, so why were her ears still red? Wang Xiaomei wanted to persuade Li Pengzi to keep the chicken, but Shen Bojun had already taken off his cotton coat, wearing a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves. He walked into the kitchen, tall and handsome, carrying the chicken and a knife to kill it. Li Pengzi hurried to boil water. While Li Pengzi was busy in the kitchen, Wang Xiaomei whispered to Lin Yuzhu, "Is this appropriate?" Lin Yuzhu shrugged, clearly thinking it was not appropriate. In this era, it was indeed difficult for Li Pengzi to win someone over. Calmly, Lin Yuzhu said, "Sister Xiaomei, just stay calm. At most, after the new year, you can invite them over for a meal at your place. I'll bring some ingredients too, don't worry. You can't just eat for free. It's better to have a give-and-take relationship." Wang Xiaomei felt a bit sorry for her money, but then thought about the good meal and felt better. Looking out the window at Shen Bojun, who was lightly dressed and busy killing the chicken, she said, "Brother Shin can really withstand the cold." Li Pengzi, who was bundled up, overheard and hesitated for a moment. He quietly took off his own heavy coat, feeling a bit cold and shivering. Lin Yuzhu caught this and laughed at him mercilessly. Wang Xiaomei was confused, but then noticed Lin Yuzhu's bright smile and found it beautiful, which distracted her. Shen Bojun took a quick glance and couldn't look away. Li Pengzi was serious about showing off his cooking skills. He didn't let Wang Xiaomei or Lin Yuzhu help at all, only allowing Shen Bojun to assist him. When Shen Bojun wanted to cook a dish, Li Pengzi wouldn't let him either. He happily cooked by himself, completely unaware that his brother was standing behind him, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. As he cooked, the kitchen filled with smoke. Shen Bojun quickly closed the door, afraid of bothering the others inside. Lin Yuzhu watched Shen Bojun and shook her head, not commenting on whether she liked him or not. Such a thoughtful man was rare. If he could keep this good nature, the girl who marries him would be quite lucky. Wang Xiaomei was getting restless sitting there and thought about getting up to walk around. Lin Yuzhu quietly sipped her tea. Just then, Wang Xiaomei, with wide eyes and a curious expression, waved at her, signaling something. Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and walked over to Wang Xiaomei. Following her gaze, she saw some red yarn and knitting needles stuck between the bed and the cabinet. The two exchanged glances and began to analyze quietly. Wang Xiaomei said, "How can there be this in a room with two big men? They can't be knitting sweaters themselves, right?" Lin Yuzhu looked at her as if she were silly and said, "How could you even think of that? Which man would knit?" Wang Xiaomei really had a wild imagination. If she gets married, her husband could easily fool her if he cheated. Her intelligence was something else. Then how did this get here? Wang Xiaomei said, suddenly realizing, could it be that Li Pengzi has a girlfriend? Did she come over to knit for him and leave her things here? Is it inappropriate for us to come over for a meal? After all, it was Li Pengzi who organized the gathering. What if his girlfriend found out? They might get in trouble. Wang Xiaomei grew more anxious, wishing she could grab Lin Yuzhu and run away. If they got caught, it would be a big deal. Lin Yuzhu saw the drama on her face and said, amused, "Don't worry. Li Pengzi said he doesn't have a girlfriend." After a moment, she added, "But you might be onto something. Maybe it belongs to Brother Shin's girlfriend?" They exchanged a look and nodded, realizing the truth. Wang Xiaomei thought, compared to Li Pengzi, Brother Shin seemed more like someone who would have a girlfriend. Lin Yuzhu felt a bit melancholic, thinking she might have overthought things. Her face felt slightly warm. She told herself not to get carried away with feelings. Since he was someone else's man now, she shouldn't dwell on it. She still had her principles. Once all the dishes were ready and served, Shen Bojun felt something was off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Li Pengzi rubbed his hands and said to Wang Xiaomei, "Try my chicken stew with mushrooms and see how it is. The mushrooms are from this year when I went foraging with someone, so eat up." Lin Yuzhu didn't really like mushrooms. She had never liked them since she was a child. She could say she was quite indifferent to mushrooms, only enjoying enoki mushrooms in hot pot, and she didn't even like shiitake mushrooms. Seeing Li Pengzi emphasize the mushrooms he picked, Lin Yuzhu decided not to take any chicken stew with mushrooms. She was afraid Li Pengzi would insist she try the mushrooms. Saying she didn't like them would be awkward. Coincidentally, Shen Bojun also didn't care for mushrooms and showed some distaste for the dish. No, he was critical of all the dishes on the table. Lin Yuzhu picked up a piece of fish to eat and frowned slightly. It wasn't that it was bad. It was just that Li Pengzi could have used less salt. At that moment, Li Pengzi asked her, "Little Lin, how's the fish?" "I did well today. None of it fell apart." He seemed quite pleased with himself. It's good. Usually when I cook, it either burns or falls apart." "Your cooking is impressive," Lin Yuzhu said, half sincerely. If only he hadn't added so much salt, but to support Li Pengzi, she couldn't say anything negative. She had to go along with it. Wang Xiaomei believed her too, and took a piece. When she put it in her mouth, her expression froze slightly. Li Pengzi stared at her and asked, "How is it?" He was quite nervous. Wang Xiaomei found it hard to either spit it out or swallow. "It's good, really good," she said, nodding as she chewed. Shen Bojun quietly poured a glass of water for Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu quickly thanked him, her gaze avoiding his. There was clearly a distance between them. Shen Bojun paused, wondering if he was being too sensitive. Wang Xiaomei loved mushrooms, and with the added chili, she was quite fond of the chicken stew with mushrooms. Li Pengzi looked at her with a kind expression and said gently, "If you like it, eat more. Next time, I'll make it for you again." Lin Yuzhu felt like she was eating dog food. Wang Xiaomei nodded, suddenly feeling a bit shy. "Li Pengzi, you should eat too." Why was he just watching them eat, without touching his own food? Li Pengzi wanted to lose weight, and looking at the table full of meat, he swallowed hard but resisted. He picked up the only vegetable dish on the table, shredded potatoes. After the meal, Shen Bojun noticed that not only was Lin Yuzhu distant with him, but Wang Xiaomei was also being more polite. He was puzzled, thinking he had just helped cook a meal. What happened? The meal was only a bit salty. Everything else was fine. After eating, when Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu offered to help wash the dishes, they were politely refused. Lin Yuzhu was increasingly satisfied with Li Pengzi. He was teachable. Wang Xiaomei whispered to Lin Yuzhu, "Should we leave? It wouldn't be good to leave right after eating. Let's stay a bit longer and chat, mainly so you can talk to Li Pengzi." So, after the meal, Wang Xiaomei nervously chatted with Li Pengzi. She noticed that today Lin Yuzhu wasn't very talkative. Usually, she was the one chattering the most. Since Lin Yuzhu wasn't speaking, Wang Xiaomei had to take the lead. The key was that she realized Li Pengzi, who usually spoke a lot, was stuttering today and seemed a bit nervous.
This was strange.
Lin Yuzhu and Shin Bojun. Basically, it was Wang Xiaomei trying to find topics to talk about, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. After a while, she glanced out at the bright sky and suddenly exclaimed, "It looks like it's going to get dark soon. We shouldn't stay too long. If we do, we'll be traveling at night." Lin Yuzhu, sipping her tea, almost spat it out. What an excuse. How could she think of that? Li Pengzi looked at the clock in the room. "Fine, if you say it's getting dark, then it is." Lin Yuzhu shook her head, trying her best. She really did. When they reached the door, Wang Xiaomei leaned against the car and enthusiastically said to Li Pengzi, after the new year. Everyone was focused on Wang Xiaomei, waiting for her to speak. But halfway through, she suddenly rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Lin Yuzhu was stunned, frozen in place. What just happened? As the saying goes, worry leads to chaos. While Lin Yuzhu and Li Pengzi were anxiously concerned about Wang Xiaomei, Shin Bojun was the first to react. He kicked Li Pengzi and said urgently, "Hurry, take her to the hospital." Li Pengzi finally realized what was happening, his face pale with panic as he picked up Wang Xiaomei. After taking a couple of steps, he remembered that walking was slower than riding a bike. Holding Wang Xiaomei, he placed her on the nearby horizontal bar, kicked the bike stand, and pedaled away as fast as he could. Shin Bojun quickly returned to the courtyard to grab a bicycle and told Lin Yuzhu, "You should sit in the back." Lin Yuzhu hesitated, thinking it might not be appropriate since he had a girlfriend, but worried about Wang Xiaomei. She quickly said, "How about I ride Li Pengzi's bike?" Li Pengzi was riding the bicycle they borrowed from Li Xiangwan. Shin Bojun tightened his grip on the bike and said, "Honestly, I don't have the key." "Well, that's that." Lin Yuzhu was about to compromise, thinking Wang Xiaomei was more important. Before she could say anything, the other person spoke clearly, "You can ride my bike. I'll walk to the hospital." Lin Yuzhu was taken aback, quickly thanked him, and took the bicycle from Shin Bojun, waving her sleeve as she hurried off. Shin Bojun watched Lin Yuzhu ride further away, speechless for a long time. All the way, he furrowed his brows in deep thought. What had he done to upset her? When Lin Yuzhu arrived at the hospital, Li Pengzi was in the lobby paying. Lin Yuzhu approached to ask about the situation. Li Pengzi, out of breath, said, "She must have eaten poisonous mushrooms. They're trying to save her now." His eyes were filled with guilt. But this wasn't the time for guilt or blame. Everything could be discussed once she was safe. When Shin Bojun arrived, Lin Yuzhu and Li Pengzi were waiting outside the operating room. Wang Xiaomei had been inside for a while, and as time passed, Lin Yuzhu and Li Pengzi grew more anxious. At first, they thought everything would be fine. But as they waited longer, their minds began to wander. Lin Yuzhu thought, what if Wang Xiaomei came out covered with a white sheet? That would be so frightening. She would still have to worry about her knocking on the door at night. If she had known, she wouldn't have tried to match Li Pengzi with her. Thinking about this made her pout, and her eyes watery. Shin Bojun wanted to comfort them, but didn't know what to say. Nothing seemed appropriate. Li Pengzi squatted by the wall, looking dejected. He had only been helpful this once, picking mushrooms, and now. The more he thought about how he had encouraged her to eat them, the more guilty he felt, and he slapped himself. The sound of his slap echoed in the corridor. Just then, the door opened, and Wang Xiaomei was wheeled out. Fortunately, she was covered with a white blanket, not a white sheet. Lin Yuzhu rushed over, both crying and laughing, to receive her. Wang Xiaomei was a bit more awake now, her lips pale and her complexion weak. Seeing Lin Yuzhu approach, she grabbed her hand and said weakly, "I've suffered a great misfortune." Then she mumbled something quietly, but Lin Yuzhu couldn't hear clearly because she was too weak. She fell asleep again. The doctor said it wasn't a big problem, but if they were worried, they could keep her overnight for observation. If something went wrong in the countryside, it would be too much trouble to come back to town. Li Pengzi quickly said, Lin Yuzhu, why don't you stay with Xiaomei tonight? I'll come to keep you both safe, and I'll cover all the expenses. Lin Yuzhu looked at Li Pengzi's cautious expression and nodded. So he went to handle the admission paperwork. When Wang Xiaomei woke up again, it was really dark outside. Wang Xiaomei stared at Lin Yuzhu for a long time. Lin Yuzhu felt uneasy under her gaze until Wang Xiaomei said, Why is there a little person on your shoulder wearing a little red hat? It's quite cute. Lin Yuzhu. Li Pengzi, looking panicked, immediately went out to find a doctor. Later, the doctor came to check and said it wasn't a big issue. They should continue to observe her. Shen Bojun, with a complex expression, looked at Li Pengzi and said, I'll go home and make some porridge. Thanks, bro, Li Pengzi replied, his voice a bit hoarse. Wang Xiaomei pointed at Shen Bojun's back and said, The little person has climbed onto his shoulder. Li Pengzi felt even guiltier. Lin Yuzhu couldn't describe her feelings at that moment. She just felt helpless. In the hospital room, Wang Xiaomei mostly talked, while Lin Yuzhu and Li Pengzi felt a bit gloomy. When Shen Bojun returned home to start a fire for the porridge, he glanced at the bed and froze, his gaze landing on the bundles of red yarn. He had bought extra yarn, and Li Pengzi had said he would take it home to give to his mother to knit something, so he hadn't put it away. Shen Bojun lowered his eyes, thinking, did those two girls see it? Did they misunderstand? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it might be, because of this misunderstanding. Shen Bojun. After making the porridge, Shen Bojun decided to take out the red scarf he had kept hidden. He took a detour on his way out to the supply and marketing cooperative, and when he came out, he had a net bag with 2 cans of yellow peach in it, then headed straight to the state-run restaurant. Since he arrived early, Shen Bojun had to wait in line again. After buying the food, he packed it up and went to the hospital. When Shen Bojun hurried back, Wang Xiaomei was asleep again. He walked quietly, placing the items on the table slowly so as not to disturb the patient. He turned around and went out again, returning with a stool to sit between Li Pengzi and Lin Yuzhu. It's a bit drafty in here. Use this to cover yourself, and wear this scarf too. After saying that, he took out a thin blanket from his bag and draped it over Lin Yuzhu's legs, then pulled out a brand new red scarf to put around her neck. Lin Yuzhu leaned back a bit to avoid it, watching Shen Bojun's hand freeze in midair. She felt the need to clarify, Shingo, if you have a girlfriend, you shouldn't be so nice to others. It can easily be misunderstood. Li Pengzi, who was busy feeling guilty, looked up at Lin Yuzhu, blinking in confusion. Bro, do you have a girlfriend? Lin Yuzhu had just been looking at Shen Bojun with a judgmental expression, but hearing Li Pengzi's words made her a bit lost. Is there a misunderstanding here? She looked at the scarf in Shen Bojun's hand, which looked just like the red yarn in the corner of the cabinet. Shen Bojun chuckled lightly, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Who told you I have a girlfriend? His deep voice was annoyingly charming. Lin Yuzhu swallowed hard, feeling awkward, and glanced at Li Pengzi. Li Pengzi was startled, thinking, Girl, you're not trying to shift the blame, are you? To be honest, Lin Yuzhu was considering whether to lie. Shen Bojun didn't want to play games with the girl and firmly wrapped the scarf around her neck, saying slowly, Li Pengzi wanted to give Wang Xiaomei something but couldn't think of anything good, so he said he'd knit a scarf. I happen to know how to do it, so I taught him. Since I had extra yarn, I knitted one. A red scarf isn't suitable for guys, so I'll give this one to you. By the time he finished speaking, he had wrapped the scarf tightly around Lin Yuzhu. Looking at the girl's curious eyes, Shen Bojun looked at her seriously and said, If you have any questions, just ask me directly. Don't guess.
Li Pengzi.
If it weren't for Wang Xiaomei lying on the bed, Li Fatty would have gotten up to give his brother some space. But he couldn't. His Xiaomei was still lying there, looking miserable. Lin Yuzhu was quite surprised that a boy could knit a scarf. Brother Shen, you are really talented. Seeing the little girl return to her usual attitude, Shen Bojun felt completely relieved. He smiled and asked, Are you hungry? Having just eaten, Lin Yuzhu was naturally not hungry. Shen Bojun insisted, Even if you're not hungry, You should eat a little. We might not find anything to buy later at the state-run restaurant, so I brought this back. If you don't eat now, it will get cold." Without waiting for Lin Yuzhu to respond, he got up to grab the lunchbox, opened it, and handed it to her. Lin Yuzhu saw stir-fried celery with shredded meat and braised pork. She could understand the stir-fried celery, but the braised pork. Lin Yuzhu cleared her throat and took the lunchbox and chopsticks. Her ears turned slightly red again. How annoying. The little spark that had just died down flared up again. Looking up, she saw Shen Bojun handing another lunchbox to Li Fati. Li Fati wasn't in the mood to eat, but seeing his trembling hands, Shen Bojun knew he must be starving. He had only eaten a couple of bites at noon, and after everything that happened in the afternoon, he was definitely very hungry. "Eat a bit. We have to stay up all night, and tomorrow we need to take the person back to the village. Don't end up too weak." Li Fati silently opened the lunchbox and started eating bite by bite. Soon, only the lunchbox wrapped in towels remained on the table. "It should be the porridge prepared for Wang Xiaomei." Lin Yuzhu quietly asked, "Brother Shen, what are you eating?" She probably felt she had taken someone else's lunchbox. "Just eat. I had a little at home," he said, which was obviously a lie. After all the busyness, there was no time to eat. Lin Yuzhu managed to eat half the box but couldn't eat anymore. She stared at the lunchbox, not wanting to waste it. "Can't eat anymore?" Shen Bojun asked softly. Lin Yuzhu nodded. Then Shen Bojun took the lunchbox from her hands and started eating with her chopsticks. Lin Yuzhu opened her mouth in surprise. This. She couldn't help but bury her face in the scarf, catching a whiff of soap. Oh, this scarf had been washed. Maybe the braised pork from the state-run restaurant smelled too good. Wang Xiaomei sniffed and slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the white ceiling, she felt a bit dazed. She thought this isn't her home. After a few seconds of careful recollection, she remembered she had come to the hospital due to food poisoning. Looking to the right, she saw 2 empty hospital beds. She was indeed still in the hospital. Wang Xiaomei quietly sat up and blinked at the 3 people in the room. Li Fati was the first to notice she was awake. He put down his lunchbox and hurried to her side, asking with concern, "Sister, how are you? Can you still see the little people in red hats?" Wang Xiaomei blankly shook her head. Li Fati sighed in relief and quickly poured her some porridge. The porridge was slightly warm, and he went out to get some hot water to mix in. While he was busy, Wang Xiaomei whispered to Lin Yuzhu, "I must have not checked the calendar before going out today. I should have gone home right after you knocked me into the snow pile with your bike." "Shen Bojun." Li Fati returned with the warmed porridge. Wang Xiaomei closed her mouth. Li Fati didn't mean to poison her. Seeing him so careful and guilty, Wang Xiaomei didn't want to complain in front of him, fearing it would make him feel worse. He had only meant to treat her to a meal. But she decided she shouldn't eat mushrooms from others in the future. It was better to eat mushrooms she picked herself. Li Fati poured the porridge into a small square lunchbox and handed it to her with great care. Wang Xiaomei quietly said thank you, her face slightly flushed, and slowly started to drink. Smelling the faint aroma of braised pork made her want to cry. She was basically fine now, but with 3 people around, Wang Xiaomei felt uneasy and wanted to go back to the village. Li Fati tried to persuade her a bit, but seeing how determined she was, he went to find the doctor. The on-duty doctor said it was okay for her to go back. Only then did Li Fati feel relieved. Outside, it was pitch black, and they couldn't let the 2 girls go back alone. They decided Lin Yuzhu would ride her bike with Wang Xiaomei. Lin Yuzhu bravely said, "Come on, I'll take you flying." Wang Xiaomei wanted to say to spare her. The snow was so slippery, Lin Yuzhu could hardly control it. But sitting on Li Fati's bike, Wang Xiaomei rarely showed a shy expression. Lin Yuzhu noticed and teasingly asked, "Is that seat for Brother Shen?" Wang Xiaomei immediately looked at Lin Yuzhu with a blank expression. Brother Shen wasn't a man. Lin Yuzhu thought, women are really complicated. Eventually, 2 men helped steady the bike while Wang Xiaomei tightly hugged Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu rode off with a serious expression. Li Fati's chubby belly bounced alongside the bike, worried about Wang Xiaomei falling. Lin Yuzhu could no longer hold back and said, "Li Fatty, I've got this. Don't follow me so closely, it makes me look useless." Wang Xiaomei covered her mouth and laughed quietly, feeling suddenly sweet inside. She felt truly cared for. Li Fatty was still a bit worried and nervously said, "Just be careful and ride slowly." Shin Bojun had already caught up on his bike and coldly told Li Fatty, "Get on." Li Fatty hurriedly jogged over and got on the back seat. With his weight, he almost made Shin Bojun tip over. If it weren't for Shin Bojun's calmness, they might have had a serious accident. While Wang Xiaomei was distracted by the bumpy ride, she quietly asked Lin Yuzhu, "Juzi, who took me to the hospital?" "Brother Fatty." "Oh, so it was him who carried me. What are you thinking? If he carried you to the hospital, you might have already been covered with a white sheet." Lin Yuzhu thought the question was a bit silly. Wang Xiaomei. "Wait, that's not right. Brother Fatty did almost carry you to the hospital, but then he realized and ran to the bike to ride you there instead." Wang Xiaomei recalled the scene and her face immediately turned bright red, burying it behind Lin Yuzhu's back. So embarrassing. Lin Yuzhu. Startled, she swerved the bike. Wang Xiaomei was so focused on being shy that she didn't have time to be scared. But it scared Li Fatty behind them. "Little Lin, should I take over?" "Sure." "Li Fatty, be quiet." Lin Yuzhu thought Li Fatty was being blatantly disrespectful. Li Fatty immediately backed down. Shun Bojun. He also thought it would be better if Li Fatty took over. His riding skills were indeed. It was really cold in winter at night, and riding a bike made it even colder. If Lin Yuzhu didn't wear cotton gloves, she might lose her hands when she returned to Shanshui village. Wearing cotton gloves made her hands feel clumsy. Her mom had made them too thick. Lin Yuzhu thought she couldn't blame her riding skills. Finally, after battling the wind and frost, they entered the village. Lin Yuzhu's lips were numb from the cold. As they approached the youth station, she said to Wang Xiaomei, "Maisie, you can jump off first." In summer, she would dare to park the bike with her short legs, but in winter, she didn't want to risk it. Wang Xiaomei sighed in relief, finally safe at home. She nimbly jumped down. Lin Yuzhu slowly pulled the brake, preparing to get off. As Wang Xiaomei jumped, there was a bit of a jolt, and unexpectedly, in this familiar place and scene, Lin Yuzhu fell into the snow pile again. As the bike tipped, Wang Xiaomei tried to help, but her foot slipped and she fell in two. In the white snow, two figures tumbled to the ground. Wang Xiaomei's scream echoed around them. Shun Bojun.
Li Fatty.
Lin Yuzhu lay in the snow, thinking that her lifetime of fame had just vanished. Seeing Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei fall, Shin Bojun and the chubby guy quickly got out of the car and ran to lift the bicycle. They helped the girls up. Looking at the starry night sky and the dark surroundings, Lin Yuzhu could only make out Shin Bojun's tall figure. Not being able to see each other's faces, Lin Yuzhu decided to pretend nothing had happened. Well, it wasn't a big deal. Later, Lin Yuzhu couldn't remember how she got them home that day. She just hazily returned to her room. Then she clumsily started a fire, washed up, and went to bed. That unpleasant experience was buried in the river of time, completely forgotten. Li Xiangwan worried all afternoon, unable to understand why it took so long for the two to return from dinner. After waiting a long time, just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a scream. The scream sounded oddly familiar. Then she heard the sound of a door opening in the backyard, followed by another door opening next door. Li Xiangwan thought they must have returned. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled, wondering if that scream meant they had fallen again. Since they were back, she didn't bother to check with her inconvenient legs. She figured it wasn't anything serious, turned over, and went to sleep. She slept well that night, not even dreaming. The next day, Li Xiangwan went to check on Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei. Seeing that Wang Xiaomei didn't look too well, she asked a few questions. Wang Xiaomei, looking distressed, recounted the events of the previous day, saying she had never had such a bad day. Mushroom poisoning was one thing. The key was falling into a snow pile twice. Lin Yuzhu pretended to clean her ears, acting calm. Li Xiangwan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. By the end, she was laughing out loud. Lin Yuzhu snorted, stood up, and said, "It must be the bicycle that's the problem." Then she waved her sleeve and left angrily. Of course, she wasn't really mad. Wang Xiaomei.
Li Xianwan.
It was ridiculous for her to blame the bicycle. They had ridden it for so long without noticing anything wrong. Did the bicycle have a mind of its own? Anyway, from that day on, whenever Lin Yuzhu rode, no one dared to sit in the back. Everyone was quite self-aware. On the 28th day of the 12th month, the three of them wanted to hang a lantern in their yard. They couldn't let others hang lanterns while their yard looked empty. Wang Xiaomei thought about telling them that the youth point was always empty. But seeing the two so excited, she didn't stop them. Later, they found out that the two most enthusiastic people were clueless. When asked, they realized none of them knew how to make one. Great, Wang Xiaomei could make one. The three girls decided to make lanterns. They sat by the Kong and got busy. Not all three were working together. Two were doing the work while Lin Yuzhu was in charge of watching. Wang Xiaomei was the main worker and Li Xiangwan was assisting. By the end, Li Xiangwan could also make a decent shape. Lin Yuzhu cleared her throat. That's enough. Why make so many? In her opinion, making one of a decent size was enough.
Li Xianwan disagreed.
With pride, she said, "We'll hang a whole string," aiming to be the most outstanding in the village. Sister, aren't you afraid the lanterns will catch fire? Lin Yuzhu poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Those who can't make it shouldn't talk. Wang Xiaomei stifled a laugh nearby. Lin Yuzhu kept quiet, having been completely brought down from her pedestal since the bicycle incident. The day passed quickly. On the 29th, many families in the village went up the mountain to pay respects to their ancestors. Although they said to eliminate the old customs and break feudal superstitions, no one in the village really paid respects before the new year. They were too busy with other matters. One wrong move could lead to feuds, especially feuds with the whole village. So, every household sent out all their members. Lin Yuzhu stood in the yard, watching the crowd going up the mountain, feeling a bit sad. She sighed softly. Li Xiangwan came over, looking at the scattered people on the mountain. Feeling a bit down, she couldn't find the words. Being alone in a foreign land, one misses family even more during the holidays. The atmosphere in the backyard became somber. Wang Xiaomei thought the two were just homesick, and seeing their low spirits, she didn't dare to disturb them. For the first time during the day, Lin Yuzhu closed the door. She took out 3 tablets from her space and carefully placed them on the table. One was for her father, one for her beautiful mother, and one for the original owner. When the system prepared the tablets, she was still getting used to seeing the name Lin Yuzhu. Now that they were displayed, it didn't feel strange anymore. She thought she couldn't let the original owner become a lonely ghost. She should come to her house for company. With her father and beautiful mother watching over, it wouldn't be easy for her to be bullied. She arranged fruits and incense. Lin Yuzhu began her solemn worship. Holding a cup of wine, she started murmuring to the tablets. "Dad, Mom, I had an accident and went to another place. I don't know if you can receive this thought. If you can't, please bring a dream to me. If you meet little Yuzhu, please take her home and help look after her." After saying this, she poured the wine into the soil. Then she poured another cup. "Little Yuzhu, I won't say much, thank you. If there's a next life, let's settle this karma then." After that, she poured the wine into the soil again. She went on to say a lot more. Basically, she was letting them know that she was doing well now, much happier and easier than in her past life, to reassure them. That morning, Lin Yuzhu seemed to say a lot but also not much at all. After respectfully putting the tablets back into her space, she returned to her usual self, showing no signs of sadness. Those who had left were remembered in her heart. Those who were alive had to look forward. Lin Yuzhu got dressed and called Wang Xiaomei. She wanted to build a big snowman. Wang Xiaomei looked at her carefully and asked, "Aren't you sad anymore?" Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and then raised her nose, proudly saying, "Humph, woman, which eye of yours saw me sad?" Wang Xiaomei. The sadness quickly passed. After the little dog returned from paying respects to its ancestors, it happily came over, offering Lin Yuzhu a handful of red dates. Wang Xiaomei teased little dog, "Why not give some to Sister Xiaomei?" The little dog looked serious and said, "These are offerings for my ancestors. My mom said only family can eat them." Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei were taken aback. Wang Xiaomei pretended to be stern and said unhappily, "Then why are you giving some to Sister Lin? You're clearly tricking me." The little dog looked at Wang Xiaomei and said in a baby voice, "Sister Mei, I'm not tricking you. When I grow up, I can marry Sister Lin. If I marry her, she will be part of my family. I even asked my ancestors today and they agreed with a gust of wind. So Sister Lin is part of my family now." Wang Xiaomei was silent for a while. Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but laugh at the little dog. This little guy had mentioned wanting to marry her more than once. She squatted down, patted his little head, and said, "Little dog, just one handful of red dates won't get you a sister." "How many red dates do I need to bring Sister Lin home?" At least 3 rounds and 1 sound, plus a big brick house filled with furniture, and a bit of betrothal gifts. That doesn't need to be too much, maybe 88 yuan and 88 cents. For now, that's enough. I'll let you know if I think of anything else. The little dog blinked for a long time, remaining silent for a while. Silence fell over Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu as they wondered if they had gone too far. Then the little dog said, "Sister Lin, forget it. I won't marry you anymore. Tiger Girl said if I give her 2 handfuls of red dates, she will agree to marry me. I will marry Tiger Girl instead." Lin Yuzhu. Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably, nearly rolling over with laughter. Since Lin Yuzhu asked for an outrageous betrothal gift, little dog Dan coldly took back the red dates and left. Since then, little dog Dan never mentioned marrying Lin Yuzhu again. Lin Yuzhu felt a bit sad. At such a young age, her heart was already hurt. She wished she had asked for less. Of course, that was just a joke. On New Year's Eve, the 3 of them had already agreed to celebrate together in the backyard. The New Year supplies were prepared well in advance. On the afternoon of the 29th, they needed to marinate the pig knuckles and trotters first. On the 30th, before dawn, Lin Yuzhu was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. After they finished, Lin Yuzhu turned over to continue sleeping. In her dream, braised pork was about to be served when another round of firecrackers went off. After that, every family competed to see who could make the loudest and longest noise. The longer the firecrackers went off, the more it showed that a family was wealthy. Well, there was no hope of sleeping well now. Lin Yuzhu got up early to wash up and opened the door to find Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan standing at her doorstep. Both looked like they hadn't fully woken up. Lin Yuzhu was puzzled. Why were they blocking her door so early? Li Xiangwan, holding a string of firecrackers, lazily said, "You can't expect someone with bad legs to set off firecrackers, right?" Wang Xiaomei, pointing with a small foot, shyly added, "I'm scared." Lin Yuzhu immediately became proud, thinking that they still needed her at crucial moments.
"Move aside, let me handle this small task."
Actually, Lin Yuzhu was also unsure. After all, she hadn't set off firecrackers in many years. She placed the firecrackers on the ground, took a lit incense stick, and carefully lit the firecrackers. Watching the fuse spark, she threw the incense aside and turned to run. Then, a deafening sound of firecrackers erupted behind her. The 3 girls stood together, covering their ears, excitedly watching the firecrackers explode. Perhaps happiness is contagious. All 3 girls were smiling brightly. With the new year comes new hope. Their lives would only get better. Great, the story ends here. New Year's Eve dinner is often eaten at night, but in some places, like Shanshui village, it's eaten at noon. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan thought it should be moved to the evening. Lin Yuzhu believed that after a hearty lunch, they could take a nap, wake up, have a light snack, and then make dumplings to welcome the god of wealth at midnight. That seemed much smoother. If they had dinner at night, they wouldn't have room for dumplings. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan were momentarily speechless. In the end, they compromised just to have an extra serving of dumplings. When they started cooking, Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu had another disagreement. Lin Yuzhu thought that once the knuckles and trotters were marinated, they should just slice and steam them with sauce. Wang Xiaomei insisted on braising. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan squinted at her, their eyes sparkling. Don't think they didn't know, once she braised it, she would add chili. Wang Xiaomei reluctantly agreed. Lin Yuzhu patted her head and said, Don't worry, I'll make you a super spicy dipping sauce to go with it. Wang Xiaomei thought that was the best she could do. They didn't aim for perfection, just made 6 dishes. They hoped for a smooth year ahead. They made pig knuckles, trotters, sweet and sour pork, braised carp, fried meatballs, and boiled peanuts. Although there were only 6 dishes, it was still pretty good. At Wang Xiaomei's strong suggestion, they added some chili to the braised carp. That kept the complaints at bay. By the time all the dishes were ready, it was just about noon. Many families in the village had also finished cooking, leading to another round of firecrackers. The villagers showed no signs of saving money on this. After finishing the last dish, Lin Yuzhu dramatically tossed the spatula aside and let the other 2 set the table. She took a string of firecrackers and rolled up her sleeves to go outside and light them. Just then, Aunt Chen from next door also came out to set off firecrackers. Lin Yuzhu and Aunt Chen exchanged greetings. Aunt Chen covered her mouth, laughing at Uncle Chen. Your Uncle Chen got scared by firecrackers a couple of years ago and is a bit hesitant to light them now. You young folks are really lively this year. Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, It's the new year. We want to celebrate. The 2 didn't chat any longer to avoid missing the auspicious time. Another round of firecrackers went off, and soon other families in the village started lighting them as well. Children's laughter filled the small village. The festive atmosphere suddenly filled the air. When Lin Yuzhu returned to the house, she found a bottle of grape wine on the table. It was in a canned bottle. Lin Yuzhu pretended to be curious and asked, What's this? Li Xiangwan calmly replied, Grape wine. I got it from a villager. After pouring it, the 3 of them toasted and tasted it. Wang Xiaomei frowned and shook her head, saying, Why doesn't this taste like grape wine? Did we get cheated? Smelling the fragrant fruit aroma and sipping the smooth, rich red wine, Lin Yuzhu also shook her head, saying, Maybe the grapes weren't ripe when they made it. Li Xiangwan wanted to facepalm. Her Romani Conti was wasted. After eating and drinking, they noticed that the canned bottle of red wine was completely empty. Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu had rosy cheeks, leaning on each other as they walked out. Lin Yuzhu burped and waved her hand, not forgetting to look back, drunkenly saying, See you later. Wang Xiaomei stumbled and waved back. See you later, huh? This wine has quite a kick. You can't handle your liquor. Look at me. I can walk in a straight line. Come on, let me show you.
Li Xiangwan.
Shouldn't they have cleaned up the table before leaving? Lin Yuzhu completely ignored the complaints behind her, closed the door, and fell into a deep sleep. She slept soundly. In her dream, she lay in a pool of wine filled with red bills, making her drool. When she woke up, everything was pitch black. She got up and went to Li Xiangwan's room. Wang Xiaomei was already awake, and the 3 of them had a quick bite before starting to chop meat, knead dough, and make celery and pork dumplings. After a busy session, there were still 1 or 2 hours until midnight. The 3 sat down, staring at each other. Li Xiangwan touched her nose and said, I have a deck of cards. How about we play landlord? Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu curiously asked, What's landlord? Li Xiangwan went to the drawer and took out a deck of playing cards. Lin Yuzhu turned her head away, pretending not to see her open the cards. Wang Xiaomei was blocked from seeing it and wondered why it was taking so long to get the cards. After a while, Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei said they learned how to play, and the 3 of them tried it out. With 2 cards left in Wang Xiaomei's hand, Li Xiangwan threw a bomb, then played a straight, leaving her with just 1 card. Lin Yuzhu suddenly exclaimed, Don't move, I have 4 tens, and confidently threw out a bomb. She laughed wildly a few times and then threw out a pair of 3s. She even winked at Wang Xiaomei, indicating that her teammate was pretty good. Wang Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and she casually threw out a pair of 4s, happily saying, I'm out. Li Xiangwan, holding a 2, wished she could crush her cards, gritting her teeth and saying, "She's the landlord." Lin Yuzhu. Turning to Wang Xiaomei, she asked in shock, "You're the landlord?" Wang Xiaomei burst into laughter. After playing for a while, Li Xiangwan was almost furious, cursing under her breath. "You guys are doing this on purpose, targeting me, right?" As it neared midnight, they finally put away the cards and hurriedly boiled the dumplings, brushing their teeth and washing their faces in the meantime. At midnight, the village chief even used a loudspeaker to announce it. So, every household started setting off firecrackers, eagerly waiting for the god of wealth to enter their homes. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei lit a string of lanterns and hung them up slowly. The three of them looked at the bright red lanterns, all smiling. As every household hung up their lanterns, children clapped their hands joyfully, each carrying small red lanterns from house to house. After eating the dumplings, Li Xiang, they say, when luck comes, it can't be stopped. The three of them played all night, and Lin Yuzhu won 50 cents, which made her laugh so hard she almost fainted. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan looked exhausted. They were probably just tired. Seeing Lin Yuzhu laugh so arrogantly, the two decided to stop playing and went back to their own rooms. Time to sleep. The next day, they were awakened by the sound of firecrackers. Lin Yuzhu blinked her sleepy eyes, thinking that the firecrackers were still too cheap. It was the first day of the new year. The three of them happened to come out of the backyard at the same time and hurriedly greeted each other for the new year, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. As for Zhang Yanqiu in the front yard, she was completely ignored by the three of them. If it weren't for the smoke coming from the chimney, they might have forgotten someone lived in the front yard. Zhang Yanqiu was also trying hard to live a transparent life. Li Xiangwan noticed that Lin Yuzhu had a new scarf around her neck and curiously asked, "When did you knit that?" While in the hospital, Wang Xiaomei hadn't noticed the scarf on Lin Yuzhu's neck, but now she was curious and remarked, "Why does it look just like the yarn ball from Fat Brother's house?" Lin Yuzhu proudly touched the scarf around her neck and smiled. It was knitted by Brother Shin. Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, "Then we misunderstood. Brother Shin can knit scarves too?" Li Xiangwan raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued, and asked casually, "So, are you two in a relationship now?" Wang Xiaomei's eyes widened in curiosity, wondering what had happened while she was lying in the hospital. Then she realized it was strange. She had been poisoned and lying in bed, while these two were sweet on each other. Weren't they supposed to be worried about her? Wang Xiaomei squinted her eyes, staring sharply at Lin Yuzhu, as if she were a heartbreaker. Lin Yuzhu calmly turned Wang Xiaomei's head away, straightened her back, and said proudly, "A scarf alone can't define our relationship. It should at least." I know. 3 turns and a sound, a big brick house, and a gift of 88 yuan and 88 cents to bring Sister Lin home, a sweet little voice suddenly piped up. The three in the backyard looked down at the little dog Egg, who had appeared out of nowhere, and after a moment of silence, burst into laughter. Little dog Egg was not at all flow-veered, with a clean face and dressed in new clothes, looking like a cute little round ball. Little dog Egg clasped his hands and bowed ceremoniously, saying sweetly, "Sister Lin, Sister May, Sister Li, Happy New Year. I wish you all a year filled with candy and sweet days like sugar." This little display melted the hearts of the 3 girls instantly. After that, little dog Egg felt the kind of love that ants usually give. When they left the backyard, he had 2 pockets full of candy, a great haul. Kids are the most informed. Not long after little dog Egg went out, children from the youth point started coming to pay New Year visits one after another. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan welcomed everyone. Anyone who came to pay New Year wishes received a handful of peanuts and red dates or some fruit candy and rock candy. Everyone in the village knew that Li Xiangwan was wealthy, so she didn't hide it and generously gave out fruit-flavored hard candy. Lin Yuzhu mostly gave out some rock candy, but when she met familiar kids, she gave them more rock candy. Wang Xiaomei reluctantly gave the kids sunflower seeds, originally planning to save them for the new year to snack on. Now, after the first day of the new year, she had nothing left. She couldn't help but start planning for next year, muttering, "I must plant some sunflower seeds after spring." There was a silver lining. After the new year, When the adults talked about the young women in the village, the kids would stand up to defend them. They would brag about how great the young women were. This made the adults look at their own children in disbelief, realizing that the three girls at the youth point were closer to them than they were. Unknowingly, Lin Yuzhu and her friends became more integrated into the community of Shanshui village. Lin Yuzhu felt the festive spirit of the new year fully, to the point where she felt something was missing if she didn't hear firecrackers. There was a silver lining. Sleeping in was a luxury. During these few days of the new year, the three of them practically stuck together, spending almost all their time eating, drinking, and having fun in one room except for sleeping. Initially, because of Little Dog Egg's interruption, Li Xiangwan still didn't know what was going on between Shin Bojun and Lin Yuzhu. Now, thinking back, she curiously asked, "What's going on between you and Shin Bojun?" Wang Xiaomei, with her round eyes, listened eagerly, looking very curious. Lin Yuzhu pretended to think for a long time and said, "This scarf wasn't given to anyone else, but to me. So, he probably likes me. Maybe he thinks I'm young and hasn't found the courage to say anything. He might be interested in me and is in the stage of showing off his charm.
Who knows, he might want me to pursue him."
Lin Yuzhu's eyebrows bounced as she thought happily. She had analyzed this for a long time and came to this conclusion, but she wasn't very sure, so she only shared it privately with her close friends. If she guessed wrong, then Shin Bojun would be a jerk, and there would be no argument. It would be a misunderstanding, and she would be overthinking. Only the two of them knew about this, so it wasn't a big deal. If it came to it, she could just silence them with a little money. Wang Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback. Is dating really this complicated now? To Wang Xiaomei, dating meant having family find a man for you to look at, and if you liked him, you would date. Once things were going well, the two families would discuss marriage, and then you would get married. It seemed very simple. Li Xiangwan frowned slightly and said gently, "I heard his family is doing quite well." She thought that the concerns she and Li Xiangbei had would also apply to Lin Yuzhu. Wang Xiaomei stared blankly at Li Xiangwan and asked in confusion, "If his family is doing well, isn't that better?" Lin Yuzhu understood the implication in Li Xiangwan's words and patted her shoulder, saying, "He can pursue me, and I can like him. If we can be together, that's great. If not, then so be it. Why overthink life? Just take it one step at a time." Old Shin doesn't even dare to confess, so thinking too much is unnecessary. It's not that Lin Yuzhu is heartless. She does like Shin Bojun's looks, but she hasn't reached the point of being infatuated or crazy about him. If he gives up because of strong opposition from his family, she wouldn't cling to him. Such a person isn't worth her attachment. In any case, she wouldn't get entangled or complicate things. If Shun's family strongly opposes and confronts her, he should either convince his family first or come to be a son-in-law. If he doesn't want to, then forget it. Li Xiangwan looked at Lin Yuzhu's dark expression and felt a chill. This girl must be secretly plotting something. With a smile, she suddenly felt her worries were unnecessary. Lin Yuzhu has never been one to compromise. She may seem cold, but when you think she cares, that's when you've lost completely. Girls like her are tough in the future. Suddenly, she felt lucky that she hadn't offended this girl back then. Meanwhile, Shin Bojun, who was busy working and setting up a network, suddenly sneezed and felt a chill on his back. The room was warm, and his colleagues had taken off their cotton jackets because of the heat. Shin Bojun looked at his thin shirt, wearing only a tank top underneath, and wondered if he was getting sick. Why did he feel so cold? He obediently put his cotton jacket back on. His colleagues. Since Lin Yuzhu traveled here, she hasn't improved in many ways, but her carefree nature has become stronger. When she sees Shin Bojun, her heart still skips a beat, but when she doesn't see him, she tends to forget. Mainly, life has been pleasant, and she's been relaxing every day. Although Wang Xiaomei got food poisoning from a mushroom, it wasn't intentional. They are all innocent, and she feels like she owes Fat Li a meal. She thought about inviting him over, but Fat Li and Shin Bojun were too busy with work to come. She found it puzzling. What could be so busy during the New Year? Lin Yuzhu pondered for a moment and guessed that he was probably focused on someone again. He must be busy setting traps to catch someone. Instead of visiting, Fat Li and Shin Bojun sent Zhang Cheng and Li Zili along with his sister, Li Huanla, to Shan Shui village. The three of them first looked for Wang Xiaomei, knocking on the door for a long time without anyone answering. They stood there unsure of what to do. Wang Xiaomei, hearing the knocking, came out from Li Xiangwan's room. Seeing the three of them, she was pleasantly surprised and greeted them with a smile. "Brother Cheng, Zili Huanla, you're here. Happy New Year." Zhang Cheng smiled gently and said with a hint of reproach, "We've been waiting for you at home. But since you didn't come, we had to come see what this busy person is up to." "Happy New Year, Sister Xiaomei," Li Huanla said sweetly. Wang Xiaomei quickly pulled out some money from her pocket to give her as New Year's money. Li Zili frowned, not allowing his sister to take it. Seeing Li Huanla pouting, Wang Xiaomei chuckled and stuffed the money into her hand, giving Li Zili a glare and pretending to be angry. "Why are you being so polite with me?"
Li Zili.
While looking at Zhang Cheng, Wang Xiaomei's gaze flickered. Ever since she stopped seeing him as one of her own, her thoughts had become sharper. The state-run restaurant and supply store in town wouldn't open until the 5th or 6th day of the new year, and even the black market was closed for a few days. It wasn't necessary to visit relatives in town. Everyone was mostly relaxing in the village. In previous years, Wang Xiaomei would only go to Zili's place after the 15th day of the new year, and she never heard Brother Cheng say anything about it.
So why now?
Looking at the large bags they were carrying, Wang Xiaomei felt something was off. She just couldn't understand what Brother Cheng was up to. But this didn't ruin her happy mood. "Haha, it's nice to finally have a couple of days off for the new year. I was thinking of coming to town to see you all in a few days," Wang Xiaomei joked. Zhang Cheng continued to smile gently, like an older brother, with a teasing look in his eyes. "You really are a lazy cat." Little Huanla looked between Wang Xiaomei and Zhang Cheng, finally frowning. Her brother always wanted Sister Xiaomei to be with Brother Cheng, but she thought that wasn't a good idea. When Brother Cheng looked at Sister Xiaomei, he looked at her the same way. Children's thoughts are naturally hard for adults to notice. Wang Xiaomei warmly invited the three into her room. Zhang Cheng's expression briefly stiffened but quickly returned to normal. Hearing the door open and close next door, Lin Yuzhu raised her eyebrows slightly. She stood up and leisurely said, "A beautiful lady. A gentleman seeks a match. I just wonder if this gentleman is real or fake." After saying that, she shook her head and left. Zhang Cheng was too calculating. His lively demeanor wasn't so easy to read. It was best to keep a distance. As Lin Yuzhu expected, Zhang Cheng wasn't there to see Wang Xiaomei. He was just using her as a cover. When the group entered the room and set down their things, Wang Xiaomei felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Brother Cheng, why are you being so polite, bringing so many things? I can't accept all this.
Please take it back with you."
After all, she had been hospitalized for eating a mushroom before the new year, so she felt it was best not to take advantage this year. Zhang Cheng opened his mouth, and upon seeing Wang Xiaomei, he clearly felt a distance. In the past, he would never have thought of throwing gifts away. A few days apart had changed his attitude, which was quite strange. While he was pondering, Li Zili couldn't hold back and said, "Sister Xiaomei, just take it. This is all set aside for you by me and my brother." Zhang Cheng smiled and quickly added, "Some of it is for Li Jiqing too. I wonder if her foot is better yet?" He was genuinely worried that if he didn't clarify, Wang Xiaomei might think all the gifts were just for her. Li Zili's expression darkened. Wasn't Li Jiqing just a pretty face who could make some money? How could she compare to Sister Xiaomei?
His brother really had no taste.
Wang Xiaomei's mind suddenly clicked. That's why. No one visits without a reason. Why were they suddenly bringing her gifts this year? Turns out it was for this. She almost misunderstood their intentions. Wang Xiaomei's heart skipped a beat, relieved that she figured it out in time. Otherwise, it would have been so awkward. "Let's go to Li Xiangwan's room together." Zhang Cheng nodded and picked up more things as he left the room. Wang Xiaomei glanced back at the remaining items in her room, astonished to see that they had left her with only 2 things. The rest were all taken to Li Xiangwan's. If she hadn't prepared herself mentally, she wouldn't know how she would feel right now. So, they headed to Li Xiangwan's room. Li Xiangwan's legs had improved a lot. She could walk with only a little pain and could manage a few steps normally. Seeing Wang Xiaomei led Zhang Qing in, she secretly thought that Lin Yuzhu was quite perceptive. When Zhang Qing placed the large bags on the table, Li Xiangwan smiled politely and said, "Brother Qing, why are you being so generous? Bringing so many things. You work hard for your money. You should take them back home for your family." Zhang Qing frowned, filled with guilt as he said, "It's my fault for not scouting the area properly, causing you to step on a trap. I just can't shake off this feeling of worry about you." "Brother Qing, you're overthinking it. You didn't set the trap. I just had bad luck stepping on it. You shouldn't blame yourself. It sounds like I'm making a fuss over nothing. Even though I didn't set the trap, I did lead you into the mountains. Not taking good care of you and letting you get hurt is my fault." Zhang Qing sincerely took responsibility, his eyes showing a hint of guilt and concern. Li Zili's expression immediately turned cold. Wang Xiaomei tapped his shoulder. This kid's temper had been getting worse over the past 2 years. He always acted like this around outsiders, which could offend people. Initially, it was just a misunderstanding since they were strangers. But Li Xiangwan was a friend. They should maintain some harmony. Under Wang Xiaomei's watchful gaze, Li Zili finally softened his expression a bit. Li Xiangwan ignored the tension and looked at Zhang Qing again. Logically, they were just business partners. She supplied goods, and he received them. At most, they were just ordinary friends. She didn't expect Zhang Qing to have other thoughts. Li Xiangwan was about to say something when the door suddenly opened, letting in a rush of cold air and a layer of white mist. In walked Li Xiangbei, looking weathered, who quickly asked with surprise and concern, "You're hurt? Where? Is it serious?" He entered with 3 rapid-fire questions, treating everyone else like they were invisible. Li Xiangwan was momentarily speechless. Wang Xiaomei blinked. She felt like she was caught in a scandal. Just moments ago, she noticed how Zhang Qing looked at Li Xiangwan. It was clear he had feelings for her. Now, before anything could happen, her ex-boyfriend suddenly appeared. What a mess this was. So awkward. Looking at Li Xiangbei, who had a weathered face and was carrying luggage, Li Xiangwan realized he probably hadn't even returned to the front yard yet. With a hint of helplessness, she said, "Why are you back so soon?" She thought he would be gone for a few more days. Li Xiangbei's eyes were bright. "I couldn't stop worrying, so I came back early." Li Xiangwan understood and felt a flutter in her heart, lowering her affectionate gaze. Li Zili looked at Li Xiangbei, who seemed so lively, hoping there was something between these two. Zhang Qing slowly clenched his hands into fists. Xiao Huan looked back and forth, sighing softly in her heart. She thought, Xiao Qing seems to like that pretty sister, and now it seems the pretty sister has someone she likes too. Adults are really complicated. "Where are you hurt?" He gazed at her, but was more concerned about her injury. His tone showed more genuine concern than Zhang Cheng's. Wang Xiaomei quietly touched her nose, wishing she could leave. "I accidentally stepped on a trap while going into the mountains," Li Xiangwan said weakly. "Why did you go into the mountains in this cold winter?
How are you now?
Can you still walk?" Li Xiangbei frowned, both blaming and feeling helpless. "Much better. I can walk now," Li Xiangwan said awkwardly, looking at everyone in the room. "Then why did you go into the mountains?"
Li Xiangbei insista.
His intuition told him this was not simple. Traps are usually set deep in the mountains for hunting. Li Xiangwan, being a girl, wouldn't go hunting. What was she doing in the mountains in winter? Not to mention winter, she hadn't even gone deep into the mountains in autumn. Wang Xiaomei awkwardly laughed, instantly drawing the attention of Li Xiangwan and Li Xiangbei. Wang Xiaomei's heart skipped a beat. Was her laugh too sudden? Licking her lips, she said dryly, "I still have water boiling in my room. I'll go check if it's ready." Without looking back, she slipped away. Li Xiangwan. As Wang Xiaomei left, she thought about her bad luck. Li Xiangwan going into the mountains wasn't her idea. It was better not to get involved in this mess, or she might get dragged in too. Xiao Huan watched Wang Xiaomei leave, her eyes darting around, then greeted her brother and immediately followed Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei patted her little head and took her back to her room. Li Huan looked at the empty stove and cheerfully said, I told you, Sister Xiaomei didn't actually boil water. Hee hee. Wang Xiaomei tapped the little girl's forehead. You little smart aleck, the atmosphere is off. Hurry up and leave. Xiao Huan tilted her head, curiously asking, Sister Xiaomei, was that big brother who just came in the pretty sister's boyfriend? Wang Xiaomei thought for a long time. This was complicated. Although they weren't in a relationship now, their connection was still not simple. In another room, Li Xiangwan briefly explained the situation, and only then did Li Xiangbei turn his gaze to Zhang Cheng. The two locked eyes, each assessing the other. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Li Zili's eyes brightened. He hoped Zhang Cheng would part ways with Li Xiangwan. If necessary, Li Xiangbei wouldn't mind giving Zhang Cheng a beating, as long as it made him give up. Then Sister Xiaomei might still have a chance to become his sister-in-law. Zhang Cheng was quite a character. Despite Li Xiangbei's unfriendly demeanor, he still smiled warmly. He nodded to Li Xiangbei and then asked Li Xiangwan, Xiangwan, who is this? I didn't hear you mention having a boyfriend before. Li Xiangbei stiffened, his gaze growing colder. Zhang Cheng's words felt like a slap in the face to him. Li Xiangwan looked at Li Xiangbei's profile. Her feelings were quite complicated. A friend. Zhang Cheng seemed to understand, looking at Li Xiangbei with a hint of mockery. Not just an ordinary friend, Li Xiangwan felt compelled to add. Zhang Cheng's smile nearly cracked. Li Xiangbei pressed his lips together, glaring at Zhang Cheng, his expression immediately fierce.
Brother Zhang, you should take that gift back.
I can't blame you for my injury, so there's no need to feel guilty about it. Zhang Cheng smiled gently, knowing that staying longer would only annoy people. No worries, there will be plenty of time in the future. As he stood up, he said softly, if you don't blame me, then I can relax. Take care of your injury. It's just some food. Keep it for your recovery. If you're too polite, I'll think you're still upset with me. With a tender tone, his words became quite suggestive. If it were a girl like Wang Xiaomei, she might have already developed feelings. But Li Xiangwan wasn't that kind of girl. In her past life, she had dealt with many men trying to please her. Zhang Cheng's cunning demeanor was just like this one. Greasy, too greasy. Li Xiangwan felt a bit nauseated inside. In the end, Zhang Cheng didn't take the gifts and left with Li Zili, maintaining a balance. Li Xiangbei frowned, knowing this person was not good news. He turned to look at Li Xiangwan with concern. Li Xiangwan calmly said, I know what kind of person he is. Li Xiangbei pressed his lips tightly, already thinking about how to guard against this person. Since Li Xiangbei returned, he brought Wang Yang and the Dong sisters back with him. The Dong family, seeing Wang Yang coming back, let the sisters come along for safety. The Dong sisters complained and reluctantly boarded the train, feeling like they had been thoroughly insulted by Li Xiangbei. What was so great about his infatuation? Now he was in a hurry to see his beloved and wanted them to come back early with him. It was simply disgusting. After a long journey back to Shanshui village, they saw Li Xiangbei rushing to the backyard. Dong Mimi pouted and said, Sister, you were right. There's no point in stealing someone like him. Dong Tian recalled her mother's recent nagging and shook her head. Her mother's words weren't entirely correct. Marrying into the Li family as an unappreciated daughter-in-law wouldn't help her own family much. Her mother was too naive, coldly saying, if even you can see through it, how can they not understand? Maybe they're confused. Who cares about them? We've already agreed that this year we'll use connections to go back to the city. Sister, just hang in there. Once we're home, we'll say Li Xiangbei is no good, completely lost in women, practically hanging on them. What kind of future can someone like that have? He's completely infatuated with Li Xiangwan, blinded by desire.
Wang Yang.
When the group entered the front room, they were greeted by the sight of Zhang Yanqiu bouncing around. Everyone stared at each other, momentarily speechless. Dong Mimi blinked her big eyes and quietly asked, Did someone break your leg? Zhang Yanqiu's face turned red, unsure of what to say. Once they had put their things away, Dong Mimi noticed that Zhao Xianglan's bed was gone and curiously asked, Did Zhao Xianglan go home for the New Year too? Zhang Yanqiu didn't feel like sharing the recent big events with them and remained silent. Dong Mimi pouted. It was a long time before they learned that while they were away, significant events had happened at the youth point. The Dong sisters, who had often taken advantage of He Yuan, exchanged glances. Fortunately, they had avoided a disaster. Their expressions toward Zhang Yanqiu softened considerably, as having such a misfortunate person around seemed to bring them good luck. Just thinking about the wooden board with nails made by Lin Yuzhu, everyone at the youth point agrees that this seemingly soft and innocent girl is actually cold-hearted and ruthless. Do not provoke her. Absolutely do not provoke her. Of course, that's a story for later. Lin Yuzhu is still unaware of what others think of her and is currently listening to Wang Xiaomei complain about the regulations. You don't know, when I saw them carrying so many things, I thought they were all for me. I was even thinking of having someone take them back. But in the end, they were all for Li Demiran, and the 2 pastries left for me were just because of your influence. Otherwise, I would have sent them over later, ha. Li Xiangwan rubbed her forehead, looking at Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei, both with amused expressions. It was both funny and frustrating. Although Wang Xiaomei teased her, her eyes were clear, showing no hidden intentions. Clearly, she meant no harm and had no complicated thoughts. Li Xiangwan glanced at Lin Yuzhu, realizing why she and Wang Xiaomei were close. She had misjudged things before. Did you all take back any of these gifts? Li Xiangwan asked, not caring much about material things when it came to her own people. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei shook their heads at the same time. The things from the regulations were not that easy to enjoy. Lin Yuzhu didn't dare to take them. Wang Xiaomei didn't want to take advantage this year. As for Li Xiangwan, after joking for a bit, Wang Xiaomei said seriously, Zhang Dage came out from you and then came to me to share some joy. He mentioned that our village is going to build a school. It sounds like if anyone is interested they can talk to him and he can help. Li Xiangwan raised an eyebrow. Lin Yuzhu looked over too, wondering if he was just boasting or if he really had the ability. Private teachers need the village leader's approval for work points, and no matter how far his reach is, he can't extend it that far.
Could it mean
public teachers? Thinking of this, Lin Yuzhu remembered that Zhang Cheng had a teaching identity on the surface, so he probably had connections in that area. Lin Yuzhu had no thoughts about public teachers. In a few years, there would be college entrance exams and teachers wouldn't last long. Having a private teacher would mean no need to do farm work. Li Xiangwan was even more dismissive. Her foot injury was almost healed, and she planned to visit other village leaders in a few days. Plans are made by people, but success depends on fate. It would be best to become a private teacher. If not, she still had pigs. Anyway, she wouldn't go begging Zhang Qing for help. Some people's favors cannot be owed, especially when they have ulterior motives. Wang Xiaomei brought up the topic, but didn't think much of it. Spending more money to hire a village teacher wasn't as good as saving up to buy a job when they returned to the city. The money in her hands couldn't withstand her reckless spending. Thinking about it, after the new year, they would have to tighten their belts, especially with state-run restaurants. Better to go less often. So, Zhang Qing sat at home thinking he could relax. After waiting for a few days, not only did no big fish bite, but even Wang Xiaomei, a little shrimp, didn't come to find him. His mood started to crumble. The batch of goods Li Xiangwan provided had long been sold out, and now, due to her foot injury, she had no intention of doing business. Looking back, he felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He should have chosen another method. The small thugs under him were showing signs of discontent. Zhang Qing frowned, unable to even find the wood that had tricked him. Life was passing quickly, and the new year was coming to an end. Zhang Aigua returned to the youth point. Looking at He Yuanfang's empty bed, he was stunned, realizing he was truly living a single life now. He shed a lonely tear, wondering why brother he was so down. Thinking back to when there were 3 boys and in just a few months, 2 had left. Now, even the old youth had disappeared. This youth point was simply ruthless. While he was lamenting, the village had announced over the loudspeaker that they were building a primary school. This stirred up a huge wave. Villagers were eager to get involved, rushing to the village committee to ask for details. Li Xiongwan also prepared generous gifts and went to the team leader's house to use backdoor connections. Li Xiuxiu, the village head's daughter-in-law, was startled by the news from the loudspeaker. Such big news, and those two old guys didn't even tell her. She then remembered the gifts Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei had sent before the new year. Her expression immediately soured. So that was the reason. Li Xiuxiu twisted her body and approached her mother-in-law, speaking with a hint of blame. "Mother, why didn't you inform the family about such an important matter as building a primary school in the village?" The village head's wife, busy with her sewing, replied indifferently, "What's there to tell you about? What? Should your father-in-law report every little thing to you from now on?" After saying that, she sneered, thinking that if she had another son, she would immediately kick the eldest couple out. Li Xiuxiu was left speechless for a while, then softened her tone, saying, "Mother, that's not what I meant. Is it because of this that Lin and Wang sent gifts?" The village head's wife put down her sewing, looking at her daughter-in-law, thinking that the housework was too light. She decided to buy 2 more piglets next year to keep her daughter-in-law busy. "Your father went to the meeting that day and they sent gifts that same day. What do you think you can figure out from that?" Li Xiuxiu's eyes widened in confusion. "Mother, why are you saying this? We can't help with matters just because of a few small favors. The position of village teacher should go to our own people. Those youth don't count. They aren't even villagers. You and Dad shouldn't." She didn't dare finish her sentence. Knowing Li Xiuxiu's way of thinking, the village head's wife understood the implication and felt a lump in her throat. They had already married her in. They could only endure it. Letting out a long sigh, the village head's wife retorted, "Our own people? Do you think the villagers are fools? Your father-in-law is just a village head. How much power does he really have? Can he just decide who becomes a teacher? You think too highly of him." Just then, the village head walked in and overheard the last part, nearly choking on his saliva. Li Xiuxiu quickly greeted him with a smile. "Dad, you're back." It was clear he knew his daughter-in-law was up to no good again. The village head's wife shot the village head a glare and continued to confront Li Xiuxiu, asking sharply, "Anyone can be a teacher? Let me ask you, how many characters can you write? Did you even graduate from elementary school? How can you dare to think about it?" Li Xiuxiu's face turned red. Her mother-in-law's words were harsh, but at least her father-in-law was more understanding. So she turned to her father-in-law, saying pitifully, "Dad, I may not have much education, but my sister graduated from junior high." The village head's wife immediately frowned. This was truly the daughter of the Li family. While Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei knew to send some money and gifts, look at this daughter-in-law, trying to get a teacher's position without any qualifications. Dreaming, huh? The village head took a sip of tea, chewed a bit, and said slowly, "The commune doesn't let us do whatever we want. The village teacher has to take an exam and be ranked for admission. The village leaders are responsible for submitting the list, while the commune is responsible for the questions. Tell your sister to prepare. If she does well, she'll naturally be accepted. There's no need to ask others for help." Li Xiuxiu was not satisfied with this and hesitated for a moment before smiling and asking, "Dad, can you get the exam papers?" The village head. "You really think too highly of your father." The village head's wife instantly mocked. The village head. Well, he actually could. The village head didn't know if others could get the exam questions, but he could. That's why he agreed to help Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei. His daughter-in-law wanted to help her family, so the village had decided to listen to her. If she wanted to help, he would support her. If not, then he wouldn't. Later that night, when it was quiet, the village head shared his thoughts with his wife. His wife paused for a moment, then said, "What I said earlier was for our daughter-in-law. I know you have the ability, but the Li family won't let up. If we help them today, they'll want something else tomorrow. They even have their eyes on the little food we have. I think the Li family sees us as easy targets." The village head smacked his lips, closed his eyes, and sleepily said, "I'll listen to you." His wife sighed. She wished to live a few more years until their grandson got married and had children. Otherwise, with such a clueless daughter-in-law, Who knows how much their grandson would suffer in the future? Thinking about this, she also drifted off to sleep. In another room, Li Xiuxiu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She poked the snoring Zhao Jianjun, feeling extremely irritated. Zhao Jianjun, disturbed from his dreams, opened his bleary eyes and impatiently said, "What's wrong now?" Li Xiuxiu slapped him on the shoulder and whispered, "You idiot! Can you be quieter? Don't you think your parents are biased? They built a separate house for your sister and even got her husband a college spot. And what about you? What do you have?
What do you want?
My dad got me a position in the commune and you're not satisfied?" Zhao Jianjun was increasingly annoyed by his wife's petty complaints. Every day, it was either his mom being biased or his dad not treating him well. What was the problem? Were his parents not his real parents? Why are you so stubborn? What good is being in the commune? Your brother-in-law will graduate and get a job, while you're just a sidekick there. You think that's great? Your dad can help your brother-in-law, so why can't he help my sister? Zhao Jianjun sat up abruptly, his temper rising. He shouted, "My sister and brother-in-law are family. What about your sister? Once she's married, your mom won't treat her like family anymore. Am I stupid or are you?
Can you sleep?
If you can't, go complain to your family." Zhao Jianjun's voice was loud enough to wake the village head and his wife. The village head's wife quickly got up to check if her precious grandson was disturbed. Seeing him sleeping soundly, she sighed in relief. Grinding her teeth in anger, she thought if it weren't for the child, she would have yelled a few words. The village head pulled her back and said, "All right, don't be angry. As long as our son isn't foolish, that's enough." Well, he insisted on marrying her.
Now he's happy, right?
The couple sighed for a while before trying to sleep again. Li Xiuxiu saw her husband was angry and didn't dare to say anything more. Finally, the village head's house returned to peace. But other families in the village were also restless. Every household wanted their children to become teachers, enjoying benefits and not having to do much farm work. Who wouldn't want such a good deal? Shanshui village was caught up in a family drama of competition. The small conflict in the village head's house was just the tip of the iceberg. Some families hadn't even secured a teaching position, and internal conflicts had already begun. When the village head went to mediate, he was left with a headache. The village head's house, the team leader's house, and Accountant Lee's house were all being visited frequently. Everyone was trying to find a way. Only a few had foresight. Some thought that bringing a piece of meat and a bag of brown sugar would be enough to get things done. The village head's wife didn't even accept them. Thinking about the real value of 60 yuan, those gifts seemed worthless. Li Xiuxiu's mother, Old Lady Li, also specially brought 2 jars of canned food and meat to the village head's house to ask for help. After all, they were in-laws, and the village head's wife welcomed her in with a smile. The 2 old foxes sat inside, exchanging pleasantries. In the end, Old Lady Li left disappointed. She took her things back with her. The team leader's house wasn't doing any better, with relatives from the neighboring village also dropping by. Some clueless relatives were bound to offend someone. In fact, the village leaders were also uneasy, watching who would recommend whom. They were on the lookout for anyone with a weakness, ready to drag them down if they found one. It was nothing short of backstabbing. There were too many people wanting to be teachers, especially those who had only graduated from elementary school, wanting to come and teach. The village head, with a heavy heart, set a rule that only those who graduated from at least middle school could take the exam. Great, that meant most families in the village could stop hoping. Once the exam spots were confirmed, on a day that wasn't particularly sunny, Xiao Hongbin came to give Lin Yuzhu a bag of red dates, saying they were sent by his uncle and were especially sweet. His grandmother asked him to bring some over. Such a good thing, Lin Yuzhu couldn't just accept it without reason. That would be too inconsiderate. Lin Yuzhu realized that Xiao Hongbin was the village head's and his wife's favorite. She took out some big white rabbit candies and stuffed them into the little guy's coat pocket, seriously instructing, "Hide these at home and eat them slowly. Don't let the other kids see, or they'll steal your candy." It sounded ridiculous. Xiao Hongbin immediately nodded, saying, "I understand, little Lin's sister." Lin Yuzhu patted the little guy's head. All right, go home. The little guy happily ran home. He didn't dare stop along the way. Once inside, he quickly found his grandmother and hugged her leg, saying, "Grandma, little Lin's sister gave me a lot of big, white rabbit candies. Help me hide them so I can eat them slowly." At first, the village head's wife didn't think much of it, but when her grandson pulled out a handful of candies, she was shocked. This little Lin is really generous. There must be at least half a pound of candy here. Feeling grateful for the gift, she was extremely pleased with Lin Yuzhu. She couldn't help but praise her from head to toe in her mind. With a kind smile, she said to her grandson, "Grandma will help you lock them up. When you eat them, do it secretly. Don't let your mom see, or else." She thought better of it, as it seemed like she was trying to stir trouble. But Xiao Hongbin knew better and said in a childish voice, "Grandma, I know. If they see, I'll have to give some to Li Jijuan and the others. Your mom is foolish. Just don't be silly like her." "Okay, Grandma, I know. Hey, my big grandson is smart." "Grandma, I'm smart because you're smart."
Haha.
While the two of them were happily chatting, Lin Yuzhu was staring at the paper bag. When she opened it, her gaze froze. The dates were good dates. But the paper that held the dates seemed to have another secret. Lin Yuzhu poured out all the dates and carefully unfolded the wrapping paper. To her surprise, there were several sheets inside. As she examined them closely, she increasingly felt that these could be the exam questions. Wow, the village head is really impressive. With the exam questions ready, Lin Yuzhu copied 2 sets and gave one to Wang Xiaomei and one to Li Xiangwan. The 3 of them began to study the answers. The main subjects were Chinese and arithmetic. The Chinese exam had a strong sense of the times. Out of 10 fill-in-the-blank questions, 8 were quotes. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan still needed to look up the great people's quotes, but Wang Xiaomei could recite them right away. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. The sense of superiority of the time travelers vanished. Arithmetic is just math. Here, math class is called arithmetic. This was also interesting as the big questions were mostly about how to quickly calculate the yield of the grain fields mentioned in the questions. For example, calculate how many acres this diagram represents. Anyway, it really had a strong sense of the times. One should not fight battles without confidence. Lin Yuzhu understood the general direction of the exam questions and reviewed the relevant knowledge points. Who knows if the questions will change by then? What if the village chief says, "I gave you the exam paper," and then she has no one to complain to? The path has already been half paved. The rest, she has to manage on her own. Some villagers initially thought only people from their village would compete, but later learned that the educated youth also had to take the exam. Oh, a few from the educated youth point, besides Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang, also participated. Although the Dawn family promised to help the sisters return to the city, the sisters had serious doubts about their elders' abilities. Having a teacher by their side would be a good backup. If they can't go back, being a teacher is much better than working in the fields. Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang were not interested in children at all. The thought of teaching a group of kids was a no-go for them. With so many educated youths taking the exam, it felt like a towering tree blocking the villagers' door.
How could they tolerate that?
So, they rushed to the village chief's house to argue. According to the villagers, why should outsiders be teachers when they could build a primary school in their own village? The village chief directly asked, "Do you trust the villagers to teach your children?" "Teach what?" "Teach them how to farm?" The villagers fell silent. Some were still unconvinced. Lin, the educated youth, was fine since she was indeed educated and wrote beautifully, which they acknowledged. But how could they be sure about the others? The village chief replied, "Whether they are educated or not will be clear after the exam results." The villagers said, "That won't do. If these educated youths really are knowledgeable, what if the village kids can't pass?" So, the entire village primary school would benefit these educated youths. If that happens, they would collectively destroy the school. The village chief. A bunch of difficult villagers. The village chief spoke until he was hoarse and later called other village leaders to discuss what to do. After all, they had recommended many people and accepted gifts. He couldn't take all the blame alone. the team leader and accountant Lee. There were only a few kids in the village who graduated from junior high and none from high school. If they really took the exam with these city-educated youths, the outcome was predictable. Later, the village leaders agreed to separate the rankings for the educated youths and the village kids. The educated youths would have only 3 spots, and the rest would go to the village kids. The villagers thought 3 spots were too many. The village chief shouted, "Do you want the kids to have a good education or not?" According to the village chief, if these educated youths couldn't work, they might as well teach the kids well. The villager scoffed, saying, "What's the point of education? In the end, they still have to farm." Some villagers didn't want their kids to be ignorant. In the end, this was how it was settled. The village chief went to the commune to report the situation. If the villagers didn't cooperate, some related work would indeed be difficult to carry out. Other production teams were facing similar issues. Small conflicts continued. The commune agreed to this proposal. Thus, the school's admission matters were finally settled. The village leaders began selecting the foundation for the school. It was finally decided to build it at the foot of the mountain not far from the educated youth point. They would wait for the snow to melt and for spring to warm up before building the school. The exam was set for half a month later. This was to give the village kids more time to review. Before the exam, the trio in the backyard of the educated youth point stayed quietly at home. They didn't go out, waiting for everything to settle down. It wasn't that they had become obedient. It was just that the villagers' resentment was about to swallow the educated youth point. Lin Yuzhu felt a bit scared. She was afraid of being hit with bricks. On the day of the exam, the candidates gathered in the large room of the village committee to take the test. The commune also sent 2 staff members and the principal assigned to the Shanshui village primary school. The principal was a middle-aged man with a decent appearance, a slight touch of gray in his hair, a square face, and a gentle gaze, giving off a refined impression. He spoke very kindly to the exam participants, saying, "Comrades, do your best on the exam. The commune leaders are very serious about this test. My colleagues and I will ensure fairness and justice in this exam. We will lead by example and will never engage in any actions that are detrimental to the people. The teachers selected this time will only be judged by their scores, not by anything else. As long as you perform well, you will definitely be hired." After the speech, the candidates applauded. Lin Yuzhu clapped the loudest, her rosy little face looking just as innocent as everyone else. "Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, don't you feel guilty?" When the exam papers were handed out, Lin Yuzhu felt like treating the village chief to a drink. The old man was truly reliable in this matter. To put it simply, not scoring full marks would be disrespectful to the papers he provided. The village chief had the exam papers. For Lin Yuzhu and the others, the exam felt like an open book test. Lin Yuzhu's reputation for being educated had already spread, and she finished the first part and handed in her paper. The principal happily accepted the exam paper, looked it over, nodded in satisfaction, and said to a nearby staff member, "This young lady's handwriting is quite good." The village chief chuckled and said, "This girl helped the villagers write couplets during the new year. Haha, if she gets hired, we can hand over the big posters to her. Haha, we can't control that. You are the principal. Whether she gets hired depends on the results," the village chief joked. "It doesn't matter if you look at me. This exam will only consider the scores," the principal said with a smile. This statement instantly encouraged the candidates, and they all wrote furiously. Once everyone submitted their papers, the principal directly began grading them on the spot. Open and transparent, no cheating at all. 2 staff members followed along with the answers to help grade. Villagers crowded outside, eager to watch the excitement. The principal's actions won him a wave of goodwill from the villagers, with some quietly saying, "This is a true public servant, much better than those in the commune who only know how to act important. Exactly, this is someone who gets things done." Amidst the villagers' praises, the principal finished grading all the papers, and the 2 staff members recorded the results and began ranking. The villagers were as tense as if they were taking the exam themselves. They anxiously awaited the ranking results. When the rankings were finally posted on the wall, Lin Yuzhu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lin Yuzhu, Li Xiangwan, and Wang Xiaomei all tied for first place, as they all scored full marks. The village chief's face twitched when he saw the results. Lin Yuzhu smiled awkwardly. Look at what this has caused, haha. As I looked at the scores, most of the other educated youth had scores around 80 or 90, which seemed acceptable. However, there were no scores close behind. If we only consider the scores from our side, missing 1 or 2 questions isn't a big deal. The 3 from the back were still analyzing the scores of the educated youth when they noticed a crowd of villagers rushing over from the other side, led by a few stern-looking women. One of them, Lin Yuzhu, recognized the village head's mother-in-law, the old lady from the Li family. The old lady from the Li family approached with a fierce expression, seriously examining the scores. Lin Yuzhu exchanged glances with Li Xiangwan. This didn't feel good. The old lady stared at the scores for a good 10 seconds before turning to her granddaughter, Li Hihi, and said, "Daughter, read the scores up there." Li Hihi glanced at Lin Yuzhu and the others, pursed her lips, and read out all the scores from the educated youth. Lin Yuzhu appeared calm on the outside but admired the old lady inwardly. This old woman clearly couldn't read. She must have been trying to catch them off guard. Once Li Hihi finished reading, the old lady pulled the principal aside and said, "Comrade, there's something wrong with this exam." Upon hearing this, the principal's expression turned serious, and he respectfully asked the old lady, "Elder, what concerns do you have?" The old lady glanced at the village head, who stood calmly by. They shared an unspoken understanding. The old lady's eyes shifted, and she continued, "These educated youth did well, but many of the village youth also scored full marks, and I find that suspicious. The key point is, all those who scored full marks have the surname Wang." The villagers behind the old lady exchanged strange looks. What had initially seemed unremarkable to them now sparked murmurs. Lin Yuzhu hurried over to check the scores and found that the top scores were all from the Wang family. Among them was also Wang Huahua, who had a perfect score. Lin Yuzhu wiped the sweat from her forehead. The team leader was even more cunning than they were. If she guessed correctly, the team leader had gotten hold of the exam questions and might want to push the educated youth down. There were indeed quite a few perfect scores. The principal glanced at the team leader and then shifted his gaze back. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled gently and said, "Elder, this exam was monitored on-site, so cheating in the exam room is impossible." The old lady looked at Lin Yuzhu and the others, thinking that things couldn't be this coincidental. This old fool wouldn't even let her own family see the exam papers. TSK. There must have been a leak of the exam questions, the old lady insisted confidently. Yes, there must have been a leak. The villagers echoed after her. The momentum quickly grew. The villagers clearly were not satisfied with the exam results. The village leaders. The principal remained silent for a while, then suddenly looked at Lin Yuzhu and asked, "Young comrade, how difficult was this exam?" Lin Yuzhu never expected the principal would ask her. "It was very easy," Lin Yuzhu said without a hint of embarrassment. Aside from the quotes from great leaders that caught her off guard, the other knowledge points were really not difficult for her. This exam reminded Lin Yuzhu that she needed to remember the era-specific content thoroughly. She had nearly worn out the quotes. The other questions were indeed quite simple. The principal nodded and respectfully said to the old lady, "Elder, since the questions were easy, it's normal for students to score full marks." The old lady immediately spat in annoyance and shouted, "I see now, you're all in cahoots." I suspect the educated youth knew the exam questions in advance. As soon as she said this, the village head's expression darkened. The villagers turned to look at Lin Yuzhu and the others, who had perfect scores. Lin Yuzhu remained calm, Li Xiangwan looked up at the sky, and Wang Xiaomei stared at the ground. The principal still wore a smile, but his eyes showed a different emotion. Turning back to Lin Yuzhu, he asked, "Young comrade, the elder accuses you of cheating. Do you have anything to say?" Lin Yuzhu looked at the old lady, who was glaring at her with sharp eyes. Trying to intimidate her was impossible. Lin Yuzhu cleared her throat and suggested, "How about a retest? Let's make it a bit harder." To be honest, the exam was only at a junior high level. The principal chuckled and nodded, then asked the other candidates for their opinions. Those who did well naturally didn't want to retake the exam. But those who hadn't done well were eager for another chance, especially since they doubted the authenticity of this exam. So, along with the villagers, they loudly shouted, "Retest, retest." The students with perfect scores from the Wang family looked uncomfortable, clearly not wanting to retake the exam. But they lacked the courage to resist. Lin Yuzhu, who loved a good commotion, joined the villagers in raising her arms, echoing retest, retest. As long as this exam was completely fair, she had nothing to fear. Of course, if it wasn't fair, she still had nothing to fear. The village had looked at Lin Yuzhu, speechless for a long time. He knew her personality all too well. The principal also watched her a bit longer, this lively young educated youth. He raised his arm to signal for quiet, waiting for the villagers to calm down. Once the noise subsided, the principal spoke. "Do we have any junior high school graduates from this year in our village?" At this question, the villagers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure if he meant to promote this year's graduates. Some villagers, not understanding, felt excited. But then they realized, no, there weren't any recent graduates in their families. They had gotten overly excited for nothing. When asked, it turned out there were no recent graduates in the entire village. The principal immediately decided to use last year's junior high exam papers for a retest. Only then did the villagers calm down. The whole morning passed like this. Collecting the exam papers would take some time, so they decided to let everyone disperse and reconvene in the afternoon. Some villagers disagreed, fearing another leak of the exam papers. The village head was furious and wanted to scold them, but the villagers weren't buying it. Someone privately spread the rumor that the village head had accepted gifts from the educated youth, and with their high scores, there must be something fishy going on. In the end, the principal and the officials from the commune stayed in the village committee and didn't leave the room. That should work, right? Some villagers voluntarily took turns to keep watch, afraid of another leak. The principal and the two young officials from the commune. The principal still wore a warm smile, but the young officials clearly grew impatient, their expressions darkening. The village head covered his face, smiling apologetically. The principal cheerfully said, "It's all right. The villagers are just anxious. Please bear with us. I'll have my wife cook 2 chickens and send them over. We can't let you go hungry at noon," the village head quickly added. The principal politely replied, "No need, no need. Just a simple meal will do." The village head couldn't take that seriously, frowning and saying, "That won't do. We've caused you so much trouble. How can a meal be enough? You all rest, I'll go arrange it." With that, he turned and left, his legs moving quickly. The principal didn't have time to stop him and watched his retreating figure, helplessly smiling at the two young officials. "This village head is quite sincere. You should be more understanding." The young officials, who had initially been unhappy, softened their expressions and didn't complain much. Although they felt a bit like they were being held captive, at least they would have chicken to eat, so they tolerated it. The village chief went home and asked his wife to kill some chickens. When she heard they needed to kill 2, she frowned and asked, "Didn't you say 1 would be enough for the guests?" It's common for the officials from the commune to be treated to a big meal. Realizing they needed to kill 2 chickens meant something was wrong. The village chief sighed deeply, glancing at his daughter-in-law, who was eavesdropping, and coldly recounted what happened today. Li Xiuxiu's eyes darted around, and before the village chief's wife could say anything, she asked, "Dad, didn't you also give the exam papers to Lin and Wang?" Hearing this, the village chief felt a tightness in his chest. If he couldn't fulfill his role as village chief, how could the Li family manage? They still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. The village chief's wife was too tired to argue with her daughter-in-law anymore. "I told you your dad isn't that capable. Now go kill the chickens." This wasn't the time to be angry with her daughter-in-law. Once Li Xiuxiu left to kill the chickens, the village chief's wife worriedly asked, "Is this a big problem?" The village chief scoffed, "Wang Tianxiang is probably more anxious than I am." The Wang family likely scored nearly full marks. The village chief's wife almost laughed, but then remembered the 3 perfect scores from the educated youth and couldn't find humor in it. If things went wrong, the consequences could be serious. The principal has 2 officials from the commune with him. If there are too many discrepancies in the scores, it might be reported to the higher-ups, the village chief pondered. Will this affect you? The village chief's expression turned serious as he shook his head. It depends on how Lin and the others perform. If they do poorly, your in-laws will surely say something, and we will face consequences. However, Wang Tianxiang would take the brunt of it. For the village chief, it would likely be minor. The village chief's wife frowned, feeling anxious, and at that moment, she didn't care about the 2 chickens anymore. As the saying goes, a short mouth eats a short meal. Those 2 officials had eaten their food and should at least say a few words in defense. The village chief and his wife hoped Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei would do well. They didn't need perfect scores, just one of them doing well would suffice to get through this. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan returned to the educated youth station, ready to eat and sleep without any stress. Lin Yuzhu was someone who thrived on a sea of questions. For her, exams were just a small matter. In this world, children from wealthy families not only needed good grades, but also had to excel in other areas. Li Xiangwan had studied for over a decade in her previous life, so she wasn't worried. Only Wang Xiaomei was nervously holding her book, frantically memorizing key points. She wasn't too anxious. Having seen Li Xiangwan studying earlier, she had a rough idea of what to expect on the exam. The one most anxious was the team leader. He was at home, cursing the Li family, even secretly wondering if they were helping the village chief stage this whole situation to get him removed from his position. His wife stood nearby, making sarcastic comments. I told you not to take such risks, but you didn't listen. Now look, you've been exposed. Let's see how you handle this. Go away, don't bother me with your bad luck. The team leader's face was as dark as a pot bottom, finding everyone annoying. He had only given the exam papers to close relatives, but they ended up sharing them widely. Now, everyone had perfect scores, which made him furious. The whole afternoon was torturous for many in the village. By the time the exam started, the village committee was crowded with people. Some who hadn't come to see the excitement earlier showed up to join in. Not only were they there for the spectacle, but they also looked down on the students with perfect scores. The few Wang family students with perfect scores were blushing and feeling guilty. Lin Yuzhu, however, walked into the exam room confidently, taking steady steps. Upon entering, she noticed, besides the principal and 2 officials from the commune, there was a familiar face, Zhang Cheng. Lin Yuzhu glanced at him and quickly looked away. They weren't close, so there was no need to act like they knew each other. At the same time, Wang Xiaomei spotted Zhang Cheng. Her emotions showed, and she almost greeted him, but Lin Yuzhu quickly pulled her back, signaling her to stay quiet. Are you crazy? Greeting him in front of the villagers?
Who knows what might happen?
Wang Xiaomei quickly understood and stuck out her tongue. Li Xiangwan frowned slightly, sensing something strange about Zhang Cheng's presence. Before they could think too much, the exam papers were handed out. Lin Yuzhu glanced at her paper. It was only slightly harder than the morning's, nothing too concerning. She wrote quickly, hardly using any scratch paper. Then she was the first to submit her paper, leaving the exam room like a ray of sunshine, blinding the eyes of the struggling students. The principal, seeing Lin Yuzhu's paper, smiled and discussed it with Zhang Cheng, saying this young lady was impressive, with neat handwriting and good scores. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement, but his gaze was fixed on Li Xiangwan as she answered her questions. The principal followed his gaze and glanced at Li Xiangwan, still smiling. When the scores were posted again, Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan's perfect scores were prominently displayed. The villagers, seeing this, were convinced. It seemed Lin and Li truly had the skills. They wondered who had spread rumors about them bribing the village chief. That was just nonsense. Looking at Wang Xiaomei, who was third although she didn't get a perfect score, the exam was harder this time. The rumors quickly lost credibility. The educated youth scores were also lowered, but not by much. The village chief looked at the educated youth scores, feeling relieved, and straightened his back, gleefully watching the team leader. Now it was this old guy's turn to worry. The team leader's eyelids twitched, sensing things were spiraling out of control. When the scores for the village youth were posted, it was like throwing water into hot oil, causing an explosion. None of the students who scored perfect marks managed to do so again, and many didn't even score 80 in each subject. Their rankings were scattered in the middle and back, and it was hard to believe there was no foul play. Not just them, the other students' scores were also poor. Some scored just a few points. Compared to the educated youth, it was a dismal situation. Lin Yuzhu looked at Li Hehe's score, the granddaughter of old Lady Li, and thought, how can this be? Combined, they didn't even reach 100. What was the point of all that effort? Lin Yuzhu found it very puzzling. This result made the educated youth unhappy. Dong Mimi pointed at the villagers' poor scores and said, Principal, can these scores really teach the children? The villagers' faces turned red instantly. Clearly, they had no confidence. The village chief. This was turning into an endless mess. The principal. He was just a principal, merely going through the motions. The real power in the village wasn't in his hands. Everyone came to him, putting him in a difficult position. The villagers were briefly discouraged, but soon began to fight back against the educated youth, arguing with them. In summary, they had hired some of you educated youth, with 3 positions available. What more do you have to complain about? If all the teachers were educated youth, they wouldn't send their children to school anymore. It's just about recognizing a few words and doing some simple math. It shouldn't lead to illiteracy. Anyone can teach that. They could just set up a room and have the village youth teach instead. Why build a school? Why should a teacher earn 10 work points in a day? If you want to be teachers, fine, but without work points, they wouldn't have anything to say. Dong Mimi suddenly became the target of everyone's anger, facing a barrage of complaints from the villagers. She felt dizzy from their accusations and couldn't articulate a proper response. No matter how sharp-tongued she was, she couldn't muster the strength to argue back. Lin Yuzhu smirked, expressing her admiration for Dong Mimi. How dare you mock the villagers? Sister, have you forgotten whose territory you're in? In this era, the status of teachers is quite delicate. At this point, even the high school couldn't teach much. Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang came over in the afternoon after hearing about the villagers' protest. Since Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu had become closer, the 3 of them were hardly apart. Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang had to follow behind, quietly waiting outside. They wanted to be silent guardians. Now that things were getting chaotic, Wang Yang hurriedly stepped forward to calm the villagers who were about to act out. The village chief also didn't want the villagers to make a scene in front of the officials from the commune. He quickly tried to suppress the unruly villagers. The scene became somewhat chaotic, because the 3 in the back of the educated youth point still performed well. Rumors about the village chief accepting gifts from the educated youth quickly fell apart. Only then did the villagers give the village chief some respect and gradually quiet down. With the village chief's reassurance, the villagers stopped making noise, but everyone was still watching the principal, waiting for his statement. The principal, with a kind expression, gently said, Comrades, don't worry. Since the admission quota has been set, it won't be easily changed. The difficulty of this exam has increased, and it's understandable that our village's youth didn't perform well. I will report this honestly to the higher-ups. I also want to commend the educated youth for their solid learning, their composure during the exam, and their eagerness to improve. The results of this exam have already come out. The villagers can rest assured that we won't falsify anything. Those who took the exam can go home and wait for the official notice from above. The village leaders will announce the names of the hired teachers at that time. Villagers, you can disperse now. The villagers listened in confusion, whether they understood or not. They couldn't help but feel convinced by the polite principal. It didn't sound like all the educated youth would be hired. Only then did the villagers feel relieved and began to leave in small groups. Dong Mimi realized that being a teacher was completely out of the question. Li Xiangwan scored full marks, so there was no need for Li Xiangbei to worry. Looking at Wang Yang blocking her way, she felt it was useless and angrily pushed past him, returning to the educated youth point. Wang Yang was a bit confused. What just happened? The trio in the backyard exchanged glances, and obediently returned. Things were not peaceful in the village or at the educated youth point. Li Xiangbei watched as Zhang Cheng's gaze followed Li Xiangwan's figure. Their eyes met, and Li Xiangbei's expression turned icy. The other party just smiled lightly, looking provocative. Li Xiangbei tightened his lips. Some of the Wang family youth sneaked back to see the team leader and the principal, looking somewhat reluctant. They were so close to securing the teacher positions. The team leader's face was as dark as a pot bottom, and his eyelids kept twitching. What did these youths want? Once they saw that there was no one left, the Wang family youths dared to speak up, saying, "Principal, if the difficulty hadn't suddenly increased, we wouldn't have scored so low. Our first exam scores were based on our own abilities." Exactly, we shouldn't be wronged just because of a little commotion. Does that mean our first scores don't count? The village chief almost laughed out loud. It seemed the Wang family's side might be running out of luck. The principal smiled but shot a glance at the team leader. The team leader immediately understood and scolded. If the difficulty is raised, how come others can do well, but you can't? I think the villagers are right. Tell me, where did you get the exam questions? How come you all managed to score full marks so conveniently? Don't think I don't know that you guys are close friends. If you say you didn't cheat, do you dare to go to the commune and prove your innocence? Now the principal isn't holding you accountable for cheating, so why are you causing a scene? Get back to where you came from, you bunch of shameful people. Seeing the team leader's fierce expression, they knew he was genuinely angry. The Wang family youths wanted to take a chance, hoping that maybe their opinions would be considered. They didn't have the ability of old Lady Li, who could pull strings with her relatives. Seeing that the team leader wasn't protecting them but instead using them as scapegoats, they all fled like startled birds. The principal listened to the team leader's words, smiling but saying nothing. He wouldn't hold them accountable, nor was there a need to, but he couldn't control what others did. This was definitely not something he would do to offend anyone. The young officials following the principal exchanged glances. The gap between the two exams was so large that they didn't dare to cover it up. After the team leader finished speaking, he looked for the principal's reaction. To his surprise, no one paid him any attention, leaving him feeling empty inside. He quickly put on a smile, somewhat insincerely, and said, "Since the villagers were watching at noon, I couldn't entertain you properly. Now that the important matters are done, please come to my house for a drink." The principal turned to look at the two young officials behind him, trying to gauge their feelings. The two young officials had eaten chicken from the village chief's house at noon and thought the village chief was better at handling things than the team leader. They felt a bit resentful that the team leader hadn't brought any food over. Now, after hearing the team leader's remarks, they felt it was somewhat understandable. What he did at noon, bringing food, made people suspicious of his true intentions. The two officials exchanged glances, hesitating about whether to go for this drink. Unexpectedly, Zhang Cheng offered to help, saying, "There might be some hidden truth here. We should hear what the team leader has to say." The principal glanced at the village chief, who suddenly looked displeased and smiled, saying, "We should look into this matter. Village chief, you should join us too?" The village chief and the team leader exchanged glances, both feeling uncomfortable. What a rare moment of mutual understanding. The six of them slowly walked to the team leader's house, passing by the educated youth point. Dong Tian and Dong Mimi returned from Aunt Chen's house with some eggs and saw the group leaving. Once they were far away, Dong Mimi, looking spoiled, scolded, "They protect each other. Pfft, none of them are good people." Dong Tian quickly pulled her aside, lightly tapping her forehead, and complained without much force, "Why do you have to stick your neck out? If you can't be a teacher, then so be it. We aren't relying on this for a living. What good will it do to offend them?" After saying this, she frowned, feeling a bit anxious inside. She just hoped what they said at home was true, and that they would arrange for them to return to the city. Dong Mimi pursed her lips and began to complain, "What is Li Xiangwan doing? She has Li Xiangbei supporting her behind the scenes, afraid she'll be wronged, practically holding her in his hands." Today, knowing about the exam, she brought eggs early in the morning and was all concerned. And look at Wang Yang, a clueless guy. Besides being a nice guy, what else can he do? So many people are pointing fingers at me, and he's still trying to calm the villagers down. Sister, am I really going to marry him? As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. Ever since their engagement, Wang Yang hadn't shown her any special care. She couldn't expect any warmth from him, and Dong Mimi felt a bit off balance. Just deal with it for now. We haven't even gotten our marriage certificate. Let's wait until we can return to the city before making any decisions. If you can find someone better than Wang Yang. She didn't finish her sentence because she saw Wang Yang carrying firewood in the yard. The words got stuck in her throat. Dong Mimi noticed her sister's suddenly serious expression and followed her gaze to see Wang Yang looking dejected. The two sisters felt a bit. The three stood there, resembling wooden figures. Wang Yang had been too much of a nice guy for too long and suddenly realized he had forgotten how to get angry. At this moment, the Dong sisters felt a bit regretful. They should have found a more private place to talk. They thought that in the middle of winter no one would be in the yard. And then this happened. What a coincidence. The three of them stood frozen in place for a while, not knowing how to move past this situation. Finally, Dong Mimi snorted and proudly pulled her sister forward. If he heard it, he heard it. If he has the guts, let him break off the engagement. Thinking this way, she muttered, am I wrong? Look at how he treats his partner. If he doesn't like her, he should just say it like a man. Now, what are they to each other? Humph. Dong Tian looked embarrassed. Wang Yang's face turned pale with anger, nearly fainting. What had he done to deserve this? Dong Mimi, even Zhu Beiji isn't as fierce as you. Dong Mimi huffed and immediately got defensive, turning back and putting her hands on her hips. Wang Yang, now you can talk back, huh? Where was this courage earlier? If you could speak up to others, I'd respect you. Someone like you can get married, but look at how you just accept everything. Marrying you would be a disaster. As she spoke, her voice grew louder, as if she wanted to vent all the frustration she had bottled up today. Wang Yang was a man, after all. How could he have no backbone at all? He threw the firewood he was holding onto the ground angrily and said, Did I beg your family to marry you? Do you even have a heart? If I weren't such a soft-hearted person, I could have been taken advantage of by your family when I took you to the hospital. You're the one turning this around on me. If you don't want to marry, then fine by me. After so many years in the countryside, Wang Yang never expected to have a conflict with his own people, especially with his fiancée. He felt overwhelmed with anger and didn't know what to say. He wanted to say something sharp, but the words just wouldn't come out. In the heat of the moment, he threw the firewood a bit too hard, and some dry branches fell and hit Dong Mimi in the face. Dong Mimi didn't care about his nonsense. Pointing at the firewood on the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief, she shouted, You actually threw firewood at me? Wang Yang was momentarily blank, staring in shock. What the heck? You actually hit me? Dong Mimi yelled again. Dong Tian tried to pull her sister back inside, but Dong Mimi resisted and broke free. Pointing at the speechless Wang Yang, she shouted, Wang Yang, are you even a man? You really have some nerve.
Apologize right now.
The commotion drew everyone from the front yard to see what was happening. Li Xiangbei frowned at the unreasonable Dong Mimi, clearly displeased. Was the Dong family's upbringing a bit off? Wang Yang took a deep breath, angrily pointed at Dong Mimi, and struggled to find his voice, nearly choking on his words. After taking a few deep breaths, he said firmly, I won't apologize. Fine, I'll do what you want. I'll call my family right now and tell them to break off the engagement. If I marry you, I'd be a fool. Dong Tian quickly grabbed the impulsive Wang Yang. If the Wang family broke off the engagement now, what would that mean? If their family found out that they ruined the marriage because of their own trouble, Dong Tian couldn't bear to think about it. She had a bad feeling that this would only bring trouble for the sisters. So she had to stop the already heated Wang Yang at all costs. Seeing Dong Tian, Wang Yang got even angrier, remembering how she had just encouraged Dong Mimi to go back to Beijing and make him wear a green hat. He had no intention of giving her any face. He shook off Dong Tian's hand and said irritably, You're not any better.
Get away from me.
In his anger, he pushed her away, and she fell to the ground. It seemed like she fell hard, and Dong Tiantian sat on the ground with a pained expression. Dong Mimi, like a prickly hedgehog, shouted, "Wang Yang, you're something else. You hit me and now you hit my sister? I won't let this go." Saying this, she charged at him like a firecracker, ready to fight. Although Wang Yang looked a bit weak, he came from a military family. When Dong Mimi reached out to him, he grabbed her arm and pushed her back onto Dong Tiantian. Holding back his anger, he said in a low voice, "I don't want to hit women.
Don't provoke me."
After saying that, he turned to go to the village committee to make a phone call. He was determined to break off the engagement. Dong Mimi, perhaps born with a bit of a tiger's spirit, felt embarrassed in front of so many people and wanted to regain her dignity. She looked around for something. Her gaze landed on a stone. Without thinking, she picked it up quickly, and Dong Tiantian couldn't stop her in time. Li Xiangbei's expression darkened as he moved to grab the stone from Dong Mimi's hands. Dong Mimi, filled with determination, was about to throw the stone at someone, while Wang Yang was still unaware. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw Dong Mimi holding the stone, but it slipped from her grip and hit Li Xiangbei, who had stepped forward to stop her. The stone was sharp and heavy. Li Xiangbei had never practiced any head defense. When the stone hit him, he looked dazed. Blood immediately began to flow. Wang Yang was also stunned, then rushed to push Dong Mimi aside and went to Li Xiangbei's side, asking, "Are you okay?" Li Xiangbei held his forehead, blood streaming down his fingers. The front yard erupted in chaos. Dong Tiantian, now free from her earlier worries, stood up and rushed over to see if he was hurt. Li Xiangbei was the precious son of the Li family.
This was a disaster.
Dong Mimi stood there, her face pale, frozen in shock. Zhang Yanxiu and Zhang Aigua huddled at the door, trembling. Zhang Aigua thought to himself, he was right, this place really could be dangerous. Wang Yang, with a dark expression, pushed Dong Tiantian away and took Li Xiangbei to the backyard. He wasn't expecting anything from Li Xiangwan. He mainly needed to borrow a bicycle. While the front yard was noisy, the trio in the backyard was busy making dumplings, preparing for an early celebration. Hearing the commotion, they didn't join in. It sounded like Wang Yang was having a disagreement with his fiancée. Young people, after all, always have their ups and downs in love. There was no need to get involved in the drama. When Wang Yang came in with Li Xiangbei, covered in blood, the three of them were stunned. What was happening? Li Xiangbei, who was usually so tough, had been beaten? Wang Yang didn't have time to explain. He entered the room and said, "Li Zhigao, can I borrow your bike? I need to take Xiangbei to the hospital." Li Xiangwan nodded in a daze, her eyes a bit frantic, not even knowing how she managed to find the bike keys. Wang Yang took the keys and was about to pull Li Xiangbei out of the room. Lin Yuzhu quickly stopped him, saying helplessly, "Brother Wang, do you plan to let him bleed all the way there? He'll bleed to death before we even get to the hospital." Seeing Wang Yang looking confused, Lin Yuzhu shook her head, went to the stove, grabbed some ash, and walked over to Li Xiangbei, realizing he was shorter than her.
Can you squat down a bit?
Li Xiangbei obediently complied, and Lin Yuzhu patted the ash onto his forehead wound. Li Xiangbei ended up with ash all over his face, and he might have inhaled some, causing him to cough, which made the bleeding worse. Lin Yuzhu didn't hold back, continuing to pat ash on him. Once the bleeding slowed down, she finally let him go. This was the first time Li Xiangbei rushed out of Li Xiangwan's room in such a hurry. After he left the room, Lin Yuzhu suddenly remembered that because Fatty had sent them 2 baskets of coal, she and Wang Xiaomei had shared some with Li Xiangwan. Since they had less coal, they didn't want to use it all, saving it for the evening to keep the stove warm. Lin Yuzhu took a deep breath and quietly asked Li Xiangwan, "Is there still coal ash in that stove ash?"
Li Xiangwan froze.
The two exchanged glances, understanding the meaning behind their words. "There shouldn't be a problem, right?" Lin Yuzhu asked weakly.
Li Xiangwan.
She didn't know. "Wang Xiaomei? Are we still eating dumplings?" At first, if I had just relaxed and not thought about the coal dust, I could have enjoyed the dumplings. But the problem is, I remembered. Once I remembered, I couldn't pretend I didn't know. As it was getting dark, Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan reluctantly went to borrow a bicycle. Lin Yuzhu suggested borrowing from accountant Li since accountants are easier to talk to than the team leader. Li Xiangwan shook her head and decided to go to the team leader. She didn't want her previous gifts to go to waste. That old man had exam papers and didn't give her a single one. So the two of them went to the team leader's house, just in time to find a lively gathering with people drinking and chatting. At first, the team leader was a bit displeased to see the two girls, ready to say something, but then he caught Li Xiangwan's cold gaze and noticed Lin Yuzhu looking very interested. He swallowed his words. These two girls were not easily intimidated. The village head coughed, unsure of what the girls wanted. The team leader's wife, seeing them come in, quickly called out, "Oh, the wind must have blown you two here. What's the matter?" Li Xiangwan glanced past the team leader's old face and said coolly, "Annie, something happened in our yard, and we want to borrow a bicycle." Everyone in the village knew Li Xiangwan had a bicycle, so why did she need to borrow one? The team leader's wife was reluctant, thinking about how she had taken money and gifts from the girl but hadn't done anything for her. Was she trying to take advantage of her bicycle? She immediately began to doubt. Lin Yuzhu noticed the team leader's wife's expression and realized she didn't want to lend it. TSK, looking at the delicious food on the table, this was truly a good life. Seeing everyone looking so pleased, it was just too corrupt. The principal sat there with a serious expression just there as a background. The two young staff members felt a bit awkward and frowned. The team leader realized he couldn't let these two girls ruin his gathering. He immediately told his wife, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and get the bicycle keys for Li Jiqing. This is important." The team leader's wife shot him a look, thinking that a bicycle couldn't just be borrowed like that. "Go quickly." The team leader was frustrated. Was this really the time to worry about the bicycle? If he didn't treat the two young staff members well today, he might lose his position as team leader. Plus, he felt a bit guilty. He had taken money from Li Xiangwan but hadn't done anything for her yet. If he upset her and she said something in front of the young staff members, his meal would be for nothing. Under the pressure from the team leader's wife reluctantly handed over the keys. Li Xiangwan pressed her lips together. If it weren't for needing to hurry to Li Xiangbei, she could have taken the chance to get back the money and gifts she had given. But she decided to let it go for now. "Thank you, Auntie," Li Xiangwan said coldly, her tone lacking any real gratitude. Once they got outside and unlocked the bicycle, the door opened again and the village head came out, asking with concern, "What happened at your youth station?" Then Zhongqing followed out, eagerly asking, "Do you need me to take you to town?" Since they borrowed a bicycle, they must be going to town. Li Xiangwan shook her head and told the village head, "Li Xiangbei got hurt, and we plan to check on him." The village head nodded, looking a bit strange. He wanted to ask how he got hurt but was worried it might be from a fight. If the two young staff members found out, they might think their village was not united and had a rough culture, which wouldn't be good. He could only say a few words of concern, "Be careful on the road." The two girls nodded. Li Xiangwan was relieved her foot injury had healed, otherwise. Lin Yuzhu complained, "Hey, what's with that scared look on your face?" Once they were all seated on the back, Lin Yuzhu still felt dissatisfied. "I'll carry you back. The last time I fell was because Wang Xiaomei was too heavy. This time it'll be fine." She wasn't foolish enough to believe that nonsense. Lin Yuzhu shook her head, lamenting how fragile trust between people could be. Li Xiangwan pedaled with all her strength, but still couldn't catch up to Wang Yang. When they arrived at the hospital and found the consultation room, they saw Li Xiangbei getting his wound treated. The two hurried in to explain the situation to the doctor. Li Xiangbei stiffened at what he heard. Lin Yuzhu touched her nose. The doctor was also quite speechless. After treating the wound, he opened a bottle of glucose for an 4 drip. As they all went to the ward for the drip, Wang Yang, feeling guilty, apologized from the side. Li Xiangbei shook his head and asked, "What are you planning to do about this?" Wang Yang was silent for a while, looking at Li Xiangwan and politely asked, "Li Jiqing, can you keep an eye on things for me? I'll make a quick phone call and be right back." Although the post office was closed, some places still had phones. With the right connections, making a call wasn't too hard. Since Li Xiangbei was hurt, this was no longer just Wang's family's problem. Also, he would never marry that crazy woman, Dong Mimi. Once Wang Yang left the room, it fell silent. Lin Yuzhu looked at Li Xiangbei, then at Li Xiangwan. Should she say something? The atmosphere felt off. Li Xiangbei suddenly said, "You had a reason to be angry back then." Li Xiangwan paused, and with time passed, she didn't know how to respond. Lin Yuzhu wondered if it was appropriate for her to say something, or should she change places. Thinking this, she quietly got up to leave but was pulled back by Li Xiangwan and sat down again. Li Xiangwan wouldn't let Lin Yuzhu leave. The past was the past, and she didn't want to bring it up. It was better to have someone with her. "How's your head? Does it hurt? Do you feel dizzy?" Li Xiangbei stubbornly stared at Li Xiangwan, but eventually relented and shook his head. "It's okay," sounding a bit pitiful. Li Xiangwan bit her lip, suppressing her concern. Lin Yuzhu nervously picked at her pants, regretting her earlier actions. If only she hadn't been so careless, maybe the cold weather would have stopped the bleeding. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Wang Yang returned, followed by Shin Bojun and Li Pengzi, both carrying some gifts for the injured. After not seeing Shin Bojun for a while, Lin Yuzhu's heart raced again. Her eyes were all on Shin Bojun, while Li Pengzi almost became a background character. Of course, her daydreaming only lasted a moment. Lin Yuzhu smiled and greeted, "Brother Shin, Brother Fatty." Li Pengzi nodded, looking around the room. He was initially happy to see Lin Yuzhu, thinking he might also see Wang Xiaomei. But upon closer inspection, he didn't find her and felt a bit disappointed. Shin Bojun noticed Lin Yuzhu wearing the scarf he knitted, smiling gently, almost wanting to pat her fluffy head. But he held back. "How did you end up here?" After speaking, he noticed Li Xiangwan sitting next to Lin Yuzhu. Realizing that Lin Yuzhu was accompanying someone else, he hadn't even noticed the person beside her. Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes. How could he not see such a big person? Lin Yuzhu was quick-witted and immediately realized that Shin Bojun hadn't noticed Li Xiangwan beside her. It was rare for someone to overlook the beautiful Li Xiangwan. Seeing such a big beauty go unnoticed made Lin Yuzhu's smile widen. She felt a bit like a small woman happy about it. Li Xiangwan shot Lin Yuzhu a sideways glance and rolled her eyes even more dramatically. Shin Bojun couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Yuzhu's antics. Li Xiangbei watched the two girls, who seemed to be bubbling with joy, and felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. People really shouldn't compare themselves to others. The chubby guy got to know Li Xiangbei through Shin Bojun, and they became familiar over time. Now, seeing Li Xiangwan reminded him of Zhang Cheng. His expression was a bit strange. No one in the room noticed him. Once everyone was seated, Shin Bojun curiously asked how the injury happened. They only heard Wang Yang mention someone was hurt but didn't know the details. Wang Yang, looking downcast, briefly explained what happened. Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu looked numb. Actually, they didn't know the details either, but after hearing it, they were somewhat impressed by Dong Mimi. She really could confront villagers and fight with young intellectuals. They had thought Dong Mimi was a bit fierce before, but now it seemed she really was. Shin Bojun was also shocked by how the injury occurred. Was there such a strong girl at the young intellectual's site? Frowning slightly, he wondered if such a domineering girl would bully younger girls. Thinking this, he asked Lin Yuzhu, "You haven't been bullied, right?" If she had been bullied, he would need to talk to her parents about it. He had to seek justice. Lin Yuzhu shook her head, smiling. "Who would dare to touch me? They wouldn't be left with a single hair." Li Xiangwan, Wang Yang, and the still recovering Li Xiangbei all looked at Shin Bojun, thinking he might have a misunderstanding about Lin Yuzhu. The chubby guy touched his nose. Shin Bojun didn't notice their strange expressions. His mind was filled with worry for Lin Yuzhu. "Don't worry about me. I'm strong," Lin Yuzhu said proudly. She wasn't bragging. The board covered in nails was still in her space, untouched. As of now, no one could hurt her. Shin Bojun chuckled lightly, still not feeling very reassured about the young intellectual's sight. "Do you have an exam today?" Shin Bojun suddenly caught on to something. Lin Yuzhu nodded. "How did it go?" "Full marks." That's great, Shin Bojun praised, though a hint of concern crossed his eyes. Lin Yuzhu noticed this, suppressed her confusion, and didn't ask further. After Li Xiangbei finished his four, everyone returned to Shanshui village. Shin Bojun worried about encountering bad people on the way. Relying solely on Wang Yang might not be enough. He escorted the precious girl back to the village. When leaving the hospital, Lin Yuzhu specifically asked Li Xiangwan if her foot hurt. Li Xiangwan, with a blank face, coldly replied, "Don't even think about riding a bike." Lin Yuzhu shook her head, wondering why she wouldn't let anyone show off. Shin Bojun finally relaxed. Actually, Li Xiangwan's biking skills weren't that great either. She was just a bit better than Lin Yuzhu, enough not to fall. Watching, Shin Bojun and Li Xiangbei felt their hearts racing. When they arrived at the young intellectual's site, Wang Xiaomei heard the noise and came out. Seeing the chubby guy, she was quite happy and thought about inviting them for a meal. Then she remembered the dumplings weren't enough for so many people. So, she pulled the chubby guy aside to arrange a day for them to come for dinner. The chubby guy happily agreed and asked about her health, wondering if the mushroom poisoning would have any aftereffects. Li Xiangbei looked dejectedly at the chubby guy and Wang Xiaomei chatting happily. Their love lives seemed much smoother than his. The more he compared, the sadder he felt. Li Xiangbei wanted to invite Shin Bojun and the chubby guy to dinner, but they shook their heads, saying they were busy and had to leave. There were other girls in the front yard, so it wouldn't be right to stay for dinner. As Shin Bojun and the chubby guy left the village, they ran into the principal and his group. Principal Wu Ji was surprised to see Shin Bojun and quickly greeted him. "Why are you here, Xiaoshin?" Shin Bojun politely replied, "A friend got hurt. I brought some things to check on them." "Perfect timing, let's go back together." "Okay." The principal introduced the people around him, and the group rode away from Shanshui village, chatting and laughing. The chubby guy rode slowly next to Zhang Cheng, cheerfully saying, "Brother, we meet again. Seems we have a connection. I heard there was an exam in Shanshui village today. Are you here to supervise?" Zhang Cheng chuckled, "Just running errands." Then, thinking about Shin Bojun saying he was visiting an injured friend, he asked, "Do you know Li Xiangbei?" We're all friends," the chubby guy replied with a smile. Zhang Cheng gave a perfunctory smile. The two chatted casually along the way. Once they reached the town and parted ways, the chubby guy told Shin Bojun, "Brother, that guy seemed to distance himself when he heard we're friends with Li Xiangbei. The whole way, he was just making small talk." Shin Bojun nodded, saying, "From what Wu Ji said, Zhang Cheng wants to transfer to the countryside." The chubby guy's expression darkened. "Is it because of Li Xiangwan?" Shin Bojun shook his head, "Not necessarily all about her. It's likely he wants to develop a group of helpers in the countryside. Most village kids only went to elementary school and then stayed home to farm. These kids were young and easily influenced if given a little incentive. With Lu Ye's example, Zhang Cheng probably wanted to follow suit. Will Xiao Mei and the others be in danger?" Shin Bojun fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the young intellectual's site, it was quite lively. Wang Xiaomei stayed home to finish making all the dumplings. When Lin Yuzhu and the others returned, they could cook them right away. After the three of them finished their warm meal, Li Xiangwan rummaged through boxes to find some bicycle repair tools. Wang Xiaomei stared in disbelief. "You have this too?
Didn't you see?"
"If you buy a bike, you need some tools," Lin Yuzhu said, pretending to be clever. Wang Xiaomei. Okay, maybe she was narrow-minded. Li Xiangwan coughed awkwardly, but thankfully Lin Yuzhu was there to fill the silence. Lin Yuzhu was curious about what Li Xiangwan was going to do with the tools. After following her outside, she discovered that Li Xiangwan seemed to want to take apart the captain's bike. Squatting beside her, she asked, "Are you going to take it apart?" "I can't let her keep my money for nothing," Li Xiangwan said slyly. Lin Yuzhu nodded in agreement, thinking the girl had good ideas. "Come on, I'll help you." She rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei stood by with a flashlight, looking confused as she watched Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan take apart the bike. She watched in disbelief as a perfectly good bike was reduced to pieces. Once they had taken it apart, the three girls collected the scattered bike parts and quietly snuck to the captain's house under the cover of night. By now, the captain's door was closed. The captain's wife complained to her slightly drunk husband. Li Xiangwan doesn't even know when to return the bike. You can't just not return it, right? She wouldn't dare, the captain said confidently. Just then, they heard a loud clattering noise from their yard. The captain's wife looked shocked, thinking a thief had entered, and was hesitant to go outside. She pushed her husband to check. The captain grumbled as he stepped outside, but there was no one in the yard. He noticed something on the ground and asked his wife to bring the flashlight. His wife obediently brought it out to shine. When the light hit, both of them were shocked. What the hell? Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know we accepted a bribe? Are we just going to let this go? Let's see if we can put it back together, the captain said, feeling frustrated. He was extremely upset inside. Meanwhile, the three girls in the backyard had already linked arms, laughing as they ran home. They were in a great mood. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan were taking apart a bicycle late at night, and many small parts fell to the ground, completely out of sight. They didn't even bother to look for them. During the day, they might see some small parts on the ground, but expecting them to pick them up for the captain was impossible. If they saw them, they would pretend not to. The captain had been irritable at home all day and just couldn't understand. In the end, he had to rely on connections to find someone who specialized in reassembling bicycles. When the person arrived and took a look, they immediately noticed some small parts were missing. The captain wore a gloomy face, unable to voice his frustrations. Later, he sent the kids from his family out to search for any small parts on the ground. This was the only way he could think of to solve the problem without spending much money. The kids are always surprisingly resourceful. They managed to find some parts in the backyard of the youth station and happily returned home. The captain felt a mix of joy and complexity about recovering the lost items. Once the bicycle was reassembled, he even made a meal, all the while cursing Li Xiangwan in his mind. Coincidentally, Li Xiangwan had been sneezing all day. So, she decided to write a complaint letter and sent it to the commune. When the two little clerks learned someone had reported, they immediately felt scared and explained everything that had happened. The clerks received a scolding and sat at their desks writing self-criticisms. The next day, the commune called the captain and the village head for a meeting. If only one or two young men with the surname Wang had scored full marks and the scores were similar to the second exam, it could have been overlooked. However, that was not the case. 7 or 8 young men with the surname Wang scored full marks. The commune leaders asked the captain what he wanted to do. The captain was left speechless, sweating nervously. Meanwhile, the village head sighed and chimed in, "Old Wang, that's not fair. There are many young people in the village. You can't just favor your own family." The commune leaders were aware of the complex situation in Shanshui village. They had originally added the captain's position to balance the people's opinions. Now it seemed counterproductive and detrimental to the villagers' unity. Each family looked after their own. What about those who weren't part of the Wang clan?
Who would speak for them?
As a result, the captain's position was revoked. The village head rose to become the true leader of Shanshui village. Once outside the commune, the village head couldn't help but smile, while the captain wore a dark expression and asked in a low voice, "Did you report me?" Seeing the captain's increasingly sour face made the village head even happier. He cheerfully replied, "I really didn't do it." The village head had thought about it, but he wouldn't easily do something that would offend someone so deeply. The captain snorted, sensing the old man wasn't lying, and stopped questioning him. This matter was easy to investigate. He could find out if the old man had been to town. Besides the village head, he also suspected Li Xiangwan. When he arrived, he had been mindful of appearances, bringing the village head along, but now he didn't care about the old man. The captain got on his bicycle and was about to leave. Seeing him trying to ride away, the village head's eyes widened, and he hurriedly jumped on the bike. The captain felt the weight behind him and turned to see that familiar old face. He felt a bit frustrated. The older you get, the thicker your skin. Why are you so rude? I'm not saying this to offend you, but you should change your temper. How many people have you upset over the years? The captain didn't want to talk. But the old man kept going. You may not want to hear this, but look what happened now. Someone reported you. If you had good relationships, you wouldn't have been reported. The captain, no longer in his official capacity, really wanted to shake off this noisy old man. But reason told him he couldn't. He would likely have to rely on others for a long time now. It felt good right now, but the future was uncertain. I say, are you thinking about how I might bully you in the future? Old Wang, you're being petty. I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry, I'll take care of you from now on. As he said this, the village head wiggled his little feet, looking quite pleased. Having lived most of his life, there was nothing more satisfying than today. He finally put this old man in his place. It felt so good. Once they entered Shanshui village, the village head couldn't help but laugh, smoothly jumping off the bike and rushing home to share the great news with his wife. Seeing his smug expression made the captain grit his teeth in anger. This matter could not be left unresolved. The first thing the captain did when he got home was to find out who had left the village recently. It didn't take much effort. He heard from the kids. With a grim face, the captain returned home, and his wife immediately knew he had been upset at the commune. But she didn't expect him to be dismissed. Once seated, she asked with concern, "What happened? Did you get scolded? Don't be angry. It won't do you any good. A few harsh words won't take a piece of meat from you." Just as she was getting into it, there was a loud crash as the captain threw a water jug to the ground in anger. His wife jumped in surprise. "What happened? What happened?" "I was dismissed," he shouted. After yelling, the captain rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit dazed. "Take it slow. How could you be dismissed?" "It was just cheating on an exam," his wife exclaimed, hardly believing it. She hoped it was just a joke. Li Xiangwan wrote a complaint letter to the commune, exposing the cheating and collusion with the clerks and that old Zhao Fugui was there making sarcastic comments. He didn't want to continue. "That darn Li Xiangwan," his wife cursed angrily. The captain's face darkened as he clenched his fists, growing more frustrated. "I'm going to settle this with her. It can't just end like this." As soon as he said that, the captain frowned and hesitated. "Do you think I don't want to confront her?" But Li Xiangbei. He knew it was Li Xiangwan who reported him, and he almost wanted to take action. But thinking of Li Xiangbei made him cautious, mainly because he couldn't gauge how powerful the Li family was. He heard they were all military, and their eldest son was a squad leader in the army. He was afraid it would affect his son's future. They broke up a long time ago. During the New Year, they were always with the Dong family's girls. "She doesn't even cross their minds," his wife said dismissively. Only the youth in the village and the village chief's family knew about Li Xiangbei's injury. No one else outside was aware. Li Xiangbei was embarrassed and planned to stay indoors until he healed. The Dong sisters were also quietly staying inside. The captain's wife usually held herself with dignity and didn't want to chat with other village women. She thought Li Xiangwan and Li Xiangbei had really separated. In fact, most villagers believed this too. Before the New Year, after Li Xiangbei visited the Dong sisters' home, rumors spread that he was dating Dong Tiantian. When he returned after the New Year, the rumors became even more exaggerated, claiming they were engaged. Only the village chief's wife had heard something different from her husband and knew the two were not simple. The captain looked at his wife suspiciously and asked, "Are you sure?" "It can't be false," the captain's wife replied irritably. Just then, their daughter-in-law, Zhang Hohot, returned from her family home. Upon entering, she saw a water jar on the floor and realized her father-in-law must have lost his temper. Seeing her in-laws with gloomy faces, she cautiously said, "Dad, Mom, I'm back. You know how to come back. Why didn't you wait until the weather got warmer? I could have saved a meal." Zhang Hohot didn't take her mother-in-law's sarcastic remarks to heart. With a smile, she gently said, "Mom, something happened at my family home, so I stayed a few extra days. If I could have come back sooner, I would have." "Don't be angry. Did something happen at home? Why do you and Dad look so unhappy?" "What happened?" "A big deal. Your dad's position as captain was taken away by the commune."
"What?"
"Why was it taken away? Your dad has been working hard for the village's crops every year. After all these years, he deserves recognition, not to be dismissed like this. Zhang Hohat's anger eased her in-laws' mood a bit, and they stopped giving her the cold shoulder. Zhang Hohat felt relieved. At least she had calmed them down. It was all Li Xiangwan's doing. She wrote a report to frame your dad, the captain's wife said, not wanting to explain further for fear her daughter-in-law would remember the gifts they received. Zhang Hohat thought for a moment. Seeing her mother-in-law didn't want to elaborate, she sensed it was more complicated than it seemed. Knowing was one thing, asking was another. After hesitating, Zhang Hohat decided not to press for details. The captain's wife grew angrier, realizing there was nothing left to lose now that her husband had lost his position. She decisively said, "Let's go find your second aunt. We need to vent our anger today." Zhang Hohat hesitated when she heard her mother-in-law wanted to confront Li Xiangwan, glancing at her father-in-law. Seeing him silent was clearly a sign of agreement. She had no choice but to follow her angry mother-in-law outside. The captain's wife went to find her sister-in-law, who was strong and good at fighting. So, the three of them marched angrily to the youth's courtyard. With backup behind her, the captain's wife stood in the backyard, hands on her hips, shouting, "Li Xiangwan, come out. You heartless thing. What good does it do you to bring my husband down? Get out here now, or I'll make you pay." Lin Yuzhu was inside, shaking her legs while reading a newspaper. Hearing the loud shouts outside, she was puzzled. She went to the window to take a look. She saw the captain's wife, her daughter-in-law, and sister-in-law yelling in the yard, looking aggressive. She thought it was odd. The bicycle had been taken apart for days. Wasn't it a bit late to confront them now? Maybe they were just slow to react. Muttering to herself, she stepped outside to see what was happening. At the same time, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei also came out. Li Xiangwan was surprised to hear the captain's wife shouting. She hadn't expected her father's position to be taken away so suddenly. She stepped out calmly, showing no signs of guilt. The captain's wife was infuriated by Li Xiangwan's calm demeanor. Pointing at her, she said, "You're a young lady, and I haven't held you accountable for taking apart our bicycle. But you went ahead and wrote a report? Is this how you treat people? Shouldn't I be asking you that?"
Li Xiangwan replica coldly.
Taking money and not doing the work is what makes it personal. Sister-in-law, why waste your breath? Just hit her, the captain's sister-in-law said as she rushed forward to slap Li Xiangwan. Li Xiangwan dodged back, but still got scratched, leaving 2 marks on her face. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned cold, glaring at her opponent. The other girl didn't back down, and they immediately started fighting. Seeing her sister-in-law engage, the captain's wife rushed in to join the fray. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei exchanged glances, rolled up their sleeves, and charged in. A chaotic brawl was about to break out. Lin Yuzhu got to the captain's wife first, grabbing her hair and pulling her aside. The captain's wife cried out in pain, covering her head. "Let me go." Lin Yuzhu shouted to Wang Xiaomei behind her, "Go help Li Xiangwan." After all, the other woman looked tough and was not easy to deal with. At this point, Li Xiangwan was at a disadvantage. Wang Xiaomei dashed over like a whirlwind, ramming her head into the opponent's waist. The opponent yelped, instantly losing half her fighting strength. Li Xiangwan bit her lip, her gaze fierce as she grabbed the opponent's hair and pushed her down. Wang Xiaomei swung her fists to assist. When girls fight, it usually involves hair pulling. Once you grab the hair, it's like taking the high ground. Zhang Hohat stood aside, reluctant to fight. She thought it was just a verbal dispute. But watching her mother-in-law being held down and bullied was not right. Hesitating, she was about to step in against Lin Yuzhu when suddenly she felt a pain in her back and started to cry out. Looking sideways, she saw it was Dong Mimi. Zhang Hohat. Oh, what kind of chaos is this? The kids from the alley always believed in resolving internal conflicts internally, but when outsiders bullied them, they would band together. So when Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang ran out, Dong Mimi was even faster. Seeing a fight, she charged in like a leopard. Dong Tian hesitated for a moment, but then joined in to help against the strong woman. The rest of the youth, including Li Xiangbei with a bandage on his head, were all stunned. Aunt Chen heard the commotion from the youth's courtyard and came out, seeing the fight had broken out, and rushed over to break it up. Aunt Chen grabbed the captain's wife, urging Lin Yuzhu, "Let go, let go." Lin Yuzhu stubbornly held on, ignoring her. The captain's wife kicked in frustration, but Lin Yuzhu skillfully avoided it while holding onto her hair. "Hey, you can't kick me," she taunted. The three from the captain's side suffered a crushing defeat at the youth's hands, who fought fiercely. Eventually, the nearby women came together to rescue them from the youth. The captain's wife and her daughter-in-law Zhang Ho-hot were relatively okay. Aside from looking a bit disheveled with some hair lost in the snow, they were fine. But the captain's sister-in-law had it worse. Being strong, all the fighting power was focused on her. When rescued, she not only lost clumps of hair but also had a bruised face. Her injuries made the older women gasp in shock. "Let's hope she doesn't scar." Dong Tian stood aside, picking at her nails with a disgusted expression, leaving everyone speechless. Meanwhile, the village chief, happily drinking, heard kids running into the yard shouting, "Grandpa village chief, the youth are fighting." The village chief's smile gradually faded. He just wanted to enjoy a quiet drink. When the village chief arrived at the youth station, he learned from the children on the way that there had been a fight. He thought it was an internal conflict among the youths. Hearing that the captain's wife had brought her daughter-in-law and sister-in-law to cause trouble, he quickened his pace. He was worried that the girls at the youth station might be bullied. Among the 3 girls in the backyard, 2 had received gifts, so they needed to be protected. Li Xiangwan had Li Xiangbei standing behind her, someone who could easily provoke trouble. He wondered what was going on with that old man Wang Tianxiang. He wasn't old yet, but he seemed confused. When he hurried to the backyard of the youth station, the village chief was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the truly beaten-up person. It was different from what he had imagined. Looking at the row of girls who were unharmed, his expression changed. Perhaps he had misunderstood the city girls. Whether from the village or the city, when a fight broke out, maybe they were evenly matched. After thinking for a while, the village chief had originally intended to scold the captain's wife. But now that the one being beaten was different, his prepared speech no longer applied. Cough. How can grown people still fight like children? The village chief thought, deciding to scold everyone. Since the captain had just lost his position, targeting someone would look bad. The village chief decided to handle it officially. It was Aunt Wang who brought people here to cause trouble. They started it, and we can't just take it, Li Xiangwan said coldly. Lin Yuzhu nodded beside her, looking very indignant, and added, "Exactly. Before we even said anything, Aunt Wang came in hitting people. She's really overbearing, being the captain's relative. We didn't even know what was happening, and she just started hitting. Isn't that too much?" The captain's wife was furious and pointed at Li Xiangwan, saying, "You little black-hearted girl took apart our bicycle. This precious item is broken, and I can't hit you for it?" Li Xiangwan sneered, as if she had heard the biggest joke, and retorted, "Aunt, when did I borrow your bicycle?" The captain's wife fell silent. Li Xiangwan didn't give her a chance to make excuses, and directly addressed the village chief. "Village chief, you know when I borrowed the bicycle. It's been days since then, and now you're coming to settle scores. Isn't that unreasonable? Moreover, the captain rode his bicycle out just fine today. What happened to your bicycle?" The captain's wife was so angry she was gasping for breath, momentarily at a loss for words. The villagers were unhappy with the captain's family for helping their son cheat, and the captain's family dared not speak out about the bribery. So, the villagers had no idea that Li Xiangwan had taken apart the captain's bicycle. After all, it had been done quietly at night. Only the people involved knew. As the captain's wife said, "A bicycle is such a precious item. It was taken apart, and days later, they came to settle scores."
Who would believe that?
Lin Yuzhu suddenly asked, "Aunt, when you came in to cause trouble, you didn't mention the bicycle, but talked about the captain being removed from his position. It sounds like you believe Li Xiangwan reported him. As the saying goes, if you're upright, you don't fear shadows. If the captain hadn't done anything wrong, why would he be reported? And why would the commune leaders remove him?" Reporting is our right as villagers. You boldly brought people here to bully us. This can't just be brushed aside. Also, we want to know why the captain was removed. The village chief's eyes lit up. So, this report was written by Li Xiangwan? The villagers present were suddenly in an uproar. What? The captain was removed? The villagers' first reaction was that the commune leaders must have found out about the cheating. Before, they didn't think the captain's family was bad, but now that he was removed, wasn't it a bit cowardly to take out their anger on a young girl? Seeing that their side was losing the argument, the captain's sister-in-law, in a fit of anger, shouted, "You two sharp-tongued girls, stop talking nonsense. My uncle has served the villagers diligently all these years. Just because you accused him, he's been brought down. Villagers, don't you think these youths are a nuisance?" The onlooking villagers exchanged glances. You say he served diligently, but we didn't see it. Every year when he called for work, he was bossy. If he took a break, he was scolded harshly. What good things did he do? Everything was for his own family. Where's the diligence? Humph, he deserved to be removed. The villagers thought this way and felt relieved. Not only were they relieved, but even Zhang Yanqiu was happy. The captain had bullied the youths many times before. He never treated her kindly. It's better that he's gone. The captain's sister-in-law was momentarily confused by the villagers' reactions. Wasn't this supposed to be a condemnation of the youths? She didn't realize that since the captain had lost his position, the villagers wouldn't be eager to flatter them anymore. Li Xiangwan laughed and straightened her back, saying seriously, if Wang Tianxiang was upright and proper, how could he be reported? Aunt, you don't reflect on yourselves, but instead bully others. I will definitely go to the commune to seek justice and ask if this is how a village leader should act. Li Xiangwan realized that since things had come to this point, she had to ensure the captain couldn't recover. Let's go, I'll testify for you. Lin Yuzhu understood the seriousness of the situation. The captain had been in power for so many years. He must have connections. Today he was removed, but what about after this calms down? Positions like village leader can be restored easily. The fight had already happened, and they had offended people. They had to see it through to the end. As long as it reached the commune, there would be a record. Even if the captain regained his position later, he wouldn't dare to openly take revenge. Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they decided to go. The two rode their bicycles to the commune. The captain's wife was left dazed by their words, still trying to process what was happening. When she saw them get on their bicycles, she realized they were heading to the commune. Suddenly, she panicked and wanted to stop them, but the Dong sisters and Wang Xiaomei blocked her. The captain's wife turned pale. She began to feel anxious. The village chief just watched them right away. He thought to himself, these two girls are too clever. Then he sighed and, feeling helpless, said to the captain's wife, "Sister-in-law, I can't help you with this."
Sigh.
The captain's wife felt everything go dark in front of her. Li Xiangbei saw Li Xiangwan go to the town and turned to borrow a bicycle from Accountant Li to catch up. He saw the captain strutting in, looking serious, and said, "What's going on? I heard you fought with the youths. Isn't this nonsense? These girls are a bit headstrong, but you could have talked it out instead of fighting." The village chief felt his face turn red. He really didn't want to mock the other party to their face. But he couldn't help it. The captain's wife felt a bit bitter in her mouth. After the captain finished scolding his wife, he looked at the backyard and immediately felt something was off. Where was Li Xiangwan? Looking again, his people were all in a sorry state. He was momentarily confused. Originally, he planned to let his wife teach that girl a lesson and then come out to smooth things over, letting Li Xiangwan suffer in silence. But now he suddenly felt that things were not as he had imagined. Seeing the villagers' reactions, the captain felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. When he met Li Xiangbei's cold gaze, the captain's heart skipped a beat. Li Xiangbei was. Li Xiangbei hurried to catch up with Li Xiangwan. He glanced at the team leader and then turned to leave. Once the crowd dispersed, the village head felt delighted but sighed outwardly. He patted the team leader's shoulder and said heavily, "Brother, you should be prepared. Then he advised the villagers, everyone should go home. It's so cold, why stay here? The villagers looked at the team leader's family and turned to leave in small groups, starting to discuss among themselves. When they reached the front yard, they heard a loud slap. Turning around, they saw the team leader had slapped his wife. The older women shook their heads, noting that old Wang's temper was getting worse. His wife, at her age, should be treated with respect, especially in public. They noticed the daughter-in-law was scared, trembling in a corner. The village women began to whisper, "Do you think the team leader has ever hit Ho-Hot? He's not the team leader anymore. We don't know if he hit her, but his wife has certainly made Ho-Hot's life difficult. Marrying into that family was bad luck. That's not fair. At least Ho-Hot's husband earns money in the army. That's better than marrying someone from the village. Every woman faces challenges in marriage. Oh, when your son marries, will you make things difficult for his wife? I'm not that kind of mother-in-law." "Sure, right." These idle comments drifted into the team leader's ears, nearly making him lose his composure, his forehead veins bulging with anger. When has he ever hit his daughter-in-law? He looked at her, feeling annoyed, and snapped, "What are you still doing here? Go home." Zhang Ho-Hot shivered and followed her mother-in-law back. The team leader's sister-in-law touched her face and felt some blood. Grinning through the pain, she said, "Uncle, look at my face. Is this how it ends?" The team leader. If only they had married a smart daughter-in-law, things wouldn't be like this. He suddenly envied that old Zhao Fugue. After the team leader's family left, Dong Mimi glanced at Wang Xiaomei and arrogantly said, "Tell Li Xiangwan later that I came for our educated youth's sake, not to help her. I have no intention of reconciling, so she shouldn't get the wrong idea." With that, she turned her head and left proudly. Dong Tian sighed and smiled at Wang Xiaomei, saying, "She's not targeting you." Wang Xiaomei. Once the sisters were gone, Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Xiangwan was fuming as she rode her bike to the commune. The two of them got off and went straight to the Revolutionary Committee. They reported the team leader of Shanshui village for retaliation after a complaint, claiming he was unkind. The Revolutionary Committee immediately reported it to the higher authorities. The leader who had just dismissed Wang Tianxiang sat in his office, listening to Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu recount how they were bullied today. After they finished, the leader looked at the two girls, noticing they seemed clean and not like they had been beaten. He felt a bit suspicious. Lin Yuzhu said directly, "Leader, you can call our village and ask our village head." Many villagers witnessed this. "Please investigate thoroughly and support us in seeking justice. We, the educated youth away from home, can only rely on you to stand up for us. If the team leader is hitting us today, who knows what he might do tomorrow?" The commune leader's expression grew serious. In recent years, female educated youth had indeed faced a lot of bullying. This could be a big deal. He nodded, smiling gently, and said, "Please sit down. Let me verify this." Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu obediently sat on the chairs in the office, waiting for the leader to check. The leader wasted no time, picking up the phone to call. The village head had been waiting at the village committee. He figured that if these two girls went to the commune, they wouldn't know who to complain to, unlike the villagers. Sure enough, the call came in. He answered politely, "Hello, this is the Shanshui village committee. Who are you looking for?" Li Huiji glanced at the village head, thinking he was quite good at pretending. The commune leader introduced himself, and the village head began with his usual pleasantries. The commune leader. It was as if he had never seen him today. Did Wang Tianxiang and his family bully the female educated youth? Is that true? Those two girls went over, right? Yes, that did happen. He brought two strong workers and angrily went to hit the kids. You know those girls are weak. They can't fight against seasoned workers. If it weren't for the people around helping, who knows what would have happened to them? They were so upset that they insisted on going to the commune to seek justice, and I couldn't stop them. You know how it is. Old Wang just got dismissed and is taking it out on the kids. We understand what's happening, but the villagers don't. If I reprimand him, how will the villagers see me? This is going to cause trouble for the leaders. Please bear with it." Were there other villagers who witnessed this? Many villagers saw it. Not to mention the neighbors next to the educated youth point saw everything from start to finish. Okay, I understand, the leader said before hanging up. Turning to Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu, his tone was noticeably more polite. You two young comrades have been wronged. You can go home for now. I will send someone to investigate. If it's true, I will definitely stand up for you. Thank you so much, leader. You are a good leader who stands up for the people, Lin Yuzhu quickly flattered. Li Xiangwan also gratefully said, Thank you, leader. We will wait for your support in seeking justice. The commune leader smiled and nodded, reassuring them, Don't worry. We will not take this lightly. The leader was starting to believe these two young women. If Wang Tianxiang returned to the village and instructed his family to retaliate against those who reported him, the situation would be serious. Not to mention, the team leader's position would be permanently lost. With a reputation for bullying the common people, who would dare let him continue as village leader? Was he really so confident about his bright future? It wasn't worth risking his future for someone like him. Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu thanked him a few more times and left the office with the leader's warm smile. Outside, they saw Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang. Li Xiangbei, noticing the girls' expressions, knew they had completed their task. He sighed in relief and escorted them home. After dropping them off, he returned to town with a bandage on his head. He went straight to the post office. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Shin Bojun, who was coming out with documents. They exchanged a glance, both surprised. Shun Bojun looked at the bandage on his head and asked in confusion, Why do you have a bandage on your head? Why aren't you resting in the village?
Li Xianbei.
He felt there was a hint of mockery in Shin Bojun's eyes. So he mischievously said, Lin, the educated youth, almost got beaten today. Shun Bojun's previously amused expression instantly vanished. His mind filled with the image of the little girl looking pitiful. Who dared to hit her? The weak little girl from her family.